Now conversing with you is a renowned science popularizer from the forum, the living encyclopedia, the proprietor of the Absolute Defense Shelter, a farmer presiding over 4,000 hectares, and the wealthiest individual in the survival zone of 1999. A selfless devotee of cutting-edge technology, the creator of the Energy Star, the general responsible for the reconstruction of human civilization, and the harbinger of the apocalypse as recounted by survivors. The supreme commander of the Apocalypse Survival Army, a distinguished diplomat, and the architect of stellar civilizations. Boss, what is this? Analyzing. Main components. H2O, C, Li, Cr function and value. Usable for fermentation, precipitation, composting. These weathered excrements should be disposed of immediately. Chapter 1. Entering the Apocalypse. My head aches. Su Sheng groaned, rubbing the back of his head as he struggled to open his eyes and rise from the ground. The landscape was ravaged and desolate. Dark green clouds loomed overhead, while the parched earth beneath him cracked open in great fissures. Where's this? Welcome to the Apocalypse Survival Game. Su Sheng, age 27, height 175 centimeters, weight 65 kilograms. Occupation: magazine columnist, wild survival science popularizer. This deployment has concluded. You are the 999, 999, 999 TH1, 000, 000, 000, each human to be deployed. Survival is your sole objective at present. To ensure the survival probability of novice players, please adhere to the following guidelines. 1. Maintain a diligent routine, rising at dawn and resting at dusk, to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. 2. Zombies and mutated beasts will be unleashed after 48 hours. Players must devise countermeasures swiftly. 3. Maximize the use of your acquired skills. 4. A single chopstick is easily broken. Survival rates are higher when banding together. If you encounter other humans, consider forging alliances or ruthlessly seizing their resources. 5. Slaying zombies. Mutated beasts will yield strategic supplies. Remain vigilant, as they pose great danger. When venturing outside, maintain silence. Sounds exceeding 75 decibels may attract nearby zombies or beasts. 6. You may face various natural disasters. Establish or fortify your refuge according to terrain, environment, and disaster type. 7. More functions and gameplay await your exploration. Universal survival. In this world of apocalyptic wasteland, all must strive toward this shared goal, determined to survive. Su Sheng had just engaged in a heated debate about whether a water droplet blade or a flat blade was superior for outdoor survival, when, unexpectedly, he found himself thrust into the world of the apocalypse. He spent a few minutes familiarizing himself with the basic system. Backpack, male friends, forum, chat room, exchange, synthesis, decomposition, leaderboard, recruitment technology. Su Sheng opened the survival forum. This platform resembled a popular online forum, yet boasted an astonishing online user count of 1 billion, matching the number of individuals deployed into this apocalyptic realm. He belonged to the area known as Zone 255, which comprised approximately 1 million inhabitants, as the last human to be deployed in the entire district. Numerous thematic posts have already emerged on the forum. Can anyone enlighten me on this place? Wasn't I just lying down and scrolling through my phone? How did I end up here? Darling, where are you? You might not believe this, but I just had a skirmish with an ant. SOS. Could someone knowledgeable inform me what the zombies will be like in 48 hours? I don't wish to partake in any apocalyptic survival. I just want to go home. The discussions in the communication channel were similarly frantic. Am dying of thirst. Am dying of thirst. Could a kind soul send me some water? He'll trade my watch. Which kind brother will send some water to his little sister? I can call him husband. My throat is burning. Who will send me water? Once I'm out, he'll give him 10,000. Just click on my avatar in the mailing system. First come, first served. 10,000 for water? Whoever sends me water, he'll give them 100,000 when I'm out. Send what? Do you really think we can go back now? Su Sheng was eager to gather more information regarding the Doomsday Dimension. This world bore no semblance to modern architecture. It could be understood as a parallel wasteland of blue star, ravaged by radiation. Zombies, radiation, mutated beasts, natural disasters. This place poses a formidable test to human survival. Originating from an orphanage, Su Sheng knew that merely taking care of himself sufficed. The earliest thematic post on the forum appeared 10 hours ago, indicating that I am already 10 hours behind in developmental time. Ding. Player Su Sheng, do you wish to bind to the Super Survival System? Super Survival System? An external aid? Is this a compensation for my 10-hour delay? Binding. Binding successful. All items attributes are ready. Players can view the primary components, value, functions, and methods of use for items. Players can publish informative posts based on their knowledge, with their overall performance calculated through other players' views, likes, and engagement, thereby earning apocalyptic honor points. Assistant Shop is ready. The Assistant Shop offers a variety of survival tools, providing robust support for player survival in the apocalypse. Each item is of considerable value, so please consider your purchases wisely. Attributes of all items? Su Sheng attempted to concentrate as per the system's instructions. By focusing on any object for 3 seconds, he could begin to unveil attributes akin to those in a game. He directed his gaze toward a fist-sized stone beneath his feet. Ordinary fragment common. Lowest grade primary components. Calcium carbonate, silicon dioxide. Basic description. Formed from the weathering and splitting of a massive rock 40 years ago, rough in appearance and hard in texture. Primary functions and value. Self-defense, fire starting, tool making, mineral collection, overall low value. System recommendation. Not advisable for players to collect extract in large quantities, but it holds certain value in the early survival phase. Click the link for detailed viewing fire starting methods toolmaking. Stone extraction not only requires adept tools, but also expends considerable physical energy. This advice is quite sound. Su Sheng then attempted to focus on a small puddle not far away. Contaminated water common. Inferior primary components. H2O, pollutants. Basic description. In this apocalyptic world, 95% of water sources are tainted by pollutants, and this small puddle is no exception. Consuming it carries a 75% chance of contracting an unknown virus, leading to immediate death. Purification methods, such as boiling, distillation, or solar evaporation, are ineffective. Primary function and value. A desperate resource in times of crisis. System recommendation. The farther away, the better. If thirst becomes unbearable, one might consider taking a gamble with their life. For identification methods, refer to the detailed guide. According to the system, others can only see the item's name, but I can discern its various attributes and receive diverse recommendations. Su Sheng attempted to access the assistant store, revealing a vast page featuring only a single item. Purification device rare. Superior. Basic description. Crafted by the notorious engineer soul of the vessel Rory Swan from Kostarport. Primary function and value. Capable of purifying contaminated water into drinkable clean water, limited to 1 processing per day, with a maximum of 1,500 milliliters each time. System recommendation. This device is cumbersome, difficult to transport, and prone to damage. Please store it carefully. Purchase price. 100 Doomsday Honor Points. Swan's Purification Device. What a remarkable item. If 95% of the world's water resources are contaminated, possessing a purification device would ensure my drinking needs are met. As long as I post on the forum and garner a multitude of likes and views, I can earn Doomsday Honor Points. Chapter 2. Newbie Gift Pack. In the past 10 hours, numerous individuals have posted survival guides. Examples of these posts include how to find water sources. Come and learn. Survival Expert teaches you how to survive 3 days without water. A brief discussion on the apocalypse. No flames. Please. Essential actions to take in the apocalypse. Ignoring this could be costly. How to adapt swiftly in extreme environments. Amidst various informative posts, only one mentioned contaminated water, concluding humorously that as long as it appears clean, it poses no issue. Su Sheng doubts the sincerity of these well-meaning survival guides, noting that their titles bear the unmistakable scent of marketing, lacking any sense of responsibility. After browsing, he discovered a unique system mechanism within the forum. Posting earns resources. Posts deemed high value by the system are highlighted or pinned, granting the poster a certain amount of resources. Hardly anyone has mentioned the issue of contaminated water. If I post about the pollutants, I will undoubtedly receive a substantial number of likes. Confirming the absence of any mention of contaminated water, Su Sheng promptly shared his post. Shortly after its publication, it sparked a significant response that, oh my, is this for real? 95% of water resources are contaminated? Is this a joke? It's not that you can't drink it. Didn't the original poster mention that there's a 75% chance of contracting a virus? Damn it, I just took a big gulp from a puddle. I can't possibly be poisoned, can I? I'm feeling a bit anxious. Original poster. Is it too late for me to induce vomiting? Everyone, don't believe the original poster. This fool is just peddling anxiety for likes. What do 95 and 75% even mean? Has he conducted any experiments? Exactly, the water in my hand, although labeled as contaminated, looks remarkably clean. With hardly any impurities, it's definitely drinkable. Oh no, perhaps the original poster is telling the truth. My stomach feels a bit off. Me too. I'm feeling a bit of an urge to run to the restroom. Surely, I haven't caught anything. Stop exaggerating, it's merely unclean water. Indeed, the data presented by the original poster is so meticulously rigorous, with probabilities precise to 2 decimal places. It's only been 10 hours since posting, even if he were among the first. It's impossible for him to have conducted such an experiment. Exactly. Is he conducting experiments on himself? Original poster, you should delete this post. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Whether it's true or not, why not just try drinking some clean water? Whoever is brave enough should give it a go. I'm willing to send it to him. He'll try and send it to me. About 10 minutes after the post was published, the wave of skepticism not only failed to garner likes, but instead attracted numerous downvotes. Before Su Sheng could devise a remedy, the situation took a turn. Folks, it seems those who oppose the original poster have all gone offline. It really does seem that way. I clicked on the profile of the brave, one willing to try, and their avatar has turned black. I just sent someone 50 milliliters of contaminated water, and they haven't replied in over 10 minutes. Their status has also changed to offline. Case solved. Everything the original poster said is true. Contaminated water is indeed undrinkable. Everyone, please give the original poster a thumbs up. Original poster, you're a good person. Had I not seen your post, I would have likely downed that contaminated water. Original poster, I just saw your post. What do I do now that I have already drunk some? SOS. Original poster, I have this contaminated water that looks quite clean. Is it safe to drink? Oh no, could it be that the only resources are those found in treasure chests? Damn it, who found the treasure chest? I've been wandering for hours and haven't found a single one. I just found a treasure chest and opened it to discover 500 milliliters of pure water. Hee. Once the comments shifted, the number of likes surged at an astonishing rate, and it wasn't long before the forum's algorithm designated it as a top post. Some skeptics also chimed in. It's become a top post. The system has validated the original poster's claims. Let's not argue any further. Dear host, pay no heed to those individuals. Instead, share more valuable content. Do not take it to heart. Host, these people were critics before they were exposed and remain so afterward. Those who doubt you can drink to their heart's content, no one is stopping them. That post by the so-called outdoor expert is utterly nonsensical. It merely requires one to sit idly by. I'm going to sit here while he tells me what to do. The host posts are the true treasures of knowledge. May the host live a life of peace, everyone. Give the host a thumbs up. I'm dying of thirst here. Who will provide me with some contaminated water? With a mere 25 chance, I might as well take the risk. After the forum elevated the post to a featured status, all doubts and insults vanished. Either the forum's endorsement proved them wrong, or those who drank the contaminated water succumbed to its effects. The comments below overwhelmingly praised Su Sheng as a good person, wishing him a long and peaceful life. In the realm of popular science, as long as one presents substantial content, the views and likes will not fall short. Especially after being featured, with official system recognition, the likes and view counts surged rapidly. The apocalyptic honor points are settled hourly, and Su Sheng had to wait several more minutes to purchase the Purity Purifier from the assistant shop. Congratulations to player Su Sheng for publishing the first popular science post on the forum, receiving a beginner's gift package. A beginner's gift package? Open it. Opening the beginner's gift package. Please wait. Congratulations, you have received 1 match, 5 candles, 1 water bottle, 1,600 milliliters, 1 aluminum lunchbox, 1 portable cutlery set, 2 Flintstones, 1 magnifying glass, 1 sewing kit, 1 compass, 1 snare line, 3 ballpoint pens, 2 flexible saw blades, 1 surgical blade, 2 bandages, 1 small wooden cart, 1 machete, 1 shovel, 10 condoms. This is quite bountiful. Su Sheng found the earlier items to be reasonable, but the last item, the condoms, was somewhat absurd and nearly led his thoughts astray. Condoms can actually serve as excellent water storage bags, each capable of holding at least 1 liter of water. The beginner's gift package provides 10. Are they implying I should find other uses for them? Su Sheng cast aside these irrelevant thoughts and focused on the present situation. He soon realized a pressing issue. There was no water source nearby. The small puddle he had seen earlier contained a mere 1,020 milliliters of water, nearly evaporated under the scorching sun. Even if he purchased the Purity Purifier, there was no contaminated water for him to purify. After enduring the high temperatures for over half an hour, Su Sheng's throat was parched and his lips cracked. He instinctively licked them with his tongue. Su Sheng attempted to access the trading post. Seller, Zhang Sanfeng items for sale. Gussie Eye belt trade intention. 3,000 milliliters of pure or mineral water note. I am dying of thirst. A luxury belt in exchange for 3 liters of water? Su Sheng considered it quite fanciful even if given away for free, It might not attract any takers. Seller, Hishan. Item listed, Rolex Green Submariner. Transaction intent, 5,000 milliliters of purified mineral water. Remarks, a rare green submariner, merely seeking a drink. Goodness, that is quite the rhythm to it. The watch holds some value, yet it hardly warrants 5 liters of water. It's even more absurd than the previous offer. Ding Asian item listed. Cartier gold necklace transaction intent, 2,000 milliliters of water. Remarks, this place is hotter than Africa. Any drinkable water will suffice. Contaminated water, stay away. Gold-plated necklace common. Superior main components, 60 copper Cu, 35 silver Ag, for gold, 01 impurities. Basic description. This item is crafted using surface gold plating, combined with copper, silver, and other alloys, presenting no significant difference from a pure gold necklace. Primary function and value. Decorative, catering to the vanity of a select few. System suggestion. Beware of deception. A gold chain priced so high is one thing, but a faux gold chain? Chapter 3. The sweet water within the exchange. Su Shang could discern the attributes of all items. For instance, the Rolex Submariner being sold by Hishan was, in reality, a counterfeit. Regardless of authenticity, the audacity of these individuals was astounding. In this dimension, where water resources were predominantly tainted, pure and mineral water were in dire scarcity. With barely enough for his own consumption, who would think to barter for a Rolex or a Gucci belt? Luxury goods had ceased to represent the elite. In this apocalyptic era, practicality reigned supreme, rendering such items worthless. Clean water, sustenance, and various resources had become the true currency. If anyone were to engage in such a trade, Su Shang could only deem them a pitiable fool. The interface of the exchange was elegantly simple, featuring a variety of categories and a search function to accurately locate desired items. Familiarizing himself with the workings of the exchange, Su Shang grasped his tools and approached a nearby gnarled tree. To amass wealth, one must first harvest from nature. Even with a system in place, this principle held true. Organizing his beginner-esque gift pack, he equipped himself with 2 flexible saw blades and a machete, setting off towards an aged, twisted tree not far away. Mutant white poplar common. Intermediate main components. Fiber basic description. Approximately 6 meters tall, 0.7 meters in diameter, male, asexual strain, does not produce fluff. Does not pollute the environment, roots easily, grows quickly in its seedling and juvenile stages, possesses excellent material quality, strong wind resistance, typically found in areas with scarce water sources, and yields about 6 units of wood upon being felled. Primary functions and value. Used across diverse fields such as toolmaking, construction, and art. System recommendation. The optimal material for players to construct shelters to evade calamity during the early stages. Endeavor to collect diligently. For methods of crafting wooden tools and erecting structures, please click for detailed information. 6 units of wood would be sufficient for me to initiate a positive cycle. Armed with my tools, I anticipated a considerable effort ahead. There was no alternative. I had to proceed. Gritting his teeth, Su Shang selected a suitable position to exert force and commenced his labor. The process proved more arduous than he had envisioned. Beneath the sweltering sun, his shirt rapidly became drenched in sweat. A dull ache began to manifest in his lower back, and his arms gradually succumbed to fatigue, compelling him to shift directions to muster strength. When exhaustion set in from sawing and chopping, Su Shang would rest on the ground for a few moments, occasionally delivering a kick to the tree to enhance its tilt. After over an hour, with a resounding crack, the gnarled tree finally succumbed to gravity. You have acquired 6 units of wood. Su Shang sought refuge in a shaded area, inhaling deeply to recuperate. After an hour of intense labor, his lips had split in several places, and his throat felt parched. Even the simple act of spitting required considerable effort. He was in dire need of hydration, otherwise, he would soon face dehydration. It was no wonder that people claimed that wielding a large saw was the most exhausting occupation in the world. Today, he had certainly experienced this reality. Su Shang was not using a proper saw, nor an electric or gas-powered one. Instead, he relied on 2 saw blades and a machete, which made the task even more laborious. His palms had become chafed, developing layers of calluses. Su Shang, unwilling to procrastinate, swiftly brought the mutated white poplar tree to the exchange for reclamation. With the materials secured, all that remained was to purchase some contaminated water from the exchange, await the system's settlement, and he would soon have water to drink. Su Shang then accessed the exchange. Seller, Chinshimi, items listed, 350 units of contaminated water, trade intent, 500 units of any food. Note, only food, only food, only food. Important matters should be repeated thrice. Are you out of your mind? You think you can exchange 350 units of contaminated water for a pound of food? Exactly. There's a mere 14 chance of survival upon consumption. Who would agree to that trait? People should check the forum where the esteemed Su Sheng has posted about the contaminated water, which carries a 75 risk of infection with a lethal virus. Do not drink it. Just now, I came across that post and was nearly deceived by this fellow. Shinshimi dismissed the warnings with disdain, even altering the note on his trading post too. Don't listen to that person on the forum. He knows nothing. I just drank a large gulp of contaminated water, and I'm perfectly fine. Su Sheng continued to browse. Seller, Zhang Zi, items listed. 500 units of contaminated water, trade in tint. Any food materials. Note, contaminated water has a 25 chance of survival upon consumption. I certainly wouldn't dare drink it. Please message me with any valuable items. Su Sheng clicked on his avatar to initiate a private chat. Brother, would you sell 1 unit of wood? Zhang Zi replied promptly. Contaminated water has at least a 14 chance of preserving life. 1 unit of wood is far too little. Su Sheng, how about 2 units of wood? Zhang Zi, bid as you wish. I happen to be crafting an axe. Su Sheng successfully exchanged his 2 units of wood for 500 units of contaminated water. Though contaminated water may seem worthless, it possesses significant value. If someone is parched to the point of despair, refraining from drinking could lead to death, making it worth the gamble, with at least a 1 in 4 chance of survival. However, this probability, teetering between life and death, is exceedingly low. Under normal circumstances, no one would resort to drinking contaminated water. Many would rather trade it for materials, utilizing the synthesis function to create tools, seeking greater possibilities rather than retaining it. Of course, there are those who wish to keep it, believing that in dire straits, a 25 chance of survival might be preferable to dying of thirst. This presented an opportunity for Su Sheng. The contaminated water, deemed of little worth by others, could serve a full purpose in his hands. He adeptly traded his wood for 1,500 units of contaminated water. This contaminated water, resembling the murky liquid found in an ashtray, bore a yellowish hue and emitted a nauseating odor. The average person could easily discern its undrinkability with the naked eye. Yet, Su Sheng also acquired water that appeared indistinguishable from pure water. Despite its clean appearance, it remained labeled as contaminated. In the apocalyptic realm, such water was abundant, harboring invisible pollutants. As for those unwilling to heed Su Sheng's informative posts, let them be. The consequences of their choices were theirs to bear. Contaminated water certainly should not be poured into a water bottle, lest it become unusable in the future. Su Sheng contemplated as he opened the packaging of 2 condoms, pouring all the contaminated water into them. After collecting the tainted water at the exchange, it was time to settle the points for the Doomsday Honor from the Science Popularization Post. You have earned 127 points of Doomsday Honor. Without hesitation, Su Sheng purchased a purification device. You have bought the purification device, deducting 100 points of Doomsday Honor, remaining 27 points. A hefty contraption appeared before him. Purification device daily remaining uses 11, limited to 1,500. Glancing at the instructions, Su Sheng poured 1,500 milliliters of contaminated water into the machine and then pulled the red purification lever. The device whirred to life, emitting a deafening buzz that rattled his chest and caused a throbbing headache. Buzzing noises filled the air. Processing complete. Gained 1,500 purified water. Remaining uses today 01. 1,500 milliliters. Water at last. Watching the pristine water cascade from the device, Su Sheng instinctively swallowed, his gaze filled with greed and excitement. Filling his water bottle, he tentatively took a small sip. Refreshing. Sweet. Su Sheng drank heartily, gulping down the liquid. His parched throat felt instant relief as the flames of thirst were doused, and his dry mouth and lips were rejuvenated. What a delight. Chapter 4. Defining objectives in this apocalypse. 3 things hold paramount importance: water, shelter, and food. Zombies, mutated beasts, and natural disasters have yet to manifest. They are merely a product of the system's protective measures for newcomers. Once the grace period expires, failing to establish a sustainable survival system will inevitably lead to demise from various causes. I must urgently seek a secure refuge, preferably constructing my own safe haven to confront the impending threats of zombies, mutated beasts, and calamities. This area is flat and expansive, dotted with only a few solitary poplar trees, failing to meet any of the essential criteria for establishing a safe house. If I were to create a refuge, my first choice would be underground. A well-chosen location would allow me to largely disregard the zombies and beasts roaming above. With my practical skills and the knowledge provided by the system, constructing an underground shelter and continuously enhancing it would pose no issue. As the saying goes, a swift step leads to further strides. The sooner I find a suitable place to establish a refuge, the sooner I can reap benefits and mitigate threats. Having consumed only about 300 milliliters, I must reserve some water for emergencies. Subsequently, Su Sheng posted his first trading announcement. Seller. Su Sheng items for sale. 1,000 milliliters of purified water trade intentions. Food, wood, iron scraps note. Only these 3 items. Please message me privately if you have them. I do not wish to consider anything else. 1,000 milliliters of purified water. In the trading hub. It is exceedingly rare for individuals to engage in the exchange of pure water, even when one stumbles upon a treasure chest containing pristine water resources. They tend to keep it for personal consumption. A mere 1,000 units of pure water instantly captivated numerous onlookers, prompting a deluge of private messages to Su Sheng. Brother, how much can I exchange for 2 units of timber? Esteemed one, I possess 100 loaves of bread. Would you consider a trade? My friend, are you the Su Sheng who posts educational articles on the forum? I have 300 loaves of bread and wonder how much water I could procure from you. Brother, I just found 1 unit of iron. Could I trade that for some water? Could you possibly share how one acquires pure water? Apart from legitimate trades, he received a plethora of desperate pleas, enticing offers, and coercive messages. Dear sir, could you send a bit of water my way? I can offer you some of my clothing in return. Brother, if you send me 200 units, I promise to give you 1,000,000 once I'm out. Esteemed one, I am parched. Could you spare a sip? Brother, could you send me some water? I'm willing to do anything for you. The influx of private messages soon became overwhelming for Su Sheng. Ultimately, he disregarded the irrelevant messages and exchanged 200 units of pure water for 500 cream-filled loaves of bread. He traded another 700 units for 9 units of timber and 100 units for 1 unit of iron. These materials should suffice for constructing a modest shelter. Gurgling sounds erupted from Su Sheng's stomach, betraying his hunger. He retrieved a cream-filled loaf from his inventory and took a hearty bite. The cream burst forth, splattering onto his cheeks, nose, and chin. Not one to waste, he diligently wiped his face clean with his hands, relishing the sweetness that promised substantial caloric intake. Next, he extracted the materials from his inventory and opened the synthesis page. This functionality was available to all, allowing the combination of materials to create a variety of essential tools. Materials needed for synthesis: 91 units of timber, 11 units of iron. Success rate: 99. Confirm synthesis. Synthesis complete. Main components: wood. Iron primary function and value: cultivating land, weeding, and other physical labor system suggestion. The optimal tool for constructing an underground shelter. For the method of building an underground shelter, please click for details. Su Sheng clicked on the detailed entry. Underground shelters could be broadly categorized into 2 types: those constructed within rock formations and those built within soil layers. The former presented significant challenges, leading Su Sheng to opt for the latter. Methods such as open cut, pipe jacking, sinking well, shield tunneling, mining, and underground continuous wall construction were laid before him. Various construction techniques and architectural structures for underground shelters unfolded in Su Sheng's view. Most methods and structures proved to be quite complex, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and demanding substantial materials for support. Only the beam shelter is time-efficient and labor-saving, requiring minimal materials. Once a portion is constructed, it can provide refuge from the onslaught of zombies, offering exceptional value. Now, all that remains is to locate a suitable area to commence the endeavor. Su Sheng gathered all small items, including the purification device, and loaded them onto the wooden cart provided by the large gift. He then raised his watch, aligning it with the sun, employing the coordinate method to ascertain the cardinal directions before surveying the nearby terrain. As Su Sheng traversed the fractured ground, he observed the environmental features. According to common knowledge, warm air rises while cold air descends. In cold weather, low-lying areas are prone to the formation of mist and frost. Precipitation and sandstorms can render low-lying regions even more disastrous. The ideal location would naturally be elevated, concealed, sunlit, and sheltered from the wind. Utilizing the natural formations of rocks would be even more advantageous. After a few hours, Su Sheng discovered a high, uneven area. It was a natural rock crevice situated downwind, surrounded by shrubbery of half a person's height, providing excellent concealment. There seemed to be no better place to establish an underground refuge than here. Armed only with a shovel and hoe, he did not expect to fully construct the underground shelter. He merely hoped to create a rudimentary refuge capable of offering temporary shelter from the zombies before their emergence, and he would be content with that. The support shop has refreshed. The support shop has refreshed? Su Sheng quickly opened it, eager to see if there were any valuable items. Excavator summon card. Using this item, one can summon a Sani excavator, which will be recalled in 12 hours. Purchase price: 271,000 Doomsday Honor Points. Su Sheng? An excavator summon card? With this, he could undoubtedly complete the underground shelter before the zombies emerged. The efficiency of an excavator surpasses that of a shovel and hoe by several hundred times. Today, he had already exhausted his posting opportunities and would have to wait until tomorrow to earn Doomsday Honor points by posting educational content on the forum. The rules for speaking in the forum and communication channels are the same, restricting each person to 1 main post and 3 replies per day. Su Sheng had already used his posting opportunity for today. All he could do was wait until tomorrow. He parked the wooden cart near a rock and crawled under it, preparing to spend his first night there. After a day of strenuous work and a long trek in the afternoon and evening, he was utterly exhausted, clutching the machete as he quickly drifted into slumber. Chapter 5. Zombies will emerge in 4 hours, seeking support and votes. The next day, Su Sheng awoke early. You have gained 647 Doomsday Honor points. Your forum level has risen to 2. Your previous post has been designated as a featured post, rewarding you with 1,000 liters of purified water. Su Sheng glanced at his messages and indeed received 1 liter of purified water. As time progressed, the educational post garnered more likes, continuously augmenting his Doomsday Honor points. After a night of fermentation, he had amassed over 600 points. The remaining 27 points, combined with the newly settled 647 points, still leave a deficit of 326 points for the Doomsday Honor. On the first day of the apocalypse, individuals like Su Sheng, who can access clean water, are exceedingly rare. The majority endure their first night with empty stomachs, filled with trepidation. In District 255, the current population is 8,657,531. 000,000. Within merely 1 day, tens of thousands have perished in my survival zone alone. Across all survival zones, could it be that tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, have succumbed? Su Sheng pondered for a moment and composed a post titled How to Maintain Hydration and Energy in Extreme Conditions. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Sheng, and I hope this informative post will be of assistance to you. According to scientific research, a healthy adult can survive for an average of 3 weeks without food by solely relying on stored body energy. However, without water, survival extends for less than 3 days. The human body comprises 75% water. It not only helps maintain a constant body temperature, but also ensures proper kidney function, keeps the mind alert, and regulates heartbeats. Typically, an individual consumes around 2 liters of water daily. Even when sedentary, one requires nearly 1 liter. Prolonged consumption below this level leads to dehydration, significantly diminishing survival rates in the apocalypse. Breathing and sweating expel water from the body, and especially for the ill, vomiting and diarrhea exacerbate fluid loss. It is crucial to rest, limit movement, and remain cool in shaded areas. Abstain from alcohol, smoking, and excessive talking, and breathe through the nose to keep organ functions at minimal levels. Of course, in the apocalypse, there are neither cigarettes nor alcohol available. And even if found in treasure chests, one should refrain from indulging. Most importantly, avoid eating or consume as little as possible. If the body is not replenished with water, bodily fluids will divert from vital organs to the gastrointestinal tract for digestion, hastening dehydration. This is particularly true for hard-to-digest foods that require substantial water. Considering that there are still 5 sources of clean water in the apocalypse, Su Sheng also included methods for locating water resources and obtaining water through boiling, distillation, and solar evaporation. This information, tailored for a survival column in a magazine, was second nature to Su Sheng, deeply ingrained in his mind. The more substantial the content of the post, the greater its practicality, and the fewer the errors, the higher the likes and comments would soar, consequently increasing Su Sheng's Doomsday Honor points. In just a few minutes, he received hundreds of replies. Su Sheng is sharing knowledge again. Master, had it not been for your post yesterday, I might have ingested contaminated water. You're amazing. I'm nearly dying of thirst. I wish you had posted sooner. All your posts are filled with valuable information. This one has helped me immensely. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived today. Thank you for your efforts. You selflessly share this knowledge for humanity's survival. It brings tears to my eyes. Su Sheng sounds so familiar. I recall reading an article in a magazine. Could it be the same person? Everyone is paying attention to the esteemed Su Sheng, allowing them to instantly view his posts. No need for you to mention it. I followed him last night. Su Sheng noticed that his homepage had garnered over 20,000 followers, a number that continues to rise. Soon, the system credited Su Sheng with a reward. You have received 355 points of Doomsday Honor. You have purchased an excavator summoning card, deducting 1,000 points of Doomsday Honor, leaving you with 29 points. A card resembling a playing card materialized in Su Sheng's hands. With a flick of his fingers, the item transformed into countless sparkling orbs, coalescing before him into a miniature piece of construction machinery, an excavator. Sani Mini Excavator. Total weight, 7,280 kilograms. Bucket capacity, 0. 25 m. Power. For 32200W, I had anticipated a heavy-duty excavator. However, a mini version is also quite advantageous, offering ease of operation and the capability to directly enter the underground shelter for work. Su Sheng gazed at the mini excavator before him with satisfaction, as it was undoubtedly swifter than using a shovel. Excavator recall countdown, 11:57. Following the tutorial provided by the system, Su Sheng activated the machine. The thunderous roar of the engine echoed, and he felt a twinge of apprehension about attracting nearby onlookers. Regardless, wasting a minute could jeopardize his progress. Should anyone dare approach? I shall deal with them decisively. In the apocalypse, nothing instills a greater sense of security than operating an excavator, even if only for 12 hours. Su Sheng's strategy was to first excavate a passage wide enough for the excavator to enter, then gradually utilize wooden planks for beam-style support, meticulously expanding the subterranean space. With the system's expert guidance, every scoop was meticulously planned. Where to dig, how to proceed, and whether there was a risk of collapse were all clearly detailed, relieving him of any concern. Su Sheng settled into the driver's seat, familiarizing himself with the control levers. Let the work commence. The engine roared to life. After successfully excavating a passage, Su Sheng exercised even greater caution, fearing that the next scoop might trigger a collapse. Despite the system's professional guidance, this was his first experience operating an excavator, and missteps were inevitable. After digging 1 or 2 meters, Su Sheng would stop to lay wooden planks, providing beam-style support to the nascent underground structure, enhancing its stability. During this time, he only sipped water twice, neglecting to eat. At last, before nightfall, an underground shelter took shape. Exhaling deeply, Su Sheng felt a wave of relief. It was finally complete. Gazing upon the 3-meter-high, approximately 120-square-meter underground shelter, a satisfied smile graced his face, although a few specks of dust occasionally fell from above, evoking a sense of impending collapse. Su Sheng had strictly adhered to the system's recommendations while operating the excavator and had strategically placed wooden planks for support. Thus, it was unlikely to collapse anytime soon. Item usage time has expired. The excavator will soon be recalled. Countdown. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown concluded, the mini excavator transformed into particles of light, scattering with the wind. The arduous task of excavation has been completed with the aid of an excavator. The remaining work can be accomplished by my own hands. The zombies will emerge in 4 hours. I must hasten to construct the door. Iron gate. Materials required for synthesis. 0-10 iron blocks. Success rate. 90. Such a steep price? The underground shelter has been excavated, and only the installation of a large iron gate remains. This item is essential for my protection, and I cannot afford to be stingy. Upon accessing the trading platform, I discover that the lowest price for iron blocks is 200 units of pure water. I currently possess 1,200 units. Yet I have one opportunity for purification that remains in use today. Utilizing the search function, I restrict my focus to the contaminated water listed on the trading platform. Seller, Chen Shimi, listed item, 800 units of contaminated water, trading intent. Any item, remarks. Fathers, I was wrong. Any father willing to take this off my hands? I'll sell it for some food. I'm on the brink of starvation. How amusing. Weren't you going to keep it as an heirloom? Huh. Even throwing it on the ground wouldn't entice anyone to purchase your contaminated water. Now you're calling for fathers? Call a few more times, and I'll trade you 50 units of pure water. Chen Shimi, I can hardly contain my laughter. This individual previously listed the contaminated water at an exorbitant price, adopting a take-it-or-leave-it attitude, dismissing my informative post about contaminated water entirely. Now, addressing fellow survivors as fathers is utterly ridiculous. At this moment, I find myself in need of contaminated water, so I click on his profile to initiate a private chat. Me, I have no food. But would you like some pure water? The speed of Chen Shimi's response astonishes me. He replies instantly, yes. Having waited for an extended period without anyone willing to engage with him, he is nearly starving. Pure water is a valuable commodity in the trading platform, easily convertible for food exceeding 200 units. He is not inclined to let this transaction slip away. Chen Shimi, brother, I'm selling. I'll accept your price. I'll create a private link to send you. I smirk at this. A person like him should learn a lesson while hunger gnaws at him. Me, I've changed my mind. 150. Chen Shimi. Me. So what is it going to be, will you sell? His reply comes through, nearly gritted through clenched teeth. Yes, I'll accept 150. It's still better than those fools offering 100 or 50. Swiftly, I purchased the 800 units of contaminated water listed by Chen Shimi for 150 units. The purchasing power of pure water is exceedingly high at this stage, essentially a currency of its own. Once listed, it is rapidly snatched up by eager buyers, and the 1,500 units of contaminated water are quickly amassed. With utmost care, I pour the water into the purification device and pull the purification lever. Buzzing sound. Purification complete. Acquired 1,500 units of pure water. Remaining uses for today. 01. Having invested 300 units of pure water, my purification device can yield 5-fold returns daily. I promptly draft a trading post. Seller. Su Sheng. Item listed. 1,000 purified water. Transaction intention. Food iron blocks. Note. 200 purified water per unit of iron block. Food prices vary based on availability. Only inquiries regarding food and iron blocks will be entertained. All unrelated chatter will be ignored. 1,000 purified water. I recall he acquired 1,000 purified water just yesterday. Is there such a place in District 255? Could someone enlighten me on where to find water? Is this not the esteemed Su Sheng from the forum? I can't shake the feeling that he has a method for purifying contaminated water. I share the same sentiment. Over the past few days, he has produced 2 liters of purified water, while I have barely managed to drink 200 milliliters in an entire day. Esteemed one. Could you share your insights on purifying contaminated water? I would be most grateful. As Su Sheng perused the comments below, he found himself torn between laughter and tears. He possessed no scientific method for purifying contaminated water. It was merely a tool purchased from the aid shop. The existence of such hacks must remain confidential, lest the consequences be dire. Brother, I just unearthed 2 units of iron blocks. Could I exchange them for 500 purified water? Young lad, I have gone an entire day without water, and I only have 1 unit of iron block left for my own use, but I must part with it. Could you spare an additional 50 milliliters? Esteemed one, would you care for the steamed buns I just found in a chest, filled with chives and eggs? I would be content with just 100 milliliters. The comments and private messages on this trading post far exceeded the previous ones. Su Sheng surmised that with a little over 3 hours remaining until the zombies would arrive, many were frantically stockpiling supplies and retreating to their makeshift shelters. Countless unfortunate souls had found themselves in the apocalypse without a drop to drink, left with only a few materials, and were compelled to trade for food and water. Su Sheng successfully procured 10 units of iron blocks, 180 units of kerosene, 2 vegetarian buns, a piece of cornbread, and 200 units of black pepper pork chop. These materials and food cost him nearly 2 liters of purified water. Crafting complete. Heavy iron gate type. Common. Advanced main components. Iron basic description. A heavy iron gate crafted from pure iron, measuring 5 meters in width and 3 meters in height. Its appearance is rugged, yet it boasts remarkable strength, is resistant to damage, rust, aging, and corrosion, with moderate sealing capabilities. Primary function and value. Isolation, thermal insulation, soundproofing, rain protection, and wind resistance. System recommendation. A substantial iron gate in the apocalypse can provide players with a profound sense of security, provided it is installed correctly. For detailed installation instructions, please refer to the guidelines. Due to its weight, Su Sheng could only first transport the heavy iron gate onto a wooden cart, then, following the system's instructions, install it at the entrance of the shelter. Given that the underground shelter's barriers were still earthen, the installation process for the iron gate proved considerably cumbersome, taking Su Sheng over 3 hours to complete. Once installed, Su Sheng tested its sturdiness by pushing against it with his body. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of Su Sheng's body colliding with the heavy iron gate resonated with a dull metallic echo. It was sufficiently sturdy. No mere horde of zombies could breach it. I have not wasted the copious amounts of pure water I have consumed. A full 10 units of iron blocks, though Su Sheng feels a twinge of regret upon reflection. It pales in comparison to the impending zombie crisis, rendering it a worthwhile expenditure. Gazing upon the formidable iron gate, Su Sheng experiences an unprecedented surge of security. Spending extra time is indeed justified. With 3 firm knocks, he secures the stout iron bolts behind the gate, relighting a torch before venturing deeper into the shelter. The zombies will emerge in 10 seconds. Countdown. 10987. Reminder. Slaying zombies will yield treasure chests, which may contain water, food, strategic supplies, and other mysterious rewards. Countdown. 321. Zombies have emerged. Players are advised to exercise caution and promptly enter the shelter. Chapter 7. The second night of the apocalypse. My goodness. Are there truly this many zombies? Why is it that even while hiding underground, they can still find me? Help, help, help. My little cabin is on the verge of being breached by zombies. Somebody, please assist me. Everyone, remain calm. Look for trees nearby. These zombies cannot climb. I am currently sheltering in a tree, but this one is not sturdy enough and is swaying perilously. I'm terrified. What should I do if I cannot climb? Is there a seasoned expert who could demonstrate? Teach you? You're useless. You can't even climb a tree. I climbed trees every day when I was a child. Are you talking about me? I can climb, but there isn't a single tree in sight. I have dozens of zombies trailing behind me. I can barely move. My friends, it seems these zombies track us by scent. They possess a keen sense, sharper than a dog's nose. If there's a river nearby, jump in to evade the zombies, but be cautious not to drink the contaminated water, or you'll be poisoned before the zombies even get to you. Help! Once the system's countdown concluded, legions of zombies appeared in every survival zone, swarming like fish crossing a river. The activity in communication channels and forums reached an unprecedented peak, the highest in 2 days. These zombies, grotesque and disfigured, often missing limbs or bearing only half a face, exhibited a ravenous desire for fresh flesh, their greedy eyes betraying their hunger. The scent of humans quickly provided them with a target, enabling them to locate hiding places effortlessly and launch a frenzied assault. Their numbers, aggressiveness, bloodlust, and olfactory tracking abilities exceeded all expectations. Under the silvery moonlight, the unleashed zombies launched a brutal attack against humanity. Countless individuals, unable to find suitable shelters in time, were torn apart, becoming fodder for the zombies. Some found refuge in caves and crevices. But these natural shelters offered little space for movement, merely allowing them to huddle in fear, awaiting the ebb of the zombie tide. Others were encircled by zombies, taking refuge on cliffs, climbing sturdy trees, or plunging into suffocating lakes and rivers, praying for just a moment longer of survival. They were akin to fish in a net, trapped in a jar, or birds in a cage. The atmosphere was thick with an exhilarating tension, a palpable sense of life and death precariously hanging in the balance, causing adrenaline to surge in nearly everyone present. This night served as a battleground for humanity against the undead, a test of survival instinct, and an exploration of physical and mental limits. The heavy iron door rattled incessantly under the relentless assault, accompanied by the guttural howls of zombies. Fortunately, the door was sturdy, reinforced by Su Xing's specialized installation method, and despite the commotion outside, there were no signs of it being breached. Gradually, Su Xing's anxiety subsided, and he set aside his machete. Today was a race against time. He had only sipped a small amount of water, yet miraculously felt no pangs of hunger or thirst. As his tense emotions faded, the gnawing sensation of hunger finally made its presence known. He gulped down over 300 milliliters of water, alleviating his fatigue. With the remaining wood from the day, he constructed a small fire pit, using sturdy sticks to hold a chilled aluminum lunchbox above the flames to warm his evening meal. After a few minutes, he lifted the lid of the lunchbox, the scalding heat almost singeing him. Wisps of steam rose before him. The once cold and hard black pepper pork chop began to soften as it heated, juices oozing from its center, accompanied by a satisfying crackle. 2 previously hardened vegetarian dumplings filled with chives and egg gradually softened, swelling to the size of his fist. Amidst the chaotic sounds of zombies attempting to breach the door, Su Sheng took his first bite of the pork chop, delicious beyond measure. The fragrant aroma of black pepper ignited his appetite, and waves of hunger washed over him. The seasoned spiciness stimulated his salivary glands, compelling him to chew voraciously. The buttery richness tantalized his taste buds, urging him to savor every morsel until the pork chop was entirely devoured, leaving even the juices in the lunchbox consumed. With a satisfied smack of his lips, Su Xing realized that 200 grams was hardly sufficient. The remaining dumplings, filled with chives, eggs, and noodles made from high-quality dough that had risen beautifully, were delightfully chewy, their saltiness perfectly balanced. In just a few bites, he polished off the food before him. For a fleeting moment, Su Sheng relished the rare experience of indulging in modern hot food. The weariness that had enveloped him lifted, replaced by a profound sense of happiness. Sitting beside the warm campfire, he sipped a few more mouthfuls of sweet, cool water. Every cell in his body, from the scalp to his toes, brimmed with intense satisfaction. He laid the remaining wooden boards on the ground, extinguished the fire to conserve oxygen, and reclined, feeling a slight stiffness in his lower back and spine. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a secure refuge against the zombies, with access to clean water and the luxury of hot pork and dumplings, was an utterly blissful experience. Some individuals can only take refuge in marshes and damp areas, deprived even of the chance to rest upon a wooden plank. Soon, Su Sheng succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The night of the undead surged forth, and few lived under conditions as dire as his. Most endured sleepless nights, their stomachs empty and their hearts laden with trepidation. 1 billion souls were cast into this apocalyptic realm, each facing a formidable struggle for survival, with varied responses to their plight. Those who had long occupied the echelons of privilege, the aristocrats, the affluent wives, the debauched scions of grand estates, and the delicate, disillusioned princesses of castles, began to yearn for the comforts of Blue Star. The loss of wealth and status dealt a crushing blow to them. leaving them bereft of the courage and skill required to confront survival's challenges. Their mental fortitude was swiftly breached, plunging them into despair beneath the moonlight. Conversely, many perceive their expulsion into this world as a form of liberation, having long borne the weight of incessant pressures, rebukes from parents, anxiety over grades, the exhaustion of work, endless spats between spouses, and the burdens of raising children. Here, they were free from these suffocating responsibilities. For such individuals, survival, in contrast to living, became a relatively straightforward endeavor. The majority embraced this new reality, summoning the courage, strength, and wisdom to face the myriad challenges ahead, resolutely arming themselves with stones and other tools to combat the undead. Under the moon's glow, they fought fiercely, employing various means to procure resources, thereby securing their immediate survival. Chapter 8. Survival of the Fittest. Su Sheng rubbed his bleary eyes, gradually awakening. The previous night's ample food and water, alongside the warmth of a safe refuge and a crackling campfire, had afforded him restful sleep and the energy to withstand the morning's damp chill. Current population in District 255, 867, 991, 000. In just one night, nearly 280,000 had perished. This staggering figure exceeded Su Sheng's expectations, amounting to nearly a third of the population. Now, barely half remained in the 255th survival zone. Survival of the fittest, each district's resources were finite, insufficient to sustain 1 million souls. Those who survived the onslaught of the zombies were formidable, and the competition ahead promised to be even fiercer. Su Sheng first perused the communication channel. Ha ha ha, the zombies have finally retreated. But don't celebrate too soon, they'll be back tonight. What's there to fear? I've already found a top-secret shelter. Bring them on, and I'll take them down. Have you all managed to loot treasure chests from the zombies? I did. I took down 5 zombies yesterday and secured 2 chests. Damn it, I killed 7 and only got 1. Why is my luck so abysmal? I vanquished 3 zombies, cracked open 3 treasure chests, and provided an abundance of food and water. Tee. How infuriating. I have slain 10 zombies yet found not a single chest. Why is that? Woe is me. Dear friends, last night I inadvertently fell into the clutches of a zombie. Surely I shan't become one of them? Help. Esteemed ones. I was bitten by a zombie last night, and now my mind feels somewhat foggy. Am I beyond salvation? My unfortunate teammate has already succumbed to zombification, and I was left with no choice but to eliminate him. He even yielded a treasure chest, which is somewhat amusing. Su Sheng perused the surroundings and unearthed a wealth of information. Firstly, zombies do indeed drop treasure chests, a fact the system had alerted us to upon their introduction. Secondly, the emergence of zombies is not a mere occurrence. Rather, it signifies that they will appear nightly henceforth. During daylight hours, due to the sun's rays, zombies are nearly non-existent. Even if they do appear, their combat prowess is drastically diminished. Lastly, being bitten or grasped by a zombie inevitably transforms one into a mindless creature akin to them. The emergence of zombies brings both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the increased avenues for acquiring treasure chests, although the drop rate is random. Each zombie can be regarded as a walking treasure chest, significantly enhancing the survival probability for all in securing resources. The downside, however, is that it restricts nighttime activities. Once darkness falls, one must seek refuge in a safe haven. With a general understanding in mind, Su Sheng grasped his tools and ventured outside the shelter. First and foremost, he needed to clear away the heaps of debris. In an effort to save time the previous day, he had carelessly piled the excavated earth while operating the excavator, neglecting to tidy up afterward. He needed to erase all traces of the excavator's tracks and the mounds of dirt. Otherwise, any onlooker would discern the signs of human activity, potentially harboring ill intentions and posing a threat to his safety. Secondly, he aimed to further optimize the structure of the shelter, improving ventilation, lighting, drainage, and other concerns. Most importantly, he resolved to confront threats such as zombies and other aberrant creatures head-on. This would serve as a profound test of his courage and character. Without practical experience, there can be no growth. He had no desire to become a coward who merely seeks to hide when faced with the undead. Peering through the crack in the door, Su Sheng confirmed his safety before he swung open the heavy iron gate and stepped outside the shelter. The sunlight, a stark contrast to the darkness he had grown accustomed to, momentarily blinded him until his eyes acclimated to the intensity. The once pristine iron gate bore numerous bloodstains and claw marks. Despite its battered appearance, its quality remained robust and would last for a considerable time. The ground was littered with chaotic footprints, and Su Sheng noticed many scraps of clothing, likely shed during the frantic encounters with the zombies. It appeared there were indeed quite a few zombies in this vicinity. The earth he had excavated and left unattended could now be used to cover the area near the gate, while the remaining soil could be fashioned into a drainage channel. With a brief mental plan in place, he took a few hearty gulps of water, seized his shovel, and commenced his labor. Daylight was a precious commodity. Every minute must be counted as a resource at his disposal. Each shovel and hoe embodies Su Sheng's unwavering conviction for survival. The sun swiftly becomes merciless, soaking Su Sheng's clothes in sweat. To facilitate his labor, he chooses to remove his shirt, continuing his toil bare-chested. If a person neglects physical activity, their stamina diminishes rapidly. In the urban environment, many individuals commute to offices, spending entire days seated before computers. Su Sheng, during his tenure as a master, was no exception and found himself devoid of energy for running or exercising. However, in the apocalyptic realm, gasping for breath after a mere sprint renders one's chances of survival even lower than those of elderly farmers who toil regularly. Engaging in discrete and drainage work can indeed enhance physical fitness, but this is contingent upon having sufficient water and food to replenish energy. Without such sustenance, the body would quickly succumb to exhaustion under the strain of high-intensity labor. A peculiar sound reached Su Sheng's ears, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. Instinctively reaching for the machete at his waist. Could it be a zombie? Cautiously, he traced the source of the noise and soon spotted a solitary undead. Her skin bore a grayish hue, and her pupils were completely white, seemingly reliant on smell and sound to navigate her surroundings. She donned a thin, tattered dress and wore genuine leather sandals, her clothing filthy, marred with dirt and dried, dark red bloodstains. Ignoring the gaping bite mark on her neck, one might describe her as an enchanting beauty. She was gnawing on a bone, savoring the remnants of flesh and blood. It appeared that someone nearby had met with misfortune the previous night. Concealed behind a rock, Su Sheng observed her movements intently, and an unusual thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps she could be tamed. A bath might be in order, providing a purpose for those in used condoms. Wait, how could I entertain such morbid thoughts? The female zombie sniffed around, turning her attention towards Su Sheng. It seemed she had detected his presence, with that decayed set of teeth. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider. Chapter 9. Can I cultivate the land? Ordinary zombie level. One basic description. Humans infected with pollutant particles. Now one of the sources of contamination, completely controlled by the central nervous system, existing as mere shells of their former selves. Traits and weaknesses. Any pronounced odor will attract their movements, particularly the scent of blood. Sounds exceeding 75 decibels capture their attention, posing the greatest threat at night. During the day, sunlight significantly weakens their mobility, rendering them less dangerous. Vulnerabilities include the forehead, nape, and any area where the central nervous system can be severed. Noise must not exceed 75 decibels, or it will draw nearby zombies, leading to dire consequences. The machete in Su Sheng's hand gleamed with a sharp silver light. Poised for action. The female zombie, upon spotting Su Sheng, resembled a famished individual who had just encountered a delectable dish. Letting out a roar in his direction before charging at him with alarming speed. Su Sheng took a deep breath, found an appropriate angle, and as she lunged toward him, he deftly evaded her bite, using the machete to sever half of her already decayed left leg. The female zombie, having lost her left leg, collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, emitting not a single sound of anguish. Despite the loss of a limb, she continued to crawl towards Su Sheng with her broken body. Is she truly unyielding to death? Su Sheng struck down fiercely upon her head, and with a resounding crack, her skull shattered, marking her demise. Suddenly, an iron treasure chest erupted from the ground. Congratulations. You have received ordinary iron treasure chest. An iron treasure chest? Open it. Opening the treasure chest. Please wait. Congratulations. You have received 2 Pampin French breads, 1 Yunbei white medicine spray, 1 red flower oil. 1 survival zone scroll. A survival zone scroll? Survival zone scroll. Rarity. Low level. Basic description. Upon use, it allows the player to summon a 3-dimensional map of the current survival zone via the control panel at any time. The survival zone cannot be specified, and this item will be consumed upon use. Main function and value. Assists players in identifying direction and terrain, enhancing judgment. Confirm usage. As Su Sheng confirmed, a blue code swept across the scroll in his hand. The scroll vanished, and a small functional map was added to Su Sheng's control panel. Upon invoking the map, a blue 3-dimensional projection appeared before him, which he could manipulate freely with his fingers, zooming in and out. Every mountain, river, and path in Survival Zone 255 was presented with remarkable clarity. Su Sheng minimized the 3-dimensional projection to its utmost extent, faintly discerning other continental plates. By its shape, he could roughly ascertain his current location. If the continental plates of this dimension remain unchanged, I should be on the Korean peninsula. The system categorizes safe zones based on the abundance of resources in the region. In survival zones rich in supplies, the probability of discovering treasure chests increases, as do the number of mineral veins. However, the more abundant the survival zone, the greater the number of participants, leading to heightened competition. Compared to the survival zones of the 9 provinces, Survival Zone 255 can only be described as resource-scarce and impoverished. Treasure chests are limited, while competition is less fierce. Mere survival is the best one can hope for. Only a scant few dozen individuals can thrive in such survival zones, and they inevitably must resort to plundering others' resources. To hope for normal development and the restoration of technological civilization is, without a doubt, a fool's errand. Su Sheng gathered his items and continued his labor. He toiled until nightfall before returning to the underground shelter. As he secured the 3 iron door bolts with a series of clicks, the tension that had gripped him began to ease. Alarm! Alarm! A natural disaster will arrive in 48 hours. All players are advised to prepare and devise countermeasures promptly. This natural disaster, Sandstorm, Level 1. Just as he lit a torch and settled down, Su Sheng received the system notification. Not only he, but all players in the survival zone received this notification, reigniting fervent discussions in the communication channels and forums. What the hell is going on? I just sat down, and now another disaster refreshes? I might as well jump into the river. Just as the zombies have been unleashed, now a natural disaster comes. It feels like they want us dead. Unbelievable. The assistance shop has been refreshed. Disaster-resistant soil enables crops to absorb and purify pollutants from the air and soil, thereby preventing crop infections. It promotes photosynthesis, transforming pollutants into fertilizers, thus accelerating the growth rate of crops. Note: once placed, it cannot be moved. Purchase price: 8,863,000 Doomsday Honor Points. What level of reward is this? If one can obtain disaster-resistant soil, wouldn't that mean self-sufficiency through purification devices and soil? In a barren environment where crops cannot flourish, normal soil is indeed a rare existence. Su Sheng felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Although 3,000 Doomsday Honor Points seemed somewhat excessive, as long as the scientific post I publish is substantial enough to gain recognition, this tool will yield great returns. Coupled with the fact that the previous 2 posts would daily grant me Doomsday Honor Points, I would soon accumulate enough points to purchase the disaster-resistant soil. Upon logging into the forum, Su Sheng noticed that in addition to discussions about the system alert regarding the impending sandstorm, there were numerous scientific posts. A quick glance revealed various topics such as climbing techniques, diving skills, tree-cutting methods, and fire-starting techniques. The content of these posts had received system approval and was designated as high quality, rewarding the authors with valuable resources. However, the system's rewards varied according to the post's value. And although they were all labeled as high quality, Su Sheng believed that their rewards could not compare to what he was about to achieve. What type of post should I publish today? If an individual possesses a lighter or flint, they would surely not click on a fire-starting technique post. Su Sheng concluded that the content of the post must be closely aligned with current events to attract a large number of players. With the system issuing an alert that a sandstorm would arrive within 48 hours and nightly zombie attacks occurring, a post teaching players how to find and construct a shelter would undoubtedly draw considerable attention. Having contemplated this, Su Sheng typed the title of his post, How to Quickly Find a Shelter. The content outlines several essential conditions for a shelter, emphasizing the need to avoid both the sandstorm and zombies. In the main body of the post, Su Sheng included details about the situation in Survival Zone 255 on the Korean Peninsula, describing its terrain and climatic characteristics, allowing players to make informed decisions based on this information. The post culminated with methods for constructing above-ground and underground shelters. Although people might not have abundant materials to build shelters at present, following the guidance in the post to first locate a safe place shouldn't prove difficult. Once their needs for food and water were met, they would naturally construct their own shelter according to Su Sheng's teachings. After correcting a few typos and punctuation errors, Su Sheng clicked send. This scientific post immediately sparked a tremendous response on the forum. Chapter 10, The Lion's Demands. What is happening? Am I on the Korean Peninsula? No wonder this place is so impoverished. After walking several miles, I haven't found a single treasure chest. I envy those in Africa. Do not envy. Our region experiences a temperate monsoon climate. If you were to venture into the tropical continent of Africa, you would surely succumb to the heat. It is quite disheartening that this place possesses scant mineral deposits. I had envisioned discovering significant veins. Esteemed readers, can we trust the assertions made by the original poster? While I cannot speak to all matters, I find the construction methods of those 2 types of shelters to be exceptionally professional. The expertise showcased is remarkable. Summarizing all essential points, I cannot help but wonder if the original poster is also a civil engineering major. The esteemed individual's personal profile clearly states that he is a columnist and a science communicator. Are you, perhaps, a contrarian? That may indeed be the original poster's profession. But I refer to their academic background, as many in civil engineering often change careers. Let us refrain from arguing. First, let us give a thumbs up to the original poster before continuing our discourse. My goodness, the wealth of knowledge shared is astonishing, even as a graduate student in geography. I failed to recognize that we reside in Area 255. This is why I say you are akin to naive scholars, lacking survival skills compared to even the elder statesmen. To speak candidly, the original poster's professional acumen is indeed impressive. They specifically advise that when constructing a shelter, one should ideally position it on the leeward side and on a hillside, which minimizes the accumulation of sand. It is certainly wise to heed the original poster's advice. Selecting a higher elevation is crucial, as heavy rains could spell disaster otherwise. Absolutely, lower-lying areas are often damp, attracting pests such as cockroaches and rats, and could even harbor snakes. Damp conditions can easily lead to skin ailments, hence it is imperative to choose elevated locations. Bravo to Su Xing's father. The comments on the post are overwhelmingly positive, and the number of likes is rapidly increasing. With some time remaining before finalization, Su Xing contemplated the materials he would require in the near future. First and foremost, he needed a sufficiently large piece of glass, preferably shatterproof. Although tempered glass would suffice as long as it possessed adequate strength. This glass would serve as a window, providing both ventilation and natural light, allowing for the daily exchange of fresh air and alleviating concerns regarding oxygen levels in the underground shelter, while also conserving torches and kerosene during daylight hours. Of course, this hinges on the success of the construction. Otherwise, he might find himself in a precarious situation. Secondly, he required a substantial quantity of timber for crafting furniture. At the very least, a bed, table, and stools were essential, as sleeping on a hard wooden board proved quite uncomfortable. Lastly, Su Xing needed iron blocks, steel plates, and other metallic materials for fabricating armor and weaponry. A mere scratch from a zombie could result in exposure to an unknown virus. Should the zombie population be numerous, one could easily sustain injury. Following a natural disaster, the emergence of otherworldly beasts might ensue, and at present, I remain entirely ignorant of these creatures. The sooner I procure a set of armor, the more secure I will feel. Reflecting on earlier events, Su Xing had been rather audacious, daring to engage in combat with that female zombie bare-chested. Thankfully, it was daytime. Had it been night, my fate might have been sealed. After determining his needs and inventorying his supplies, Su Xing opened the trading platform, preparing for a shopping expedition. This time, he opted not to post publicly but instead initiated private conversations with the sellers, whether it be the trading partners or the forum. After posting 3 times, Su Xing had become quite memorable to them. Frequent listings of purified water alongside the acquisition of contaminated water may raise suspicions. In a previous post, someone commented, questioning whether Su Xing possessed a method to purify contaminated water. With such attention, he wishes to avoid inciting unwarranted animosity, prompting others to keep him in their thoughts. Seller, Jean Futian, listed item, 1,800 units of contaminated water, transaction intent, purified water, note, recently extracted from a dried well, willing to exchange for purified water. Food is also acceptable. Please don't propose an outrageous price, otherwise, I will not respond. Su Xing clicked on his avatar to initiate a private conversation. Su Xing, brother, would you sell me 350 units of purified water? Jean Futian promptly replied, brother, your offer seems a bit low. Could you raise it a little? Su Xing, for 100 units of purified water, not a drop more. Jean Futian, hey, brother, this sounds familiar. Jean Futian, oh my. You are the esteemed figure who posted 3 informative threads on the forum. Jean Futian, if I hadn't seen your posts, I might have perished last night. Su Xing, under the apocalyptic circumstances, such benevolence still exists? Jean Futian, brother, I'm curious about your intention behind collecting contaminated water. Have you reached a point of desperation, preparing to take a risk? Jean Futian, you need to be cautious. If you were to perish, who would continue sharing those valuable survival tips? Jean Futian, for 100 it is. I'll send you a private link, and you can make the purchase directly in the chat. While Su Xing offered a succinct response, Jean Futian seemed eager to speak at length. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, communication channels and forums limited daily interactions, leaving private messages as the sole unrestricted means of conversation. Many sought companionship, yearning to share their struggles, yet found themselves silenced. As for the informative posts, Su Xing neither sought praise nor desired favors in return. He simply wished to avoid negative comments or insults in his threads. He replied with a simple withholding too much personal information, as one must remain guarded in such uncertain times. He quietly noted Jean Futian's name and proceeded to purchase the 1,800 units of contaminated water with his 400 units of purified water. After pouring 1,500 units of contaminated water into the purification device, Su Sheng pressed the purification lever. Buzzing. Purification complete. Obtained. 1,500 units of purified water. Remaining attempts today. 01. Subsequently, Su Sheng utilized the search function to look for materials such as glass, wood, iron blocks, and steel plates. Seller. Wang Huan. Listed item. Tempered glass. Transaction intent. Water. Note. I fought off 6 zombies to retrieve this from a treasure chest. Those seeking a bargain can stay far away. With goods in hand, Su Sheng felt bold and decisively clicked on the avatar to initiate a private chat. Su Sheng, brother, name your price. Wang Huan, are you Su Sheng? The Su Sheng from the forum? Wang Huan, Su Sheng, I am a devoted fan of yours. Su Sheng, well, thank you. Please give me a fair price. Wang Huan, since you are Su Sheng, how about 2,000 milliliters of purified water? Su Sheng? Su Sheng initially believed that this seller would offer him a bargain, much like Jean Futian. To his astonishment, the opening bid was a staggering 2,000 milliliters. Was this not a case of pricing based on the buyer's perceived worth? It was a mouth even larger than that of a lion. Chapter 11. Bulletproof glass. There are indeed numerous types of glass on the market, yet Su Sheng required a piece of high-strength glass, which could only be tempered glass or, at the very least, bulletproof glass. Although such glass is rare, it certainly could not command a price as exorbitant as 2,000 milliliters. Su Sheng interjected, brother, this glass simply cannot be priced at that rate. Wang Huan retorted, boss, with your knowledge, procuring some purified water should be a trivial task, right? He continued. Unlike us who lack survival skills and can only rely on our strength to fell trees, quarry stones, and contend with zombies. This glass is something I have risked my life to obtain. Wang Huan persisted, 2,000 milliliters is truly not excessive. I know you have it. I can lower it a bit to 1,900 milliliters. How does that sound? This seller, much like Su Sheng imagined, presumed him to be a wealthy individual with an abundance of food and water, eager to seize the opportunity to take a hefty bite. Su Sheng, however, would not grant him such an opportunity, resolutely rejecting the offer and closing the dialogue window. Wang Huan's glass was categorized by the item system as the lowest tier, indicating that it was of the poorest quality among similar products. Furthermore, once this precedent was set, an increasing number of individuals would emulate his behavior, seeing Su Sheng as a target to charge prices 1 or 2 times higher than those offered to regular buyers, while others were lowering their prices. This individual brazenly raised his, inciting frustration. After lingering in the trading post for over 10 minutes, Su Sheng's attention was captured by a particularly enticing trade post. Seller, Xinyu Wei, item listed, bulletproof glass, trading intention, medicinal products. Note, if anyone possesses medicine for contusions or injuries, please message me directly. Serious inquiries only. Thank you for your cooperation. Bulletproof glass. Now that is something worth my time. Su Sheng utilized the item system to examine the attributes of this bulletproof glass. Bulletproof glass. Rarity. Supreme. Main components. Sand. Sodium carbonate. Dolomite. Calcite. Glauber's salt. Coal powder. Basic description. A special glass primarily made from single-pane float glass that has undergone reinforcement treatment, resulting in a surface with strong resistance to violent impact. Main function and value. Exhibits high impact resistance and safety for use, making it suitable for ceilings, shower rooms, flooring, partition walls, skylights in industrial buildings, and storefront windows. System recommendation. Proper installation can enhance ventilation and lighting in shelters while defending against threats from zombies and other creatures. Please refer to detailed construction and installation methods. Shen Yunwei's profile picture featured a half-body shot of herself. She possessed an Asian visage with well-defined features, fair skin, and eyes that sparkled like water. Her fingers resembled delicate jade, with a few freshly developed calluses adorning her palms. Clad in a pristine white shirt devoid of any wrinkles, complemented by a red bow tie at the collar, she exuded an air of elegance that added a touch of charm to her otherwise formidable countenance. Shen Yunwei, age 26. Stands at 170 centimeters and weighs 58 kilograms, serving as a fighter pilot with the rank of lieutenant. Su Sheng remarked, a pilot? Each individual's profile is annotated with their age, height, weight, and prior profession before deployment. It was astonishing to discover that the post featured the highest grade anti-riot glass. The post had been uploaded merely 5 seconds prior, and without hesitation, Su Sheng clicked on her avatar to initiate a private chat. Su Sheng inquired, what medications do you require? Shen Yunwei replied, hemostatic agent, treatment for bruises and strains, and bandages. Su Sheng asked, do you need purified water? Shen Yunwei responded, only the medicine, no water. If you lack the medication, there is no need to reply. Thank you for your cooperation. Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback by her directness. Aside from the hemostatic agent, he possessed the other items she requested. The beginner-esque gift pack included bandages and today. A box looted from a slain zombie yielded Yunbei Baiyao spray and a bomb. However, he was reluctant to part with such valuable resources. While food and water were undeniably vital, in this post-apocalyptic world, even a minor ailment could pose a fatal threat. The current sanitary conditions were deplorable, and medical assistance was virtually non-existent. In dire circumstances, medication took precedence over sustenance and hydration. One could survive a day or two without food and water, and with some fortune, even find a stash of supplies. However, injury drastically altered the situation. Once mobility was compromised, the odds of survival diminished significantly. Predators like lions and tigers instinctively avoid injury while hunting, and Xin Yuwei was likely in a similar predicament. Noticing her reluctance to relent, Su Sheng mentioned that he had some medications. Xin Yunwei asked, "What do you have?" After he listed the items, she expressed her acceptance. Xin Yunwei stated, "1 bottle of Yunbei Baiyao spray, 1 bottle of balm, and 1 roll of bandage. This is my offer." She continued, "If you agree, I will create a private link, and you can purchase directly." It was evident that someone from a military background acted decisively without any hesitation. Su Sheng felt a genuine admiration for her promptness in such a dire situation. Su Sheng remarked, "If you were caught by a zombie, it would be futile. 100% chance of death. You give me the anti-riot glass, and I shall provide you with food and water. Be a glutton." Xin Yuwei retorted, "Glutton, you say? I merely scraped my knee on a stone while you were bitten by a zombie. Your entire family has been bitten by zombies." Clearly, Su Sheng had underestimated Xin Yuwei's will to survive and misjudged her injury. Despite her seemingly gentle demeanor and politeness, Xin Yuwei responded with unrestrained fury. Su Sheng pondered why he had even spoken at all. "Wait, you're Su Sheng, the one who posts informative articles on the forum?" Xin Yuwei asked. "Indeed, that's me." Su Sheng replied, "I apologize, my emotions are somewhat unstable at the moment. I hope you won't take offense," she said. "It's all right, I'll take it. Please create a link, and I'll make the purchase directly," Su Sheng responded. "Understood," Xin Yuwei replied, uncertain of the circumstances surrounding other trading posts and survival zones. The 255th zone's exchange featured but a solitary piece of bulletproof glass, and it was of the rarest quality. In truth, Xin Yunwei's price was not exorbitant, as it was considerably more economical than the previous offer made by Wang Huan. A single piece of tempered glass demanded an outrageous 2,000 milliliters of purified water. What audacity! Su Sheng was determined to acquire it. After finalizing the transaction, he noticed that half of the medicines he possessed had vanished, and Xin Yunwei's bulletproof glass was automatically dispatched to his inbox. Xin Yunwei remarked, "Pleasure in our collaboration. Should I come across any valuable items in the future, I shall consult you first." Su Sheng responded, "Indeed, it would be an honor." Xin Yunwei continued, "The posts you have shared on the forum are quite practical. I hope you live long enough to contribute more such invaluable insights. It may increase the chances of survival for others." She added, "If there are any areas of confusion, feel free to approach me. While I cannot claim complete understanding, the knowledge imparted by my instructor has proven to be quite useful." The other party has followed you, acquired. Bulletproof Glass, Chapter 12. Improving the shelter. Through their conversation, Su Sheng learned that Xin Yuwei possessed only half of the Jiuzhou lineage. With her father being from Jiuzhou and her mother from Old Singapore, she had previously served as a deputy team leader at the Atlantic Flying Base. With the flight code, Mandala, public documents indicated that training a pilot demands substantial effort and financial resources, beyond specialized flying and combat skills. These pilots are dispatched to various nations and regions to undergo wilderness survival training. Such training equips them to endure for 2 weeks in desolate areas following incidents of aircraft abandonment or crashes, awaiting rescue. Upon perusing Xin Yunwei's profile, Su Sheng discovered she had authored 2 posts on the discussion forum. One elucidated the use of the synthesis feature to craft essential items, while the other detailed close combat techniques for dispatching dangerous zombies with a single strike. Both posts had been designated as premium content by the system, suggesting that Xin Yunwei was indeed not lacking in food and water. The bulletproof glass was a rare find, and Su Sheng deduced that she had yet to establish her own shelter. Otherwise, she would not part with such a valuable item in exchange for medicine. Su Sheng decided to follow her as well before closing the chat window. He subsequently engaged in private conversations with several sellers, acquiring food, timber, and iron blocks among other materials. Weaponry and equipment were deemed more crucial than furniture. If one were to perish, the crafted furnishings would merely be surrendered to others. Thus, Su Sheng resolved to prioritize the allocation of his limited resources towards the synthesis of equipment. On the synthesis page, he selected the armor category. Gladiator chest armor, grade, superior, basic description, The front and back sections are connected by rings and hinges or encased in iron straps. Weighing 6 kilograms and measuring 2 millimeters in thickness. Primary function and value. Provides a certain degree of resistance against sharp objects, though it fails to withstand weapons with strong penetrating capabilities. System recommendation: it is advisable to avoid attacks from blunt instruments and firearms, as well as to guard against high-penetration armor-piercing arrows. Materials required for synthesis: 85 iron blocks, 63 wooden planks. Success rate: 85. This should be the most affordable piece of armor available. Confirm synthesis. Synthesis complete after a thorough system scan. This upper body armor materialized before Su Sheng. This armor lacks sleeves, but adequately covers the torso. Su Sheng eagerly donned it for a trial. It felt somewhat heavy, yet it fit perfectly. Upon testing, this armor withstood the blows of a machete, leaving only a shallow cut without penetrating. It is entirely sufficient for repelling zombies, proving to be quite reliable in terms of safety. Su Sheng then proceeded to open the weapons section. Strong wind crossbow. Grade: Supreme. Basic description: a powerful long-range weapon composed of limbs, bow, string, and mechanism, with a range of 100 meters. Primary function and value: outstrips the bow in range, possesses greater lethality, higher accuracy, and demands less from the user. Once loaded, it can fire 5 bolts. Suitable for siege, ambush, defense, breakout, and standoff scenarios, while also offering some warmth and wind protection. System recommendation: the loading time for this crossbow is relatively lengthy. Testing the user's arm strength and proficiency. For detailed usage instructions, please click to view. Materials required for synthesis: 33 iron blocks, 33 wooden planks. Success rate: 95. Equipped with a versatile machete for close combat, Su Sheng now sought a ranged weapon. Whether to eliminate zombies or fend off intruders, he could stealthily incapacitate an opponent with a single arrow, diminishing their mobility or even vanquishing them entirely. This would significantly reduce the frequency of close encounters and mitigate risks. This compact crossbow, though not a large, powerful one, boasts an impressive range of 100 meters. Confirm synthesis. Synthesis complete, following a swift system code scan. A crossbow appeared at Su Sheng's feet, complete with 5 bolts. He placed a wooden board at a distance, loaded the weapon, and took aim. Whoosh! A bolt was forcefully launched, slicing through the air and embedding itself firmly into the board. Whoosh! 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 The accuracy of this crossbow exceeded Su Sheng's expectations, demonstrating remarkable power. At this distance, while it did not pierce through the board, it penetrated by 2 to 3 centimeters. Aimed at an unarmored zombie or human, a single bolt could pierce through an arm. After several rounds of loading experiments, these bolts could be reused multiple times. It would take at least a dozen shots before the tips began to dull, yet they retained their sharpness. Whether it be timber or iron, the prices on the exchange oscillate between 100 and 300. Initially, there was little awareness among everyone regarding the synthesis of specialized armor and weapons. However, once individuals settle in, these materials are bound to experience a significant price surge. With less than 2 liters of pure water, I crafted armor and weaponry, yielding remarkable profits. In the early days, possessing a piece of armor and a powerful weapon alleviated any concerns regarding zombies. As long as I remain prudent, no one poses a substantial threat to me. After removing his chest plate, Su Sheng extinguished the torch following dinner and retired early for the night. The following morning, upon awakening, Su Sheng felt remarkably clear-headed. A glance at his watch revealed it was merely 20 minutes past 5. Being thrust into this post-apocalyptic world not only alleviated my habitual mental fatigue, but also regulated my daily routine. After languidly stretching, Su Sheng completed his chores, then gathered his tools and transported a sheet of explosion-proof glass to the small cart, preparing to enhance the ventilation and lighting of the shelter. Although today's labor was not conducive to heavy lifting, he decided to don his armor for potential emergencies. Since he had already crafted the armor, he would not complain about its weight. Once fully equipped, with his bow and arrow secured at his waist, he exited the shelter. At that moment, the sun had yet to rise, and the sky was a blend of blue and black, accompanied by a chilling breeze that enveloped Su Sheng. Following the system's expert guidance, he navigated around the rocky surface atop the shelter, digging a rectangular opening into the denser soil below. At first glance, it resembled a thief's tunnel, albeit larger in size. It was just the right dimensions to accommodate the explosion-proof glass. Direct placement was impossible. Within the shelter, a supporting structure had to be established to enhance stability, ensuring the glass could perform to its fullest potential. A seemingly simple task of improving ventilation and lighting consumed Su Sheng 3 to 4 hours, only concluding when the sun became exceedingly harsh. Rubbing his sore back, he nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Finally, it was completed. Chapter 13. Standard disaster-resistant soil resting within the shelter. Su Sheng gazed upon the fruits of his labor from the morning, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Following the System S tutorial, he had constructed a stable support mechanism beneath the shelter. This apparatus comprised 8 wooden sticks, each the thickness of a wrist, forming a stable rectangle secured into the overhead soil, effectively locking the explosion-proof glass in place through mutual force. Unless manually opened, breaching the strength of the glass would be exceedingly difficult. Although the structure lacked aesthetic appeal, it improved the shelter's ventilation and lighting while ensuring both sealing and defensive strength. For now, practicality took precedence. Any aesthetic enhancements could wait for a later time. To save time in the morning, some soil had been piled within the shelter itself. After a simple lunch, Su Sheng took a moment to relax before commencing the cleanup of the wasteland. It must be noted that this small cart proved exceptionally useful, serving not only for transporting goods and tools but also for moving earth. At last, Su Sheng comprehended why every household in rural areas possessed such a small wooden cart. Its practicality was unparalleled, even surpassing that of an axe. While clearing debris in the afternoon, a sudden, sharp clang of metal reached Su Sheng's ears, akin to the sound of copper bells or jangling chains. Instantly, he cast aside his shovel, grasped the axe in his hand, and heightened his alertness. Before long, he pinpointed the source of the noise. Not far away, at the foot of a hill, stood a peculiar creature, robust in stature, adorned with several disheveled loops of rusty chains around its neck, wielding an axe and accompanied by 5 zombies, advancing menacingly towards him. What on earth is that? An elite zombie among the horde? Su Sheng immediately focused his attention to examine its attributes. Elite zombie level 2 basic description, an elite human infected with pollutant molecules. One of the advanced sources of contamination. Characteristics and weaknesses. Possesses the mentality of a 4-year-old child, lacks olfactory function. It has exceptional vision and is sensitive to the scent of blood. It can utilize simple tools and moves at a slower pace. Sounds exceeding 75 decibels will attract its attention, posing the greatest threat at night. During daylight, sunlight significantly diminishes its mobility, rendering it a lesser threat. Weak points include the forehead, nape, and any area capable of severing the central nervous system. Targeting its eyes can lead to blindness. The elite zombie's pupils were unlike those of ordinary zombies, appearing blood red, and its attributes indicated a heightened sensitivity to the scent of blood. It may not be approaching me directly, it could simply be drawn by the surrounding stench of blood. Of course, it might also be that my formidable iron gate is exceedingly difficult to breach, prompting an elite zombie to attempt to break through with its axe. The axe it bore was no different from those found in a standard toolbox. Even if it were to assault the gate, it would take days and nights to achieve any damage. However, Su Sheng would not grant it that opportunity. Taking advantage of the distance from the shelter, he resolved to eliminate it there, lest the entrance become saturated with the scent of blood, attracting more zombies. Su Sheng had no desire to spend his days clearing the area of the undead, allowing such tasks to hinder him. It was also an opportune moment to test the newly crafted hand crossbow. Perhaps it would yield a few treasures. Loading the crossbow, Su Sheng concealed himself behind cover, focusing intently on his aim. As the elite zombie approached within 20 meters, he pulled the trigger. With a swift whoosh, the sharp arrow was propelled forcefully from the crossbow. The projectile struck its left chest. Su Sheng was certain it had pierced the heart. Yet, it merely paused, lowering its gaze to the bolt lodged in its chest. Before yanking it out with a sudden motion, blood gushed forth, staining the ground and foliage. With a deafening roar, the elite zombie locked eyes with Su Sheng and charged towards him. It has spotted me. Its speed, however, was not greater than that of ordinary zombies. Its size and weight appeared to hinder its movement, thereby granting Su Sheng a precious opportunity to strike. No longer evading, he focused intently on aiming at the approaching threat. It is imperative to strike it down with a crossbow. Engaging in close combat with such a creature is akin to courting death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ultimately, as the distance between Su Sheng and the creature narrowed to mere meters, a crossbow bolt found its mark at the creature's brow. The elite zombie collapsed heavily, successfully vanquished. Howls echoed as other zombies surged towards Su Sheng, yet under the sunlight, these foes were inconsequential. With deft precision, he dispatched them, nearly one by one. Regrettably, among the 5 ordinary zombies, not a single treasure chest emerged. However, above the fallen elite zombie, a splendid copper chest materialized. A copper chest. Su Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. He hastily opened it. Opening treasure chest, please wait, congratulations. You have received 1 painkiller, 1 Yunbei white medicine spray, 1 intermediate iron block. Painkillers? Intermediate iron blocks? A glimmer of delight flickered in Su Sheng's eyes as he surveyed the rewards. Just yesterday, he had traded his red flower oil and spray with Shen Yue, leaving him with only a roll of bandages. The painkillers and Yunbei white medicine spray perfectly filled the void in his medical supplies. Once the zombies were dealt with, night had fallen. Su Xing swiftly retreated to the shelter, securing the heavy door behind him. After shedding his armor, he noticed, illuminated by the torchlight, a scratch left by a zombie on the shoulder of his armor. The chest plate had absorbed a portion of the impact, allowing him to remain unaware of the danger. Had it not been for this gladiator chest plate, his shoulder would have surely bled, and he might have soon become one of the undead. This armor had proven invaluable. The system's notification chimes echoed repeatedly. The Doomsday Honor points had been tallied. You have earned 165 points of Doomsday Honor. You have earned 256 points of Doomsday Honor. You have earned 1697 points of Doomsday Honor. Your forum level has risen to 4. Your previous post has been designated as a featured post. Awarding you 10,000 pure water. 10,000 milliliters of pure water? That equates to 10 liters. To think that my hardcore post on finding hiding spots and establishing above-ground and underground shelters would yield nearly 1,700 points of Doomsday Honor. Su Shang quelled his excitement and calculated swiftly in his mind. 88616525616973004 points of Doomsday Honor. Just enough to purchase disaster-resistant soil. He opened the assistant shop and made the purchase without delay. You have purchased standard disaster-resistant soil, deducting 3,000 points of Doomsday Honor. Current balance, 4 points. You have received 1 standard disaster-resistant soil, standard disaster-resistant soil, artifact, intermediate, basic description, sourced from a high-level agricultural civilization. This soil possesses remarkable adaptive capabilities, primary function, and value. Enables crops to absorb and purify pollutants from the air and soil, preventing infections, facilitates photosynthesis, converting pollutants into fertilizer and accelerating crop growth. Note, once placed, it cannot be moved. Hurry and plant your crops. Chapter 14. Planting wheat. Finally, I have secured you. Standard disaster-resilient soil, detailed instructions. Su Shang perused the comprehensive guidelines for the disaster-resilient soil and discovered that its attributes were indeed not exaggerated. It could significantly shorten the growth cycle of ordinary crops. For instance, the growth cycle of onions is typically 360 days, but when cultivated in disaster-resilient soil, a harvest could be reaped in merely 7 days. Crops with a growth cycle of 160 to 180 days could yield a harvest every 4 days, while those with a cycle of 90 to 120 days could be harvested every 2 days. Upon purchasing the disaster-resilient soil, the system generously provided a packet of wheat seeds. Su Xing mentally calculated the potential yield. The growth cycle for wheat is approximately 3 months, yielding 15 units of wheat per square meter, with a harvest every 2 days. In 1 month, nearly 50 pounds of wheat could be harvested, over a pound a day. Su Xing gazed at the model of the disaster-resilient soil and the seeds in his hand, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The current dilemma was where to place it. Once positioned, it could not be relocated, making the location crucial. Although the soil was named for its disaster resistance, it would be a shame to have it trampled or damaged by passing zombies or strange beasts. After careful consideration, Su Shang resolved to place it against the walls on either side of the entrance to the underground shelter. This would not obstruct entry and exit while also protecting it from harm. As for photosynthesis, he could simply acquire a mirror from the trading post to reflect sunlight through the skylight. Confirm placement. Position cannot be moved after placement. Confirm placement. After placing it, Su Xing used a shovel to turn the soil and bury the seeds. You have successfully planted crops. Besides the system notification, Su Xing observed a countdown to maturity. Maturity time, 475,954. In 48 hours, he could harvest wheat. He restrained his excitement and continued to tally his gains. The intermediate iron blocks in his backpack piqued Su Xing's interest. Opening the synthesis feature, he placed the intermediate iron blocks inside, and the control panel revealed numerous items not listed before. Among them were primarily armor and weapons. One piece of armor, in particular, caught Su Shang's eye. Named, Best Player S Athletic Running Shoes. Main function and value. Increases player S movement speed by 15 while walking or running. An increase of 15 in movement speed? Su Xing couldn't help but marvel. The attributes of this equipment were truly tantalizing. Could this be the hidden gameplay the system had previously mentioned? Medium to high-level materials could be synthesized into special high-level equipment? Upon checking the price, he found synthesis requirements, 19 intermediate iron blocks, 0, 5 intermediate fibers, goodness. That's rather expensive. Currently, I couldn't even synthesize shoelaces with my materials. In addition to the running shoes that enhance movement speed, there were also auxiliary equipment that increased stamina and strength. Su Xing yearned to synthesize them, but alas, he lacked sufficient materials. After perusing the trading post with intermediate as the search keyword, he found nothing. This implied that throughout the 255 survival zones, no intermediate materials had yet been discovered. The sole intermediate iron block resides in the hands of Su Xing. It is precisely due to this intermediate material that he has uncovered a hidden aspect of the synthesis function. Neither the communication channels nor the forums have anyone discussing this revelation. It appears that I am the only one privy to this information. Such specialized equipment is initially designated for only a select few to possess, lacking sufficient materials for synthesis. Su Sheng was compelled to abandon that course of action and seek alternative methods. Having exhausted today's purification attempts, he successfully purified 1,500 units of pure water, hastily tore open 2 small bread packages, and swiftly resolved his dinner. With merely a few hours remaining until disaster strikes, he must clear the wasteland by dawn. After determining tomorrow's labor tasks, Su Sheng quickly succumbed to slumber. The following day, after clearing the wasteland, dusk had already settled. Alert! Alert! Disaster sandstorm has arrived. All players are urged to respond swiftly. The disaster will last for 12 hours. Upon its conclusion, 3 supply crates will be dropped in each survival zone. Coordinates have been sent to each player's mailbox. The rewards within each airdrop crate are exceptionally generous, including but not limited to strategic materials, intermediate to advanced materials, weapons, blueprints, technological facilities, and super items. Please assess your own situation and consider whether to venture forth for the airdrop. Good luck to you all. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in everyone's ears. Once the sound faded, Su Sheng was immediately met with the howling roar of the swirling sands. Goodness! How could the sandstorm arrive so suddenly? He exclaimed, feeling the gritty sensation of sand in his lungs. Fortunately, he had found shelter in time, or he might have been swept away. Family, someone help me. I've been blown into a tree by the sandstorm and cannot get down. Ugh. My water has been filled with sand. Can anyone still drink this? This is absurd. The sandstorm has swept away my rice bowl. Hey upstairs. Where did you get your rice bowl? Can a treasure chest even spawn such things? Family, how do we avoid the sand and wind? My half-built shelter has been toppled. Speechless, I followed Su Sheng's method to dig an underground refuge, and it's already half buried by the sand. If only I had chosen the windward slope. Half submerged is still manageable, but my front door has been blocked by sand. How on earth do I get out? I guess I must wait until the disaster ends to devise another plan. Wait, are there still zombies around? Damn it, do these zombies ignore the disaster? Why aren't they being blown away? Will zombies still emerge at night? Ah, there really are zombies outside. May the heavens protect us. In the hours following the onset of the sandstorm, the communication channels and forums were inundated with posts of lamentation, showcasing a myriad of predicaments. Some had been swept into the skies, others found their hiding places blocked, some shelters were insufficiently fortified and blown away, while others had their doors obstructed by sand. All while being incessantly besieged by zombies. The combination of zombies, natural disasters, and the sandstorm struck like a boxer delivering a series of powerful blows. If one is caught unprepared, they may find themselves severely compromised, losing all their resources, having their bases destroyed, and being forced to start anew. In the worst cases, it could lead to injury or even death. Su Sheng is thoroughly prepared. His door is robust, although occasional gusts of wind and sand manage to infiltrate. It is entirely capable of withstanding the onslaught of zombies. After ventilating the skylight, Su Sheng promptly closed it as countless grains of sand pounded against the glass, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. The advantageous geographical position, the formidable iron door, the well-sealed skylight, and the high-strength shatterproof glass provide Su Sheng with substantial security. Upon glancing at his mailbox, he discovered indeed a coordinate map for an airdrop. Strategic resources, mid to high-grade materials, weaponry, blueprints, technological facilities, and extraordinary items. This airdrop is simply tantalizing. Chapter 15. An abundance delivered, request for support and votes. Goodness, this airdrop appears rather bountiful. Resources, weaponry, technology. Wouldn't acquiring these render one invincible? Invincible, you say? In a survival zone of 1 million people, only 3 airdrops? It seems true. There are merely 3 coordinates marked on the map. What kind of coordinate map is this? I can't even discern its location. Am I to simply dream? Could someone more knowledgeable interpret this coordinate map? It's exceedingly rudimentary, making it nearly impossible to distinguish directions. Don't waste your time on analysis. Even if you obtain a clear coordinate map, would you dare venture forth? That's a valid point. I certainly wouldn't. The journey is fraught with zombies and the threat of other humans. One misstep could cost you your life. Let me offer a piece of advice. Better to live poorly than to die well. If you're unarmed, it's best to refrain from courting disaster. I don't even know how far the airdrop is from me, so I'll quietly observe the experts engage in battle. Did not the esteemed Su Sheng mention that the 255th survival zone is at least the size of 2 prefecture-level cities? The distance is too great. By the time I arrive, the opportunity will have passed. The above reflects the messages from Su Sheng's observation channel. He glanced at his mailbox again and confirmed the presence of a rather vague coordinate map. It lacked any indication of routes, terrain, or topography, merely presenting locations in a grid format. Not only could others not discern directions, but even Su Sheng himself was at a loss. In a bid for clarity, Su Sheng attempted to overlay the 3-dimensional map with the airdrop coordinate map, finally grasping the locations. The 3 airdrop coordinates were distinctly colored, from left to right. They were labeled as Airdrop 1, red, Airdrop 2, blue, and Airdrop 3, green. Airdrop 1 offers the most generous rewards, while Airdrop 2 provides moderate, standard rewards, and Airdrop 3 yields the least. Su Sheng originally aspired to seize Airdrop 1, but alas, it lies far beyond his reach, at least 200 kilometers away, requiring traversal over mountains and valleys. Walking there would take no less than 10 days to 2 weeks, and even if he endured the arduous journey, it is likely that others would have already claimed the airdrop. Airdrop 2 and Airdrop 3, however, are closest to his position. Airdrop 2 lies 25 kilometers northeast in a straight line, while Airdrop 3 is 19 kilometers southwest. Though seemingly close, a small mountain obstructs the path, with no shortcuts available. Only by scaling that hill can one reach the destination. Calculating accurately, the distance of 19 kilometers must be doubled if one seeks to acquire the airdrop. The second airdrop is most suitable for Su Sheng. Not only is it the closest, but the terrain is also flat, with at least 3 shortcuts available. Most individuals are still perplexed by the directional coordinates, and some abandon the pursuit altogether. The reasons for such abandonment are manifold: fear of zombie attacks, insufficient rations, or a lack of suitable weaponry. Additionally, there are those who have gone several days without food or water, lacking even the strength to walk, merely managing to survive day by day. Despite the scarcity of resources and the abundance of competitors, very few opt to contest the airdrop, without any means of transportation. A distance of over 20 kilometers is considered a long trek. Many have been deployed for several days, failing to explore even the immediate vicinity, let alone attempt to seize the airdrop. They might not even recognize the path. Over 90% of people are content to avoid conflict and prioritize stability. Many have played battle royale games, and typically, there are only a few outcomes when vying for an airdrop. 1. The airdrop is snatched away by someone else, resulting in futile anticipation, or 2. While battling zombies on the way, even if one miraculously survives, there remains the probability of confronting another competitor at the airdrop. It's either you perish or I do. The risk factor is exceedingly high, leaving only a small handful of desperate souls clinging to the notion of seeking fortune in peril, willing to take a chance. In contrast, Su Sheng's odds appear quite favorable. First, he has been well fed and hydrated in recent days, rendering him in optimal condition. Second, the shelter possesses ample supplies to last over 3 days, allowing him to easily spare a meal or 2. Third, the airdrop's location is strikingly clear, enabling Su Sheng to devise a comprehensive strategic plan and chart his course. Fourth, he boasts an advantage in weaponry, equipped with both melee and ranged crossbows, along with protective gear. Aggregating these advantages, the probability of acquiring the airdrop is exceedingly high. After contemplating the risk factors and competition, the second airdrop feels akin to a morsel delivered right to his lips. Compared to the bountiful rewards within the airdrop crate, this distance is trivial. It would be a loss not to seize such an opportunity. A journey of 25 kilometers would take nearly half a day. It is conceivable that nearby individuals may also be active, necessitating an early departure to counteract the disadvantage of geographical positioning. Even if he ultimately returns empty-handed, it would serve as reconnaissance of the surrounding terrain and enemy presence. Upon deciding to claim the airdrop, Su Sheng promptly began formulating an appropriate strategic plan based on the terrain and topography. He meticulously calculated not only the travel time and route but also considered his retreat routes one by one. The more thorough the plan, the greater the likelihood of successfully acquiring the airdrop and retreating unscathed. Having devised his plan, midnight approached. Su Sheng first traded at the market, acquiring sufficient contaminated water at the price of 300 pure waters, exhausting his purification attempts for the day. Buzz, 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 processing complete. Acquired 1,500 pure water. Remaining attempts today, 0-1. I require more crossbow bolts. 5 will undoubtedly be insufficient. Although the machete is indeed a fine tool, I find myself in need of crafting a sharp dagger for close combat self-defense to be prepared for any eventualities. Currently, Su Sheng possesses approximately 11 liters of purified water available for trade. Seller, Jean Xiaobo, item listed. 1 unit of iron block. Trade intent. Purified water. Note. Kind sir, please spare some water. Just 200 milliliters will suffice. I am selling it at a bargain. Seller. Xin Xin Yuan. Item listed. 3 units of timber. Trade intent. Food or purified water. Note. Dear friends, I implore you to take this. My child has gone 3 days without food. Any food will do. Or I can trade for 500 milliliters of purified water to take away. Soon enough, Su Cheng gathered sufficient iron blocks at the trading post, even accumulating an ample supply of timber to support his construction of beds, tables, chairs, and more. Sharp dagger. Crafting complete. Standard bed, 182. Crafting complete. Standard dining table, 21. Crafting complete. After nearly an hour of bustling about, Su Cheng gazed at his once bare shelter, now adorned with furniture, feeling a sense of contentment. He also exchanged 200 milliliters of purified water for 5 units of plant fibers, crafting a blanket and pillow, finally freeing himself from the cold hard floor. With satisfaction, Su Cheng reclined on his bed, the long-lost comfort enveloping him, leading him swiftly into a peaceful slumber. Chapter 16. Airdrop box. In the early morning, Su Cheng slowly opened his sleepy eyes, luxuriating in a stretch upon his spacious bed measuring 1.8 by 2 meters. While sleeping directly on the wooden planks in the underground shelter was feasible, the damp environment posed various health risks, potentially leading to ailments. A bed ensures a certain level of comfort, enhancing Su Cheng's sleep quality. He suddenly realized the sheer joy of having a bed to sleep in. The disaster sandstorm has subsided. The airdrop is expected to arrive at the designated location in 8 hours. Players with corresponding plans should set out promptly. Good luck to you all. My cave is buried under sand. I cannot escape. Help, help, help. My hard-earned iron blocks have been buried by the sand. I cannot find them. Damn it, I was preparing to retrieve airdrop number 1, and the sandstorm has flooded all my water. How can I go now, damn it? Friends, as long as we are alive, let us not be too greedy. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Do not approach this with negativity, just start anew. Everyone, let us persevere. Current population of survival area 255. For 95339100000 in just one night, nearly 100,000 lives were claimed by the sandstorm in the survival zone. Su Cheng could not help but lament that within the span of less than a week, the entire 255 survival zone had seen its human population halved. This natural disaster dealt a heavy blow to the majority, diminishing the competitiveness of the airdrop. With the airdrop arriving in 8 hours, I must set out quickly to mitigate the disadvantage of distance. At this moment, the skylight was completely obscured by a layer of accumulated sand, blocking any light from penetrating. However, Su Cheng had performed admirably in his preliminary efforts, ensuring that not a single grain of sand had infiltrated the shelter. He ignited a torch and made his way towards the entrance to inspect. After a night of fierce sandstorms, the heavy iron door had withstood the majority of the dust and debris, though a small quantity had managed to seep through, forming piles at the entrance. With considerable exertion, Su Cheng managed to pry open the heavy door. The instant it swung ajar, sand, towering higher than a person, surged in and enveloped his shins. There were no new scratches on the door, indicating that the sandstorms had, to some extent, affected the zombies as well. Once his inspection was complete, Su Cheng began to organize his equipment in preparation for departure. In addition to a dagger and some furniture he had salvaged the previous night, he had also crafted a makeshift leg strap. His machete was secured at the back of his left waist, while the dagger fit perfectly into the leg strap. He filled his water flask to the brim and packed some grain pancakes purchased from the trading post as provisions. Painkillers and Yunbei Baiao spray were also included. With no time to clear the accumulated sand from the door and skylight, Su Cheng donned his gear, organized his backpack, and promptly set forth on his journey. Adhering to the route established the previous night, he dared not linger for even a moment and swiftly moved towards the coordinates of the second airdrop. The global sandstorm had wreaked havoc overnight, and although Su Cheng's chosen path was on level ground, he still encountered significant obstacles. The once spacious road had been compressed into a narrow path by the storm, with heaps of sand scattered everywhere. Some areas were soft, causing one to sink with just a couple of steps, while others, once traversable, were now completely covered in dust. Without a map, Su Cheng would have surely lost his way. If traps were laid in this terrain, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Arriving near the coordinates of the second airdrop, 6 hours had passed. Even with a map, it was easy to become disoriented, let alone for those poorly equipped and without one. Su Cheng glanced at his wristwatch. The time read 13:14. He was now 1 kilometer from the airdrop coordinates, with 2 hours remaining until its descent. Finally, a moment to rest. The closer he approached the airdrop location, the more precarious his rapid advance became, as he was likely to encounter others also vying for the supplies, potentially leading to an unexpected skirmish. Su Sheng advanced cautiously, erasing his footprints and any traces to minimize the risk of detection. During this time, he drank half a flask of water and quickly consumed the grain pancakes for lunch, replenishing the energy expended in the morning to ensure ample stamina for the challenges ahead. As he continued on, Su Sheng keenly noticed a set of footprints, human, given the substantial population of the 255th survival zone. It was evident that some individuals would brave numerous hardships to reach the airdrop. It appeared a fierce battle was imminent. The footprint, clearly imprinted in the sand, measured approximately size 44. By analyzing the foot length, it suggested that the individual stood at least 185 centimeters tall. An image of a muscular, robust man instantly flashed in Su Sheng's mind. Having discovered the footprints, he resolved to turn this to his advantage and follow them. Su Sheng adeptly altered his course, tracking the prints as he proceeded. Steadying his nerves, he readied his crossbow. In this scenario, urgency is paramount. One must swiftly catch up to those ahead without alarming them. Soon, Su Sheng observed movement in the distance. Stealthily approaching, he spotted a disheveled man whose appearance confirmed his suspicions. The man was robust but appeared to have lost considerable muscle mass, likely due to insufficient sustenance since his drop. In his left hand, he wielded a sharp dagger, while his right clutched a coordinates map. He was scanning the area, assessing the terrain. It was unclear from where this formidable figure had arrived, but his ability to accurately deduce the airdrop location from a mere map indicated his considerable prowess. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. By shadowing this man, Su Sheng could uncover all potential dangers ahead. Cautiously, Su Sheng trailed behind this brute, skillfully concealing himself, until they reached the airdrop site. It was an open expanse, marked by a blue circle on the ground, roughly the size of a helipad but devoid of any lettering. It was evident to anyone that the airdrop would be accurately delivered within that blue circle. A long-lost smile graced the man's face, and Su Sheng could surmise the reason for his glee. The man's position was advantageous. He was merely 100 meters from the blue circle, well concealed, with the surrounding area consisting solely of open land aside from the nearby woods. The only peril originated from the rear. Aware of this potential threat, Su Sheng retreated swiftly by 30 to 40 meters to evade the man's reconnaissance. As anticipated, the man cautiously returned to inspect the surroundings. After confirming that no one was behind him, he concealed himself once more behind a tree, focusing intently on the other three directions. The air was filled with the deafening roar of engines as a colossal transport aircraft soared overhead. The rear door swung open, and the airdrop crate was released. This metallic crate, entirely red and sealed with a blue lid, descended slowly, aided by its parachute. A sense of dread washed over Su Sheng. The cacophony had surpassed 75 decibels, likely attracting nearby zombies. Chapter 17. The mantis stalks the cicada. Su Sheng quickly recognized the looming threat. Although zombies typically roamed only at night, there were anomalies that ventured out during the day. He made an immediate decision to climb a tree. Ascending not only offered protection from the zombies, but also provided a vantage point for a broader and clearer view. Su Sheng selected a tree and struggled to scale a sturdy branch, scrutinizing the surroundings. The enormous airdrop crate continued its descent, and with a resounding crash, it struck the ground. Su Sheng felt that anyone present would be irresistibly drawn to it, as if a hammer had struck his heart. A discordant sound reached Su Sheng's ears. Looking down, he saw 4 zombies emerging from the depths of the forest. Indeed, zombies were present. These 4 grotesque creatures sniffed the air beneath the tree where Su Sheng perched, glanced upward, and after a couple of guttural howls, charged toward the formidable man ahead. Su Sheng was filled with trepidation, but fortunately he was perched in a tree. These zombies lacked climbing skills and could only target the muscular man ahead. The muscular man sensed the unusual disturbance behind him and promptly retreated a few steps, maintaining a safe distance from the zombies. Su Sheng observed from his vantage point with clarity. This individual possessed remarkable martial skills. He leaped up to grasp a tree branch, delivering a kick that felled 2 zombies, and upon landing, plunged a dagger directly into one zombie's eye. After extracting the dagger, he swiftly drove it into another zombie's neck. By the time the first felled zombie managed to rise again, the muscular man had dispatched 2 of them. It was evident that he had trained in some form of martial arts and wielded the dagger with exceptional finesse. The entire sequence was executed with precision, each move targeting vital points, devoid of any hesitation. Su Sheng recognized that this man was undoubtedly a seasoned fighter. Shadowing him was a prudent strategy. Engaging directly would yield no advantage for Su Sheng. In no time, the 4 zombies were vanquished by the muscular man, revealing a treasure chest below. The chest contained food and water, all of which the muscular man hastily stuffed into his mouth, filling his cheeks to capacity. To his astonishment, this man seemed to have no intention of leaving any provisions behind. 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of farmer's brew consumed in one go. It was apparent that he had not eaten in quite some time. His expression bore no joy. His gaze was fixated intently on the airdrop box, completely oblivious to Su Xing's presence in the tree. He was waiting. Su Xing was also waiting. This phase was a test of patience. The one who succumbed to impatience and approached the airdrop first could easily fall prey to an ambush. Su Sheng was well equipped, with ample rations, and had the Mantis ready to trigger an ambush for him. He could afford to wait, but the muscular man seemed restless. After observing for several minutes, the man made his first move, crouching like a thief as he stealthily approached the airdrop box. Su Sheng readied his crossbow, quietly aiming at him. If there were others present, they would undoubtedly prevent the muscular man from nearing the airdrop box, should no ambush occur. Su Xing planned to shoot the man as he returned to the jungle, decisively seizing the airdrop for himself. If someone else claimed the airdrop and gained advanced technology, Su Sheng's situation would become perilous. Whether for the bountiful rewards of the airdrop or out of self-preservation, Su Sheng would not allow another to take it. One must look out for oneself, otherwise the heavens would be unforgiving. In this endeavor, regardless of morality, deception was a soldier's craft, and each relied on their own capabilities. Su Xing aimed for the muscular man's chest, preparing to release 5 arrows in quick succession. Even if he could not kill him outright, inflicting injury was imperative. The muscular man crept closer to the airdrop box, swiftly diving behind it. He did not rush to open the box. Instead, he scanned the vicinity for threats. Once reassured of his safety, he slowly rose, a smile of uncontainable joy spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with greed. Su Xing's finger rested on the trigger, poised to unleash his bolt. Suddenly, a fierce whistling sound cut through the air. Whoosh, whoosh. 4 or 5 sharp arrows sliced through the atmosphere, hurtling directly toward the muscular man. A chilling scream echoed in Su Sheng's ears. Just as I suspected, there were indeed others present. A formidable man was struck in the heart by a flurry of arrows, collapsing lifelessly, his dagger slipping from his grasp. Su Xing observed a group descending from the nearby hillside, making their way toward the airdrop crate. To his surprise, it was a band of 4, armed and united. He counted them meticulously. Each bore a dagger at their waist, held a bow in hand, and carried a quiver of arrows slung across their backs. Indeed, you were right, boss. This place conceals others. One of them exclaimed. Without your guidance, we would surely have perished long ago. Another chimed in. Huang Mao, you shot that arrow into the big guy's chest, didn't you? Quite accurate. I'll give you credit for that. The quartet stood jovially by the muscular man's corpse. The leader, a man in his 30s with thick brows and a red beard, was of similar stature to the fallen but shorter by several inches. The others appeared somewhat frail, yet considerably younger, likely in their early 20s, speaking with a streetwise air, frequently addressing him as boss. This is no place to linger. Let us retrieve the airdrop and leave swiftly, commanded the bearded leader. The 3 subordinates obeyed without hesitation, drawing their daggers to pry open the sealed airdrop crate. While the leader stealthily liberated the dagger from the muscular man's hand, concealing it beneath his clothing, Su Sheng was taken aback by the existence of such a cooperative 4-man team in this post-apocalyptic world. He maintained an ambivalent stance toward their presence. It is easy to share hardships, yet sharing fortunes often breeds discord. This team would inevitably turn on one another, driven by greed. The bearded man, harboring latent murderous intent, would not have hidden the dagger otherwise. As the 3 were engrossed in their task of prying open the airdrop crate, utterly defenseless, it presented an opportune moment for Su Sheng to strike. He inhaled deeply and pulled the trigger in rapid succession. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 arrows flew directly toward the quartet. My leg. Help. The airdrop's generous rewards stirred a flicker of compassion in the bearded leader, though unity was advantageous. These individuals were sluggish and burdensome. To sustain long-term survival with such incompetence was a liability. With the shelter already fortified, he planned to eliminate them after securing the airdrop and forge his path as a lone wolf. Little did the bearded man anticipate that someone lurked in the thicket, executing a clever ambush. The time for exclusive bloodshed had not yet arrived. First, he would seize the airdrop. Assessing the direction of the arrows, he swiftly deduced there was indeed another presence in the jungle, and they must seek cover. The 5 crossbow bolts had struck one in the arm and another in the calf, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. The surrounding terrain was open and bare, leaving the 4 with no option but to huddle behind the airdrop crate for protection against Su Xing's shots. Damn it, how can there still be someone else? Boss, what should we do now? It seems they outnumber us. One cried out. There must be at least 5 on the other side. Boss, shall we retreat? Chapter 18. The bearded man, accompanied by these 3 inept companions, had fought through thorns and battled zombies to arrive at this juncture. He certainly would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. As for fleeing, how could he run with two incapacitated comrades? That would merely render them targets, to return empty-handed. Continuing to gamble their lives against the undead and labor for resources was utterly unacceptable. The airdrop box before him was on the verge of being pried open, containing bountiful supplies, advanced weaponry, and superior technological apparatuses sufficient to establish a stronghold for the bearded man. The thought of allowing such an opportunity to slip away was intolerable. Could he truly let the proverbial duck fly from his grasp? While the bearded man was contemplating an escape, Su Sheng had already descended from the tree, positioning himself to take aim at them. The sound of arrows slicing through the air reached the bearded man's ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows were released in rapid succession. The sharp arrowheads grazed the bearded man's scalp, and 2 arrows struck the airdrop box, producing resounding metallic clinks. Had the box not absorbed their force, they would have embedded themselves in his face. One of his comrades was not as fortunate, struck directly in the chest, blood spilling forth as he fell lifeless to the ground. Boss, save me. What should we do? The bearded man's mind raced. With 1 dead and 2 injured, he stood alone against their adversary. He had initially intended to eliminate these 3 useless individuals, but that plan was meant for a time of absolute safety, not now. The airdrop remained unclaimed, and they had been caught off guard. Damn it. The direction of those arrows seemed off. How could 5 arrows come from the same source twice in succession? The bearded man quickly deduced that the opposition likely consisted not of 5 individuals but rather one person wielding a crossbow. Curse it, my foolish comrades misled me. In such an environment, someone could actually assemble a crossbow? The bearded man had no time to ponder further. He ignored his comrades' pleas for help as they bled. Since there was only one opponent, this made things simpler. The opponent's arrows were finite. As soon as they were exhausted, he would close the distance and engage in hand-to-hand combat. His predicament was clear. He could not return empty-handed, having traveled a great distance and fought fiercely to arrive here. Surrender was not an option. Yet, being held in a stalemate was equally untenable. The airdrop box would require significant effort to open, and if he stood up, he would undoubtedly be shot at. Ultimately, he devised a plan. He crouched behind the airdrop box and called out to Su Sheng, "Brother, stop holding me at bay. I know you're alone, and your arrows are running low. This stalemate benefits neither of us. If there are others nearby, they could reap the rewards. How about this? Let us settle this with a duel. Winner takes the airdrop. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, Su Sheng thought, is he trying to outsmart a fool? The human heart is inscrutable. Who would dare to engage in a duel with you when victory is assured? Luring someone out only to strike them down with arrows? Such a ruse would deceive only a child of 3. Su Sheng sought to find a more advantageous angle. Yet doing so would leave him completely exposed to his adversary's gaze. The opponent's archery skills were commendable, and Su Sheng was unwilling to take such a significant risk. His crossbow bolts were indeed running low. The reasoning of the bearded man held some merit. If they remained at a stalemate, and another group emerged, Su Sheng would find himself without ammunition and at a disadvantage, forced to retreat. A swift resolution was indeed a sound strategy, but engaging in hand-to-hand combat? It would be wiser to turn the tables. Since the enemy sought to coax him out, he would feign compliance, thereby enticing them into the open. As Su Sheng drew back the bowstring, loading the last 4 bolts, he called out to the bearded man, "Very well, if you cast aside your bows, I shall place my trust in you." The bearded man's brow furrowed. To break the deadlock, it seemed necessary to first gain the opponent's trust. "Brother, I heed your words. Do not shoot me again, for we must uphold some semblance of honor." The bearded man discarded 2 bows behind him, yet secretly concealed another at his feet. The moment Su Sheng revealed himself, he would swiftly draw and aim for Su Sheng's heart. "Brother, I have cast my bows aside. Can you not trust me now?" The bearded man called, gritting his teeth. "Very well, then, step forward," Su Sheng replied with a smile. "Oh brother, you must not lack integrity. I have followed your advice and discarded my bows. If I emerge first, will you not shoot my head off?" The bearded man internally cursed. How brazen to expect him to step out first. "How about this? I will count to 3, and we both reveal ourselves together, shall we?" Agreed. Su Sheng had counted carefully, noting that each of the enemy had a bow. The bearded man had only discarded 3, indicating he still harbored 1. 3, 2, 1. The bearded man did not intend to reveal himself, merely tilting his head slightly to survey the situation in the jungle. What awaited him, however, were 2 swiftly flying crossbow bolts. Clang! The bolt struck the supply crate once more, this time sparking a flare. "Brother, did you not say you would emerge after counting? Why do you remain hidden?" Su Sheng inquired. "Little brother, who would dare to step out under such circumstances? Fortunately, I was cautious, otherwise your aim would have claimed my life." The bearded man was so frightened his tongue felt numb. He had intended to outsmart this young lad, but nearly found himself on the receiving end of a fatal shot. Brother, you must still be concealing a bow. This is not mere caution. Had it not been for your steady hand, I might have already perished. The bearded man frowned. With a determined resolve, he hurled the bow he held far away. At this juncture, delaying would yield no benefit. Without a bow, he still had arrows at his disposal. A barehanded throw, provided the force was sufficient, could still prove deadly. Little brother, can you place your trust in me now? Silence reigned for quite some time. Little brother? At this moment, Su Sheng had stealthily retreated to his previous position among the trees, where he could observe the bearded man, who was still half-turned, wary of Su Sheng's last known location. With a swift motion, the last two arrows were loosed. One missed its mark while the other struck the right shoulder of the bearded man. Su Ching had no intention of wasting time with him. Even clad in armor, he would not be foolish enough to agree to the bearded man's terms. Confirming his hit, Su Ching grasped his hatchet and hurried toward the bearded man and his companions. Please, please, spare my life. I will do anything. I swear. I will serve you like a beast of burden, fetching water and enduring any hardship for you. The two severely wounded subordinates begged for mercy, while the bearded man, clutching his shoulder and gritting his teeth, remained silent. Why do you not plead for your life? What would be the use of begging? It would be a futile effort. If I were in your position, I would never leave a witness alive, always on guard against potential threats. Su Ching scoffed. At least you are a man of understanding. The longer we linger, the greater the uncertainty, and the more opportunities we afford to others. We should not tarry here. Our best course is to swiftly retrieve the supplies and make our escape. Before he could finish his thought, Su Cheng decisively ended the lives of the three men. Chapter 19. Assessing the gains once assured that no other enemies lay in ambush nearby, Su Ching eagerly pried open the supply drop with his shovel. Congratulations! You have acquired 10 intermediate iron blocks. Congratulations! You have acquired 8 intermediate fibers. Congratulations! You have acquired 24 cans of cola. Congratulations! You have acquired 2,000 milliliters of purified water. Congratulations! You have acquired 3,000 grams of fresh pork. Congratulations! You have acquired 1,000 grams of fresh beef. Congratulations! You have acquired a seasoning pack, 1 oil, 1 salt, 1 sauce, 1 vinegar. Congratulations! You have acquired a toiletry kit, 3 toothbrushes, 3 toothpastes, 3 bars of soap, 10 mouthwashes. Congratulations! You have acquired 250 grams of fertilizer. Congratulations! You have acquired 5 milliliters of alcohol. Congratulations! You have acquired 1 red-hot imaging telescope. Congratulations! You have acquired a tactical grenade pack, 3 fragmentation grenades, 3 smoke grenades, 3 flashbangs. Congratulations! You have acquired Glock 17 blueprint. Good heavens! This supply drop is quite generous. The intermediate materials not only allow for the crafting of super running shoes, but also provide blueprints for a handgun. Supplies, materials, equipment, and technological schematics. All in abundance, even cola. A carbonated beverage. Su Cheng could scarcely imagine that had the bearded man pried open the supply drop, he might have escaped with smoke grenades and flashbangs from the tactical pack. We cannot linger here. I must depart swiftly. Su Cheng retrieved the usable crossbow bolts from the ground and thoroughly scavenged the supplies from the deceased's packs, quickly following the pre-established route for retreat. Along the way, he encountered a few zombies, which he dispatched with his hand crossbow, though they did not yield any treasure chests. By the time he returned to the shelter, it was already past 9 in the evening. As the heavy iron doors were secured with 3 bolts, Su Cheng's racing heart gradually calmed, and his sense of safety doubled. This is one of the many advantages of having a shelter in a post-apocalyptic world. Lighting a torch and kindling a bonfire, Su Cheng leaned into the warmth of the light, shedding his blood-stained garments. At this moment, the communication channel has erupted in a fervor, with countless individuals engaging in discussions regarding the recent airdrop. Brothers, has anyone received the airdrop? Could someone enlighten us on what treasures lie within? The curiosity is palpable. A mere airdrop? A friend of mine insisted on claiming it despite my fervent attempts to dissuade him. Now he has gone offline, determined to prove his mettle. Securing an airdrop is no trivial endeavor. 50,000 people vying for merely 3 drops. What an absurd ratio. It's more outrageous than a game of chicken dinner. My friends, I seem to have miscalculated my bearings. I have yet to reach the airdrop site. Currently, I've found refuge in a cave to evade the nocturnal undead. Will I still have time to make it there by dawn? Indeed, you will. Hurry along. Don't heed the naysayers above. Don't you know that proximity affords advantage? How long has it been? By the time you arrive tomorrow morning, the opportunity will have long passed. You must turn back. Weren't there several brave souls who banded together to seize the airdrop? What became of them? Don't even mention it. They were intercepted by zombies midway, never even catching a glimpse of the drop. In my opinion, those pursuing the airdrop must have lost their senses. Why not simply live to fight another day? I concur. It exemplifies a classic gambler's mentality. From the communication channel, Su Sheng learned that indeed, many had ventured forth for the airdrop. One cannot deny the immense allure of the airdrop. Anyone with even a modicum of opportunity would seize the chance. Yet, the outcomes have proven less than favorable. In a single airdrop event, tens of thousands perished. Su Sheng summarized the causes of their demise. 1. Thirst and hunger claimed lives on the journey due to inadequate preparation and reckless haste. 2. Encounters with zombies led to fierce battles, leaving survivors too exhausted to continue, thus wasting precious resources. 3. Clashes with other adventurers resulted in fatalities, while the victors, now gripped by fear of the airdrop, retreated after pillaging the defeated. Essentially, these were the predominant scenarios. 90% of individuals never even reached the airdrop location, with some misdirected and still not returned to the refuge, left to seek a safe haven where they stand. The airdrop has become a mere spectacle, a gathering of spectators who mock the folly of those who dared to pursue it, deriving a sense of psychological comfort from the misfortunes of others. If they cannot attain it, neither shall anyone else. Should someone succeed, they will be met with scorn, as if their fortune is merely a stroke of luck. Such gambler psychology has emerged in their discourse, as survival in this apocalyptic world is fraught with uncertainty. Su Sheng sensed an abundance of envy. Initially, he contemplated posting a guide on the contents of the airdrop, but after witnessing the conversations, he abandoned the notion. Not only would he fail to garner approval, but he might also attract unwanted attention. Su Sheng opened his bulging backpack, popping open a can of soda, the sound echoing with a satisfying crack. The effervescent drink tantalized his taste buds, mouth, and nerve cells alike. A joy that is priceless. If he conserves these rations, the meat will sustain him for an extended period, ensuring each meal is hearty. After taking a few sips of cola and disinfecting his hands with alcohol, Su Sheng skillfully cut 1/3 of the beef with a knife, seasoning it with a sprinkle of salt to enhance its flavor. The airdrop contained 1 kilogram of premium beef shank, rich in protein, an exquisite source for energy recovery and physical strength enhancement. Regrettably, he lacked reliable storage methods at the moment, necessitating quick consumption to prevent spoilage. Once marinated, Su Sheng skewered the beef on a machete and began to roast it over the fire. The rendered fat dripped onto the flames, causing them to dance a few centimeters higher with each drop. He collected the fat in a lunchbox and drizzled it back onto the meat. After grilling it to about medium doneness, Su Sheng removed it from the fire. Its exterior had turned a golden hue, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Gently blowing on the hot meat, he poured a bit of soy sauce into the lunchbox and took a hearty bite. The meat was succulent, crispy on the outside yet tender within, leaving a lingering flavor that tantalized the palate. In no time, Su Sheng polished off nearly half a kilogram of beef, even licking the lunchbox clean before taking a couple more sips of cola, leaning back in his chair in contentment. Such joy in life was unparalleled. After satisfying his hunger, Su Sheng took a brief respite before turning his attention back to inventorying his recent haul. The airdrop box contained a plethora of items, including cooking essentials like oil, salt, and vinegar, as well as toiletries. Though these were trivial trinkets, they held significant utility. The materials from the airdrop were just sufficient to synthesize a pair of super running shoes. He accessed the synthesis page and located the desired equipment. Best Players Sports Shoes. Synthesis requirements: 109 mid-level iron blocks, 85 mid-level fibers. He confirmed the synthesis for size 425. Chapter 20. Super Running Shoes. Synthesis complete. Following a blue code scan, a pair of red shoes promptly materialized before him. Su Sheng quickly donned the super running shoes, which fit quite well. At first glance, they resembled ordinary sports shoes, yet on either side, they boasted protruding white wings that felt like cotton fabric. The user manual elaborated on the shoes' functionalities. During brisk walking or running, the sprint assist devices on either side will activate, increasing movement speed by 15. Su Sheng sprinted towards the large iron gate, and within a second of taking off, he felt an exhilarating lightness in his body. His legs and feet responding with remarkable ease, accelerating significantly. The bonfire flickered dangerously due to the gusts caused by his movement. If he wore these shoes in a sports competition, even Bolt might not stand a chance against him. Pleased with his super running shoes, Su Sheng noted the most crucial aspect. There were no cool-down periods or usage restrictions. This meant that not only could he sprint in short bursts, but as long as his stamina held out, he could maintain a 15-speed boost even during long treks. It was simply remarkable. He carefully set aside the grenade pouch and binoculars before retrieving the design blueprint for the Glock 17. His understanding of this firearm stemmed entirely from a shooting game featuring a Bandit-S primitive handgun. The 17 automatic pistol, designed and manufactured by the Austrian Glock company, Boasts a caliber of 9 millimeters, a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, a muzzle velocity of 350 ms, and an effective range of 80 meters. With an overall length of 188 millimeters and a barrel length of 114 millimeters, its lightweight construction, composed largely of polymer materials, results in a mere weight of 620 grams, which increases to only 880 grams when fully loaded. This firearm is revered and utilized by over 40 countries worldwide. In terms of functionality and value, its considerable power and nimbleness render it suitable for close to medium-range self-defense, counterterrorism, and combat situations. The materials required for its production include intermediate-grade plastics and iron blocks. The remarkably lightweight structure, composed of numerous polymer materials, raises the question of why so much intermediate plastic is needed. Such materials are rare and precious. It was only through a perilous airdrop that sufficient components for synthesizing super running shoes were acquired. It appears that the creation of the shoes will take longer than anticipated. Subsequently, Su Sheng approached the disaster-resistant soil to examine the growth of the wheat. The countdown displayed indicated that there were still 23 hours until the wheat would reach maturity. Before departing that morning, Su Sheng had meticulously checked the field, noting no visible difference from when the seeds were first sown, with no signs of germination. To his surprise, upon returning in the evening, vibrant green shoots had emerged, with 6 leaves signaling its progression towards the milk stage of maturity. The lower leaves had yet to yellow, and upon touching the stem, he noted its impressive elasticity, with robust internodes at the base and the inner husk and grains yet to fully develop. Given that the airdrop provided half a kilogram of fertilizer, Su Sheng pondered whether applying it would expedite growth. He cautiously emptied a small portion of the fertilizer. The countdown, initially set at 2,312, immediately shifted to 2,300, reducing the time by 12 minutes. Initially, he believed that a 3-day maturation period was swift. Yet he found that fertilization could further accelerate this process. These fertilizers were simply gathering dust. They were not to be wasted. As Su Sheng continued to apply the fertilizer, the maturation time gradually diminished, shifting from 2,300 to 2,200, then to 1,200, 620, and finally 230. This countdown consistently shrank, while the wheat visibly transformed before his eyes. The seedlings, initially 10 centimeters tall and yet to flower, grew to over 20 centimeters, with branches and leaves becoming increasingly lush. As kernels began to form and the tender green transitioned to a mature golden hue, the majority of the plant turned yellow, exhibiting strong elasticity in the stems. With all the basal internodes yellowing and wrinkling, most leaves appeared withered, and the husks and grains took on a yellow tint, signaling the late waxy maturity stage. With the plants glowing golden, their leaves nearly dried out, and the grains hardening. With the last remnants of fertilizer applied, the maturation time dwindled to 0.500, and the wheat before Su Sheng had reached an impressive 8/10 maturity. An adage states that when crops are 9/10 mature, they are ready for harvest. When fully ripe, they're at risk of loss. It seems that the disaster-resistant soil possesses a remarkably effective maturation and harvesting mechanism. After quietly waiting for 5 minutes, a white glove symbol emerged above the disaster-resistant soil as the countdown reached its final second, indicating that the wheat was ripe for harvest. Reminiscent of childhood days spent playing on a virtual farm, Su Sheng meticulously harvested the wheat with his sickle, collecting at least 5 or 6 pounds of stalks and ears. However, the edible portion amounted to merely 2 or 3 pounds, in line with his previous estimates. The common wheat is primarily characterized by its rich content of starch, protein, fats, minerals, calcium, iron, thiamine, riboflavin, niacin, and vitamins. Its principal value lies in the fact that the grains can be milled into flour for making bread, steamed buns, biscuits, noodles, and other food items. When fermented, it can also be transformed into alcoholic beverages or biomass fuel. While wheat bran and germ are consumable, they offer limited nutritional value and are difficult to digest. Wheat straw can serve multiple purposes, including animal feed, fuel, and crafting artistic items such as straw hats. After processing the wheat with simplicity, Su Sheng began browsing the trading platform, eager to discover if there were any mid to high-grade materials available. Hoping to seize a good deal. Seller, Cheng Yin, an item listed. Adidas sports shoes trading intention, food and clean water note. Recently purchased a month ago. Worn only a few times, size 38. Seeking only to exchange for water, highest bidder wins, can include a pair of original socks. Seller, Zhang Hong, an item listed. 2 units of coarse cloth trading intention. Any food note. Urgently seeking to make shoes, private message me. Highest bidder wins. Numerous comments followed. Brother, my shoes are worn out. Could you sell them for a lower price? Brother, I can offer 200 units of water for 1 unit of coarse cloth. I urgently need to make a pair of shoes. Young man, can I trade 150 steam buns? My slippers are utterly unwearable, and I have blisters on my feet. Please, borrowing this space, does anyone have size 43 shoes? Please message me quickly. I can trade for clean water. Su Sheng observed these comments, astonished that coarse cloth for shoemaking had become a rare and sought-after commodity. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. In the apocalypse, while clothing might be dispensable, a proper pair of shoes was indispensable. Many were left wearing flip-flops or sandals that had been discarded into this harsh world, and after just a few days, their feet could no longer endure the torment, necessitating materials to craft a pair of cloth shoes. Some, driven by thirst, even listed their athletic shoes for trade in exchange for water, and they were snapped up instantly. Meanwhile, Su Sheng donned a pair of super running shoes that not only fit perfectly but also boasted exceptional durability, enhancing his movement speed by 15. After perusing for a while, Su Sheng decided to post his own listing. Seller, Su Sheng item listed. 500 ears of wheat trading intention. Mid to high-grade materials note. Freshly harvested wheat ears. Can be processed for consumption, seeking rare and mid to high-grade materials. Chapter 21. Brother, from where did you harvest the wheat? Upon posting his trade, Su Sheng's listing immediately garnered significant attention, with an array of peculiar comments flooding in. Wheat ears. How does one even consume this? Master, no offense, but shouldn't you first mill it into flour before listing? Indeed, flour is certainly more valuable than wheat ears. Goodness. I've spent several days in the forest and found nothing but dry tree bark, not even a small mushroom. Fortune smiled upon me as I stumbled upon some vividly colored mushrooms. However, I dared not partake in their consumption. Indeed, I have spent several days without discovering any edible wild plants. Pray tell, esteemed friend, from whence did you harvest your wheat? Might you be so kind as to share in a private message? Su Sheng, do you possess any seeds? I would gladly exchange some pure water for them, as I too yearn to cultivate. I attempted to grow a few, yet they failed to germinate. Even if one could cultivate in barren soil, the yield would be inedible. Is this not a form of experimentation? Why then, are there still requests for seeds? Is it necessary to inquire? Clearly, the esteemed individual procured them from treasure chests. Su Sheng's notes were not sufficiently clear, leading to considerable misunderstanding. It is common knowledge that the global soil conditions are unsuitable for the cultivation of crops. This was communicated at the outset, yet many erroneously believed that Su Sheng had grown them. In truth, those wheat stalks were indeed cultivated by him. However, the matter of disaster-resistant soil must remain confidential. Hence, Su Sheng hastily amended his notes to state they were obtained from treasure chests, feigning ignorance towards the comments above. To transform these wheat stalks into flour entails several laborious processes, which is why Su Sheng chose to sell the freshly harvested wheat. Note, wheat stalks obtained from treasure chests. With some processing, they can be consumed or cooked into a hearty wheat porridge, quite filling. I am only interested in rare, high-value, or mid to high-grade materials. Please refrain from requesting seeds. Surely you understand the feasibility of wheat cultivation in this world. By clarifying the source of the wheat and including the recipe for wheat porridge, the skepticism diminished significantly and private messages began to increase. What is wheat porridge, you ask? Have you never heard of it? Clearly, you have not ventured beyond the castle walls. As a rural dweller, I can only attest that this method may not be particularly palatable, but as the original poster stated, it is indeed quite filling. Allow me to elucidate for the original poster. Wheat porridge is made by combining wheat kernels with rice to create a porridge, or simply cooking it fully for a meal that can stave off hunger for 2 days. Noticing that someone knowledgeable had chimed in, Su Sheng was relieved of the need to explain further and focused instead on the influx of private messages. Esteemed friend, I possess half a bag of Wangzai steamed buns. May I exchange them for your wheat stalks? Young lad, would you consider trading for 2 meat buns filled with fermented pork? Dear sir, could I offer you 1 donkey meat pastry in exchange for 200 wheat stalks? Despite Su Sheng's trading post clearly indicating his desire for materials only, the assertion that 1 meal could sustain for 2 days encouraged many to attempt bartering food with him. The notion of staving off hunger stems from the fact that cooked wheat kernels are challenging to digest, thus suppressing the sensation of hunger. The exchange of fine grains for coarse grains essentially revolves around quantity. Not only can one extract the wheat kernels, but the remaining bran and germ, commonly referred to as chaff, are also consumable. Originally, 1 bun sufficed for a single meal. By trading for wheat stalks, one could enjoy 2 to 3 meals instead. Although the nutritional value may be somewhat diminished, in this post-apocalyptic world, is it not sufficient merely to survive? Before long, amidst the myriad of private messages, Su Sheng's gaze was drawn to one that sparkled with promise. Brother Su, could I trade a mid-grade iron ingot for your wheat? Without hesitation, Su Sheng engaged in a trade, offering 1 pound of wheat stalks in exchange. After perusing the comments, Su Sheng has acquired 2 intermediate plastics. With the arrival of the intermediate iron blocks, he is still in need of 5 additional intermediate plastics to craft an automatic pistol. In addition to these, Su Sheng has procured some saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal for the synthesis of ammunition. These minor items are rare yet affordably priced. He has also gathered a considerable amount of ordinary materials such as wood, iron blocks, fibers, and plastics, which can be utilized to create furniture and practical household items. In total, Su Sheng spent 500 wheat grains, 2 pounds of pork, 4 liters of purified water, and 3 cans of cola. Coarse fabric sofa synthesis completed. Wooden coffee table synthesis completed. Wooden wardrobe synthesis completed. Wooden nightstand synthesis completed. Clothes hanger synthesis completed. Towel synthesis completed. Bath towel synthesis completed. Wash basin synthesis completed. Once he had nearly exhausted his materials, Su Sheng ceased the synthesis and began to arrange the newly crafted furniture in suitable positions. After over an hour of diligent effort, he finally organized all the newly synthesized furniture and household items with precision. The once desolate underground shelter, now adorned with these remarkably practical furnishings, instantly emanated a sense of warmth and homeliness. Su Sheng transitioned from sleeping on mere wooden planks to having designated areas for resting, dining, and preparation. Observing the continual improvement and refinement of the underground refuge, a sense of contentment gradually welled up within him. Is this the farming instinct ingrained within me? Though beads of sweat adorned his brow from exertion, he felt no fatigue. Extinguishing the torch, he lay down on the bed, and within moments, he succumbed to slumber. The following day, the rhythmic cycle of his biological clock roused Su Sheng promptly at 6 in the morning. Unlike his previous urban existence, this time he felt unusually alert, devoid of any reluctance to rise from bed or linger. What a refreshing sensation to wake up fully rested. Leaderboard function has been activated for you. The leaderboard function has been enabled. Su Sheng had already taken note of this feature, but prior to yesterday, it had remained grayed out and inaccessible. This leaderboard assesses players based on the quantity of resources accumulated, the stability and safety of their shelters, the technology and weaponry of their personal teams, and the overall evaluation of deployable labor with a maximum score of 100 points. Evaluating your survival score. Please wait. Evaluation complete. Your survival score is 90 points. Would you like to publicly disclose or conceal identity data? Was there even a question? Naturally. He opted to conceal his identity data. He had no desire to attract unnecessary trouble. Upon entering the leaderboard 255th survival zone page, it displayed authorizing statistics retrieval. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, once everyone had made their choices regarding public or concealed status, a comprehensive leaderboard emerged before Su Sheng, with 10 players per page. The leaderboard comprised a total of 50 pages, listing 500 players. According to their scores, the system generated a ranking of 500. Currently, there are nearly 500,000 individuals in the survival zone, and each person on the list is a remarkable player, truly a rare find among the masses. In the upper right corner, Su Sheng's ranking is displayed, 7,500. To my astonishment, I am ranked 7th in the 255th survival zone. Chapter 22. Even black slaves aren't this cheap. First place, 96 points. Second place, 95 points. Third place, 94 points. Fourth place, 93 points. Fifth place, 92 points. Sixth place, 91 points. Seventh place, 90 points. Eighth place, Yin Sanyong, 85 points. Ninth place, 84 points. 10th place, 79 points. Su Sheng was astonished to discover that among the top 10, 8 had chosen to conceal their identities with anonymous barcodes. Among them, some appeared as teams, while the 8th was a solitary wolf. Since being thrust into the apocalyptic realm, Su Sheng had been excelling. Yet he never expected that others would surpass his survival score. He found it difficult to discern whether those with higher scores were lone wolves or part of teams, as the allocation of labor plays a significant role in the scoring. Under the same conditions, having more personnel naturally leads to a higher survival score. As soon as the leaderboard was released, the communication channel erupted with activity. Why is my survival score barely reaching 60? You're lucky, my friends is in single digits. Which is absurd. I can't believe someone could have single digits. Please enlighten me on how those scoring in the 90s are surviving. Is there a guide from a master? I recommend checking out Su Sheng's informative posts in the forum. If you follow his methods, you'll at least scrape by with a passing score. I'd like to know Su Sheng's rank. Right. I've scoured the leaderboard and couldn't find Su Sheng's name. How could Su Sheng not be on the list? He must be using anonymity. I think so too. I've seen Su Sheng multiple times at the trading post acquiring materials. I've spotted Su Sheng 2 or 3 times. And each time he was trading purified water. I heard he recently exchanged fresh pork for materials. His resources are plentiful. Surely he ranks among the top 100. Damn. I can barely quench my thirst. And he's always trading purified water? Selling pork for materials? What a generous spender. If I had pork, I'd definitely keep it for myself. Damn it. Hearing you say that, Su Xing must be at least in the top 100. Is there any doubt? He has mastered numerous survival skills with a solid foundation. He is likely well ahead of us now. Could someone tag Su Xing? He should share more informative posts. Su Xing, Su Xing, Su Xing. What? Sister Yin actually ranks 17th? Sister Yin? Which Sister Yin? I see it now, Xin Yunwei. That name sounds familiar. You must have seen her post on essential survival items. While it may not be as good as Su Xing's, it is concise and filled with valuable content. She is a pilot who has taken outdoor survival courses. The command center invested heavily in training these pilots in survival skills to prevent crashes and ensure they can survive independently after parachuting. Indeed. Can you joke about Sister Yun's foundational skills? Su Xing turned the page and, sure enough, found Xin Yunwei's name. The number of 1,120 is quite absurd compared to 10. Aside from Xin Yunwei, all others opted for anonymous barcodes. Only she used her real name. She is rather bold. Is she not afraid of being targeted? Su Xing thought for a moment. Surely Xin Yunwei could not be that foolish. Perhaps she intended to leverage the leaderboard to drive traffic to her post, thereby increasing its visibility, aiming for it to be designated as an exceptional post by the system, and consequently receiving valuable rewards. This possibility cannot be dismissed. The population base of the 255th survival zone speaks volumes about the significance of the leaderboard. Such a strategy carries both advantages and disadvantages. And Su Xing was reluctant to take such risks. After a brief glance at the leaderboard, Su Xing received a private message from Xin Yunwei. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Xin Yunwei, are you busy? Is it convenient to talk? Su Xing pondered for a moment and replied, Is there something you need? Xin Yunwei, it's not anything major. I wanted to ask where you acquired the wheat. It was evident that she had seen his post on the trading platform. However, he had already noted that he obtained it from a treasure chest, and her inquiry seemed to imply a lack of trust. Su Xing, I got it from a treasure chest. Didn't I mention that in the post? Xin Yunwei, I see. Well then, between the lines. Su Xing could sense her skepticism, yet he chose to remain silent on the matter, and she was unable to extract further information. Xin Yunwei quickly added, I'm not here to extract information from you. Whether you received it from a treasure chest or not is irrelevant to me. Xin Yunwei, I merely wish to collaborate with you. Su Xing felt a flicker of curiosity. Collaborate? How so? Xin Yunwei, if you have any excess wheat, you could send it to me, and I will help you mill it into flour. How does that sound? Xin Yunwei, of course, this service is not free. I will charge a 30 processing fee. Su Xing couldn't help but admire Xin Yunwei's astuteness. She was perceptive enough to recognize his reluctance to spend time milling flour himself, which was why he preferred to sell the wheat outright. Xin Yunwei continued to reassure Su Xing. Rest assured, our collaboration will remain confidential. Only the four of us will know. Heaven knows, Earth knows, you know, and I know. A 30 processing fee? Su Xing quickly calculated in his mind. The process of turning wheat into flour is labor-intensive and time-consuming. If someone is willing to assist him in this endeavor, he wouldn't mind paying a small fee. Su Xing, how can I trust you? Xin Yunwei, just look at my ranking. A position of 17 holds enough credibility, does it not? I wouldn't covet your small amount of wheat. Su Xing chuckled helplessly. What does a rank of 17 signify? He himself was at 7, 10 places higher than Xin Yunwei. Xin Yunwei, you misunderstand. I'm not using my rank to pressure you. When the system displayed the leaderboard, I intended to click anonymous, but my finger slipped, causing my identity to be revealed. Xin Yunwei, what I mean is, I will vouch for my credibility. If I deceive you, you can expose me on the forum, and I will no longer be able to obtain resources through posting. Do you think that is fair? Su Xing frowned. Goodness, just moments ago, he had been analyzing the situation, only to discover it was merely a slip of the finger. Xin Yunwei is a person I have encountered twice, and my impression of him is quite favorable. Although he possesses a somewhat irritable temperament, he is fundamentally honest. His participation in the forum is not motivated by material gain, but rather a genuine hope for humanity's survival. I do not perceive Xin Yunwei as someone who would deceive me, and the method he proposed seems plausible. Su Xing, I can only offer you 20 for the labor. Xin Yunwei, 20? Are you trying to work me to death? I was initially going to suggest 40. Even slaves aren't that cheap. Su Xing, I can only say that I have a substantial quantity. If you don't agree, then so be it. Xin Yunwei, how much do you have? Chapter 23, End Times Energy Conversion Panel, Seeking Follow-Up and Collection. Su Xing, I can't provide specifics. Just know that it's quite a lot. Xin Yunwei, where are you keeping it? Xin Yunwei, fine then, 20 it is. Su Sheng, I'll send you 2 pounds first to evaluate your technique. Normally, 1 kilogram of wheat yields around 800 grams of flour. And handmade flour is often superior to that produced by machines. Collaboration is possible, but your skills must be adequate as well. Su Sheng is not one to incur losses. The 20 labor fee he offers is already generous, considering this is not a one-time deal but a long-term partnership. Su Sheng can provide about 3 pounds of wheat every 3 days. Xin Yunwei, all right then. Xin Yunwei, wait, can the treasure chest yield 2 pounds of wheat? You previously listed only 1 pound at the trading post. Xin Yunwei, I have never seen the system provide semi-finished products. You must have discovered a method to cultivate wheat. Xin Yunwei, how about this? I can exchange supplies or other information for it. What do you think? Su Sheng, stop dreaming. They're truly ISNTNE. If you don't believe me, you can try planting the wheat yourself. Su Sheng, why would I deceive you? If I had such a fantastic method, I would certainly share it on the forum for everyone to benefit. How could I possibly keep it to myself? Xin Yunwei was silent for a considerable time. Xin Yunwei, oh, I didn't realize you had a heart of gold. I mistook you. Xin Yunwei, keep it up, young man. Post more educational content to benefit our fellow citizens. I believe in you. Su Sheng responded with a smiley face and, after exchanging a few pleasantries, closed the dialogue box. He would never divulge the secret of the disaster-resistant soil to anyone. As for the doubts regarding whether he had discovered a special method for cultivating crops, Su Sheng would vehemently deny such claims. Moving forward, he would reduce the frequency of trading wheat spikes directly and instead convert the flour into buns and other wheat products for personal consumption, only selling the surplus. Su Sheng reassessed the survival ladder rankings in the apocalyptic scenario and contemplated the airdrops. The rewards for the first airdrop are substantial, given the population density. It is certain that someone has already claimed it, likely one of those ranked ahead of me. Su Sheng received the blueprint for an automatic pistol from the second airdrop, which is far less bountiful than the first. Might the first airdrop directly provide players with modern weaponry? An automatic pistol? A mainstream assault rifle? A large caliber sniper rifle? Or perhaps some other form of advanced technology? If someone, relying on technological superiority, were to clear and harvest the resources of others nearby, the inherent weaknesses in weaponry would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Su Sheng felt that upgrading firearms was of utmost urgency. Once he succeeded in crafting an automatic pistol, he would gain a considerable advantage in combating zombies and rivals alike, utilizing technology to overpower others and significantly enhance his survival in this apocalyptic world. The assistance shop had refreshed. Eagerly, Su Sheng opened the assistance shop to examine the newly available items. Intermediate iron block. Purchase price, 300 Doomsday Honor Points, limited to 10 purchases. Intermediate plastic. Purchase price, 300 Doomsday Honor Points, limited to 10 purchases. Intermediate steel plate. Purchase price, 300 Doomsday Honor Points, limited to 10 purchases. To his delight, intermediate materials had been restocked. Overjoyed, Su Sheng was at a loss for words. These materials were precisely what he desperately needed. While he had some resources on hand, intermediate materials were virtually non-existent in the marketplace, making them impossible to procure. The assistance shop had indeed resolved a significant dilemma for him. As long as he could earn enough Doomsday Honor Points, he could purchase the materials from the shop and finally create that automatic pistol. In addition to these 3 materials, another item caught Su Sheng's eye, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Doomsday Energy Conversion Panel. Basic description: 1000 ultra high power. Main function and value: utilizing the photoelectric effect, it can directly convert Doomsday solar energy radiation into electrical energy and store it effectively. Crafted with high precision, it is a testament to human ingenuity. System recommendation: optimal efficiency is achieved when positioned at a 45-degree angle to the horizon, ensuring durability. However, it should be placed in a secure location, as damage could incur substantial costs. Exercise caution in its use. Such high power? To his knowledge, the highest output of household solar panels on Blue Star was merely 100 watts, making this item tenfold more powerful. With this capacity, under 12 hours of sunlight daily, it could potentially generate approximately 12 kilowatt-hours of electricity each day. Incredible. As long as the weather remained clear, Su Sheng could deploy it to generate power, providing enough electricity for his daily needs and even powering some high-wattage machinery. This was the perfect precursor to ushering him into the era of electricity. With power at his disposal, not only could his living conditions improve, but his survival strategies in this harsh world would also transform dramatically. Upon reviewing the purchase price, 499 Doomsday Honor Points, limited time discount of 50, Su Sheng, even at half price, it still cost 499. After examining the details, he realized that this discount was not perpetual, it was only available for 7 days, after which the price would revert to 4,998 Doomsday Honor Points. That morning, the system had calculated his Doomsday Honor Points once again. The previous posts had yielded little more than 100 points, with only a few dozen points accumulated, except for the post regarding the construction of the shelter, which granted him over 600 points. Currently, he had just over 800 Doomsday Honor Points. He still needed 5 more intermediate plastics to synthesize the materials, which amounted to another 500 Doomsday Honor Points. With the addition of the in-time energy conversion board, a total of 499 in-time honor points are required. After deducting what I currently possess, I still need to earn a minimum of 156 in-time honor points. Having calculated the gap, Su Xing opened the forum and began contemplating the content of his post. Soon enough, a brilliant idea struck him. Though the catastrophe had concluded, the relentless onslaught of zombies persisted, not only during the nighttime, but even in broad daylight. There were individuals succumbing to the jaws of the undead every hour, either devoured or infected and transformed into zombies. The elite zombies, robust and equipped with tools, posed a severe threat to human safety. If he could disseminate the weaknesses and methods of dispatching these two types of zombies in a straightforward manner, it would surely garner a plethora of likes, thus accruing him more in-time honor points. Without hesitation, Su Xing proceeded to craft a title for his post. How well do you understand ordinary elite zombies? A must-read. After completing the body of the text, he added a small advertisement at the end, announcing his ongoing acquisition of various mid to high-grade materials, inviting interested parties to contact him privately, assuring honesty and integrity, and requesting no time wasters. Just as Su Xing submitted his post, he received a system alert. Alert! Alert! Extraordinary beasts will be unleashed in 30 hours. All players are advised to prepare accordingly. Chapter 24. The Emergence of Extraordinary Beasts. Each extraordinary beast, due to genetic mutations, possesses immense power. Players must exercise caution. Slaying mutated extraordinary beasts may yield high-level and rare chests, with rewards including, but not limited to, strategic resources, mid to high-grade materials, weaponry, blueprints, technological facilities, and super items. Note: killing mutated extraordinary beasts guarantees a treasure chest with a minimum tier of silver. The higher the star rating of the extraordinary beast, the more substantial the rewards upon defeat. However, the danger level will also increase, so players should act within their capabilities. Good luck to you all. The extraordinary beasts had indeed arrived. Su Xing had long been mentally prepared, yet the forum was buzzing with varied reactions, predominantly negative sentiments. In an instant, the influx of new threads pushed Su Xing's post down the feed. Damn it, is the system malfunctioning? I'm at my wit's end. First zombies, then natural disasters, and now extraordinary beasts. Is there no respite for us? I'm utterly exasperated. Folks, I'm considering a restart. This is so frustrating. Why is this happening again? 30 hours. Do they expect us to survive? My shelter is only half constructed. I'm truly bewildered. Just when things seemed stable, chaos strikes again. When will this ever end? Jesus. Help us. Many were venting their frustrations on the forum. The sheer pressure of survival was already suffocating. On top of that, they had to fend off the nightly zombie incursions and the unpredictable natural disasters, all while implementing targeted defenses. Now, with the emergence of extraordinary beasts and a scant 30 hours to prepare, it felt as though they were being driven to the brink of despair. Even with a robust survival instinct, the weight of these overwhelming challenges threatened to crush their spirits. Su Xing empathized with this sentiment. When he first ventured into society, he experienced a similar sentiment. The expenses, water, electricity, gas, internet, rent, when considered individually, seem manageable. Yet, when they accumulate into a bill by month's end, they can drive one to madness. The current situation mirrors this. The emergence of monstrous beings may very well be the final straw that shatters humanity's belief in its own survival. Quickly, everyone, Su Xing has posted again. Goodness, I must see this. Su Xing's latest missive details the characteristics and weaknesses of zombies. So, the vulnerabilities of zombies lie within their central nervous system and cranium? No wonder after I severed their limbs and dislocated their thighs, they still sought to devour me. Help? What exactly is an elite zombie? Does such a creature truly exist? Indeed, I encountered one just last night. That wretched zombie wielded an axe and obliterated the refuge I painstakingly constructed. I have yet to encounter an elite zombie. Fortunate, I chanced upon the original post. Elite zombies are rare. If you haven't encountered one, make sure to like and save the original post, then memorize it. Perhaps one might come across one tonight. For heaven's sake, do not curse me. I would prefer never to meet an elite zombie. Elite zombies have impaired olfactory senses. Their weak points are the forehead, nape, in any area capable of severing the central nervous system. One should attack their eyes first to blind them. Got it. The detailed insights provided by the author suggest extensive experience in eliminating elite zombies. The men read in silence, while the women wept, their eyes brimming with tears. Thank goodness for someone like Su Sheng. Otherwise, I truly contemplated ending it all. Ending it is not an option. I am considering whether to join the horde of zombies. At least that would spare me the fatigue of living. Su Sheng, your post has rekindled a flicker of hope within me. May goodness accompany you always. Su Sheng's post has allowed me a moment to breathe. At least now I know how to confront zombies should I encounter them again. Even elite ones will not instill fear. Su Sheng, do you possess knowledge about these monstrous beings? Could you enlighten us? The monstrous beings have yet to make their move. Even Su Sheng has not seen them. Do you assume he is omniscient? Good sir, I possess 1 unit of intermediate steel plate. May I exchange it for 800 units of pure water? I am on the brink of dehydration. Lo and behold, Su Sheng is even advertising for himself in the comments, now accepting mid-tier materials. Certainly. Su Sheng must have established a secure and stable refuge, now pursuing a higher quality of life. Not necessarily. It could be that Su Sheng received a promotional advertisement, publicizing the trades of those opportunists. Alas, even Su Sheng must rely on such means for sustenance. Let us mourn for 3 seconds. Observing the plethora of positive comments, Su Sheng felt a flicker of solace. In this apocalyptic world, such a sense of affirmation is indeed precious. Not only does it allow Su Sheng to accumulate honor points in this dire existence, but it also garners respect and status. In the end, there were even speculations about whether he was personally gathering materials or merely promoting an advertisement. This left Su Sheng in a state of amused bewilderment. However, this too serves well, providing a convenient cover for his endeavors. Shen Yue has surprisingly recommended your post on her personal homepage. Upon receiving the system notification, Su Sheng observed a rapid doubling in the likes, favorites, and comments on his post. Shen Yunwei boasts a substantial following on the forum, comparable to Su Sheng's, with many individuals in District 255 familiar with her. Her fans primarily stem from the valuable content she shares, alongside a multitude of admirers drawn to her alluring profile picture. Following the announcement of the survival ladder rankings, Shen Yunwei inadvertently failed to select anonymity, garnering immense exposure through her public certification. Countless individuals were intrigued by how a woman managed to secure a place on the list, thus attracting a new wave of followers. Her homepage recommendation served as a catalyst for increased traffic, leveraging her influence to enhance the metrics of Su Sheng's post. Shen Yunwei is indeed capable and approachable. Even if she were to engage in dubious dealings for a kilogram of wheat, it would still be worth it in my opinion. With a smile, Su Sheng attended to his private messages, negotiating with those who had seen the small advertisements, and sought to exchange intermediate materials for supplies. The intermediate materials were scarce. Su Sheng only received 2 units of intermediate steel plates and 1 unit of intermediate nylon, while the intermediate iron blocks and plastics he desired were nowhere to be found. After addressing the private messages, Su Sheng resumed sowing the wheat and briefly outlined his plans for the day. He needed to clear the entrance and the dust accumulated on the skylight, as well as finish removing the remaining debris. With his objective set, Su Sheng commenced his diligent and arduous labor. He worked tirelessly until evening, returning to the underground shelter, massaging his sore shoulders. This physical labor proved to be more beneficial than a daily regimen of weightlifting at the gym. Su Sheng twisted open a bottle of cola, downing nearly half in one go. The carbonation invigorated him, making him feel rejuvenated. Just then, the points for the Apocalypse honor were calculated, exceeding his expectations. You have earned 1255 points of Apocalypse honor. With a total of 843 plus 1255 points, he was still a bit short of the Apocalypse Energy Conversion Board, but it was sufficient to purchase the intermediate plastic from the aid shop, enabling him to craft the Glock automatic pistol. Chapter 25, Glock 17, Success. You have purchased 5 units of intermediate plastic, deducting 1500 points of Apocalypse honor. Current balance, 598 points. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Sheng eagerly opened the Glock 17 automatic pistol blueprint. Materials required for synthesis, 77 units of intermediate plastic, 22 units of intermediate iron blocks. He confirmed the synthesis. After the golden code scanned, a model of the automatic pistol appeared on the shelter's dining table, which then transformed into a tangible object. Su Sheng could hardly wait to pick up and examine this automatic pistol. He removed the magazine, which contained 20 rounds of 9mm live ammunition, though future ammunition would need to be synthesized with materials. Regarding this automatic pistol, Su Sheng diligently reviewed the system recommendations, reading the operating instructions and precautions. Upgrading to a firearm necessitated such knowledge for someone without prior experience in weaponry. Once the gun is drawn, Under the current medical conditions and environment, death is inevitable. The Glock, devoid of a safety mechanism, can be fired immediately upon drawing. A proficient user can empty the magazine in a mere 35 seconds. Having grasped its usage, Su Xing felt a surge of relief, his sense of security elevated to new heights. Within the confines of the shelter, he practiced drawing the firearm incessantly, indulging in a somewhat narcissistic display of various shooting poses, exhibiting a hint of youthful exuberance. Su Xing, recognizing the childishness of his earlier antics, acknowledged that it was understandable behavior for someone brandishing a gun for the first time. After all, who among us did not mimic shooting with toy guns during childhood festivities? Setting aside this rare moment of immaturity, Su Xing secured the Glock at his waist, shouldered a shovel, and ventured out of the shelter to commence today's concealment project. He meticulously cleared the dust from the skylight, intentionally leaving some debris at the entrance to better blend with the surrounding environment, thereby enhancing the shelter's concealment. Alert! Alert! Various mutated beasts have been mobilized. All players are advised to respond swiftly. Good luck. While engaged in his concealment efforts, Su Xing received an alert from the system. Glancing at the sun, he noted the setting rays signaling the impending nightfall. It was prudent to conclude his tasks for the day and hastened back to the shelter. With the shovel on his back, Su Xing swiftly returned to the underground refuge. After securing the heavy iron door and sealing the skylight, he finally removed his chest armor. Over the past 2 days, he had encountered zombies thrice, one of which was led by an elite zombie. Utilizing the terrain and the speed advantage provided by his super running shoes, he successfully dispatched them all with crossbow bolts, earning several treasure chests, though their contents were disappointingly basic supplies. While the super running shoes proved effective, they had one drawback: they were far from breathable. After a day of wear, his socks were soaked. Although his feet bore no foul odor, a pungent sourness lingered. As for the Glock 17, Su Xing possessed only 20 rounds, which he hesitated to expend. Currently, he had amassed 1,600 Doomsday Honor points, still needing around 1,000 more to purchase the Doomsday Energy Conversion Board. He continued his trading activities, adhering to a principle of posting only one transaction daily to minimize attention. Whenever free, he perused the posts of others in the trading post, seizing any reasonably priced items without hesitation. Before Su Xing could engage in the communication channel or forum, a series of dull, thunderous sounds erupted from outside. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy iron door was incessantly battered with rhythmic force, heightening his alertness. Su Xing swiftly donned his gear and armed himself to investigate. The door had sustained several fist-sized breaches, through which he could faintly discern movement outside. An elite zombie? Su Xing shook his head, quickly dismissing this notion. Elite zombies wield weapons like axes, while this creature outside was using its body to ram against the door. With a resounding crash, the iron door was breached, creating an opening the size of a bowl, through which a creature covered in bristly fur thrust its head. Its eyes were diminutive, appearing from a distance as mere black dots. The mouth protruded slightly, flanked by tufts of white whiskers, and its ears were perfectly round. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a mouse. The gaping maw of the iron gate was rather small, allowing only its head to slip through, leaving the rest of its body ensnared outside. It was entirely enveloped in a layer of glossy black scales reminiscent of a pangolin, shimmering with a silvery luster under the moonlight. With its sharp teeth, it relentlessly gnawed at the heavy iron gate, striving to widen the opening so that it could fully enter rather than remain stuck. Su Xing distinctly heard a flapping sound, as if it possessed wings. Could this creature indeed have wings? If it could gnaw through the iron gate, allowing it to enter would leave me with nothing but bones. Su Xing hastily readied his crossbow, knocking 5 sharp bolts, and within 2 seconds, he released them all towards its head. The sound of clanging echoed as 4 of the 5 bolts struck its head, yet, contrary to Su Xing's expectations, they did not deliver a fatal blow. The layer of black scales that cloaked its head effectively deflected the bolts, sending them scattering harmlessly aside, some bent, others shattered. Su Xing was taken aback. The bolts had no effect on it whatsoever. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xing concentrated his attention on the creature, examining its attributes. That mouse, beast level, 1-star, danger level, moderate, basic description. This mutated creature, a hybrid of the world's largest rodent, the capybara, and bat genes. Bears a size comparable to a domestic dog, with a weight ranging between 30 to 45 kilograms. Bat mice are solitary creatures, active around the clock, and are among the most frequently encountered and numerous species globally. Traits: possesses keen eyesight, sharp claws and teeth, and is covered in protective scales that replace smooth fur, providing exceptional defense. Despite its small size, it can unleash extraordinary strength. However, due to weight limitations, it cannot fly, rendering its wings largely ornamental. Vulnerability 1. Afraid of pepper and related products. Using these items against the bat mouse will significantly impair its vision, speed, and strength, proving to be a potent repellent. Vulnerability 2. Its heart and blood vessels are exposed at the front of its chest. Targeting this area can considerably weaken its combat prowess, leading to fatal blood loss. A mutant creature combining the genes of a capybara and a bat? As Su Cheng perused the system entry, it not only enumerated its scientific name, traits, and weaknesses but also revealed the swiftest means of dispatch. Creeping and gnawing, the bat mouse continued to chew through the heavy iron gate. Its movements akin to that of someone munching on sugarcane. If the bolts could barely withstand its relentless assault, the efficacy of bullets might be negligible. As it seemed the bat mouse was on the verge of breaching the gate, Su Cheng felt a surge of urgency. He quickly accessed the trading platform, frantically typing pepper into the search bar. Pepper, pepper, pepper. Eureka! Chapter 26, Slaying the Bat Mouse, a Grand Explosion. Without even glancing at the price, Su Cheng hastily purchased 200 packets of pepper. After retrieving them from the mailbox, he held them in his hands and cautiously advanced forward. Upon noticing Su Cheng approaching, the bat rat froze for a moment before thrashing wildly, only to find itself still trapped by the heavy iron door. It resumed its frantic gnawing. A splendid opportunity. With audacity, Su Cheng divided the 200 packets of pepper in half and directly tossed them onto the creature's face. Achoo! 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 The bat rat abruptly halted its movements, sneezing 3 times in rapid succession, its head retracting while its body convulsed as if afflicted by madness. Su Cheng could distinctly hear the sound of its delicate wings fluttering. It worked. Following the pepper assault, the bat rat's expression shifted rapidly, and it appeared to be contemplating an escape. With a few desperate flaps, it indeed retreated. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. A treasure presented so conveniently could not be allowed to slip away. With no hesitation, Su Cheng flung open the iron door and pursued it with his crossbow. The little creature was surprisingly swift, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Utilizing his infrared imaging telescope, Su Cheng effortlessly locked onto the direction of the bat rat's escape. Found you. At that moment, his super running shoes began to take effect, enhancing his speed by 15 without expending excessive energy. In no time, Su Cheng caught up with the bat rat. Once captured, the bat rat immediately froze, curling up like a hedgehog, attempting to shield itself with its hard scales. Oh, so you wish to resist, do you? In this position, Su Cheng could not see its chest, rendering him unable to exploit its second weakness to deliver a fatal blow, since the crossbow was ineffective. Let us see how you fare against this. It was nighttime, and with the potential for zombies to emerge at any moment, Su Cheng had no time to waste. He swiftly drew his Glock automatic pistol and aimed at the creature's dark scales before pulling the trigger. Bang! Ding! Goodness, the bullet couldn't penetrate? A 9mm bullet striking the ebony scales produced sparks, nearly ricocheting back towards Su Cheng. The bat rat quietly twitched, emitting a pained cry. Although the bullet had not penetrated, it likely inflicted some internal damage. Su Cheng meticulously examined the struck area of the black scales, which had shattered into several fragments, indicating it could no longer withstand the bullet's assault. Bang! Bang! Su Cheng aimed at the fractured region and fired twice. Both shots were true. The first bullet was deflected, but the second easily pierced its body. You have slain a mutated beast and obtained Silver Treasure Chest X1, a silver treasure chest. This place was no longer safe. The sound of gunfire might attract nearby zombies. Su Cheng hurriedly dragged the bat rat's carcass back to the shelter, using 2 wooden boards to seal the gap in the iron door. Once he confirmed his safety, he began to tally his spoils. Upon turning over the corpse of the bat rat, Su Cheng discovered something indeed nestled within its chest. Was this its exposed cardiovascular system? Yet, the shape of these vessels was rather peculiar. 3 or 4 blood vessels intertwined, resembling a strange little red flower adorning its chest. Silver treasure chest. Open. Opening treasure chest. Please wait. Congratulations, you have obtained, or resource map 1. Or resource map. Or resource map. Players may select one type of resource from copper, silver, gold, natural gas, oil, or coal. Upon usage, all coordinates of that resource type within the current survival zone will be marked on the player's existing map. Players may only select one resource. Multiple selections are not permitted. If there is no map or electronic map, it cannot be used. Note: this item is a consumable. It will disappear immediately upon use. What a delightful item. Su Cheng glanced down at the Glock automatic pistol at his waist. This firearm came with a magazine of ammunition upon synthesis, and he had already expended 3 rounds to eliminate the bat rat. Ammunition is a consumable, and the current market yields of saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal are exceedingly scarce, wholly insufficient to sustain consumption. The primary material for crafting bullets is saltpeter. Thus, I can utilize this or resource map to address the raw material issue and ensure a steady supply of ammunition. However, now is not the time for long journeys. He had other matters to attend to. Su Xing decided to save the map for later use, perhaps in a couple of days. The pressing concern was to purchase the apocalyptic energy conversion board. If he missed the discount period, it would revert to full price. He considered posting an informative thread on the forum about his recent encounter with the Bat Rat, which would undoubtedly ignite a flurry of discussion. He browsed the forum for a moment. My goodness. Help. Why does this apocalyptic rodent have wings? Is this a rat or a bat? Its teeth are far too sharp. It devoured my axe as if it were a mere snack. This creature could eat iron for breakfast. Is anyone out there to rescue me? I'm in the fourth cave on the hillside of Longtu Mountain. According to the system's description, the Bat Rat is the most frequently encountered and abundant mutated beast. Most individuals have now crossed paths with this creature. Su Xing's crossbow had proven ineffective against it. It took 3 shots from the Glock to bring it down. Who possesses such automatic firearms nowadays? 99% of the populace still relies on farming tools like hoes, axes, and shovels for both labor and self-defense. For them, the Bat Rat represents a calamity. Many who encounter the Bat Rat surrender without struggle, succumbing to become a morsel. Su Xing diligently composed an informative post, detailing the Bat Rat's basic description, characteristics, and weaknesses with meticulous care. The title read, Bat Rat, with scales harder than steel? Methods to defeat it here. Read quickly. He had no time to proofread the punctuation for accuracy. On the brink of sending the post, he hesitated. If he were to release the thread as is, it would surely trigger a chain reaction, causing the prices of pepper and spices at the trading post to skyrocket. This creature is not merely a nuisance. If persistently hunted, it can provide substantial assistance as well. Once it is released, the demand for pepper powder will undoubtedly exceed supply. Su Xing temporarily preserved the content of the post and preemptively acquired some pepper powder from the exchange. The exchange's stock of pepper powder is considerable and priced affordably. Su Xing effortlessly purchased 5 units using purified water. There are still hundreds of pages of pepper powder remaining. However, Su Xing does not need to hoard. He only requires enough for personal use. After procuring the pepper powder, Su Xing returned to the forum and clicked the send button. Is this for real? Is Su Xing an encyclopedia? This creature is actually called a Bat Rat? It indeed seems to be. Remarkably, less than an hour after the emergence of this exotic beast, there is already a killing strategy available. Su Xing, my idol. Here comes Su Xing again. Su Xing, my hero. Chapter 27. Seeking roommate, requesting collections and votes. Su Xing's post is commendable in every regard, yet the name is rather uninspired. Bat Rat? What an unappealing name. I mean, it doesn't even fly. Why call it a bat just because it has a pair of thin bat-like wings on its back? Foolishness. It has been stated that it is a mutated creature combining a capybara and a bat, yet you two are still bickering over semantics. Exactly. Su Xing merely intended to aid our memory. Does the name really matter? To the person above, are you not slightly unhinged? This creature could eviscerate you. And you still complain about its name? Su Xing is exceedingly swift. I have yet to encounter a Bat Rat, but with this post, I believe I can triumph over them. Su Xing, are you certain this creature appears around the clock? Is that even a question? It's akin to a zombie. Good heavens, someone save me. My shelter is built 3 meters underground, and this creature has burrowed its way in. I'm in stitches. It resembles a pangolin. How is it not normal for it to dig a couple of holes? Dear friends, I just had a hand wrestling match with it. And now I can only watch helplessly as it gnaws on my thigh. Could a kind soul send me a couple of refreshing pictures before I log off? Ugh. How revolting. Brother, there's no need to deceive for pictures. Goodness, he has truly gone offline. Friends, has anyone tested the effectiveness of pepper against bat rats? Could someone elaborate? It's true. It is exceedingly effective. I exchanged 100 units of purified water for 50 of pepper powder. And the bat rat that was incessantly banging on the door fled in disarray. Enough said. I must pursue it. I cannot let the treasure that came to my doorstep escape. Thank goodness I saw Su Xing's post. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by now. Brothers, if you lack pepper powder, just aim for the little red flower on its chest and strike. Oh my. This survival zone is too wonderful, with various experts offering guidance. I'm on the verge of tears from happiness. Indeed, I have been studying all of Su Xing's posts these past few days. And I am now living at a comfortable standard. Hiki. Having someone as knowledgeable as Su Xing in Survival Zone 255 must be the luckiest occurrence since I was thrust into this apocalyptic world. I love you all. Not only do we have Su Xing providing survival tips, but there are also others teaching us how to make fire and cook. I'm so touched. To kindle a fire, one must first see the post. Which castle did you originally inhabit, dear princess? Borrowing the popularity of the esteemed Su Xing to make an advertisement. I am earnestly seeking a female roommate. I am 185 centimeters tall and currently possess a 25 square meter underground refuge stocked with provisions sufficient for over 2 weeks. It is preferable that my potential roommate is a woman, ideally over 170 centimeters in height, with an Asian visage, and not excessively dark or overweight. If interested, please message me privately. Upon reading the final comment, Su Sheng nearly burst into laughter. Were they truly considering finding a woman to fulfill their physiological needs with mere half a month's supply of provisions? The uncertainties of the apocalypse abound, indeed. A mere fortnight's worth of supplies is hardly adequate. A single misadventure during a hunt could lead to injury, resulting in a downward spiral. At the height of his youthful vigor, and with certain advantages, Su Sheng dared only to entertain such thoughts in his mind. Yet here was someone brazenly advertising their needs. The marketplace conditions aligned closely with Su Sheng's expectations. Once the post was published, the availability of pepper dramatically diminished by 70 to 80%. This was not due to malicious hoarding, but rather, sellers had become aware of the unique utility of pepper and opted to keep it for personal use instead of selling. This commodity had transformed into a special weapon akin to pepper spray. Possessing pepper in hand offered a greater sense of security. Numerous requests for purchase flooded in, and the demand far exceeded supply, naturally driving up the price of pepper. Seller: Fancy, item listed, 80 units of pepper, trade intent, 10,000 ml of purified water. Note: don't complain about the price, just look around. Where else can you find pepper? This is all hard-earned stock. I won't respond to haggling. I'll simply blacklist you. Serious inquiries only. What? You're selling 80 units of pepper for 10 liters? At such an exorbitant price, only a fool would buy. Anyone who does is a victim, a heartless seller. Su Sheng was utterly astonished upon encountering this post. Could someone truly be this greedy? Thankfully, he had accumulated a sufficient amount of pepper before posting. Otherwise, he would have to tighten his belt to afford it. Seller: Yi Yong. Item listed: 1 unit of purified water. Trade intent: pepper. Note: I will accept unlimited amounts of pepper, but be reasonable. Anything outrageous will be ignored. Glancing at this seller's professional background, Su Sheng discovered they were a financial analyst. Some individuals in the marketplace had already begun to sense opportunity and were engaging in the resale of pepper. The system encourages all to leverage their professional skills, however. Has anyone considered the implications of price manipulation? Currently, in the early stages of the apocalypse, these individuals possess limited capital, which may hinder their growth. Yet, without restrictions, they could rapidly rise due to the absence of transaction fees. It remains uncertain whether future adjustments will be made. Su Sheng mused to himself. You have received a new email. Please check it. Upon opening the email, he found it was from Shen Yunwei, with an attachment of 664 units of flour. Premium whole wheat flour, quality, superior, basic description. Flour made from whole grains of wheat, with bran and germ intact. Main functions and value. It supports bread and other wheat-based products, rich in protein and carbohydrates, beneficial for the heart and kidneys, alleviating heat and thirst. The bran of wheat contains highly nutritious cellulose, including vitamins, dietary fiber, niacin, etc. System suggestion: consuming noodles provides more stamina compared to rice. For detailed methods of making various pasta products, please refer to the specifics. To his surprise, the sister had ground it into whole wheat flour. Soon, Su Sheng received a private message from Shen Yunwei. Shen Yunwei, a total of 830 grams of flour was produced. After deducting my 20 processing fee of 166 grams, the remainder has been sent to your email. If you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to communicate with me. Su Sheng had initially desired ordinary stone-ground white flour, but unexpectedly, Shen Yunwei had included the bran. Nonetheless, he was not displeased. Whole wheat flour was more nutritious and in greater quantity. Shen Yunwei could hardly fathom why Su Sheng preferred regular flour over whole wheat. Never mind. It was best to leave it as is. Explaining would only complicate matters. Shen Yunwei, I somewhat regret partnering with you. I only received a little over 3 taels. Please send a bit more next time to save me the effort. Su Sheng felt that 3 taels was already considerable. In such a collaboration, one should focus on the proportion rather than the quantity. Shen Yunwei did not have to risk her life battling zombies or other beasts. She merely engaged in some manual labor to earn 3 taels of flour. Moreover, this task was not as strenuous as other labor, and she could complete it easily during the evenings when she could not venture outside, without interfering with her daytime activities. To Su Sheng, it seemed like she was reaping the benefits effortlessly. What was there to complain about? Shen Yunwei, by the way, I saw your post about the mutant beasts. The bat rat? Could you share how you discovered its weakness? Chapter 28. Purchase. End Times Energy Conversion Board. Shen Yunwei has a rather straightforward personality, oblivious to the subtleties of conversation. Su Sheng is now her client. Is this the demeanor she adopts when speaking to a client? However, if Shen Yue were overly obsequious, Su Xing might become wary of her. This directness is rather refreshing. She speaks her mind without resorting to deceit. Su Xing explained, I am quite unfortunate. As soon as the mutant beasts emerged, one ran right beside me, and through my battle experience with it, I gathered that information. Shen Yue remained curious and pressed on. No, what I meant to ask is, how did you know it was afraid of pepper? Su Xing replied, when it attacked me. It knocked over the pepper shaker next to me, and that's how I figured it out. Shen Yue, and what about the small red flower on its chest? How did you discern that it indicated cardiovascular issues? Su Xing began to concoct a story. I once audited biology classes from several professors at Yale, and I happen to have some knowledge about capybaras. Shen Yue expressed admiration. Wow, you graduated from Yale Medical School. No wonder your previous posts were so rigorous. However, I'm unsure about the truth of that. Su Xing chuckled. In the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, jesting with Shen Yue brought a sense of joy. Su Xing, well, it depends on whether you believe me. Given your intelligence, how could I possibly deceive you? Shen Yue, enough with the banner. You've seen my skills, right? Hurry and hand over the remaining wheat. Let's not waste everyone's time. Su Xing glanced at the disaster-resistant soil near the entrance of the shelter. It still needed over a day to mature. Su Xing, no need to rush. What are you so anxious about? Su Xing, I've inspected your wheat, and it's of excellent quality. However, I'm currently out hunting and won't be able to deliver until tomorrow or the day after. Shen Yue clearly did not believe him. Hunting out here at night? Aren't you worried about being bitten by zombies? Su Xing, let's just say I won't be returning anytime soon. I'm currently stuck in a tree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the time to chat with you. Shen Yue, fine, but be careful not to fall while you sleep tonight. Su Xing, I appreciate your concern. Shen Yue liked, saved, and recommended your post on her homepage. After closing the dialog box, a message popped up in the system. Su Xing clicked read and reopened the trading post. The entrance of the shelter needed immediate repairs. If a mutated beast sneaked in while he was asleep, it would spell disaster. This creature could crush iron like a sunflower seed, let alone the 2 wooden planks that could be easily broken. He had collected an excess of pepper and felt it might be prudent to see if he could exchange it for mid-tier materials. Seller, Su Xing, items for sale, 100 pepper, trading intent, mid-tier materials, note, only mid-tier materials, no bargaining, please contact me privately if you have any. In the assistance shop, each unit of mid-tier materials costs 300 points. Adhering to the principle of thrift, Su Xing posted a trade offer. To his surprise, someone criticized him for wanting to exchange 100 pepper for a unit of mid-tier materials. Isn't this a bit expensive? You think you can trade 100 pepper for mid-tier materials? Isn't the seller that Su Xing who posts educational content in the forum? How greedy can he be? I can't believe he is trying to take advantage of others in private. Others rob food and water, but this guy is targeting mid-tier materials. His sight is quite long-term. Seriously, isn't this just taking advantage of the situation? Indeed, he is posting educational content to save your lives. And now you're calling him greedy? Trades are voluntary. No one is forcing you. Su Xing, my idol. Don't listen to the haters. Let us do the math. 100 pepper can be used at least 45 times. If you use the pepper to trap bat rats, you'll kill 1 in 4 attempts and get a silver treasure chest. It's not expensive at all. Exactly. Compared to those selling 10 liters of pure water. This is a fair price. If you can't kill a single bat rat in 4 tries, then you should just restart. Su Xing, I'm your fan. I have a mid-tier iron block. Look at me. I've read many of your educational posts, and I don't have much to offer. But I happen to have a mid-tier steel plate. I'll just mail it to you as a fan support. Su Xing effortlessly tossed 600 pepper into the exchange, receiving 4 mid-tier iron blocks and 2 mid-tier steel plates in return. Clicking on the details of the large iron gate at the bottom of the screen, Su Xing added all the necessary materials into the repair option. He confirmed the repair. After a thorough scan of the system's code, the gaping hole, once knotted by the bat mice, vanished, replaced by a brand new alloy door. Sturdy alloy door, grade, superior, main components, steel. Iron. Basic description. Crafted from high-strength iron blocks and steel plates, this alloy door measures 5 meters in width and 3 meters in height, boasting an exquisite appearance. Compared to the large iron gate, its strength is superior, resistant to damage and rust, aging, and corrosion, with excellent sealing properties. Primary functions and value: isolation, insulation, soundproofing, rainproofing, wind and sand resistance, etc. The addition of intermediate materials made a remarkable difference. Not only was it more aesthetically pleasing and discreet, but even the scratches left by zombies outside had been mended. With this door, Su Xing felt he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep without the fear of a nocturnal ambush by bat mice. Everything was in place, and it was time to rest. Su Sheng extinguished the torch and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. Upon waking, he felt revitalized. Today promised to be another hopeful day. He poured some water, meticulously cleaned his teeth, and swiftly finished his breakfast. After attending to some chores, Su Sheng checked the growth of his wheat. The stalks and ears remained lush and green, though hints of yellow were beginning to appear, indicating a forthcoming harvest. Confirming that no danger lurked nearby, Su Sheng opened the large door and the skylight to ventilate the underground shelter. During this time, Shen Yunwei sent a message inquiring about how well he had slept the previous night and whether he had broken a leg. After responding with a simple emoji, Su Sheng returned to his tasks. You have received 2,499 points of Doomsday Honor. 2,499 points? Was it necessary to be so precise? Su Sheng accessed the assistant shop and purchased the long-desired Doomsday Energy Conversion panel. The daily side of the 50 discount, coupled with the inability to afford it, had been a source of anxiety. Finally, he no longer had to worry about the impending expiration of the limited-time offer. You have purchased the Doomsday Energy Conversion panel. Deducting 2,499 points of Doomsday Honor. Current balance, 0 points. Upon receiving the panel, Su Sheng noted that it bore little resemblance to a typical household travel solar panel. However, its design was more refined, and it felt heavier in his hands. One could not deny the appropriateness of its name. It certainly embodied the essence of a post-apocalyptic world, devoid of the immobility constraints akin to disaster-resistant soil. On sunny days, it could be placed outside to generate electricity. During inclement weather or significant disasters, Su Sheng could retract it back into the shelter to prevent damage. He needed to find an optimal location, as this item was quite precious. If even one foot were to break, the entire panel would become unusable. Chapter 29. The neighboring child cries for more. Su Sheng surveyed the surrounding terrain. 3 primary factors needed to be considered when placing the solar panel. First, ease of wiring. Second, adequate safety to prevent damage. And third, sufficient sunlight exposure. Su Sheng's underground refuge is built against a mountain, with at least 13 square meters situated beneath the rock. Thus, it is most appropriate to place it amidst the rocky outcrops above, providing ample concealment, a suitable height, and effectively avoiding unintentional destruction by zombies. By selecting a favorable angle, the solar panels can operate at full capacity, generating maximum power. The wiring here is relatively convenient, directly passing through a skylight in the rock to connect to the underground sanctuary. Without hesitation, Su Sheng returned to the refuge, loaded the panels onto a wooden cart, and moved them beneath the rocks. The chosen location is approximately 7 to 8 meters above the ground, which is manageable to climb unencumbered, but becomes quite challenging while bearing the heavy solar panels. Nonetheless, he persevered. Su Sheng hoisted the panel onto his back, gritted his teeth, and descended with utmost caution. After approximately half an hour and several attempts, he finally reached his destination, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. At that moment, he could truly empathize with the plight of the ancient slaves who built the pyramids. After taking a couple of sips of water and resting for a few minutes, he began to adjust the direction according to the system's recommendations, aiming for an angle of approximately 45 degrees to the horizon. Next came the wiring. Common wire, 50 meters. Materials required for synthesis: 1 common copper block, 2 common plastics. Not bad. It takes just 1 unit of common copper and 2 units of plastic to synthesize 50 meters of wire, which is sufficient for my needs. These 2 materials are quite affordable at the trading post. In addition to the wire, Su Sheng also required electrical components. Incandescent bulb, materials required for synthesis: 1 common glass, 1 common tungsten rod, 1 common plastic. A small light bulb requires such an abundance of materials? Is this the only electrical item on the synthesis page? Su Sheng, disinterested in pondering further, promptly made a post at the trading post. Seller, Su Sheng, listed item, 130 pepper powder, trade offer, copper blocks. Plastics, notes, 50 pepper powder for 1 tungsten rod, 30 pepper powder each for 1 glass and 1 copper block, 20 pepper powder for 3 plastics. No bargaining. Just send me a private link. Goodness, is Su Sheng truly this affluent? Trading pepper powder for materials? This substance is known to repel bats and rats. Does the seller not realize the gaping hole in this transaction? Of course. The seller is the one who educated others on how pepper powder can drive away bats and rats. How could he possibly be unaware? Hey, I have 550 pure water. Can I exchange it for your 40 pepper powder? Please. Enough with the questions. The seller only wants copper blocks, tungsten rods, glass, and plastics. By the way, aren't these 2 materials used for synthesizing wires and bulbs? Hua Xing, you've discovered the blind spot. Could it be that Su Sheng is preparing to power up? It's evident. He's already synthesizing wires and bulbs, undoubtedly gearing up for electricity. Woe is me. I am still relying on torches for illumination while the elites are on the verge of electrification. I too am still using torches, soon. I want to even be able to afford kerosene. You are in a better situation than I am. I cannot even afford a torch. Relying instead on burning withered leaves to create fire, which has left my hands raw and calloused. Su Xing merely wished to avoid any tedious haggling, offering only fair market prices. Time is of the essence. He needed to swiftly complete today's tasks. Soon, Su Xing had gathered all the necessary materials, successfully combining the wires and light bulbs, and then proceeded with his work. Connecting the wires was rather straightforward, yet in the wilderness. A single exposed wire could easily lead to calamity, whether from bats, rodents, or even zombies severing the lines, or worse, someone tracing the wires back to his refuge. Thus, Su Xing had to undertake the task of concealing the wires, pressing them down with stones and dried grass, while digging a narrow trench for those on the ground. What seemed a simple endeavor consumed the entirety of his morning. After a thorough inspection confirmed that the final energy conversion panel was functioning correctly, he returned to the underground shelter. With a gentle tug on the slender hemp cord, essentially the switch for the lamp, the bulb on the table emitted a brilliant white light. Electricity coursed through his makeshift abode. Although he possessed merely a single bulb, it signified his entry into the age of electricity. A pivotal moment marking the dawn of an entirely new way of life and production methods. As he contemplated the future, envisioning the transition to an industrial and ultimately an information age, he recognized the irreplaceable value of electricity. A smile illuminated Su Xing's face as he pulled the switch cord once more to extinguish the light, then unscrewed a bottle of cola to celebrate. The cap released a delightful hiss of carbonation. For the first time, he found that sound to be exceptionally pleasant. In a single breath, Su Xing consumed half the bottle, a dual purpose of celebration and quenching his thirst. After washing his hands, he cheerfully retrieved flour, humming a little tune as he kneaded the dough. Guided by the system's instructions, he quickly formed a dough that resembled something quite respectable. With deft movements, he rolled and shaped the dough into a slender cylinder, approximately 4 centimeters in diameter. Taking out a dagger, he cut segments every 3 centimeters, twisting each piece 180 degrees to yield 9 small dough portions. He then pulled each piece by hand, transforming them into noodles. Su Xing preferred his noodles not overly soft. Thus he refrained from excessive stretching. Otherwise, they would lose their desirable elasticity and lack the necessary chewiness once cooked. He took a small piece of dough and began to mimic the antics of a staff member from a popular hot pot restaurant, spinning and performing tricks. With noodles I shan't eat, I shall simply play. Suddenly, the ends he held snapped without warning, and the slender, perfectly shaped noodles tumbled to the ground, now tainted with dirt and dust. Oh no, my noodles. They were rendered inedible, destined for the trading post later. The remaining small portions of dough left Su Xing cautious. He diligently completed the task, placing them into the pot. He sprinkled some salt, added a generous splash of soy sauce, and just before serving, drizzled a touch of sesame oil. The entire underground shelter was soon enveloped in a uniquely enticing aroma of noodle soup. Su Xing picked up a pair of chopsticks and lifted a noodle to taste its seasoning. Just perfect. Freshly cooked, a bowl of aromatic noodle soup was ready. He deftly picked up a strand with his chopsticks, blew on it gently twice, and then brought it to his lips. Wow, this is astonishingly delicious. Su Xing felt tears of joy welling up, and the child next door would surely be tempted to tears by the fragrant aroma. Chapter 30. I am the client king. Whole wheat flour possesses a greater chewiness compared to regular flour, and with Su Xing's exceptional noodle pulling skills, he swiftly polished off half a kilogram of noodles, leaving not a drop of soup behind. With a satisfied burp, Su Xing reclined on his bed, ready to take a brief nap. At that moment, a private message from Shen Yue arrived. Shen Yue, have you eaten yet? Su Xing, what's up? Speak plainly. Shen Yue, well, I wanted to ask if you can knead dough? Shen Yue, if not, I can help you with it. Su Xing pondered over the conversation. Such a fortunate offer? He replied, don't tell me you expect a service fee? Shen Yue, of course, considering our long-term cooperation. I'll only charge you a 20 processing fee. What do you think? Shen Yue, you can rest assured about my skills. My mother is from Qin, and I know numerous ways to prepare dough. If you agree to collaborate, I'll provide you with noodles for free. How does that sound? Shen Yue, however, you'll need to supply the flour and water for kneading and cooking. Goodness, Su Xing almost misinterpreted her intent. Accepting a 20 cut from wheat was one thing, but if she took the same from flour, he would end up working for Shen Yue. Handmade noodles by a beautiful woman? Su Xing mused that if Shen Yue set up a stall selling noodles in a bustling park with a sports car, her business would surely thrive. However, this was the apocalypse, not a vibrant city, and such a partnership would lead to his ruin. A mischievous thought suddenly struck Su Xing. Since Shen Yue had approached him, She wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Su Xing, no need. I've decided not to collaborate with you. Shen Yui's response was hesitant, laced with shock. Why? Su Sheng. Just now, a particularly cute girl with an adorable avatar contacted me, offering to grind my wheat into flour for free and help knead the dough for only a 10 service fee. Su Xing, your photo is too regal for my taste. I prefer the soft and cute type. Shen Yunwei sent him several question marks. Shen Yunwei, you're such a shallow man, forgetting loyalty for the sake of appearances. How disgraceful. Su Xing, we're merely business partners, no need to discuss loyalty, and I'm the client. I hereby announce the termination of our collaboration. Shen Yunwei, no. We had an agreement. You haven't sent the wheat to her yet, have you? Aren't you afraid of being deceived? I value honesty. Su Sheng, not yet. She looks so innocent, speaking sweetly. My heart is melting. She would never deceive me. Shen Yunwei, you fool. Shen Yunwei, you're definitely going to be tricked. Shen Yunwei, if you continue to collaborate with me, I shall assist you with the dough at no cost. Surely, that is agreeable? The person on the other end, anxious, sent 3 messages in quick succession, precisely as Su Sheng had anticipated. Now they comprehend who the true benefactor is, do they not? Their partnership has been somewhat glorified in its description. To put it plainly, Shen Yunwei is merely working for him. The 20% service fee merely compensates her for kneading and preparing the dough. Su Xing merely wished to tease her, using a subtle approach to convey that he could terminate their collaboration at any moment, without allowing her to overstep her bounds or indulge in unnecessary chatter. Su Xing, since you have put it that way, I shall reluctantly agree, considering your frequent contributions to the forum, providing educational posts for the benefit of the public. Shen Yunwei, the service fee remains at 20%. That cannot be diminished. This was precisely what he had hoped for. With a 20% service fee, Su Xing was to enjoy a comprehensive range of services, from grinding the flour to cooking the noodles. Su Xing cast a glance at the yellowing wheat. It was not yet time for harvest. He replied, that is acceptable, but the wheat can only be sent to you tomorrow. Shen Yunwei, are you still up in the tree? Su Xing, I almost forgot about that. Su Xing, yes, I am indeed stranded in a tree, surrounded by a swarm of bat rats below, so I cannot descend at all. Su Sheng, last night, an elite zombie wielding an axe attempted to chop the tree down, but fortunately, I managed to shoot it dead. I am now in a state of being completely out of arrows, not a single one left. Shen Yunwei, why don't the bat rats simply gnaw the tree down? Aren't their teeth capable of biting through steel? Su Sheng was tempted to retort, asking her to inquire with them directly, but he had to concoct another excuse to maintain the ruse. Su Sheng, they are unaware of my presence in the tree. Otherwise, I would have descended long ago. Shen Yunwei, oh I see. Shen Yunwei, you have nothing to eat, do you? Then I shall send you something to eat from down here. Su Sheng, here we go again? This old Singaporean truly does not grasp the deeper implications of her words in Jiuzhou. However, since she is offering, Su Xing had no reason to refuse. He was indeed somewhat hungry, having not eaten sufficiently earlier. Su Sheng, all right, then you can send it to my email directly. You have a new email, please check. Upon opening it, Su Sheng was astonished to find a bowl of soup with 3 or 4 strands of noodles floating atop. Su Sheng, why is there only soup in your noodles? Shen Yunwei, that is all that remains. Drink it while it's hot. It's better than going hungry. Very well. A free bowl of soup is not too shabby. If he did not drink it, Shen Yunwei would surely consume it herself, as she would never allow food to go to waste. It must be said that her heart is quite kind, albeit somewhat straightforward. Shen Yunwei, wait. Don't drink it just yet. Shen Yunwei, I suddenly feel that something is amiss, though I cannot pinpoint what. Shen Yunwei, that soft and adorable girl you mentioned earlier. You are not deceiving me, are you? Su Sheng, I have already finished it. Shen Yunwei, you truly tricked me? Shen Yunwei, spit it out. Su Sheng, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There truly is a girl who approached me for collaboration. Her arms are quite slender, clearly a delicate princess unaccustomed to hardship, unable to fend off zombies or other beasts, seeking my assistance. Su Xing, if you don't believe me, I'll clear my throat right now. Shen Yunwei, forget it. Even if you do, I can't drink it, so you'd better be telling the truth. Shen Yunwei gradually realized that Su Sheng seemed to be deceiving her, which nearly caused her to burst into laughter. Shen Yunwei possessed a commendable sense of integrity. She fought valiantly against zombies and was well-versed in survival knowledge. However, her interpersonal skills left much to be desired, though this flaw was not particularly detrimental. Su Sheng was curious about how Shen Yunwei managed to rank 17 on the Sky Ladder. If her mind were in a trading market, she would surely have been duped countless times. It must be said that her noodles were quite delectable. Even the broth was refreshing. Indeed, her culinary skills surpassed his own. After complimenting Shen Yunwei's craftsmanship, Su Sheng closed the chat window. He then accessed the three-dimensional map and utilized the resource chart. Please choose one of the following resources: copper, silver, gold, natural gas, oil, coal, selecting potassium nitrate. Displaying information. Please wait. Current survival area coordinates for potassium nitrate have been displayed. Chapter 31. Mining, seeking readership and collections. After employing the resource chart, Su Sheng's three-dimensional map was instantly marked with numerous coordinates. It was rather astonishing. He had not anticipated the abundance of nitrate mines on this peninsula. Upon rough estimation, there were roughly 70 to 80 coordinates within survival area 255. Regardless of the size of the mines, nearly every coordinate was guarded by aberrant beasts. The more abundant the nitrate, the more pronounced the red indicator. High risk accompanied high reward, as the surrounding beasts were of increasingly higher levels, bringing greater peril. It seemed I must abandon the notion of a one-time endeavor. The mutated beasts were diverse in types and characteristics, far exceeding just bats or mice. To recklessly explore a major mine would likely lead to encounters with high-tier beasts, and with Su Sheng's current weaponry, it would be akin to courting disaster. Su Sheng calmed himself and began to ponder seriously. Selecting a mining site hinged on several factors. First, the terrain must be favorable and the route convenient for extraction. Second, the danger level must be low to ensure a successful strike. Third, as the saying goes, 1,000 days of refining nitrate cannot compare to a single cannon shot. It was unnecessary to seek out a grand mine, but the quantity must be sufficient to sustain ammunition consumption for a period. Considering these three factors, Su Sheng identified a nitrate mine. This mine was located approximately 16 kilometers away, with a moderate amount of nitrate. And the red indicator at the coordinates was not overly conspicuous. If all went smoothly, he could return before nightfall, making it the optimal strike location. Su Sheng meticulously crafted a battle plan, intending to prepare thoroughly today and set off tomorrow morning. In addition to weapons and ammunition, Su Sheng needed to focus on preparing provisions to prevent unforeseen circumstances that might hinder his return to the shelter. Lightweight, energy-providing foods became the top choice in Su Sheng's eyes. Seller, Su Sheng, item listed, 1,000 bottles of purified water. Transaction intent, food, note, compressed biscuits, emergency meal replacements, chocolates, Snickers, Red Bull, and other easily portable food items. Please message me for the price. Esteemed one, could I exchange 2 bottles of Red Bull for 1 liter of purified water? Su Sheng, I am your admirer. How much purified water can I obtain for 2 pieces of Dove chocolate? Dear brother Su, how much purified water can I get for 2 pieces of compressed biscuits? I'm parched. Great one. I possess a box of Xianmai gum. How much purified water can I trade for it? Su Sheng acquired approximately half a backpack of food at the trading post, primarily consisting of compressed biscuits and chocolates, along with 2 boxes of strawberry-flavored Xianmai gum. The following day, 544. Su Sheng arose early. While preparing for the day, he noticed that the wheat had ripened. He harvested it all with a sickle and sent it to Shen Yunwei, leaving a note to ensure that his portion was made into pancakes. Currently, he possessed 2 water bottles, capable of carrying 3,600 milliliters, sufficient for about 2 days. In case of needing to clean wounds, or if the water bottles were damaged, this amount was evidently insufficient. To be prudent, Su Sheng also sent an additional 10 liters of purified water to Shen Yunwei as a backup. After donning his gear and confirming that all essential items were packed, Su Sheng prepared to set out. Alert! Alert! A natural disaster will arrive in 60 hours. All players are advised to prepare and devise response plans promptly. This natural disaster, scorching heat, level 1, scorching heat? Su Sheng did not expect a disaster alert before he had even taken his first step out of the shelter. The underground refuge remained temperate year-round, offering him little concern. After acknowledging the alert, he opened the shelter door and embarked on his journey for the day. Under normal circumstances, traversing a dozen kilometers would take approximately 4 to 5 hours. However, the path Su Sheng chose was predominantly mountainous. Not only did he have to ascend hills, but he also needed to navigate rocky terrains, circumvent or directly clear obstacles in his path, and remain vigilant against lurking beasts. These factors considerably hampered Su Sheng's progress. As he walked during the sun's most intense hours, he began to feel faint and had to seek refuge under a large tree for shade and rest. Sitting in the shade, he replenished his fluids, tore open 2 compressed biscuits, and munched on them to restore his energy. To his dismay, the compressed biscuits were coconut-flavored, quite unpalatable. Nevertheless, Su Sheng consumed them entirely, for he had exchanged 600 milliliters of purified water for just this 1 pack. The previous night, he had received a flurry of private messages and had forgotten to check the flavor. What a loss! After resting for about 40 minutes and regaining some strength, Su Sheng resumed his journey. Shortly thereafter, he sensed something amiss. Were these cooking pits? Approaching, he used his spade to dig a little and indeed uncovered 2 cooking pits. These were undoubtedly man-made. Not far from the cooking pits, there was another pit of similar size. Cooking in the wilderness? And without burying it? How lacking must the anti-tracking awareness of these individuals be? Based on the dimensions of these 2 cooking pits, Su Sheng could roughly deduce that the opposing party comprised around 46 individuals. The remnants of firewood at the bottom of the pits and the scorched edges had noticeably diminished, indicating they had been excavated perhaps 2 or 3 days, or even 3 to 4 days prior. Furthermore, Su Sheng noted the triangular markings carved into the surrounding trees, indicating direction. These individuals might have made these markings out of fear of losing their way. Was it another small team? Or was it the same one he had encountered at the airdrop coordinates? The route and direction seemed to align, making it improbable that it was another team. Nevertheless, Su Sheng maintained a high level of vigilance as he continued onward. The journey in the morning proved arduous. However, the latter part was significantly easier, predominantly traversing flat terrain. As the sun dipped below the horizon, aided by his super running shoes, Su Sheng arrived near the coordinates of the mine before twilight. Fortune smiled upon him during this trek, as he encountered neither aberrant beasts nor zombies. Had he faced an encounter with zombies or aberrant creatures, reaching his destination before nightfall would have been highly unlikely. Climbing a small hillside, Su Sheng utilized the expansive view afforded by the elevation, examining the surrounding terrain and potential dangers through his infrared imaging telescope. Soon enough, he spotted a relatively warm, motionless object through the lens. Wait, that doesn't seem to be an aberrant creature. It is merely a pile of dung. The excrement was still warm, suggesting that an aberrant beast had recently been active in this vicinity. Zombies would not exhibit such behavior. Circumventing the pile of dung, Su Sheng advanced a short distance and, indeed, beheld an aberrant creature sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. It possessed curved horns atop its head, its body a mottled mix of black and yellow. With sharp claws and a slender physique, its back rising high with each breath. Very well, let us ascertain what manner of creature you are. Chapter 32. Slaying the Bone-Crushing Hound. The artifact descends. Bone-Crushing Hound creature level. 2 stars, danger level. Medium, basic description. A native species of the apocalyptic realm. A small yet ferocious sand dune runner, capable of speeds up to 60, armed with sharp claws, frequently serving as sentinels and attackers within swarms. Racing against it is not a prudent choice. Traits. Possesses a scent tracking ability 10 times that of a hound, yet lacks maturity and intellect, typically obeying larger swarm queens. And has poor eyesight, equivalent to human vision of 1,000 degrees with slight astigmatism, exhibiting a strong territorial instinct, and usually, bone-crushing hounds travel in pairs. Vulnerabilities, fear of flames and high decibel sounds. System recommendation. Encountering a bone-crushing hound in the wild suggests it is not following any swarm, or has become separated from one. Caution. Racing or evading it is not a wise choice. Please eliminate it swiftly. Traveling in pairs? Upon reading the system's description, Su Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his telescope to search for a second bone-crushing hound nearby, but found nothing. Suddenly, he heard the crunching sound of leaves being stepped upon behind him. Su Sheng swallowed hard and slowly turned around, only to find a bone-crushing dog baring its teeth, with a long droplet of saliva trickling from its chin, glaring intently at him. The beast was less than 20 meters away, its body slightly hunched, poised to spring into action at any moment. Its expression was one of profound anger, a low growl resonating from its throat, laying claim to this territory. Within its eyes, Su Sheng perceived a flicker of greed, as if he were a delectable feast in its mind. With a low growl, the bone-crushing dog surged towards him with lightning speed. Su Sheng had no time to react. A single thought echoed in his mind. Run. Should he find himself flanked by 2 of these creatures, even with an automatic pistol, he could not fire at both targets simultaneously. He took off nearly in sync with the dog. Though the beast was swift, Su Sheng was equipped with super running shoes, which enhanced his speed the faster he ran. He maintained a slightly safer distance, just ahead of the pursuing creature. Ahead lay a massive boulder, and upon reaching it, Su Sheng did not continue running. To persist in such a manner would soon exhaust his stamina. Where would he end up? Knowing that the bone-crushing dog feared high decibel sounds, he realized he had the perfect weapon at hand. The creature was now less than 10 meters away. Swiftly, Su Sheng retrieved a flashbang grenade from his waistband, disengaged the safety, and hurled it towards the oncoming dog. As soon as he released it, he shut his eyes and covered his ears, taking refuge behind the rock. The flashbang, known for generating an intense burst of light equivalent to 8 million candle flames, would also produce a deafening noise of 170 decibels within 2 seconds, with a brief lingering effect on the visual cortex that would last for 5 to 10 seconds before normalcy returned. This non-lethal weapon would afford Su Sheng a precious opportunity to fire back. A resounding bang echoed in his ears as the flashbang detonated, and he quickly emerged from his cover. The bone-crushing dog that had been charging at him was now sprawled on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. With a series of rapid pulls on the trigger, Su Sheng fired 5 shots, all finding their mark. Is it dead? He approached cautiously. Discovering that the creature had indeed lost all signs of life, its mouth clamped tightly around the flashbang he had thrown. Astonishingly, the deafening noise produced at such close range had killed it. In other words, he had wasted 5 bullets. A series of pitiful howls reached his ears, unmistakably the sound of a canine in distress. Another one. A few meters ahead, another bone-crushing dog was frothing at the mouth, lying on its back, trembling violently, desperately trying to right itself. This creature had been farther from the explosion, but it too was severely affected, disoriented, and unable to stand. Without hesitation, Su Sheng aimed for its vital spots and fired. With a rapid succession of gunfire, 6 shots rang out, leading to the demise of the bone-shattering hound. Once the treasure chest emerged from the defeated creature, Su Sheng finally exhaled in relief. You have slain 2 bone-shattering hounds, awarded golden treasure chest 1, however. Something seemed amiss. The system had previously stated that defeating mutated beasts guaranteed a treasure chest drop, yet he had only received 1 chest after vanquishing 2 of these aberrations. Upon revisiting the attributes of the bone-shattering hound, the answer became evident. They were identical twins. This post-apocalyptic native species was not a viviparous mammal but rather an oviparous one. Each egg could hatch into 2 bone-shattering hounds. In other words, there were no solitary bone-shattering hounds. Each one had its own sibling. After cautiously surveying the area with his infrared imaging telescope and confirming there were no threats, Su Sheng opened the treasure chest. This was his first encounter with a treasure of the golden variety. He wondered what delightful items lay within. Opening treasure chest. Please wait. Congratulations. You have received Apocalypse Camera 1, an Apocalypse Camera? Su Sheng scrutinized the device, which bore a striking resemblance to a household camera. A golden treasure chest yielded nothing but a camera? After expending a flash-stun grenade and the few bullets he had, this seemed like a considerable loss. The Apocalypse Camera came with a charger, 2 spare batteries, an interchangeable lens, and a professional lens cloth. Su Sheng examined its attributes: Apocalypse Camera, Artifact, Supreme, Basic Description, Metal Material, Ultra-High Pixel Count, capable of photography and videography, main functions and value, 1 billion pixels, featuring autofocus, exposure adjustment, and advanced anti-shake capabilities. Along with an embedded optimization algorithm for effortless photography, every shot you take is of artistic caliber. Players possessing the Apocalypse Camera can share images and short videos, limited to 15 seconds, via communication channels, forums, marketplaces, and private messages. System suggestion: each survival zone is limited to 1,000 Apocalypse Cameras. It is a rare artifact in the world, so please use and maintain it with care. Su Sheng? I can send pictures? Well then, I take back what I just said. Su Sheng's unique advantage primarily lay in disseminating knowledge to the masses. With the added capability to send images, every one of his future educational posts could be richly illustrated, thereby earning him more post-apocalyptic honor points. Beyond the forum, he could also attach images of items in his trading posts, elevating his threads and effectively granting him priority in trades. This device was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 33. Why can you send pictures? Seeking continued reading and votes, Su Sheng attempted to take pictures of the 2 bone-shattering hounds. Click, click. It was quite user-friendly. All he had to do was press the shutter. Upon reviewing the captured images, they were of stunning clarity, albeit slightly gruesome. Several unfamiliar terms had also appeared in the earlier attributes. Swarm? Insect Queen? Is it the type of swarm I think it is? In Su Sheng's impression, the swarm resembled a meticulously structured army of insects, characterized by an unwavering hierarchy and a profound sense of obedience. Much like bees, they exhibited a clear division of labor, sweeping across the land wherever they ventured. Based on the literal interpretation of the entry, Su Sheng could glean this much, though much of it was merely conjecture, leaving him uncertain. Time was of the essence. He needed to commence mining promptly. The light of dusk proved more blinding than that of noon. Yet such brilliance was merely a prelude to the enveloping darkness, fraught with peril. It was evident that returning home tonight was impossible. He would have to endure the night outdoors. His goal was to gather a sufficient quantity of saltpeter before nightfall, allowing him to return at first light. Using his coordinates, Su Sheng effortlessly located the saltpeter deposit. Initially, he intended to fabricate a multifunctional folding shovel on site, but soon discovered that beneath the sparse soil lay an impenetrable layer of hard rock. How was he to excavate this? Su Xing retrieved a melon grenade from his belt. It appeared that blasting was the only viable option. The tactical grenade was something he had salvaged from an airdrop, and given his current technological capabilities, he was wary of using it. Such area effect weaponry was intended for critical emergencies, and the necessity to employ it for mining was unexpected. He hoped that a single grenade would suffice. Su Xing secured the grenade in place, using a dagger to cut a length of fishing line, which he attached to the pull ring before retreating to a safe distance and pulling it with all his might. Boom! A thunderous detonation resonated in his ears, the cacophony overwhelming, as fragments of rock violently struck the cover before him. The blast had succeeded. The once formidable and heavy layers of rock were now shattered, revealing a narrow, cavernous vein that could accommodate only one person. Such a resounding noise would undoubtedly attract the nearby zombies. Rather than hastily begin mining, Su Xing prioritized finding refuge. After neutralizing the approaching zombies and ensuring his safety, he commenced his mining endeavors, utilizing the materials at hand. He fashioned a torch and ventured into the depths of the cavern. The expanse of the cavern was modest, akin to half a basement. Scattered across the ground, walls, and ceiling were pale yellow crystalline formations, each roughly the size of a palm. This was the saltpeter Su Xing had tirelessly sought. Potassium nitrate crystals, grade, advanced primary component, 3 basic description, an inorganic compound, commonly known as saltpeter. It is a potassium nitrate that appears as colorless, transparent orthorhombic or rhombohedral crystals, or a white powder, odorless, non-toxic, with a salty taste and a cooling sensation. Molecular weight, 101. 10. Melting point, 334. Main functions and value. A vital raw material for the production of black powder. It can also be processed into chlorine-free nitrogen-potassium compound fertilizer, exhibiting high solubility, with its effective components of nitrogen and potassium rapidly absorbed by crops. It serves as a salt bath for mechanical heat treatment and quenching. Is utilized in the ceramic industry for producing glazes, acts as a clarifying agent in glass production, and is employed in the manufacturing of automotive lamp housings and optical glass cathode ray tube enclosures. System recommendation: an essential raw material for upgrading thermal weapons, a harbinger of war and peace. Click the link to explore detailed methods for producing gunpowder and fertilizers. The site Su Xing selected was commendable. The quantity of saltpeter was not only sufficient for his needs for the foreseeable future, but its purity and quality were also notably high. The rather mixed nitrate does not form such large crystals. Inferior nitrate is roughly the size of a fingernail. Nitrate serves not only as a fundamental ingredient for black powder, but also as a component for fertilizers. Su Xing incessantly struck the knife's hilt against the nitrate, shattering it into fragments to temporarily fashion a backpack for carrying. As night descended, Su Xing had gathered a considerable amount, filling his backpack to capacity. Upon testing its weight, he found it exceedingly heavy, at least 10 kilograms, sufficient for his needs for a while. With darkness enveloping the land, he needed to find a hiding place swiftly. This small mine presented itself as a natural refuge. However, the entrance stood wide open, and the zombies possessed an acute sense of smell. Having dispatched several zombies nearby during the day, with bloodstains scattered around, hiding here was far from secure. Could he rely on the hope that the zombies would overlook this mine? Su Xing silently shook his head. In the apocalypse, one cannot afford to depend on luck. For safety's sake, he prudently concealed the backpack in a corner of the mine, shouldering another bag filled with supplies and opting to hide atop a sturdy tree that would be difficult for zombies to climb. Zombies could not ascend, and his scent lingered above, undetectable from below. After climbing to a considerable height, Su Xing paused. There were no more branches sturdy enough to support his weight. He found himself 9 meters above the ground, standing upon a trunk with a diameter of 30 to 40 centimeters, remarkably robust, sufficient even to lie upon. Thus, he resolved to endure the night in this makeshift manner. Su Xing dared not lie down. He was never a still sleeper, often tossing and turning, and should he recline, the risk of falling in the dead of night was too great. To perish not from a zombie's bite or a beast's gnawing but from a fall. Such a demise was unacceptable. He secured his waist to the main trunk with the strap of his backpack, leaning semi-vertically against the trunk, legs positioned squarely upon a branch, and began to attend to his private messages. The dialog box from Xin Yue displayed a multitude of unread notifications. Su Xing replied, "I was a bit busy during the day and didn't check my messages." Xin Yue, what were you busy with? Why didn't T respond? Xin Yue, you sent over wheat, expecting me to make you pancakes, yet you say nothing? Su Xing had not only sent her wheat during the day, but also 10 liters of pure water. His intention was to keep a contingency plan. Should his own water supply run low, allowing Xin Yunwei to send some back for emergency use. Su Sheng. Yes, just make the pancakes for me. I've sent you the water and wheat. Is there a problem? Xin Yunwei. There's a major issue. Xin Yunwei. I have no pan to make you pancakes. And since you weren't responding, I had to hastily craft a frying pan. Xin Yunwei. It cost me 5 units of iron. You shall reimburse me for the materials. Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the triviality of the matter. Su Sheng. You can just deduct it from the pure water. Su Sheng. If you insist on reimbursement for materials, I will send it to you when I return. It's just 5 iron blocks, a minor issue. Xin Yunwei. Return? You wouldn't mean to say you're still up in the tree, would you? How fortuitous. He had previously misled Xin Yunwei. Yet now, Su Sheng truly found himself in the tree. Su Sheng. It must be in the tree. Su Sheng, never tell lies. My words are worth their weight in gold. You know? Xin Yunwei. Haha, I don't believe you. Su Sheng. You don't believe me? Xin Yunwei. Not at all. You simply don't wish to reply to me and have never considered me a partner. The facts speak for themselves. Su Sheng promptly produced the doomsday camera he had acquired during the day, clicking away to capture several photos, which he sent over immediately. Xin Yunwei? Chapter 34. The Fierce Battle. Su Sheng. Do you see? I really am in the tree. I didn't deceive you. Su Sheng utilized the photos to validate his innocence. It must be noted that the doomsday camera proved remarkably effective, capturing images even in the dark with remarkable clarity. Xin Yunwei. How are you able to send pictures? Su Sheng. Is that the crux of the matter? Su Sheng. Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that I have been trapped in this tree for several days? Currently homeless and in a pitiful predicament? Xin Yunwei. All right. I believe you. Xin Yunwei, can you tell me why you can send pictures? Su Sheng. Because I am ranked first on the ladder of heaven. I possess privileges. Xin Yunwei. You're just making things up. I'm still at rank 20. Why don't I have any privileges? Su Sheng. Hehe. Xin Yunwei. If you don't wish to share, that's fine. Wait, there are indeed zombies beneath you. Su Sheng hurriedly used his infrared imaging telescope to inspect the ground beneath the tree and discovered a cluster of 3 to 5 zombies. The photos he had just taken inadvertently captured some zombies in the upper right corner, but he had not noticed them with the same meticulousness as Xin Yunwei. So quiet? I haven't heard a single sound. Just as Su Sheng anticipated, the scent of blood from the day had attracted a horde of zombies, with 3 to 5 having already entered the natural cave he had intended to spend the night in. Thankfully, he hadn't taken shelter in the cave. Otherwise, he would have already become a zombie. Su Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Su Sheng replied to Xin Yunwei. Now do you understand my plight? Xin Yunwei. Be careful, don't fall down in the middle of the night. Upon reading this message, Su Sheng felt a comforting warmth through the dialogue box. A rare sentiment in the world of apocalypse. Such heartfelt concern truly held weight. Even in the once bustling city, Su Sheng always dined alone, shopped alone, enjoyed hot pot alone, and watched movies alone. He did everything by himself. He was moved by Xin Yunwei's words and prepared to send a thank you. However, the next message abruptly jolted Su Sheng back to reality. Xin Yunwei, I'm counting on you to reimburse me for 5 iron blocks. Still caught in a moment of warm self-indulgence, Su Sheng had his reverie shattered. Su Sheng, thank you. Su Sheng, I'm heading to sleep now. I'm exhausted from the day. Good night. Su Sheng decisively closed the dialogue box. He couldn't care less about the horde of zombies lingering below. As long as he didn't fall, his life was not in danger. If they were still there come morning, he would swiftly deal with them at this moment. He only desired rest and didn't want to complicate matters for a few meager treasure chests. Tomorrow, he would need to carry a 10-kilogram load over a long distance. Maintaining ample sleep was essential. Su Sheng closed his eyes, entering a state of restful recuperation. Morning arrived. Su Sheng awoke punctually, immediately unfastening the straps that had secured him. After a night of restraint, his abdomen bore a ring of crimson indentations, leaving him uncomfortable in both his stomach and lower back. Throughout the night, he had maintained a light slumber, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances, ensuring he could awaken promptly to respond. Fortunately, he felt relatively rested, without the heaviness or fatigue that often accompanies inadequate sleep. With the nearby undead having retreated, Su Sheng cautiously descended from the tree, hastily addressing his breakfast, then reversing his supply backpack, allowing the coarse sack filled with nitrate to rest upon his back. The supply pack was positioned in front while the nitrate bag was behind, rendering him somewhat rotund and amusing in appearance, yet exceedingly practical. Without hesitation, he embarked on his return journey. Certain military units mandate their soldiers to carry a load of 5 to 10 kilograms while sprinting over a distance of 5 kilometers. Su Sheng, however, lacked such robust physical prowess. Burdened with over 10 kilograms, he found himself needing to pause for rest every hour or so. Thankfully, The assistance of his super running shoes afforded him a decent pace, albeit at the cost of significant physical exertion. He could already feel his feet drenched in sweat, his socks thoroughly soaked. It seemed a thorough cleaning of his shoes and the preparation of additional pairs of socks would be in order upon his return. As Su Sheng rested beneath a grand tree, the piercing cries of humanity reached his ears. What was happening? Heightening his vigilance, he first employed his infrared imaging telescope to survey the surroundings, but found nothing amiss. "I'll take you on," a voice from the left front proclaimed. And this time Su Sheng could unequivocally ascertain it was a human voice. It appeared a confrontation was underway. Should he intervene? Without delay, he cast aside his heavy backpack, made a quick mark nearby, and equipped himself lightly with weapons, ready for action. He ventured into the woods ahead, the sounds growing ever closer. Ultimately, through his telescope, he discerned the scene before him, a 7-member team engaged in a fierce battle with an aberrant beast. The chaos of the skirmish rendered the area a veritable battlefield, with 4 of the 7 already fallen, leaving 3 individuals brandishing machetes in defiance. The creature bore a pair of thin, purplish-black wings, a distinctive feature of a bat rat. How could 7 individuals struggle against a single bat rat? Clearly, this squad had not perused the informative post he had shared. This bat rat was more muscular and larger than its ordinary kin. Had they heeded his strategy guide, they might not have found themselves overmatched. As Su Sheng crept closer, yet another member of the trio succumbed to the onslaught. The remaining 2, severely wounded, leaned against each other, their gazes directed at the beast with fierce determination, prepared to face death head-on. Quietly, Su Sheng readied his hand crossbow, knocking 5 bolts, each tipped with a coating of pepper, and took aim from his concealed position. This 7-member squad had evidently endured a prolonged struggle. 5 had fallen, and 1 lay grievously injured. The creature's exterior, coated in black scales, bore the marks of countless strikes from blades and axes, its body riddled with wounds. Even those slender wings bore a significant gash along with several neat punctures. From a distance of several meters, Su Sheng could hear its tremendous gasps, revealing its utter exhaustion, marking the moment as the most opportune for a lethal strike. Even without the need to employ pepper to diminish its capabilities, its current state rendered it vulnerable enough to be slain. Just as Su Sheng prepared to pull the trigger, an astonishing scene unfolded. The creature's wings unfurled abruptly, forcefully flapping against the ground, lifting its limbs off the earth and soaring into the air. In the next instant, akin to an eagle swooping down on its prey, it glided forward, extending its sharp talons, and lunged directly at the injured man. Su Sheng witnessed the claws pierce through the man's chest, blood gushing from his orifices as he succumbed instantly. The man's lifeless body was then forcefully thrown onto another, resulting in a violent collision that caused him to expel blood and collapse, unable to rise again. Su Sheng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. This creature was by no means a bat rat. Chapter 35. Reaching an agreement. Short-tailed brown bat. Creature level, 2 stars. Danger level, high. Basic description. The appearance of the short-tailed brown bat bears a 95% resemblance to that of the bat rat. Though its numbers are fewer, it is exceedingly active, hunting continuously around the clock. Characteristics. Possesses keen eyesight, sharp claws, and its protective scales are less formidable compared to those of the bat rat. In comparison to the bat rat, it is larger, stronger, with sharper claws, and possesses short-range flying capabilities, its wings providing significant maneuverability. Weak points. Wings, lower abdomen, gill-like breathing apertures on both cheeks, short tailbone. Strong points. Elbows, claws. System recommendation. Players are advised to prioritize attacking the wings of the short-tailed brown bat to incapacitate its flight ability, thereby diminishing its mobility, followed by strikes to its weak points. As Su Sheng meticulously observed its form, he recognized the differences. Apart from its larger size, the short-tailed brown bat concealed respiratory openings on the sides of its cheeks reminiscent of fish gills. Each breath released visible plumes of warm air. Its body was not entirely cloaked in black scales. The areas indicated by the system were devoid of protection. At that moment, Su Sheng realized how naive and subjective his previous thoughts had been. This creature was indeed a bat. He also noted a scattering of orange powder across the adjacent soil, evidently the pepper used by the squad during earlier skirmishes. The pepper had no effect on it, at most provoking a sneeze. Fortunately, through the system's entries, Su Sheng discerned other vulnerabilities: the lower abdomen, the gill-like breathing apertures on either side of its face, as well as the junction between its spine and wings. Aiming for its back, he exhaled softly and swiftly triggered the crossbow. Whoosh! The 5 arrows struck true. 2 of the bolts effortlessly pierced through its wings, creating a gaping hole the size of a fist. The already injured brown bat, with its short tail, found itself unable to take flight. 3 remaining crossbow bolts had struck its spine, the back of its neck, and one cruelly embedded itself in the fragile bone of its tail. The bat emitted a heart-wrenching scream, utterly oblivious to the severity of the crossbow bolts. With its sharp claws, it wrenched the bolt from its body, splattering black blood around and exacerbating its wounds. Turning its head, it fixed a furious gaze with its brownish-yellow eyes upon Su Xing, as if wishing to flay him alive. The bat flapped its wings desperately, but the myriad of holes and injuries rendered it incapable of flight, completely stripping it of its ability to soar. Without affording it a moment's respite, Su Xing unleashed 5 more crossbow bolts, then advanced with his Glock in hand. The sound of bullets tore through the air. At such proximity, their penetrating power far surpassed that of the crossbow bolts. The 9mm rounds inflicted tremendous impact and lethality, compelling the creature to shield its body with its hardened elbows. Yet, this proved futile, for Su Xing was not aimlessly firing. He targeted its vital points with precision. Once the magazine was emptied, the creature succumbed to death, crashing heavily to the ground. You have slain a mutated beast. Reward: 1 advanced silver treasure chest. Su Xing had no time to regard the treasure chest, swiftly checking on the status of the 7-member team. 6 had perished, leaving only 1 with a flicker of life. This individual, likely in his 30s, bore an Asian visage and an average build, now slumped against a large tree, clutching his abdomen. His eyes were vacant, and his lower face was smeared with blood, devoid of any will to survive. After confirming he posed no threat, Su Xing sheathed his crossbow. "Thank you, but I fear I won't last long," he weakly uttered. Having been violently impacted by a fallen comrade, his insides were damaged and bleeding. Given the current medical conditions, there was no hope for salvation. He awaited the inevitable, as the adrenaline coursing through his veins would soon dissipate, leading to his demise. Su Xing had not intended to save anyone. He merely sought to mediate, only to witness the team's complete annihilation. "No need for thanks," Su Xing replied courteously. "What is your name?" "Zhang Dihai," he coughed violently, blood spilling forth. Through their brief exchange, Su Xing learned that the cooking pit and the markings on the trees to prevent getting lost were the handiwork of this team, illuminating the situation for him. "My time is limited," Zhang Dihai continued, "and I wish to propose a transaction." "What sort of transaction?" Zhang Dihai did not offer the supplies or equipment from his fallen companions as bargaining chips. To him, those were already in Su Xing's possession. Instead, he sought to trade information. "I do not wish to be devoured by zombies and beasts, nor to die without dignity. If you promise to give me and my brothers a proper burial, I will share a confidential piece of intelligence with you." The weaponry wielded by this group consists of tools such as hoes, axes, sickles, and shovels, which can serve both as implements for labor and as instruments of combat. However, their primary arms are crossbows, bows, and daggers. Numerous arrows lay strewn across the ground, rendered irretrievable. "Top secret intelligence?" "Certainly, I assure you," Su Xing remarked, as he walked a short distance to retrieve a shovel and commence digging a pit. Observing Su Xing's actions, Zhang Dihai began to narrate their purpose for venturing out. They aimed to engage in a dungeon raid for rewards. This was a hidden feature of the system, known to only a select few. Zhang Dihai informed Su Xing that their squad initially comprised 14 members, and during a recent foray to scavenge supplies, they inadvertently stumbled into a dungeon. After a fierce struggle, they successfully cleared the dungeon, albeit suffering a loss of half their personnel. The rewards for completing the dungeon were bountiful, including survival supplies, medicine, mid to high-grade materials, weapons, equipment, and a variety of items. After a period of development, their gear had become more refined, and they sought to challenge the dungeon once more, only to encounter a deadly ambush by monstrous beasts along the way. Coughing violently, Zhang Dihai then pulled up a 3-dimensional map, indicating a red coordinate they had marked for Su Xing. "Take this map with you. It will prove invaluable." This red coordinate marks the precise location of the dungeon. Zhang Dihai also conveyed several precautions, advising Su Xing to be wary of fire, to carry additional torches, to avoid entering the dungeon alone, and to assemble a larger group for safety. After imparting his instructions, the light in Zhang Dihai's eyes gradually faded. Su Xing had nearly completed digging the pit, which was just the right size to accommodate the bodies of the 7 men. Before the burial, Su Xing began to collect any valuables from them. Although their weapons were mediocre, their supplies were rather plentiful. Chapter 36. Design blueprints for an electric bicycle. Amoxicillin capsules? These are top-tier anti-inflammatory medications. 2 antiviral injection syringes? If one is bitten or scratched by a zombie and promptly receives an injection, it can eradicate the infectious agents within? Remarkable, indeed. Su Xing had initially crafted a chest plate from available materials to protect himself from injuries during encounters with zombies. Now, possessing 2 syringes significantly enhances his margin for error, should he inadvertently fall prey to a zombie attack. he would at least have the opportunity to remedy the situation with medication. Unlike others, who, after being attacked, either succumbed to being devoured or fled only to suffer from infection and ultimately become mindless, soulless shells. Additionally, in their backpacks, Su Sheng discovered 8 units of mid-grade iron, 3 units of mid-grade plastic, 4 units of mid-grade steel plates, 1 unit of mid-grade nylon, and 1 unit of mid-grade rubber. He hadn't anticipated that this small squad was so affluent. The rewards from the dungeon were indeed lavish, with ample food and water, along with a wealth of materials. It was unfortunate, however, that Zhang Dihai's weaponry and equipment were quite outdated. Possessing such an abundance of resources, yet being unable to defeat even a single exotic beast, ultimately, all of it became a bridal gown for Su Sheng, enriching his own coffers. Su Sheng increasingly realized how astute it was to prioritize the creation of this Glock automatic pistol with the resources at his disposal. After hearing Zhang Dihai's description, he began to comprehend why, despite his extraordinary prowess, he could only secure the 7th position on the ladder ranking. Su Sheng was indifferent to the ranking itself, but found it peculiar. Since his arrival, he had been on a winning streak, and the only individuals who surpassed him must have secured the coveted red airdrop. However, such an airdrop could only be claimed by one person or a small team, occupying a singular ranking. What about the other 5? They likely gained substantial survival resources through repeated dungeon runs, mastering various mechanisms. As for the lack of discussion in channels and forums, it was probably because few had the fortune to discover the dungeons. Even if one stumbled upon an entrance, recklessly entering would likely lead to demise. Those who managed to obtain rewards and escape unscathed were exceedingly rare. This mentality of quietly amassing wealth is quite common, with individuals fearing that others might uncover their additional avenues for resource acquisition. Su Sheng had no intention of publicizing this information. Not only would it invite skepticism, but it could also endanger many lives, making it a thankless endeavor. Once everyone's living standards and weaponry improved, he might consider revealing it. Until then, he would wait. After securely laying the small team to rest, he recalled the recently slain short-tailed fruit bat. And there was also a silver treasure chest. Opening the treasure chest for you. Please wait. Congratulations. You have obtained Electric Bicycle Blueprint X1, an electric bicycle? Su Sheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had already resolved his basic needs for clothing, food, and shelter. Only transportation remained an issue. If he could manufacture an electric bicycle, it would greatly expedite his future explorations, dungeon runs, or airdrop retrievals, while conserving his stamina along the way. Su Sheng did not allow his elation to cloud his judgment. It was unwise to linger here. Returning to the underground shelter was of utmost priority. Acquiring such valuable items was indeed fortunate. But whether he would live to utilize them remained uncertain. He might unwittingly become a pawn for someone else. Utilizing his doomsday camera, Su Sheng meticulously photographed the short-tailed fruit bat, which would serve as the original material for his next post. Having completed these tasks, he cleared the battlefield, recovering any reusable crossbow bolts and arrows, shouldering 2 or 3 large bags, and making his way back to the shelter without delay. Upon returning to the underground refuge, night was fast approaching. As he secured the 3 thick safety bolts, a sigh of relief washed over Su Sheng. The long-awaited sense of security returned. With his resource backpack, gunpowder backpack, and the spoils collected from the battlefield, along with the gear he donned, the journey of over 10 kilometers had nearly exhausted him. Overwhelmed by fatigue, he had no appetite. Merely sipping a few mouthfuls of water to satiate his hunger before collapsing onto his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Morning arrived. Upon awakening, Su Sheng instinctively glanced at the time, 8:55. Had I truly slept for over 10 hours? Rubbing his groggy head, he sluggishly arose to wash up and prepare himself. After having breakfast and allowing his mind to clear a bit, Su Sheng began to assess the gains from his recent endeavors. The most valuable acquisitions were undoubtedly 10 kilograms of saltpeter, the design blueprints for an electric bicycle, and an assortment of pharmaceuticals. He opted to carry the antiviral syringe with him, ensuring that in the event of an unforeseen encounter with a zombie, he could administer the injection promptly. First, let us examine the materials required for constructing the electric bicycle. Electric bicycle, basic description, utilizes electrical power as energy for operation, with speed and range determined by the size of the battery configured by the player. Materials required for construction: 810 intermediate iron blocks, 45 intermediate steel plates, 14 intermediate rubber, 11 intermediate nylon, 1 lithium battery. Though he procured a significant amount of intermediate materials from Zhang Dihai's team, he still lacked a few essential items to manufacture the electric bicycle. Notably, the 4 units of intermediate rubber and the lithium battery were evidently necessary for the tires and the power source. Crafting a dagger, bow, and crossbow demands a considerable quantity of materials, in addition to tools such as axes and hammers, yet these weapons hold little utility for him. It would be more prudent to sell them as second-hand items at the trading post to potentially fill the material gap. Currently, Su Sheng was short by 2 units of intermediate iron blocks, 1 unit of intermediate steel plate, 3 units of intermediate rubber, and 1 lithium battery. Seller, Su Sheng. Items listed, 7 high-quality daggers. Trading intent. Intermediate materials. Note, selling finished daggers, bows, and crossbows, used for only a few days. Guaranteed to be in above 90 condition. Buyers of bows and crossbows must provide their own arrows. First come, first served, with no deception. Only intermediate iron blocks, steel plates, rubber, and batteries accepted. What a bargain this offer is. A high-quality dagger requires 5 units of ordinary iron blocks and 1 unit of steel plate. Now, I can exchange just 1 intermediate iron block. Hey, can I trade you a dagger for 1 unit of intermediate rubber? Hello, could you respond? I have a battery. Would you be willing to exchange it for your bow? I can even throw in the charger. Clearly, that individual was not seeking such a battery. What a misguided notion. Am I the only one curious about where Su Sheng acquired so many second-hand weapons? Surely, they cannot be his discarded items, as he could not possibly utilize them all. Wait, I think I understand. Could it be that they were confiscated? Ah, now it dawns on me. Su Sheng is quite the formidable character. Chapter 37, Substantiation. Seeking continued support, quickly, Su Sheng managed to trade away the surplus weapons in his possession, successfully gathering the necessary materials for constructing the electric bicycle. Ironically, the individual who had proposed a battery exchange, offering a charger, had actually provided a relic of an outdated battery. Soon after, someone sent Su Sheng a private message. Hey, brother, do you need a second-hand lithium battery salvaged from an electric vehicle? Su Sheng expended 15 liters of purified water, a finely crafted dagger, a sturdy bow, and 10 arrows, along with an additional 15 liters of purified water, to barely secure his acquisition. The other party initially sought to demand medication from Su Sheng, but he resolutely declined, informing them that without a complete electrical system, such items were utterly worthless. Although lithium batteries are rare, they are of no utility with the current level of technology. Apart from Su Sheng, no one would purchase them. He suggested that if they wished to barter, they could hold on to the batteries until society advanced into an electrical age, at which point they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. This assertion intimidated the other party, who realized they might not even survive until that time. Thus, they opted to exchange their goods swiftly. Consequently, an agreement was reached. Once the materials were collected, Su Sheng promptly took down the transaction post. Observers had already discerned that he had eradicated a small team and reaped the spoils. Su Sheng chose not to provide any explanations to avoid complicating matters further. In this post-apocalyptic world, taking a life is not a matter of shame, but rather a testament to one's formidable strength. The rule of law has long since vanished. The principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Utilizing basic principles of physics, Su Sheng dismantled the complete lithium battery into 2 large battery packs. One was designated for the construction of an electric vehicle, while the other was allocated for the power needs of an underground shelter. Upon confirmation of the manufacturing process, the system scanned the code and presented a silhouette of an electric vehicle, which soon transformed into a sleek electric bicycle under a shimmering golden light. The design, derived from blueprints, bore a resemblance to electric bicycles from around a decade ago. At the front, there was a moderately sized metal basket. The frame was curved, and beneath the seat lay a pedal capable of generating power when the battery was depleted. The tires were equipped with large, uneven rubber granules, making them unsuitable for asphalt roads but perfect for traversing rugged terrain. Initially, Su Sheng believed that the design allowed for foot placement at the front, hence the term pedal. This arrangement would enable more cargo to be carried both front and back. Upon seeing the actual product, Su Sheng exclaimed in surprise, realizing it was indeed a pedal-operated mechanism. This design, while visually striking, proved to be labor-intensive and generated minimal power, rendering it somewhat impractical. He tested it within the underground shelter. The bicycle was lightweight and easy to maneuver. Although its acceleration was somewhat sluggish, it operated in near silence. Su Sheng intended to use it primarily for transportation and hauling goods. Given the predominantly mountainous terrain nearby, it served his purposes well, alleviating concerns about noise attracting zombies or revealing his position. Based on the capacity and power of the lithium battery, Su Sheng estimated the bicycle's speed and range. When ridden solo, it could reach speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour with a range of 75 kilometers. However, when loaded with cargo, both speed and range would be diminished. The 4 fundamental concerns of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation had been fundamentally addressed. Although the bicycle was pedal-operated, It was certainly preferable to having no vehicle at all. Owning a bicycle and being without one represented two distinctly different lifestyles, not merely in life, but also in combat and exploration. There is a notable enhancement in mobility, optimizing each operational plan design. Su Xing connected the electric vehicle and an additional set of lithium batteries to the circuit he had arranged for charging. At that moment, a private message arrived from Xin Yunwei. She queried, "You've returned safely to the shelter? Haven to you? Why the silence?" Su Xing felt a bit bewildered. Was she implying that he should inform her of his safety? He replied, just got back. What else up? Xin Yunwei then warned, "You still have the presence of mind to trade materials at the exchange? Hurry and check the forum. Something significant has transpired." Furrowing his brow, Su Xing didn't ponder for long and promptly opened the forum to ascertain the situation. The titles of the posts left him utterly confounded. Hypocritical scoundrel Su Xing. Don't hide. Come out and face the music. You shall be hung from a tree tonight. Cease the reverence for Lord Su Sheng. You are merely a heartless villain. And everyone join me in denouncing him. These posts bewildered Su Xing, who just yesterday was lauded as a revered figure, the god Su among players. Now suddenly transformed into a pariah, denounced by all. Rather than succumbing to anger, he maintained an unwavering rationality and continued to scroll through the pages in search of clarity. Eventually, he stumbled upon a trending topic with an eye-catching title that illuminated the cause of the uproar. Revered figure? God Su? Let us dissect the secrets concealed within the persona of Su Sheng. The original poster, identified as Landa Li, claimed to be a biologist and launched an extensive critique of Su Xing's popular science posts, leaving no stone unturned in his disparagement. While these textual critiques were minor issues, they alone could not incite such a tempest. The post gained traction due to the substantial evidence presented in the concluding question, accusing Su Sheng of fabricating his bat rat posts to attract attention and deceive the public. Drawing upon personal experience and extensive investigations in communication channels and forums, the poster asserted that Su Xing's purported characteristics of the so-called bat rat were entirely fabricated. It was widely known that posting high-quality content on the forum could yield system rewards, and Su Xing had allegedly exploited this to gain fame and mislead the public for his own ulterior motives, deserving of condemnation. The impassioned rhetoric stirred public sentiment. Coupled with the widespread presence of the little brown bat, many attempted to employ Su Xing's methods, such as using pepper to repel them, which proved utterly ineffective. Moreover, the little brown bat bore no small red flower on its chest, and could indeed fly, leaving many in a state of panic. Numerous individuals echoed this sentiment, condemning Su Xing for his alleged malice. Su Xing has caused my demise. What small red flower? I never saw one on it. I paid a premium to purchase some pepper at the exchange, and when I encountered one last night and sprinkled it, it did absolutely nothing. My friend excitedly carried pepper this morning, having heard of a bat rat nearby, and I warned him to be cautious. He has since gone offline. Could it be that I truly used pepper to repel a bat rat? Su Sheng provided you with a considerable amount of water, didn't he, in exchange for your assistance? Let us ponder this. If pepper had no utility, why would Su Xing mention it? Who stands to gain from this? I can substantiate that Su Sheng previously utilized pepper to acquire a substantial quantity of mid-level materials. His self-promotion has been corroborated. He hoarded pepper in advance and exaggerated its benefits through educational posts, aiming to deceive us into relinquishing our materials. Chapter 38. An illustrative educational post in no time. Public opinion erupted, and various conspiracy forums flourished. Those who spoke in defense of Su Xing were branded as shills. Furthermore, since Su Xing indeed employed pepper in the exchange for resources, particularly mid-level electrical materials, an increasing number of uninformed onlookers joined the ranks of those condemning him. One might think he was a villain engaged in plunder and chaos. My prominence at the trading post had drawn unwarranted attention, becoming a topic of gossip. Su Sheng felt compelled to curtail the spread of this narrative immediately. He could not allow it to fester. He was also counting on earning honor points through educational posts on the forum. Originally, he intended to swiftly post about the short-tailed bat to prevent others from using methods designed for dealing with the bat mouse against it. However, after returning to the refuge yesterday, he was utterly exhausted and fell asleep immediately. Upon awakening today, his mind remained clouded, rendering him incapable of writing coherently. Even if he managed to produce something, its quality would be subpar. Thus, he could only engage in tasks that required minimal cognitive effort, hoping to regain clarity before posting. A clear mind minimizes logical errors in writing and enhances rigor, a practice Su Xing adhered to when he was a professional columnist. In the words of Hemingway, if one does not feel like writing, one should not write at all. Yet, the cost of procrastination is evident. Had Su Xing posted earlier, he might have thwarted Landa Li's opportunistic attack. He had not anticipated that the short-tailed bat and the bat mouse would bear such resemblance. Had Su Xing not educated others about the Bat Mouse, they might have employed their own strategies against it. Su Xing would not be angered by the criticisms surrounding this matter. He could accept it. After all, he was the one who introduced the concepts of pepper and the little red flower, guiding everyone to follow his methods. However, upon careful investigation, Su Xing discovered that the original poster's past statements were rather absurd. Lan Deli had posted several times, yet the content was rather mundane and severely homogenized, resembling recycled material that garnered little response. In contrast, Su Xing, from that time onward, consistently produced high-quality posts, earning system rewards and gaining immense respect. Being referred to as Su Sheng the Great or Su God. When Su Sheng published his second educational post, he often found Lan Deli nitpicking beneath it, nearly pointing fingers at Su Xing, declaring his content nonsensical. Su Xing could surmise Lan Deli's motives. The matter concerning the Bat Mouse and the short-tailed bat was merely a fade. The educational post about the Bat Mouse served as a catalyst, fundamentally revealing Lan Deli's jealousy towards Su Sheng's achievements and esteemed reputation on the forum. In the realm of academia, it is no surprise to encounter individuals who, despite their origins, choose to adopt foreign names and positions, believing themselves to be superior. Lan Deli, clearly of Jiuzhou lineage, has taken on such an identity, serving within an institution in Jiuzhou while harboring a sense of entitlement. A few individuals, exuberantly vocal, caught Su Cheng's attention. Their avatars seemed familiar, as if he had encountered them before. Upon scrutinizing his private message list, Su Cheng discovered that nearly all of them had previously approached him, seeking to exchange materials for the resources he possessed. However, their offers were woefully inadequate, clearly aimed at exploiting him, prompting Su Cheng to ignore their overtures. It was unexpected that they would now attempt to undermine him. Su Cheng harbored a profound disdain for such individuals and promptly began drafting a post to counter their claims. The title read, "The Flying Beast? I call it the short-tailed brown bat." Regarding the rumors surrounding the incident, Su Cheng felt no need for explicit clarification. The facts would speak for themselves. He meticulously outlined and compared the characteristics of the bat rat and the short-tailed brown bat, detailing their distinct traits and features within his post. Mere words, however, lack persuasive power. Thus, Su Cheng employed his apocalyptic camera to accompany the text with detailed imagery. Fortunately, the carcass of the bat rat he had previously slain remained intact. He extracted the body, capturing several close-ups. Initially, he had intended to investigate whether any parts of the corpse held value, but soon realized that, given his current technological capabilities, it was utterly useless and inedible, relegating it to a corner of the shelter where it had begun to decay. Now, however, it proved advantageous. In his post, Su Cheng emphasized the characteristics of the bat rat and the short-tailed brown bat, deliberately avoiding any mention of the rumors regarding the hoarding of pepper. His primary aim in posting was to assert that his informative piece on the bat rat was entirely valid, as the confusion stemmed from the emergence of a similar species, the short-tailed brown bat. If he were merely accused of being a deceitful merchant, Su Cheng would not even grant them the courtesy of a glance, let alone engage in a debate. Their opinions were inconsequential. After publishing the post, Su Cheng finally responded to Xin Yunwei. I posted, it should be fine. Xin Yunwei replied, let me see, what kind of post is this? Why are you clarifying? Her tone conveyed urgency, seemingly concerned for Su Cheng's reputation. If you post a clarification, I can help promote it. This issue can easily be diminished. She continued, how can you be so oblivious to the situation? By posting an informative piece now, regardless of how novel or substantial it may be, it will be of little effect. Su Cheng chuckled. Xin Yunwei had only glanced at the title without delving into the content. The post was filled with substantial evidence. How could it be ineffective? What astonished Su Cheng was that Xin Yunwei did not even inquire further before expressing her willingness to support him in dispelling the rumors. Was it out of trust or vested interest? Su Cheng mused, you would promote me? What if those informative posts were indeed fabricated by me? Xin Yunwei countered, that is unlikely, although I have yet to encounter the creatures they mentioned. I believe you would not resort to spreading false information for a mere handful of resources. Su Cheng comprehended that Xin Yunwei's words were rooted entirely in her trust in him. The concept of trust is exceedingly rare in urban society. Even brothers may resort to insults and betrayals over their father's estate, let alone in an apocalyptic realm where everyone lives in fear. Xin Yunwei's willingness to wager his own reputation to vouch for Su Cheng truly moved him. However, while touched, Su Cheng's stance towards others would not undergo significant alteration. Su Cheng, first, take a look at the content before you speak. After 2 minutes, Xin Yunwei slowly replied, I thought you were truly foolish. It turns out these two exotic beasts look quite alike. Xin Yunwei added, this post should vindicate you. Once Su Cheng's post was released, it instantly garnered widespread attention. People rushed to see that Su Cheng had posted again. Was he out of his mind? Why was he posting yet another educational piece? Who still believed his words? I suspect he has long relied on stockpiling resources to achieve rank 1. Su Cheng, do you dare to disclose your leaderboard position? Don't use the excuse of not being on the list. Wait, everyone, check the content first. There are images included. Wow, there really are images. The bat rat and the little brown bat. These are fundamentally two distinct species. How do you see it? How can I perceive both exotic beasts looking identical? Upon closer inspection, many differences can be discerned, such as the gill-like breathing openings on the sides of the little brown bat's cheeks. They look remarkably alike. Is there a representative among you? After viewing, it is clear that the little brown bat can fly, while the bat rat cannot. Goodness, that is indeed a bat. Chapter 39. The assistant's shop refreshes again. Seeking continued reading. How did the big shop post the images? Can you teach me? It must be some special item, even if I taught you. You wouldn't be able to post as you lack that capability, you know? What's crucial here is not merely the images, but the content within them. To be honest, I have encountered both the bat rat and the little brown bat, and they are indeed different. I too just spoke a few words in support of the esteemed Su Cheng, only to be accused of receiving benefits and labeled a water army. Where are those who were so exuberant moments ago? The facts are laid bare. Why is no one speaking now? This is hilarious. Are we really going to say the images are fabricated? Someone, show me. Su Cheng lamented the unique functionality of the apocalyptic camera. Were it not for the ability to post images, he might have never cleared his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. What just happened? What is this news? Goodness, I wondered why the pepper spray was ineffective against that exotic beast. It turns out it was a little brown bat. The name Little Brown Bat is quite fitting. Thank goodness I saw the post from the esteemed Su Cheng. Otherwise, I would have mistaken the little brown bat outside my door for a bat rat. What a lifesaver. How can anyone dare to question the esteemed Su Cheng? Just this morning, I used pepper spray to assist in taking down a bat rat, yielding a plethora of items. Just yesterday, a bat rat took advantage of my absence to invade my shelter. Had it not been for Su Cheng's educational post, I would have certainly abandoned the refuge I worked so hard to establish. Voices in support of Su Cheng are growing increasingly louder in the forum, and at this moment, Landa Li feels a sense of panic. He has long harbored disdain for Su Cheng and seeks to dismantle his reputation within the forum. His condemnation of Su Cheng is not motivated by a desire to reveal the truth but stems from personal grievances. To his surprise, Su Cheng, employing some unknown means, has acquired a feature that allows him to share images surpassing others. The combination of detailed text and close-up images renders Landa Li's arguments utterly untenable. Yet, retreating by deleting his posts is not in his nature. With the current momentum, even if he cannot drive Su Cheng out of the forum, he is determined to tarnish his reputation. Landa Li continues to twist the facts in his defense. Have you all forgotten that this fellow hoarded pepper? How can he claim not to be a heartless merchant? He exclaims. Such a person should be permanently banned from the forum. Do not be deceived by Su Cheng's nonsense. He has clearly manipulated the system. His mockery is relentless. How can one not question the authenticity of his images? Manipulating the system? What a joke. Who are you to criticize Su Cheng? Just because you hold a green card and use a foreign name, you believe you can play the foreigner in Jiuzhou? You employ locals from Jiuzhou, yet what right do you have to throw stones? To be fair, I believe Su Cheng has done nothing deserving of reproach. He has shared numerous valuable posts in the forum without demanding any resources from us. If it were not for Su Cheng's contributions, the remaining 300,000 would likely have been eradicated by the bats and rats. I think it is entirely reasonable for someone to hoard a small amount without disturbing the market. He has not monopolized or controlled prices. If it were up to me, I would not be as generous as Su Cheng. I would monopolize all the pepper before posting, charging exorbitantly for purchases. Who is this so-called foreigner? Does no one check his historical posts? He frequently criticizes Su Cheng's threads, and every single time, his comments are filled with vitriol. He has posted a few self-proclaimed hard-hitting threads that received scant applause. It seems I am beginning to understand. Landa Li is not here to enlighten us, but is driven purely by jealousy and personal vendetta. I sincerely apologize to everyone. I was hasty and did not realize I had been manipulated by this fool. Truly, a person entrenched in the academic realm knows how to play the game. What a charade, merely a clown seeking attention. Enough of the bickering. Let us quickly inquire about what Su Cheng plans to do regarding the next calamity. Does he have any sound advice? Yes, Su Cheng, could you share your insights? As the forum's momentum escalates and Landa Li's actions are exposed, players who have come to their senses begin to voice their criticisms. Even though this academic figure possesses considerable psychological resilience, he cannot withstand the onslaught from tens of thousands. Soon, he deletes his disparaging posts about Su Cheng. Not only has this post been erased, but even the historical comments have been meticulously wiped clean. with the account settings adjusted to reject any private messages. The faux foreigner has deleted the post. Is it a sign of guilt? It brings me to laughter. Did he resign himself? Quite well. I suggest he refrain from returning to the forum. Observing from the sidelines would suffice. My friends, I curse such individuals each time I encounter them. Should you come across the name Landeli, please do tag me. As the situation gradually subsided, Su Sheng withdrew from the communication forum. He believed he had managed the incident quite adeptly. His newly published educational post not only cleared his name but also enlightened players about the short-tailed bat, thereby deepening their trust in him. Due to the sensationalism sparked by Landeli's antics, Su Sheng's post garnered even greater attention, amassing likes, comments, and saves that far exceeded the sum of his previous posts. Observing the influx of likes, Su Sheng couldn't help but chuckle. It seems I owe him my gratitude. After the dust settled, Xin Yue sent him a private message. Xin Yue, you knew everything was fine and didn't bother to inform me? Su Sheng, dear sister, I already directed you to the post. You only glanced at the title before coming to me. Xin Yue, wasn't I just anxious? And you're blaming me? Fine, I won't inform you next time something arises. Su Sheng, no. I was merely jesting. We are loyal partners. Had it not been for Xin Yue's timely warning regarding this slander. He shuddered to think how much worse it could have spiraled. Xin Yue, as long as you know. Quickly reimburse me for the iron block I used to make my frying pan. Otherwise, I shall consume these pancakes myself. Su Sheng, I'll send it right away. With a smile, Su Sheng dispatched the iron block to Xin Yue. He discovered that bickering with her during idle moments was quite entertaining. A rare source of joy in the apocalypse. The assistant's shop has been refreshed. Chapter 40. The scorching heat approaches. Please continue reading. The assistant's shop has been refreshed? In recent days, Su Sheng's educational posts have accumulated a considerable amount of Doomsday honor points. Just from the Batrat educational post alone, he has reaped numerous honor points. Ample enough to acquire all the redeemable intermediate materials he desires. Let us examine this time. Smart inverter refrigerator, closed type, basic description, a refrigeration device that maintains a constant low temperature, purchase price, 65,781. 599 Doomsday honor points. Smart inverter air conditioner, desktop. Basic description, a device that adjusts and controls parameters such as temperature, humidity, and airflow within buildings or structures. Purchase price, 65,874. 699 Doomsday honor points. Players may select one item from these two options. Is it truly an appliance? The option to select one item? Does this imply a choice between the two? Why can't one acquire both? Under these purchasing restrictions, Su Sheng began to ponder seriously. The impending disaster is the scorching heat, a relentless wave of high temperatures lasting several days, rendering a robust desktop air conditioner essential for providing a cool environment. Thus, purchase successful. You have acquired a smart inverter refrigerator, deducting 1,599 points of Doomsday honor, current balance, 4,988 points. Following a scan of the system code, a spacious double-door refrigerator materialized before Su Sheng. Simultaneously, the icon for the desktop air conditioner in the assistant store immediately dimmed, accompanied by a small line of text. You do not meet the purchase conditions. The air conditioner appeared quite appealing, yet I could not overlook the requirements of the shelter. Su Sheng's refuge was established underground, fortified with dense soil and rock, featuring a natural insulation system. Within the subterranean haven, it remained warm in winter and cool in summer. Despite the blazing sun above, Su Sheng occasionally felt a chill in the underground sanctuary. Under such conditions, the air conditioner's utility seemed rather superfluous, rendering it of little significance for the time being. Furthermore, the price of the air conditioner was exorbitant. 4,699 Doomsday honor points for a mere household appliance was evidently unworthy. The Doomsday honor points in his possession had been painstakingly accumulated, and this sum could procure far more potent items in the future. In contrast, the refrigerator, while still somewhat pricey at 1,599 Doomsday honor points, was within his means. Its functionality far surpassed that of the air conditioner. The refrigerator boasted antibacterial preservation capabilities, allowing for prolonged storage of food and medicine. Su Sheng had only consumed half of the meat acquired from the airdrop. The remaining portion was on the verge of spoiling, necessitating a trip to the trading post to exchange it for food and materials. With a refrigerator, this significant dilemma would be effortlessly resolved. Smart inverter refrigerator, basic description, a cooling device that maintains a constant low temperature, featuring a double-door design with a capacity of 150, inclusive of a refrigeration compartment, 010, and a freezing compartment, 300, main functions, antibacterial, preservation, moisture retention, low-temperature freezing system recommendation. The refrigerator should be positioned away from direct sunlight. Players must frequently check for airtightness, and defrosting should occur regularly. Su Xing calculated the power consumption. With this horsepower and wattage, daily electricity usage would be approximately 0.5 degrees. There was no need for concern regarding power issues. With the remaining time, Su Sheng intended to reorganize the electrical circuitry. This outing, aside from the Doomsday Camera and Saltpeter, had provided the most valuable intelligence, the dungeon. Exploring the dungeon in the next few days seemed implausible. With less than 10 hours until disaster struck, I must prepare thoroughly, setting aside the potential dangers of the dungeon. To venture into it amidst impending catastrophe was akin to courting death in Su Xing's view. In such high-temperature conditions, the risk of heatstroke and dehydration loomed large. Should any unforeseen event occur, survival outside would be improbable. To ensure safety, Su Sheng resolved to first fortify the shelter. The primary tasks included upgrading and expanding the electrical circuitry. Previously, Su Sheng utilized ordinary wiring. Under high temperatures, the outer rubber layer could potentially melt. His intention was to create wires using intermediate iron blocks, plastic, and rubber, synthesizing a more conductive and heat-resistant wiring system to mitigate the risks of fire and leakage. Additionally, Su Xing needed to construct a distribution box. Currently, his power system is directly powered by solar panels, integrating both generation and supply. This method of electricity consumption possesses a certain feasibility. However, an increase in electrical appliances may lead to instability and poses significant dangers in high-temperature environments. The distribution box can command various devices through the main switch, ensuring the rational allocation of electrical energy while accurately feeding the load. It provides a clear display of the conduction status of each circuit. Establishing a distribution box not only enhances the controllability of the power system, but also elevates the safety protection level, making it an indispensable component. Ultimately, Su Xing needs to design the wiring thoughtfully to avoid direct sunlight, ensuring both concealment and aesthetic appeal. This involves a substantial amount of knowledge in physics and electricity. Yet with systematic guidance and his adeptness, it should not pose a significant challenge. These three tasks essentially belong to a one-time effort. Addressing them promptly would prevent future complications. Under systematic guidance, Su Xing diligently commenced his work step by step. For safety reasons, he temporarily shut down the solar panels. He chose to place the distribution box in the innermost corner of the shelter, as positioning it outside would introduce numerous risk factors. Nevertheless, this device is compact and does not occupy much space, allowing him to control it at any time. He worked tirelessly until evening, and a reasonable, standardized, and scientific power system was finally established. Su Xing exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Despite the fatigue, witnessing the fruits of his labor and the gradual improvement of the underground shelter filled him with a sense of accomplishment. He flipped the switch. Instantly, the bulb illuminated, accompanied by the low hum of the refrigerator's operation. The sound was subtle, barely audible unless one listened closely, posing no disturbance to sleep. Su Xing promptly placed beverages such as cola, Red Bull, purified water, easily melted chocolates, perishable medicines, and other supplies into the refrigerator's cooling and freezing compartments. A warm drink lacked spirit. The thought of sipping a refreshing cold drink in a few hours excited him. Alert! Alert! Disaster, scorching heat, has arrived. Please respond swiftly. The disaster will last for 48 hours. After the disaster, 3 supply crates will be dropped in each survival zone, with coordinates dispatched to all players' inboxes. The rewards within each airdrop crate are exceptionally generous, including but not limited to strategic supplies, mid to high-grade materials, weaponry, blueprints, technological facilities, and super items. Please assess your situation and consider whether to pursue the airdrop. Good luck to you all. Chapter 41. Advanced Silver Treasure Chest. Please continue reading. That night, Su Xing experienced no disturbances. After a long day, he fell into a deep sleep. It was not until he felt a peculiar discomfort that he awoke, finding his underwear and the sheets beneath him completely soaked, not from any physiological activity, but from perspiration. At this moment, the underground shelter was significantly brighter than usual, as the merciless sunlight streamed through the skylight, raising the indoor temperature. How could the sun be so intense? Su Sheng instinctively shielded his eyes with his hand, taking a few moments to adjust to the brightness. Having slept until the afternoon, he still felt overwhelmingly drowsy. A glance at his watch revealed the time, 5:11. Su Xing was taken aback. Was it only just past 5? The intensity of the sunlight was more searing than during the peak of the day, leading him to believe it was already noon. He revisited the system alerts from the previous day and realized he had overlooked an important detail. The sweltering heat was not only persisting for 2 days, but had also extended the daylight to 18 hours, leaving only 6 hours of night. In other words, the sun had only just risen. Before he could cover the skylight, a series of loud knocks echoed through the door. The sound was singular and slow, initially dismissible. However, as time passed, accompanied by desperate, parched howls, the noise escalated, becoming increasingly frequent and forceful. Zombies? A sudden realization struck Su Xing. Something was amiss. According to the characteristics of zombies, they typically do not appear in large numbers during the day, with only a few aberrant types manifesting, and their speed and strength would be significantly diminished. Furthermore, given the catastrophic circumstances, the intensity of the sunlight during this oppressive heat should deter their presence. Why then? Were there hordes of zombies congregating at his doorstep? He needed to assess the situation. Entering through the front door was out of the question. After upgrading to an alloy door, the seal had become more robust, making it impossible for him to peek through the gaps to gauge the zombie situation. However, Su Sheng had a contingency plan for such a scenario, the skylight. Should the underground shelter become barricaded by zombies, aberrant beasts, or humans, he could escape through the skylight and engage in flanking maneuvers. Without delay, Su Sheng donned his gear and, armed with weapons, climbed out through the skylight. Outside lay a concealed elevation. After a short detour of several meters, he reached a high slope that allowed him to survey the entrance. Through his binoculars, he spotted at least a dozen zombies. These were not ordinary zombies. Typically, a zombie retains some degree of warmth at the surface of its skin, allowing for thermal imaging through the binoculars. However, the zombies he observed were devoid of any heat signature. Their skin was a dark blue hue, coated with a thick layer of frost, resembling the White Walkers from Game of Thrones. Frost Zombie, Level 2, Danger Level, Medium, Basic Description, covered with a layer of extremely low-temperature frost molecules, effectively protecting the skin from ultraviolet radiation. Frost zombies typically inhabit tropical regions, particularly around the equator. While their presence is noted in other areas, they only emerge when ultraviolet radiation exceeds conventional thresholds, excluding high-dimensional and polar regions. Characteristics: possesses a degree of intellect, lacks olfactory functions, and has blue-hued pupils with thermal imaging capabilities, enabling them to lock onto animals with temperatures exceeding 30 degrees. Their movement is sluggish due to the frost molecules, rendering them lethargic. Weakness: similar to ordinary zombies. Their skin is particularly fragile. System recommendations: the surface frost can be destroyed, and direct exposure to ultraviolet rays will inflict severe burns. Conventional weapons are ineffective against the frost. Blunt objects are recommended. System recommendation 2. The infection capability of frost zombies is exceedingly potent. Close combat should be avoided whenever possible. So it is a frost zombie, yet another variant of the undead. The characteristics of this creature are rather absurd. The hotter the environment, the more numerous they become. In contrast, high latitudes and polar regions, which are extremely cold, show no signs of their presence. Su Xing felt an urgency to eliminate them swiftly. The alloy door could withstand a siege of these zombies, allowing him to remain unconcerned. However, with them constantly lurking at his doorstep, he feared that elite zombies armed with blades and hammers might one day break through, the cacophony of their assaults severely disrupting his sleep. Since he possessed the means to eliminate them and the possibility of acquiring treasure, why not seize the opportunity? It was merely a matter of shattering the surface frost, quite simple. Su Xing contemplated tossing a grenade near the door, even if the explosion did not kill them. The sunlight would surely incinerate them. Nevertheless, he opted against using a grenade. Each grenade was a precious resource, and wasting them on frost zombies seemed imprudent. Having recently mined a sufficient supply of nitrate, he was well stocked with ammunition, and with the firepower of a Glock, he could penetrate the frost covering their skin. Due to the frost's hindrance, these zombies exhibited poor mobility. Although they could easily detect him with their thermal imaging, his super running shoes provided a significant speed advantage. He planned to employ a kite-flying tactic, methodically eliminating them. Having devised his strategy, Su Sheng stripped down to his underwear and super running shoes, concealing himself to observe. In no time, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his chest armor grew uncomfortably hot. Soon enough, he could have cooked an egg on it. Choosing an optimal position, Su Sheng fired his first shot. The frost zombie he struck recoiled slightly, the layer of frost acting like a bulletproof vest, firmly trapping the bullet within. Could this not be shattered? At the sound of the gunshot, a multitude of frost zombies below simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Sheng, emitting a chorus of furious, hungry growls as they advanced towards his elevated position. Their pace was not swift, allowing Su Sheng to easily execute his kite-flying maneuver. He continued firing at his initial target, landing 3 consecutive shots on its shoulder region, successfully shattering the frost encasing its skin. Sunlight pierced through the cracks of frost, successfully making contact with the skin beneath the icy veneer. The frost-ridden zombie began to smolder from within, a most peculiar sight. Flames erupted from its shoulder, spreading throughout its entirety, a process lasting approximately 7 to 8 seconds. Remarkably, the outer layer of frost remained entirely unaffected, maintaining the silhouette of a human form even as the creature was reduced to a puddle of blackened liquid. How could the external frost show no signs of melting while the interior had been completely incinerated? Such a phenomenon defies the laws of thermodynamics. In this apocalyptic world, one cannot rely on scientific principles. Who has ever witnessed wheat sprouting and maturing in just 3 days? With newfound experience in slaying these creatures, Su Qing replicated his previous method on the remaining frost zombies. He fired 3 to 4 bullets at the same spot on each foe, utilizing the immense penetrating power to create cracks or breaches that allowed sunlight to penetrate. In less than 40 minutes, Su Qing concluded the battle. A notification from the system appeared. You have slain a frost zombie, earning 1 advanced silver chest. Chapter 42. The Extraordinary Beverage. Please continue reading, Su Qing. I risked the scorching sun to fly a kite and slew so many frost zombies. Yet this is all I receive? Am I begging for scraps? His socks were thoroughly soaked, his feet feeling as though they were wading in shallow waters, an unbearable discomfort. The drop rate was utterly disheartening. With no time to clean the battlefield, he fashioned a sunshade to cover the skylight and swiftly returned to the underground shelter. Thud, thud, thud. Su Qing cast aside his shoes and socks, gulping down water in great haste. His skin was sunburned, so he took a bottle of ice-cold soda, applying it to his forehead and cheeks, placing the icy water on a towel to wipe down his body. Nearly an hour passed before he felt somewhat restored, narrowly avoiding heat stroke. At least it was better than receiving no treasure at all. He hoped to uncover something of value. Su Qing, barefoot on the ground, declared, Opening the chest, please wait. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 portable flamethrower design blueprint. A flamethrower blueprint? That was somewhat acceptable. After covering the skylight, the environment within the shelter improved significantly. Su Qing opened the freezer door of the refrigerator, seated himself on a small stool beside it, leaning into the cool air to alleviate the oppressive heat and expel the warmth from the underground hideout. When one has a refrigerator, one must utilize it. Never mind the potential damage. The priority was to lower the indoor temperature first. Once it reached a reasonable level, he could close the refrigerator door again, as the thick soil and rocks served as a natural insulator. By 7 in the morning, the communication channels and forums buzzed with unusual activity. The majority of people had awakened due to the heat. Goodness, how can it be just 7 in the morning and the sun be so relentless? Is my watch faulty? Have I overslept? The time is accurate. My watch also reads 7 in the morning, yet the sun is unbearably fierce. Those upstairs. You surely did not pay attention to the system notifications. Since 4 o'clock this morning, the sun has been this intense. The current daytime is 422, lasting a total of 18 hours. The system mentioned it yesterday. Do you all remain unaware? The temperature must be soaring above 50 degrees, nearly roasting us alive. Dear family, let us consider the silver lining. Cooking now requires no fire, saving us a considerable amount of wood. Alas, how I wish I were in the Arctic Circle. Is it possible to relocate? I too yearn for the polar regions. But hold your tongue. If faced with the harsh winter, would you still wish to go to Africa? Relocation is utterly impossible, so we must endure. At this moment, I am drenched in sweat, my limbs feel weak, and I am dizzy and experiencing tinnitus. Could it be that I am suffering from heat stroke? It seems so. Quickly find a shaded spot, or you will soon face dehydration. I just spotted a zombie, its body encased in ice, emitting a chilling vapor. I long to snuggle up to it. Have you lost your mind, wanting to cozy up to a zombie? Has the heat fried your brain? In this scorching sun, zombies are roaming about? Help! The purified water I have stored is warm. Does anyone possess a refrigerator to chill it for me? A refrigerator? That requires electricity, and just look around, who has power now? My good fellow, I do have electricity. Send me your water, and I shall freeze it for you. You barely have enough to spare. I've seen your post from yesterday, pleading for someone to send you water. Begone. This is too amusing. I doubt even Heaven's Ladder has a refrigerator. Exactly, what are the conditions? It would be a miracle to keep it from evaporating, let alone desire chilled water. Thankfully, my shelter is underground, blissfully cool. I can hardly feel the heat at all. Ah, seeking attention, are we? Show us your superiority. My shelter is also underground. Are you the only one? Upon reading this, Su Qing decided to close the communication channel. In extreme heat, individuals often exhibit signs of anxiety and irritability, especially when feeling helpless. Such states may transform from psychological to behavioral expressions. It is as though the communication channel is beginning to spark arguments and disputes. Su Qing opened the trading platform, preparing to acquire some mung beans to concoct a soothing mung bean soup to alleviate the heat. These items are scarcely available currently. They are being sold at shockingly low prices. Aside from mung beans and sour plums, Other foods are being sold at low prices due to inadequate preservation methods. Beyond fulfilling personal needs, many are eager to exchange these perishables for materials to counteract depreciation. Meanwhile, the price of water has fluctuated significantly. In such high temperatures, the human body's demand for water has surged, causing the price of purified water to double. Seller: Susheng. Items listed: 1,000 purified water. Trading intent: mung beans, sour plums. Hawthorn, rock sugar. Note: my water is chilled, just taken from the cellar. Come at your own risk, but don't be unreasonable. Susheng: could you teach us how to post images on the trading platform? How on earth did you chill it? Just by digging a cellar. Digging what? Did you not see the ice shards in the water in the image? Goodness, I have 300 mung beans. Can I trade them for 100 of your chilled purified water? Susheng: is it only 1,000 chilled purified water? I'll offer 2 kilograms of sour plums. Can I buy it all? Are you dreaming? 2 kilograms of dried black plums in exchange for a liter of chilled pure water? I can offer 3 kilograms of mung beans. You hoard so many mung beans. May you choke on them. The price of water has doubled, and chilled water has become a rare commodity. In the entire 255 survival zone, there is but a single source. The purchasing power for chilled pure water has surged several-fold. Once the trading post was published, Susheng was immediately bombarded with private messages and a myriad of comments. This was his first time sharing a trading post with images. He initially intended to test the waters, but it turned out to be rather ostentatious. Susheng promptly deleted the post to avoid drawing excessive attention, opting instead to conduct transactions through private links. Susheng received dried black plums, hawthorn, aged tangerine peel, osmanthus, licorice, rock sugar, and a substantial quantity of premium mung beans. Following the system's guidelines, he swiftly brewed a large pot of sour plum soup. To expedite the cooling process, Susheng placed the entire pot in the freezer. Approximately 40 minutes later, a layer of ice crystals had formed on the surface of the soup. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Susheng indulged in several cups until he could no longer drink. Even his belches echoed with the flavor of sour plum soup. What a delight! After consuming a few cups of the icy concoction, Susheng felt the oppressive heat dissipate, a refreshing sensation coursing from his scalp to his toes. While cola is enjoyable, it only intensifies thirst. Sour plum soup not only alleviates heat and refreshes, but also boasts a pure, invigorating taste, sweet but not cloying, tart yet not overpowering, and rich in nutrients. I dare say it is the quintessential summer beverage. Chapter 43. Call me good brother, and I shall share with you. Seeking continued reads, while wandering the trading post, Susheng stumbled upon a peculiar item listed by a seller named Jing Yixio. Seller: Jing Yixio. Item: rotor, trading intent, pure water. Remarks: just water, just water, just water. Name your price. A rotor? This component serves as the principal part of electric motors, generators, and gas engines, spinning at high speeds. Suddenly, an innovative idea sparked in Susheng's mind. Though he could not afford an air conditioner, he could utilize his resources to acquire materials and craft a simple electric fan. Without hesitation, Susheng clicked on Jing Yixio's profile to initiate a private chat. Brother, can we trade for chilled sour plum soup? Accompanying his message was an image to substantiate his claim. Upon seeing the image, Jing Yixio immediately responded with enthusiasm. Wow, sour plum soup? Let's trade. For most, a rotor was merely scrap metal, entirely useless at this stage. Coupled with the sweltering heat, many had taken to trading their possessions for water. Upon witnessing Susheng's chilled sour plum soup, Jing Yixio wasted no time in agreeing. Imagining the flavor, he could not help but salivate. Susheng proposed, how about 500 cups of chilled sour plum soup in exchange? Jing Yixio replied eagerly, absolutely, absolutely. I'll create a private link for you right away. Just make the purchase. The two swiftly finalized the transaction. Once Jing Yixio had the soup in hand, he smacked his lips, eagerly licking his tongue. He could never have imagined that the worthless scrap metal in his hands could be exchanged for such an abundance of chilled sour plum soup. Was this not akin to royal treatment? With a single gulp, Jing Yixio consumed it entirely. Susheng glanced at the attributes of the rotor in the system and, following the system's recommendations, procured stators and other components using sour plum soup at the marketplace. The debugging and design of the circuitry proved to be a formidable challenge for Susheng, a student of the humanities. Concepts such as timers, power settings, and the various gears nearly drove him to madness. He resolved to simplify matters, eschewing unnecessary complexities, focusing solely on the two essential functions of switching. Through his diligent efforts, he successfully crafted the controller. Lastly, he took out one unit of plastic, slicing and refining it into 3 delicate fan blades. With a sense of trepidation, Susheng powered on the fan. Initially, a cacophony of electrical noises erupted, followed by the fan emitting a steady hum as it began to operate. The three blades gradually accelerating. A gust of wind enveloped Su Sheng's face. It worked. He beamed with satisfaction, admiring the electric fan he had painstakingly crafted by hand. For now, he could only find solace in the shelter, engaging in tasks within, for a fool would venture outside at such a time. Suddenly, he realized he possessed a remarkable aptitude for physics. Was it merely an illusion? Su Sheng adjusted the fan's direction and poured water into a basin, commencing the washing of his shoes and clothes. He hummed a tune while enjoying the cool breeze from the fan. When fatigued from washing, he would sip the sour plum soup and peruse the forum. The discussion forum was rife with quarrels and provocations, with users occasionally challenging one another to duels. However, soon enough, a post ignited with a flickering flame surged to the forefront of the forum, refusing to be overshadowed. The title of the post read, "How to Survive the Sweltering Heat." The author was Xin Yue. Xin Yue had posted? Su Sheng clicked to read further. "Greetings, everyone. I am Shen Yunwei, here to share some insights I've garnered from my time in the military." According to Xin Yunwei, her flight paths predominantly traverse the equatorial and tropical regions, including deserts, environments characterized by intense heat, following a colleague's tragic demise from a crash in the desert. Where he succumbed to the relentless sun, her squadron intensified their survival training regarding such conditions. Shen Yunwei meticulously enumerated various symptoms that could arise in extreme heat, including heat stroke, hypotension, shock, arrhythmia, exhaustion, pulmonary edema, cerebral edema, and renal failure. Symptoms of mental disarray, incoherence, seizures, muscle spasms, and unresponsiveness to external stimuli were also detailed. She provided comprehensive solutions for these situations. Furthermore, she noted that irritability in high-temperature environments is a common phenomenon, urging everyone to communicate civilly in the discussion channels and forums. If you find this information beneficial, please give a thumbs up to Xiaoshen. Damn, Sister Shin's descriptions resonate with me entirely. Is there hope for my family? Resonate entirely? You're doomed. Just wait for death. To be honest, I feel my heart rhythm is a bit irregular. Could it be heat stroke? The author's post is filled with invaluable content. Is this what it means to be a pilot? Oh dear, I adore it. Sister Shin's post is truly a lifesaver. How can the author expect us to thrive in such circumstances? I simply lack the means for these solutions. To the individual above, kindly cease your complaints. The author has graciously shared informative insights, and yet you choose to berate? Make use of what you have. The author isn't obliged to cater to your every need. Indeed, it has been stated that one should act according to their own capabilities. I find this information immensely beneficial. If one lacks the resources, who is to blame? Author. Pay no heed to such negativity. This individual's words are as foul as their reasoning. Their mind appears to be clouded. Ha ha ha. I just received a call from my father. He is dispatching a helicopter to bring me home while you all remain here languishing. Clearly, this person has begun to ramble, another one to be taken away. Su Sheng conservatively estimates that this post contains at least 20 to 30,000 words, equivalent to what most online writers produce in a week. It is astounding that Shen Yunwei has composed such an extensive piece. Su Sheng initially intended to post a scientific article about frost zombies in the forum, but after encountering her post, he decided to defer his plan. Should he post, he would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, potentially overshadowing Shen Yunwei and jeopardizing her chances of receiving reward materials. After investing so much effort, it would be disheartening to have it all go to waste. Su Sheng resolved to wait until her post gained prominence before sharing his, allowing her to bask in the limelight. He found no discussions about frost zombies in the channels or forums, so delaying his post by a day would not be detrimental. Frequent postings would instead hinder Su Sheng's accumulation of apocalypse honor points. If he prioritizes quality over quantity, even if subsequent content is exceptional, he would lose a portion of viewers. At that moment, Shen Yue sent him a private message. Shen Yue, esteemed author, have you seen my post? Su Sheng, yes. I have. It's quite impressive, brimming with substance. Shen Yunwei, you were a full-time writer for the survival column, correct? Su Sheng, yes, what of it? Shen Yunwei, nothing much. I merely wanted to ask if you noticed any inaccuracies in the post. I'm feeling a bit warm and can't recall some details clearly. If there are any mistakes, please let me know so I can correct them promptly. Otherwise, it could cause issues for those who might use incorrect methods. Su Sheng, no, it's well-written, scientific, rigorous, comprehensive, and systematic. I'm a decade-long fan of yours. Shen Yue, be serious. Su Sheng, call me Big Brother, and I shall enlighten you. Shen Yue? Chapter 44, The Great Merchant. Seeking continued reading, Su Sheng. All right, I won't digest any longer. Shen Yue's post is indeed rich in content. But Su Sheng himself is not an encyclopedia. He typically relies on research to write. If he must comment, The sole issue with this post is its formatting. The text is densely packed, making it arduous to read. One could easily lose track of which line they are following. Su Xing pointed out this concern. Su Xing, please categorize your thoughts into detailed points, separated by symbols, and keep each paragraph to 1 or 2 lines for a more pleasant reading experience. You may refer to my posting template for specifics. Xin Yunwei suddenly realized. Xin Yunwei, I never thought it could be done this way. Thank you. Xin Yunwei, by the way, I made some pancakes last night and will send them to you. Xin Yunwei, they might be a bit dry, so it's best to eat them sparingly. Don't feel regret if they go bad. You can take them to the exchange for materials, which will retain their value better. This morning, the latest batch of wheat has matured, but Su Shang, to avoid raising her suspicions, refrained from sending it to her. You have a new email, please check it. Su Shang looked at the pancakes, larger than his own face, and took a hearty bite. Wow. Xin Yunwei's culinary skills are impressive. If the system had explicitly labeled her occupation, I might have mistaken her for a chef. As he savored the food, he replied to Xin Yunwei. His environment was unlike that of others. A cool underground shelter, a reliable electric fan, an antibacterial refrigerator, ample water supply, and even sour plum soup to cool off. He could eat whatever he wished without worrying about depleting his hydration. Su Shang, quite good, indeed. Su Shang, if you have any food and water that are inconvenient to store, feel free to send them to me temporarily. I can help preserve them. Xin Yunwei, really? It's nearly 50 degrees. What method do you have? Su Sheng couldn't possibly mention his refrigerator, as that would incite jealousy. He pondered for a moment and replied, I discovered an absolutely insulated cellar that maintains a constant 0 degrees, a natural refrigerator. Su Sheng, also, I will need to charge you a 30 management fee. Xin Yunwei, why are you charging a storage fee? You can just toss it into the cellar. What else there to manage? Su Sheng chuckled. Isn't he just following her lead? Su Sheng, there are many areas to manage. What if your items are consumed by cockroaches or mice? I must do everything I can to prevent such occurrences. Xin Yunwei, a 0-degree cellar could have cockroaches and mice? Su Xing, indeed, this is a post-apocalyptic world. Mutated cockroaches and mice don't care whether it's 0 or 50 degrees. Xin Yunwei, I wouldn't trust you for even 1%. Take it or leave it. Su Shang deal. He didn't view this as taking advantage. Rather, he was providing convenience to Xin Yunwei. The refrigerator was purchased with his hard-earned apocalypse honor points, and the power system was painstakingly assembled by him. These were all costs. He gradually received emails from Xin Yunwei. Bread, steamed buns, dumplings, pork, flour. Who would have thought that Xin Yunwei was a little wealthy? No wonder she excels at gathering supplies. Just her materials occupied 23 of the refrigerator's cold storage. Thankfully, the refrigerator was spacious, or he would have had no place to store his items. Xin Yunwei, do you have any intermediate iron blocks? I can trade you materials for them. Intermediate iron blocks? Su Xing was unsure of her intentions. Xin Yunwei, a couple of days ago, I heard gunfire and explosions. Precisely during those 2 days you were trapped in the tree. I suspected that someone nearby was using grenades, which deterred me from venturing out to explore. She confided in Su Xing about her concerns for her safety and her desire to upgrade to firearms, prompting her to gather materials in advance. Xin Yunwei, I noticed you were acquiring supplies at the trading post recently, so I wanted to inquire if you have any surplus on hand. It's virtually impossible to find anything on the market right now. Xin Yunwei, if not, it's no matter. I've already set up several large traps nearby, so I should be safe for the time being. Xin Yunwei, once the disaster subsides, I plan to retrieve the airdrop, which might yield firearms, and at the very least, intermediate materials. Su Xing found himself momentarily lost in thought. Explosions? Gunfire? This meant Xin Yunwei was close to that nitrate mine. Could it be true? He quickly brought up a 3-dimensional map to reassess the local terrain and noted several locations particularly suitable for constructing a shelter. What a coincidence. She is indeed my neighbor. Xin Yunwei, where are you? Su Xing, caught up in his actions, forgot to respond to her message. He mustn't let Xin Yunwei discover that they were neighbors. A casual daily exchange was pleasant enough, perhaps even flirtatious. If Xin Yunwei learned of his proximity, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Su Shang, it may not necessarily be a threat. I heard it too a couple of days ago. It sounded like a type of beast that can produce explosive sounds, perhaps merely blustering to intimidate other creatures. The phrase large traps sent a chill down his spine. What if he accidentally triggered one? Su Xing sent Xin Yunwei a liter of a beverage to divert her attention and subtly extract information. Su Xing, I've sent you something. Give it a try. Xin Yunwei, sour plum soup? You can actually make sour plum soup? Xin Yunwei, no. How did you manage to make it? Su Shang, dried plums, hawthorn, licorice, and rock candy. He explained the preparation process. Xin Yunwei, I never imagined you possessed such a skill. It's delicious. Su Sheng sensed the moment was ripe and inquired, what kind of traps have you set? Xin Yunwei, I dug deep pits and placed several large animal traps at the bottom. Whether human or beast, anyone caught in the trap is doomed. Su Sheng, what if you accidentally step into one? Xin Yunwei, I'm not foolish. I know the locations of the traps I set. Su Sheng, but what if? Have you thought about marking them? Xin Yunwei, there is no what if. Marking them would only risk exposure. Xin Yunwei, I've treated the trees near the traps uniquely. If I see a cluster of lush trees and one that is starkly bare, it serves as a reminder that a trap is nearby. Su Sheng smiled in satisfaction. Clever. A bare tree is indeed something only Xin Yunwei would conceive. Xin Yunwei, this sour plum soup is incredibly delightful. Could you send me more? I could exchange it for the supplies I have stored with you. Xin Yunwei, you have natural storage conditions there and this skill. We could collaborate to sell sour plum soup on the forum or at the trading post. Xin Yunwei, I will provide the raw materials. And you shall concoct the sour plum soup, then chill it for a while. We shall split the profits evenly. What do you think? Xin Yunwei, I only require mid to high-grade materials. You may dispose of the others as you wish. Clearly, Xin Yunwei did not realize that Su Sheng was merely probing her intentions, yet she proposed a business collaboration. However, her terms were rather shrewd. The ingredients, black plums, hawthorn, rock candy, are not only inexpensive but also difficult to store. How could Xin Yunwei expect to share the profits without contributing anything? If she were to engage in business, she would undoubtedly be a cunning merchant. Chapter 45, 16499, Doomsday Honor Points. Seeking continued reading. If Su Sheng intended to sell, he could easily handle the entire process himself. He was not lacking in the means to procure raw materials, and there was no opportunity for Xin Yunwei to intervene. Su Sheng merely wished to remain inconspicuous, avoiding drawing attention with his chilled sour plum soup at the trading post. A small-scale operation would yield minimal returns, rendering the effort disproportionate to the gains. Presently, Su Sheng's needs were not limited to purified water and food, but rather mid to high-grade materials, weapon design blueprints, and various tools. If Xin Yunwei were to take all the mid to high-grade materials for herself, how could any business be conducted? Su Sheng contemplated that waiting at the trading post might be a prudent choice. Should he discover something valuable, he would promptly message the sellers. Confident that under such sweltering conditions, no one could resist a glass of sweet, yet tart chilled sour plum soup. This was twofold. First, to maintain a low profile and avoid arousing suspicion. Second, because Su Sheng had already gained an advantage. Exploiting the trading post would be rather unscrupulous. He ought to leave some opportunity for others. If people were thoroughly exhausted and exploited in the beginning, who would he turn to for materials later? Su Sheng and Xin Yunwei discussed a few other topics, and as the evening grew cooler, they both drifted into slumber. The following day, Su Sheng did not wake up from the heat as he had the previous day. Instead, he comfortably slept in until after 7. Unfortunately, the others were not as fortunate. Most of them had been roused by the dawn's heat and, despite their efforts, could not return to sleep, forcing them to rise and seek cooler spots to escape the swelter. Su Sheng glanced at the survival statistics. Current population in Zone 255, 35111510000000. There are still 350,000 left. The sight was startling. Su Sheng vividly recalled that the last time he checked, nearly 500,000 remained in Zone 255. In just a few days, the count had plummeted by 150,000. The majority had succumbed to the devastating heat of this calamity. Without the enlightening posts from various experts, the death toll would have likely been even higher. Family, I feel as though I am hallucinating. It seems there are 3 gray-blue zombies before me, though I cannot ascertain their reality. Good brother, allow me to offer you some advice. Run swiftly. Foolish child, hurry and flee. These are a new breed of zombies, impervious to blades and firearms, reputed to be formidable. Just this morning, I battled a blue zombie. My dagger barely made an impact. It simply would not die. Fortunately, these zombies move slowly, and I have managed to hide away. Damn it, I encountered one as well. It radiated a chilling aura. How I long to embrace it. It is advisable to embrace the transformation and become one of them, thus liberating oneself from this relentless torment. Alas, I feel I am nearing my breaking point and yearn to restart the numbness. Do these zombies not fear the sunlight, even under such a fierce sun? Yet again, we are beset by calamity and the undead. Perhaps it would be better if I were to perish. To my fellow survivors, let us endure until dawn. The catastrophe shall soon pass. Su Sheng observed that discussions regarding the frost zombies had begun to proliferate within the communication channels, gaining momentum and nearly eclipsing the disaster, becoming the predominant topic of conversation. Could it be that the frost zombies have commenced a widespread mobilization? Just yesterday, there was no such indication. Su Sheng glanced at Shen Yunwei's profile and discovered that her post had been elevated to a featured status by the system. It appears she has received her reward materials. Now is the perfect moment for me to post. I hastily crafted a message with the title, "A new type of zombie emerges? Here are the countermeasures. Greetings to all, I am Su Sheng. Many have tagged me, urging me to share strategies for combating this calamity. Numerous experts have already disseminated a wealth of hardcore scientific posts, and I shall not reiterate their insights. I highly recommend the post by Lady Shen Yunwei. Ranked 17th on the ladder board. For those interested, you may click the link below for direct access. The primary content of this post discusses the highly debated new variant of zombie, which I have termed the Frost Zombie. Hurry and take a look. Su Sheng has released a new scientific post regarding the latest zombie. Frost zombies? Such an evocative name. Who would dare to criticize Su Sheng for his naming skills? Their surface temperature inexplicably remains at a chilling -80 degrees. This defies the laws of physics. Even in this apocalyptic world, you still invoke science? It is no wonder that even under such a blazing sun, the zombies dare to emerge. I have yet to encounter regular or elite zombies, only the Frost variant. Their eyes possess thermal imaging capabilities? Is that truly the case? This is astonishing. Did you not hear what Su Sheng stated? While the Frost zombies' attributes appear impressive, they are, in fact, rather impractical. Currently, rocks and soil are almost warmer than human bodies. Fortunately, these beings are relatively slow, allowing for a timely escape even if they lock onto a target. Have you heard of the tortoise and the hare? Though they may be sluggish, they do not tire easily. How long can you run in such sweltering heat? I believe we should heed Su Sheng's counsel, prioritizing concealment over confrontation. Engaging in combat is not a rational decision. The icy exterior cannot be cleaved by blades, only bludgeoned. To engage them in close combat would be a perilous endeavor. I surmise that only small firearms with sufficient penetration could shatter the frost. Alas, one misstep could lead to infection by the frost virus, so my brothers, let us abandon such thoughts. Goodness, if the frost zombies are truly that formidable, how could Su Sheng have taken down 7 or 8 of them? That is remarkably impressive. However, it is possible that Su Sheng is the captain of a team, commanding dozens of individuals. It seems implausible that one person could single-handedly face so many frost zombies. I can't shake the feeling that Su Sheng might have used a rocket launcher, considering the blue frost remnants scattered about. How is it that rocket artillery has arrived? Su Sheng, what rank does the esteemed figure hold on the celestial ladder? I am also curious to know whether Su Sheng has entered the top 10. How does one join Su Sheng's team? I wish to serve under the divine Su, merely seeking a morsel of sustenance. Do not harbor such fanciful thoughts. Even if Su Sheng is the captain, what qualifications do you possess? What specialized skills do you have? Indeed, the data from the enlightening post, as he anticipated, ignited a fervor across the forum, with the initial pages inundated with discussions about the frost zombies. The views, likes, comments, and saves surged into the thousands. Had Su Sheng chosen to post yesterday, it is likely that Shen Yunwei's informative piece would have been buried beyond the 10th page, receiving no exposure and consequently no system rewards. You have gained 3,756 points of Doomsday Honor. You have gained 7,755 points of Doomsday Honor. Current remaining Doomsday Honor points, 16,499. Chapter 46, Threat. The prosperous 6-person team, seeking continued reading, Su Sheng summoned a 3-dimensional map, commencing the study of his forthcoming strategic plans. Following the conclusion of this calamity, Su Sheng faced 2 choices. First, to engage in the airdrop competition and seize the supplies. Second, to explore hidden gameplay and delve into a dungeon. Both paths cannot be traversed simultaneously. However, given his weaponry, the difficulty of either choice would be manageable. Alas, the location of this airdrop is rather remote. Su Sheng glanced at the coordinates. Airdrop number 123 was exceedingly far from him, with the nearest number 3 airdrop still over 40 kilometers away. This distance was merely theoretical. In reality, traversing mountains and valleys would delay his arrival significantly. By contrast, the dungeon location marked by Zhang Dihai was a more reasonable 27 kilometers away, with a road that was particularly conducive to electric bicycle travel. Under these circumstances, the decision was clear: he must explore the dungeon. Recalling Zhang Dihai's insights, he noted that the creatures within the dungeon were particularly averse to fire. To navigate the dungeon safely, appropriate equipment was essential. Fortunately, he had recently acquired a design blueprint for a flamethrower. With this weapon, the threat posed by the dungeon would be substantially mitigated, greatly enhancing his chances of success. It was not in vain that he risked sunburn battling those frost zombies. Su Sheng retrieved the blueprint from beneath his pillow and examined the materials required for its creation. It seemed manageable, not overly difficult to gather. Who could resist a refreshing cup of chilled sour plum juice under the scorching sun? Utilizing the chilled beverage, Su Xing effortlessly collected sufficient materials, confirming the creation. Creation complete. The blueprint on the table vanished, replaced by a heavy-duty flamethrower. Flamethrower, rarity, intermediate, basic description, a close-range weapon that ejects a column of incendiary liquid with a range of 520 meters. Fuel backpack can hold 25 liters, weighing 25 kilograms when full. Main functions and value. Players can insert fuels such as oil, gasoline, and diesel, which will automatically thicken. Players may customize the combat state of the flamethrower via a remote control button, facilitating easier transport. System recommendations. The flamethrower consumes a significant amount of oxygen and generates toxic gases during combustion. It is imperative to wear a gas mask and air filtration device while in use. The flamethrower is equipped with 2 backpacks, one large and one small. The larger backpacks primarily carry fuel, while the smaller one at the handle is used for igniting gunpowder. The automatic thickening feature signifies that this flamethrower possesses a substantial capacity, eliminating the tedious process of producing a thickening agent. Once thickened, it can hold 25 liters, which means it requires at least 100 liters of petroleum products to reach full capacity. However, this concern is temporarily alleviated for Su Xing as the weapon, crafted from the design blueprint, will automatically fill a magazine upon creation, just like the previous Glock. Beside the flamethrower, Su Xing discovered a remote control device. Is this for adjusting the state? To be honest, he was slightly perplexed by the meanings of combat state and model state. He pressed the button experimentally, and the large flamethrower immediately shrank to the size of a fist. It resembled the Ant-Man device from Marvel movies, with the shrinking silhouette strikingly similar. Incredible! This flamethrower is quite hefty, weighing several dozen kilograms with the fuel included, making long-distance travel impractical while wearing it. This shrinking function completely resolves the issue of wearability. When not in use, the model can be placed in a pocket. Once the need arises, it can be transformed back to its full combat size via the remote control button. Su Xing gathered materials and synthesized a simple gas mask, completing the weaponry aspect. With this device, who would dare approach? Su Xing donned the flamethrower and paced around the shelter, familiarizing himself with its various operational mechanisms. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? My brothers, and I can hardly bear the heat. May we rest at your esteemed location? Su Xing immediately halted his actions, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Bang, bang, bang. The individuals outside continued to pound on the shelter door. How could the covert engineering I painstakingly created be merely ornamental? Zombies, aberrations. And humans, how is it that any living being could locate me? Su Xing suddenly realized that it might be the unprocessed body of the frost zombie at the entrance that led them to him. Since the onset of the apocalypse, it was the first time humans had approached his shelter, inducing a sense of panic. Opening the door was out of the question. The intentions of others are inscrutable. If they knew of his bountiful resources, they would undoubtedly harbor malicious intent and attempt to seize his domain. Su Xing steadied his composure, opting to scout the situation first. He shrank the flamethrower and placed it in his pocket, intending to escape through the skylight. As he lifted the sunshade, he was immediately met with the searing heat, mercilessly blazing upon his skin. After maneuvering to the high ground, Su Xing stealthily approached to observe the enemy's situation. The squad was small, consisting of only 6 individuals. They were equipped with daggers, machetes, breastplates, and greaves, everything one would expect. However, their condition was dire. Each member's skin was flushed, and their morale was at an all-time low. The 6 lay sprawled at the entrance of the shelter, seeking refuge in the cool shade beneath the eaves. The leader, a bald man, weakly struck the alloy door with the wooden handle of his hammer to avoid burning his hands on the scorching metal. Boss, there might be no one inside. Stop knocking and conserve your strength, murmured a frail subordinate with cracked, parched lips. Boss, how long are we going to be stuck like this? Complained another disheveled member. How can there be no one? Don't you see the corpses of those frost zombies? The bald leader insisted, continuing to pound on the alloy door. Even if someone is inside, they won't open the door for us. Shouldn't we run? If they can kill frost zombies, what has to say they won't slaughter us too? I can't go on. If you want to flee, do so without me. The bald leader observed that his comrades were nearing the end of their strength. Continuing further would lead to their demise. The oppressive heat left no suitable place to hide. Before them stood a ready-made shelter, undoubtedly built underground, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The bald man resolved immediately, brothers, we're not leaving. If this person can construct an alloy door, it means they are immensely wealthy. Let us trick them into opening the door and confront them. We can settle here from now on. However, his subordinates were not heeding his speech. These frost shards are quite refreshing, so comfortable. One exclaimed, indeed, you should all give it a try. The frail members, upon touching the frost shards, treated them like treasures, zealously applying them to their faces, instantly lowering their body temperature. The bald leader angrily intervened. "What are you doing? Stop messing around. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Boss, you should try too. They can be kept in your pocket to cool you down. It feels wonderful." A subordinate offered a large shard, suggesting the bald man keep it on hand. "Cool down? Toss that away. Pull yourselves together. Prepare to face the person inside." Chapter 47. Synthesis. Blood-red Duskarm guards request for continued reading. This squad appeared wretched on the surface, yet their hearts were malevolent. Su Shing had already discerned their intentions from his vantage point. The law of the jungle prevailed in this apocalyptic world. To show kindness and shelter these individuals would be sheer folly. Such an act would not be benevolence, but rather foolishness. Under the bald man's rallying cry, each member summoned their remaining strength, brandishing knives, guns, swords, and axes. The moment Su Shing opened the door, they would surge forth, overwhelming him in a frenzy of blades. Having previously participated in airdrop skirmishes, Su Sheng's hands were already stained with blood. He required no psychological preparation for further violence. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of his flamethrower. He retrieved the model from his pocket, adjusted the settings, and swiftly donned the necessary gear to enter combat mode. "Boss, there seems to be some movement above, a series of noises, but I can't tell what they are. Could it be the return of the shelter's owner? Yellow-haired one, go take a look. Boss, quickly look." The crowd collectively raised their heads and beheld a man clad in a gas mask and armed to the teeth. Su Sheng, wielding a flamethrower, had already locked onto the small team. With the mere press of the ignition trigger, he could effortlessly turn them into charred remains. "Not good. Run." Baldy immediately sensed the impending danger, his eyes betraying a profound sense of alarm. Yet, it was already too late to flee. Su Sheng would not permit their escape. This group had discerned his location, and should any of them elude capture, they could pose a threat at any moment. Furthermore, Su Sheng had plans to depart soon. Should he be robbed in his absence, it would spell trouble. Without hesitation, Su Sheng ignited the device, and a column of fire erupted from the nozzle. The blaze, as thick as a fist, was forcefully projected several meters away, resembling a dragon of flames that mercilessly engulfed the six-man squad. "Oh, save me." In an instant, they transformed into 6 flaming figures, frantically flailing their limbs and rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flames. The fuel clung stubbornly to their skin, rendering their struggles futile. The anguished cries of pain, despair, and helplessness reverberated in Su Sheng's ears. Within 2 minutes, they collapsed, ceasing their struggles. Despite the gas mask filtering harmful toxins, Su Sheng could still faintly detect the acrid scent of charred flesh, stirring a wave of nausea within him. Just as he intended to approach the entrance to retrieve his backpack and tally his spoils, the corpses on the ground began to rise once more. Su Sheng was taken aback. Aren't they dead? The body, still ablaze, stood up defiantly and lunged towards him with outstretched arms. Assuming it sought to retaliate in its final moments, Su Sheng directed a stream of flames at it once again. However, this time, the fire appeared to have no effect. Suddenly, a label emerged before his eyes. Frost Zombie. Isn't that the yellow-haired one? Why is it displaying a label? Frost Zombie, incomplete form. Danger level, low. Basic description. A semi-frost zombie infected with the frost virus, yet not having completed the mutation process. The mutation is slow, typically concluding within 40 to 48 hours. Characteristics. Exhibits a remarkable resistance to high temperatures. Vulnerability. Head, central nervous system. System advice. Eliminate before full mutation occurs. If accidentally infected with the frost virus, effective cures such as antiviral injection syringes are available. Su Sheng immediately recalled how this group had previously affixed unmelting ice shards from the frost zombie onto their bodies for cooling. He surmised that this action had led to their infection with the frost virus. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew his Glock and aimed at its head, firing 2 shots. The zombie fell lifelessly, emitting no further sound, save for the crackling of the flames. Su Sheng then proceeded to fire into the heads of the others, ensuring that none would rise again. To my astonishment, the virulence of the frost virus is remarkably potent. Mere surface contact with the body led to infection. After disposing of the corpses, Su Sheng finally exhaled in relief. He dragged the backpack into the shelter and commenced tallying his spoils. The sole regret lay in the absence of treasure chests following the recent skirmish. Nevertheless, such occurrences are rare. The remaining adversaries had not even risen before he eradicated them entirely. Aside from a few spoiled loaves of bread and buns, the only valuable items in the backpack were materials. To his surprise, they possessed high-grade materials. Su Sheng discovered 2 units of high-grade fibers and 1 unit of high-grade nylon among their belongings. These individuals were on the verge of dehydration. Yet they were unwilling to visit the trading post for water. Having secured these two types of premium materials, Su Sheng promptly accessed the synthesis page. Crimson Twilight Bracers, basic description. Equipping this item grants the player an increase of 15 in wrist and forearm strength. Materials required for synthesis, 22 high-grade fibers, 11 high-grade nylon. An enhancement of 15 in wrist and forearm strength? Su Sheng marveled. This was a weapon tailored specifically for him. During his recent trial with the flamethrower, he had discerned the drawbacks of the gear. It was exceedingly heavy. The flamethrower's weight, aside from what was supported by the backpack, relied entirely on Su Sheng's arms and shoulders. Particularly during aiming and movement, it severely tested his arm strength. Rome wasn't built in a day, and strength cannot be developed instantaneously. With an average person's physical capacity, wearing this equipment for even 2 hours would result in numbness in the arms and shoulders, requiring 3 to 5 hours of rest before further combat could continue. Confirming the synthesis. Following the scanning of Golden Code, a pair of bracers materialized upon Su Sheng's desk. Crafted from coarse orange hemp fabric blended with knitted material, they appeared indistinguishable from ordinary bracers. Su Sheng attempted to wear them and lifted the flamethrower once more. This time, he immediately sensed a significant difference between wearing them and not. His shoulders felt lighter, and he could exert more strength with his arms. His left hand could assist his right half in bearing additional weight, allowing for greater agility in maneuvering. To test the efficacy of the Crimson Twilight Bracers, Su Sheng roamed the underground shelter for a full half-hour, only to feel a slight ache in his right shoulder. This was astonishing. This little squad was not a threat but rather a courier service for him. With these bracers, the likelihood of successfully completing the dungeon had dramatically increased. Once he had organized his equipment, Su Sheng immediately opened the forum, eager to update his scientific post with his recent encounters and discoveries. The ice shards from the slain frost zombies should ideally be buried. They must not be treated as ice babies to cool oneself. That recent squad served as the perfect example. Even if Su Sheng had not intervened, those individuals would have transformed into frost zombies within 48 hours, necessitating their extermination and complicating matters further. Chapter 48. The Canyon Valley, Mysterious Rewards. Su Sheng integrated the newly acquired intelligence into his popular science post, securing a prominent position, and supplemented it with relevant images using his apocalyptic camera. Upon encountering the golden-hued syringe, readers were cautioned not to discard it as trash nor to use it as an anti-inflammatory. This syringe was not intended for treating common colds or fevers. If one had not been infected by zombies, it should not be used recklessly lest it cause adverse effects on the human body. What? Is it truly that terrifying? A mere touch could lead to mutation? Who would dare engage in close combat with frost zombies now? Wait, did you not notice that Su Sheng mentioned an antiviral injection? Such an item? A last resort for survival? How did Su Sheng come to know this? Could it be that he has already been infected? Just by the name alone, one can infer its purpose. Is personal experimentation truly necessary? Is the person above foolish? High prices are being offered for antiviral syringes. Those interested, please message me privately for transaction links. This item is a matter of life and death. Who would part with it for trade? Indeed, in future expeditions, it would provide a semblance of security, akin to gaining an extra life in a video game. But that is not certain. What if someone is not scratched by a zombie yet is on the verge of dehydration? Didn't Su Sheng just post images? He must possess some. Su God, may I exchange high-grade materials for your syringe? What? You even have high-grade materials? Don't get your hopes up. Even if you have high-grade materials, Su God would not trade. Su Sheng, I implore you, my friend has contracted the zombie virus. Could you offer assistance? In return, my friend and I will serve you tirelessly. Su God, do you want it? Go slay zombies and beast yourself to obtain it from treasure chests. Don't just sit here begging online. Exactly. He merely informed you of the syringe's special function. It is imperative to take it seriously. It is truly baffling how many hands are reaching out for it. The additional comments in the post are indeed correct. This syringe is equivalent to gaining an extra life in a game. Even if he desperately desired medium to high-grade materials, he would never trade away something that ensures survival. As for those requesting syringes in the comments and private messages, they were either empty promises or online beggars, to which Su Sheng paid no heed. The remaining time was devoted to refining battle strategies, organizing weaponry, and resting. The following morning, upon waking, Su Sheng received a system notification. The disaster of scorching heat has concluded. Airdrop is expected to arrive at the designated location in 8 hours. Players with corresponding plans, please depart promptly. Good luck to you all. The disaster is over. Damn it. I was about to melt. Finally, I can go out and catch a breeze. How refreshing. I was nearly losing my mind in the water. I sincerely hope this foolish realm doesn't initiate any more major events. I simply cannot endure it. Are there any teams heading to retrieve airdrop number 2? I just want to grab a few and then sleep soundly. An airdrop box? Not even a dog would bother. Whoever wants it can take it. Just be wary of collapsing on the way. Do not airdrop. I have barely survived the calamity and now only wish to live in peace. After the disaster, many celebrated in the channels, rejoicing that they had endured the sweltering heat. This intense summer has left the players of version 99 with a singular desire to simply exist. Countless individuals are utterly exhausted, drained of energy, pleading for a respite, hoping for a period of rest and recuperation without any major upheavals. As for the recent airdrop crates, the competition has significantly diminished and few engage in discussions about them. Most are so worn out that they long for a comfortable slumber, lacking the stamina, energy, and supplies to venture far and compete for the airdrop. For Su Sheng, this situation is not detrimental. In fact, it reduces the likelihood of encountering ambushes on his journey, while others prepare for a much-needed rest. Su Sheng swiftly organizes his weapons and sets forth on his expedition. Following a pre-planned route, he rides his electric scooter, leisurely humming a tune, reminiscent of a contented farmer who occasionally descends from the mountains to gather supplies. The path he chose offers excellent visibility, is wide and flat, and has few rugged sections. Should he encounter any, the mountain tires of his scooter provide exceptional off-road capabilities to overcome them with ease. Su Sheng cannot help but marvel at the stark difference between having a vehicle and not. What would have taken a day's journey was accomplished in about 2 hours, bringing him close to his destination. The power of technology is indeed remarkable. Along the way, he faced no ambushes or zombie hindrances. At one point, he caught a glimpse of a mutated wild rabbit hiding in the woods, but it posed no threat, and Su Sheng preferred not to waste time on mutual avoidance. Zhang Dihai's markings were not particularly precise, merely indicating a general area. Su Sheng conducted a thorough search nearby and ultimately discovered the entrance to the instance beside a waterfall. It was a black opening, 3 meters in diameter, seemingly bottomless and void of any discernible features. The surrounding circle emitted yellow sparks, resembling the portal of Doctor Strange. According to Zhang Dihai, stepping directly into the circle would lead him into the instance. With a mix of trepidation and determination, Su Sheng rode his electric scooter into the black void. Upon entering, the circle behind him closed, plunging him into darkness. He found himself in an area where he could not see his own hand in front of his face. As he attempted to illuminate the space with the scooter's headlights, a system inquiry box appeared before him. Would you like to enter the instance? Bone-crushing valley? Yes, with a blink. Su Sheng was transported to a location not far from the valley's entrance. The atmosphere of this instance was shrouded in a dim, deep purple hue, with brownish-yellow cliffs creating a sense of oppression and fear. The gray grass beneath his feet grew wildly, nearly reaching his calves. Welcome to the instance. Bone-crushing valley. Difficulty. Normal. Objective. Eliminate the instance. Upon completing the dungeon, there exists a chance to obtain mysterious rewards, including but not limited to survival supplies, pharmaceuticals, mid to high-tier materials, weapons, equipment, super items, and technological blueprints. Best of luck to you. After the system notification faded, Su Sheng took several deep breaths. The bone-shattering valley? An extermination mission? Su Sheng immediately heightened his vigilance. Being in the dungeon, surrounded by an unfamiliar environment, required a serious approach. After cautiously navigating forward on his electric scooter for a considerable distance, Su Sheng arrived at the entrance of the valley. Before him lay 2 broad paths and 1 narrow one. 3 paths? Which one to choose? Chapter 49. Skewers. Flamethrower. Upon entering the dungeon, Su Sheng was unable to access the control panel. Functions such as trading, mailing, communicating, and forums were all disabled. He could not reach out to the outside world or receive any material support. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately for his expedition, even bringing an extra battery for his scooter. Zhang Dihai had only informed Su Sheng of the dungeon's precise location but had not had the chance to elaborate on the encounters before he abruptly disconnected, hastily imparting only a few details. This meant that there was no detailed strategy for this dungeon, and Su Sheng had to start from scratch, accumulating experience. The choice of route was particularly crucial, as each path could present different scenarios. The broad path not only offered a clear view, but also provided ample maneuvering space, allowing for tactical retreats and facilitating the use of the flamethrower and Glock. In contrast, the narrow path significantly restricted Su Sheng's mobility, rendering it impossible to ride his scooter. If surrounded, the consequences would be dire. To err on the side of caution, Su Sheng ultimately opted for a conservative approach, choosing the middle broad path. It soon became evident that Su Sheng's choice was misguided. The once wide path began to narrow increasingly, with ominous piles of bleached bones accumulating along the sides. When Su Sheng sensed something amiss and attempted to turn back, he found himself confronted by a dense, impenetrable purple fog that had already obscured his retreat. Purple, golden toxic fog, Danger level, high. Basic description. Saturated with a multitude of mutated microorganisms, it poses a severe toxin to living beings, rapidly consuming flesh and tissue. System recommendation. Avoid as much as possible. Do not enter. Damn, no way back? It seems there was only one path to follow. Su Sheng donned his gas mask in advance to prevent inhaling the encroaching purple fog. The dungeon was an uncharted territory for Su Sheng. The terrain, topography, monsters, and mechanisms were all unfamiliar, compelling him to refrain from aggressive actions and to pursue a cautious strategy. The path ahead continued to narrow, constricting to a width barely sufficient for 2 adult men. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, Su Sheng was utterly stunned by the sight before him. In the distance lay the precipice between 2 towering mountains, roughly 10 meters wide, with a foul-smelling stream of purple stagnant water flowing ominously in the middle. The stagnant quagmire. Danger level, high. Basic description. A lifeless and terrifying quagmire with corrosive abilities, where no creature can survive. System recommendation. Avoid contact whenever possible. The only path forward is the narrow log bridge. This slender bridge sways slightly with the gentle breeze, appearing rather unstable. Whether a person can cross it is debatable, but certainly no vehicle can. This implies that if Su Sheng wishes to proceed, he must abandon his electric bike and continue on foot. A glance back at the horrifying purple mist reveals that being engulfed by it could spell doom within mere minutes. Resolutely, Su Sheng decides to abandon his vehicle. With his backpack secured, he cautiously steps onto the log bridge. He tries not to gaze down into the abyss of purple death water. Spreading his arms wide to maintain balance, and with a heart full of trepidation, he tiptoes across the precarious bridge. Exhaling deeply, Su Sheng feels a weight lift from his chest as he safely reaches the other side. Upon looking back, he sees that the purple mist has engulfed his electric bike. However, to Su Sheng's astonishment, the purple fog abruptly halts at the bridge's edge, ceasing its advance. Could the quagmire actually serve as a barrier? Without the threat of toxic mist, Su Sheng's tension diminishes significantly, and the pressure eases considerably. The path ahead gradually widens, revealing a sharp mountain trail not far ahead. And Su Sheng continues to tread carefully. Suddenly, a growl. As he rounds the corner, he spots 2 bone crushers crouched in the middle of the path, baring their teeth and glaring at him, as if to assert their territorial claim. Essentially, bone crushers belong to the canine family, known for their fierce territorial instincts. Should Su Sheng take one more step forward, he would be met with an aggressive assault to defend their domain. Conversely, retreating in fear would also provoke a ferocious attack. Bone crushers are incredibly swift, and shooting them with a Glock would yield a low accuracy rate, compounded by their defensive capabilities. With the flamethrower donned and his courage bolstered, Su Sheng steps forward provocatively, daring them to attack. I have come to challenge you, what of it? With a growl, the 2 bone crushers, incited by Su Sheng's taunt, crouch low and immediately leap towards him. Unfazed, Su Sheng knows that these creatures fear fire and loud noises above all else. The flamethrower is perfectly suited for this encounter. At the opportune moment, Su Sheng decisively presses the ignition trigger, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The bone crushers, unaccustomed to such an apparatus, freeze in shock as their pupils dilate, their limbs skidding to a halt, leaving long claw marks on the ground. Before they can turn to flee, the flames engulf them. The highly adhesive and flammable fuel clings to their bodies, and the roaring fire scorches every inch of their fur, skin, and flesh. The 2 bone crushers thrash about, rolling in agony, emitting the distinctive cries of their kind. Within mere moments, they collapsed upon the ground, utterly devoid of life. As the raging flames consumed the remnants of its corporeal form, the once flowing mane had long since been incinerated, leaving its body increasingly charred and blackened. Was this all there was? Su Sheng, facing the bone-crushing hounds for the first time, could only flee. Now, however, he was capable of confronting them head-on, effortlessly dispatching them. Such is the might of technology. The early investment in technological advancement was undoubtedly wise. Soon, the cacophony of cries reached Su Sheng's ears, likely the lamentations of the 2 bone-crushing hounds, drawing the attention of their companions. The mountain path trembled, and Su Sheng could feel the growing tremors beneath his feet. A formidable wave of bone-crushing hounds was drawing near. In less than 2 minutes, dozens of bone-crushing hounds materialized before him, led by a female hound adorned with a dark spot over her eye. The pack behind her bore fierce expressions, fixated intently on Su Sheng. Was there a leader among them? Under the command of this female hound, they began to scatter, encircling Su Sheng with relentless precision. The numbers were overwhelming, and a command structure was evidently in place. Although Su Sheng possessed a flamethrower, he felt the situation was somewhat precarious. Yet, considering that even Zhang Dihai's crew had managed to conquer challenges with such equipment, what was there to fear? To seize the leader first, Utilizing the speed afforded by his super running shoes, Su Qing charged forward a few steps, bringing the leader within the flamethrower's range, and without hesitation. He activated the ignition mechanism. Instantly, a dragon of flame erupted from the nozzle, roaring toward the female bone-crushing hound. The hounds present had never encountered such a fire-spewing device and were immediately thrown into disarray, scattering in all directions. The flame unleashed could have directly incinerated their leader. However, unexpectedly, several robust bone-crushing hounds surged forward, using their bodies to shield the female hound from the inferno. Su Cheng? These hounds exhibit such loyalty? Chapter 50. Slaying. The Frenzied Beetle. Though the system had not previously elaborated, Su Qing was aware that the hierarchy within this species was rigidly enforced. Yet, he had not anticipated that some bone-crushing hounds would sacrifice themselves to protect their queen. The bodies of a few hounds absorbed the fiery onslaught, granting the female hound precious moments to retreat. Aware of the flamethrower's potency, she took refuge at the rear of her pack, escaping Su Cheng's maximum range. While the other hounds displayed somewhat lower intelligence, the leader evidently possessed some cunning. After evading the peril, she swiftly issued commands to stabilize the panicked formation, reforming the encirclement around Su Cheng. From the recent encounter, she had calculated the flamethrower's range, ensuring that the other hounds maintained a safe distance. Regardless of Su Cheng's movements, they adjusted accordingly, refusing to enter the flamethrower's reach. They encircled him without engaging. Was this a strategy of attrition? Did it realize that he could not wear the flamethrower for extended periods? Was it attempting to wear him down? Su Qing possessed a blood-red sun wrist guard, enhancing the strength of his wrist and forearm by 15, allowing him to endure a while longer. However, the standoff clearly worked against him. Su Qing sought a swift resolution. Engaging in a war of attrition? Very well, let it be so. He freed one hand to begin firing his Glock, resting the flamethrower on his leg. He prepared to respond promptly to the onslaught of the bone-crushing hounds racing towards him. Should they leap at him, Su Sheng was ready to incinerate them with the flamethrower. If they hesitated in the face of fire, he would continue to fire his Glock, depleting their numbers and diminishing the threat they posed. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed as he relentlessly shot at the surrounding bone-crushing hounds. Soon, more and more of these creatures bared their teeth at Su Sheng, their eyes filled with hatred, emitting venomous growls, eager to tear him to shreds. Su Sheng was grateful for his flamethrower. Had he entered the dungeon armed only with melee weapons and a Glock, he would have surely been disemboweled by the throng of bone-crushing hounds, reduced to mere bones. While shooting, Su Sheng remained vigilant, wary of any foolhardy beast daring to leap at him. Many of the hounds were unable to contain themselves. Yet without the command of the dominant female bone-crushing hound, none dared to advance, instead shielding themselves with their bodies against the bullets. After a moment of observation, she finally let out a roar, issuing orders. In response, Su Sheng swiftly retrieved a flashbang grenade. Should they dare to advance, he would toss it into the air, achieving a stunning effect and incinerating them into cinders in a matter of moments. To his surprise, the hounds did not attack. Instead, they retreated a dozen meters, maintaining a surrounding formation, though now at a greater distance, making it difficult for Su Sheng to aim accurately. Where once he struck a bone-crushing hound with each pull of the trigger, now he found himself needing to fire 3 or 4 shots to hit a single target. The standoff did not last long. The bone-crushing hounds parted like a tide, revealing a large, glowing red beetle crawling up from behind them. Su Sheng had never encountered such a creature before and immediately checked its attributes for further information. Enthusiastic beetle. Basic description. The enthusiastic beetle is a remarkably resilient creature with permeable epithelial cells, capable of absorbing nutrients from the soil to heal its fire-damaged tissues. Characteristics. Possessing a heavy exoskeleton, it has evolved an extraordinarily hard shell through the absorption of compounds found in the soil, particularly rare earth elements and metals. Cold weapons and small firearms are ineffective against it, while it demonstrates near immunity to flame-based weaponry. Thus, the best approach to combat it involves the support of explosives and artillery. It boasts claws of exceptionally high density, with scythe-like blades on its back that can effortlessly shred armor and various synthetic steels. The glands in its mandibles secrete a highly corrosive liquid, which it can forcefully expel through the contraction of surrounding muscles, capable of penetrating armor and dissolving the bodies of its targets, with a range of approximately 5 meters. Supermetabolism. This aberrant insectoid species cannot resist its own corrosive saliva, yet its formidable regenerative capabilities allow its tissues to remain intact even while being continuously eroded. Weakness. The area beneath its abdomen is vulnerable, and it is averse to bright light. System suggestion. Players should focus their attacks on its underbelly, utilizing armor-piercing weapons, large-caliber artillery, heavy weaponry, and explosives. This creature resides in the Bone Shatter Canyon and poses an extreme threat. Defeating it grants passage through this dungeon. By heavens! The enthusiastic beetle? Su Cheng felt a surge of panic upon reading that it was nearly immune to flames, causing his hands to tremble unsteadily around his firearm. He attempted to aim for its head and squeezed the trigger several times. The bullets ricocheted off its exoskeleton with a series of sharp clangs, proving utterly ineffective. The prospect of bullets that could not penetrate in a creature impervious to flames was indeed vexing. This enthusiastic beetle, as a dungeon boss, was significantly superior in rank compared to the female Bone Shatter Hound within its kin. With a resounding hiss, it issued a command, and Bone Shatter Hounds swarmed from all directions. Let us see how you fare against this. Su Cheng retrieved a melon grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the enthusiastic beetle. Immediately after, he unleashed his flamethrower against the rapidly approaching Bone Shatter Hounds. Boom! The melon grenade detonated. Without a moment to glance back, Su Cheng cranked the flamethrower's power to maximum, fully opening the fuel supply pump, spraying left and right in a rotational manner. The fragile-bodied Bone Shatter Hounds emitted a delightful sizzle as they succumbed to the flames. Despite their anguished howls, they continued to charge at Su Cheng. After approximately 10 minutes, dozens of Bone Shatter Hounds had been reduced to charred remains, leaving a spectacular sea of fire in their wake. Once the minions were dealt with, Su Cheng turned his full attention back to the enthusiastic beetle. Only a few lesser creatures remained near it, including the female Bone Shatter Hound. The earlier melon grenade had successfully severed one of the beetle's legs, yet astonishingly, just a short while later, it had regenerated a new one. Although not covered in heavy armor like other areas, the sheer potency of its regenerative abilities left Su Cheng in awe. Its movement speed, when compared to the Bone Crusher Hound, could be deemed sluggish, akin to Su Cheng's leisurely stroll. As it approached within 10 meters of Su Cheng, its jaws constricted with great effort, only to subsequently unleash a highly corrosive saliva. Su Cheng, caught off guard, found the viscous fluid splattering onto his chest plate, initiating a rapid corrosive reaction that produced billowing white smoke. Startled and alarmed, Su Cheng hastily severed the connections of his armor with his dagger, making a swift escape. In less than 3 seconds, the greenish phlegm had thoroughly corroded the chest plate, even causing the ground beneath to sink several centimeters. Goodness, that is utterly terrifying. Chapter 51. The battle concludes. A cataclysmic explosion. Su Cheng discarded the flamethrower and retreated, maintaining a prudent distance from the frenzied beetle. The melee prowess of the frenzied beetle was formidable, possessing not only razor-sharp scythe-like claws, but also the ability to eject highly corrosive saliva. However, its movement speed was not advantageous, allowing Su Cheng to employ a kite-fighting strategy for effective strikes. Meanwhile, several unvanquished Bone Crusher Hounds charged at him with frenzied abandon. Their sprinting speed rivaled that of a cheetah, making it difficult for Su Cheng to gain the upper hand. He retrieved his last flashbang grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, and hurled it skyward with all his might, immediately covering his ears and shutting his eyes, taking refuge on the ground. Upon hearing the high-frequency detonation, Su Cheng swiftly entered a combat state. The blaring sound emitted by the flashbang rendered the remaining Bone Crusher Hounds dizzy, causing them to collapse, frothing at the mouth. The explosive brilliance momentarily blinded the beetle, which flailed about like a headless fly, indiscriminately spraying its corrosive saliva and wildly swinging its scythe like appendages in fear of an attack. What an opportunity! Seizing the moment, Su Cheng nimbly evaded the caustic venom and produced a melon grenade, deftly pulling the pin and accurately placing it beneath the creature. Boom! The tremendous explosion sent the frenzied beetle tumbling, its limbs scattering in disarray, while the toxic liquid splattered onto the surrounding Bone Crusher Hounds, extinguishing the raging flames. Su Cheng did not dare to pause, swiftly delivering finishing blows to the dazed hounds. Are they dead? The frenzied beetle possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, and Su Cheng could afford no complacency. It wasn't until the system issued a completion notification that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations, player Su Cheng, for clearing the Bone Crusher Canyon. Normal level. Congratulations, player Su Cheng, for gaining entry qualification to the Bone Crusher Canyon. Adventure level. Remaining reward opportunities this week. 01. He had cleared it. A great weight lifted from Su Cheng's heart as he collapsed to the ground, exhausted, drinking water in hurried gulps. Zhang Dihai and I must have been in the same instance, but the difficulty was certainly not on the same scale. Otherwise, with their weaponry and equipment, those Bone Crusher Hounds would have torn them to shreds, let alone successfully defeating that frenzied beetle monster. After clearing the level, Su Cheng first earned the qualification to enter the adventure level. He meticulously reviewed the difficulty tiers of the instances, which were categorized as easy, normal, adventure, warrior, and king. Zhang Dihai and his companions must have been tackling the Bone Shatter Canyon on a basic difficulty level. You have received completion rewards, 11 intermediate iron blocks, 5 advanced iron blocks, and 7 intermediate steel plates. You have also received a limitless backpack and a Commander S invitation. To my surprise, there are 5 advanced iron blocks. These premium materials hold immeasurable value in the marketplace, whether for crafting and synthesizing weaponry or fortifying and upgrading shelters. Their utility is immense. What exactly is this limitless backpack? Su Sheng scrutinized the black backpack, which appeared rather ordinary, akin to a standard sports bag. Limitless backpack. Rarity. Supreme. Basic description. A leaked sample from the Extreme Individual Soldier program of the Kahar Starport. Its exterior is remarkably unremarkable, exhibiting utmost subtlety. Main function and value. Utilizing the strong interactions of quantum mechanics, it creates additional space within a confined area, offering 100 units of portable storage. Its weight remains constant at 5 kilograms, regardless of the items stored. It can accommodate materials, weapons, equipment, and supplies, and can even serve as ballistic protection when necessary. System recommendation: an essential multifunctional storage backpack for exploration and survival in a post-apocalyptic world. For detailed usage instructions, please click to view. When faced with uncertainty. Quantum mechanics? Su Sheng struggled to comprehend the connection between quantum mechanics and a backpack. As he unzipped the bag, he discovered a dark, bottomless void. What does 100 units even signify? Some small apartments measure merely around 100 square meters, and the backpack can automatically adjust based on the shape and volume of the items stored, regardless of how many items he places inside. The weight will never exceed 5 kilograms, which signifies that Su Sheng can now carry an abundance of weaponry, supplies, or even accommodate a tank during his future expeditions. Compared to an ordinary backpack, the limitless backpack is akin to refuse. Quite remarkable. Merely possessing a limitless backpack makes this quest worthwhile. Su Sheng proceeded to tally the rewards from the dungeon. Commander S invitation, basic description, a survival invitation from the early apocalypse, distributed solely through rewards. Main function and value. Upon usage, it unlocks the recruitment feature on the control panel, allowing players to recruit soldiers based on their own conditions and assemble a loyal mechanical army. System recommendation. For details on recruitment conditions, command operations, and troop composition, please click to view. A Commander S invitation? Recruitment is now possible? Su Sheng had initially anticipated a material reward, but instead, he received a qualification for recruitment. This means that Su Sheng can get a head start and relish the advantages that come with recruiting. Currently, his greatest shortcoming lies in manpower. Due to his cautious nature and distrust of others, he consistently refrains from forming teams, opting to venture alone. However, the strength of one is invariably limited. Zhang Dihai and his companions, armed with hoes and shovels, dare to plunge into dungeons, while Su Sheng must rely solely on the vast disparities created by technology. This illustrates the distinction between a lone wolf and a team. The recruitment function allows the formation of soldiers who are solely loyal to Su Sheng, eliminating the possibility of betrayal or hidden agendas among teammates, thus significantly compensating for his manpower deficiencies. After tallying his gains, Su Sheng commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. He stowed away his backpack, flamethrower, and other equipment into the ultimate backpack. By chance, he caught sight of a remarkable item entry, the shell of the frenzied beetle, rarity, superior, basic description, a relatively intact shell of a frenzied beetle, primary function and value. The shell, as solid as a rock, possesses immense utility. Players can fuse it with advanced materials to craft superior equipment and armor. The razor-sharp sickle can be fused with high-grade materials to create formidable weapons, or combined with other materials to forge arrows for large crossbows. The highly corrosive saliva can be contained in suitable vessels to produce acid grenades after countless metabolic renewals. The respiratory gills of the frenzied beetle serve as the finest air filtration device. They can be fused with advanced materials to create gas masks, or processed into filters for air conditioning and water purification systems. System recommendation. The corpse of the frenzied beetle holds tremendous value for players in enhancing weaponry and equipment. Players should handle it with care. Chapter 52. Equipment Upgrade. First Recruitment. Seeking continued reading, Su Sheng was astonished to discover the vast utility of the frenzied beetle's corpse. He had previously slain several aberrant beasts and had seen bulletproof shells, yet the item entry system had not alerted him, indicating that the various parts of those beasts did not meet fusion criteria and hence were of no use. When would he be able to slay an edible mutated beast? Su Sheng cleared his thoughts and stored the corpse in the ultimate backpack. The dungeon will close in 2 hours. Players will automatically exit the dungeon at that time. 2 hours until the dungeon closes? Su Sheng felt he could utilize this time wisely to explore the terrain of the dungeon. If he were to enter the dungeon again, he could navigate it with greater proficiency, effortlessly avoiding various mechanisms and achieving swift clearing. Returning to the vicinity of the original narrow bridge, Su Xing noticed that the purple toxic mist had begun to dissipate, revealing the electric vehicle once more. Fortunately, the toxic mist posed no threat to inanimate objects. After inspecting the surface of the electric vehicle and confirming the absence of any residues, he remounted it and, with the remaining time, surveyed the terrain of the dungeon. The dungeon spanned an area roughly the size of a village, and upon reaching its boundaries, an air wall would obstruct further passage. Along the way, Su Xing replaced a set of batteries to ensure the vehicle's endurance. Upon exploration, Su Xing determined that the best route was the narrow path. Although it appeared constricted from a distance, lacking ample space, it widened significantly as one progressed and led directly to the nest. This path was ideal for swift clearing, allowing direct engagement without wasting time on minor creatures. The far left path, though wider and devoid of toxic mist or the precarious narrow bridge that tested balance, was riddled with numerous minor creature nests nearby. If heavy artillery and robust fire support were available, this route would be the optimal choice. It seems I inadvertently chose a rather treacherous path. Su Xing shook his head, lamenting his unfortunate luck. Had it not been for his technological advantage, he might have perished within. Upon completing the exploration, Su Xing exited the instance and rode his electric bike back to the underground shelter. The rewards from this venture were indeed substantial. Although Zhang Dihai provided limited information, the completion rewards were plentiful. Upon returning to the underground refuge, Su Xing focused on crafting equipment first. Utilizing the shell of a beetle and combining it with 3 units of high-grade iron, he successfully synthesized a brand new armor piece. Beetle Exoskeleton Armor, Rarity, Supreme, Basic Description, crafted from advanced materials and the remains of a monstrous insect, it is a quintessential product of biotechnological innovation. Primary functions and value. Exceptionally lightweight while providing outstanding protective capabilities, effectively resisting small firearms and flame attacks, capable of absorbing a certain amount of kinetic energy, and enhancing the wearer's cardiopulmonary capacity by 5. Gazing at his first piece of biotechnological armor, Su Xing was exhilarated. This chest piece was not a cumbersome suit of armor, but rather a thin layer that conformed closely to the skin and protected more of the torso. It achieved remarkable lightness without sacrificing exceptional protective qualities. Yet, despite the system's impressive description, Su Xing felt a twinge of doubt at its slender form. He had dismantled most of the formidable armor from the frenzied beetle, resulting in this seemingly flimsy design. Surely, the system wouldn't be skimming on quality, would it? This was meant for combat. If it could be easily penetrated, it would be a disappointment. Su Xing resolved to conduct an experiment. He hung the armor on the wall and fired 2 arrows from a crossbow, producing a resonant clink as they struck. The arrows ricocheted onto the ground. Their tips warped and rendered useless, yet the armor remained unscathed. Next, he retrieved a Glock and fired 2 rounds at the chest piece. Once again, the bullets rebounded. Their tips deformed beyond recognition, while the armor sustained no damage whatsoever. Remarkable. And it enhances my cardiopulmonary capabilities? Does this mean that while wearing this armor, I would also gain benefits in that regard? Su Xing shook his head. Who would wear protective gear for such activities? However, it would indeed be advantageous for running and swift movements. Coupled with the 15 speed enhancement from his super running shoes, the benefits could be substantial. Continuing his crafting endeavors, Su Xing followed the system's prescribed material ratios and, after inputting them into the synthesis interface, successfully created a gas mask. Beetle Gas Mask, Rarity, Superior, Basic Description, constructed from advanced materials and the remains of a monstrous insect. Its design is flamboyant and fearsome. Yet it does not compromise on performance, a quintessential product of biotechnology. Primary functions and value. Excellent sealing properties and high resistance to toxins. To safeguard the respiratory organs, eyes, and face from toxic agents, biological warfare agents, bacterial weapons, radioactive dust, and other harmful substances. This device ensures the player's survival in a small-scale chemical conflict while enhancing their cardiopulmonary capacity by 5. In Su Xing's possession is an extravagantly designed gas mask. Unlike traditional gas masks, to compensate for the damage to the sealing structure, Su Xing must don the entire head of a beetle, resembling a frightful Halloween monster mask. Though its appearance may be rather unseemly, its protective capabilities are remarkably robust. Upon attempting to wear it, Su Xing found it less cumbersome than anticipated, and it did not obstruct his vision. Rather, it proved to be surprisingly lightweight. With the equipment upgraded, Su Xing retrieved the commander's invitation and confirmed its use. Recruitment function has been unlocked. The Recruit option, previously grayed out on the control panel, transformed into a vibrant hue akin to that of Exchange and Mail functions after utilizing the invitation. Eagerly, Su Xing delved into the page for exploration. Within lay numerous dimly colored cards, yet he could currently recruit only one type of unit. Ironclad Labor Robot. Basic description. Originating from the former Federal Tassanian. This is an efficient, intelligent, and utterly loyal labor robot. Multifunctional mechanical arm, capable of resource collection, repairing damaged machinery, construction, and more. It can automatically adjust its arms based on task requirements. Efficient treads. The traditional tracked movement method boasts unparalleled reliability, adeptly navigating various complex terrains. Materials required for recruitment. Intermediate iron blocks 1715, intermediate steel plates 915. Upon reviewing its characteristics, Su Xing discovered that this labor robot required no consumption of resources and could operate tirelessly around the clock. With the labor robot at his disposal, Su Xing could delegate various physically demanding tasks, significantly enhancing developmental efficiency without the need for personal involvement. After gathering the necessary materials, he opted for recruitment and confirmed it. Chapter 53. Support for Shop Refresh, Tactical Radar. Following a radiant scan from the system, a towering 16-meter ironclad labor robot, composed entirely of steel, materialized before Su Xing. Its head consisted of two palm-sized LCD screens displaying various operational codes and instructions. Flanking its sides were two massive mechanical arms, with no feet but rather two sturdy treads. Its movement speed was not slow, comparable to that of a human walk. The exterior bore a deep blue coating, emblazoned on its chest with the code 0001, signifying it as Su Xing's inaugural unit. Su Xing emitted a series of sounds as it activated. Despite its name suggesting formidable armor, its defensive capabilities were modest. In a one-on-one confrontation with a human, it could easily be dismantled. Su Xing concurred with the system's assessment of this unit. Its primary function was not combat, but rather the execution of tasks such as collection, transportation, repair, and construction as commanded by the officer. It is worth noting that the system imposes a restriction. All recruited units cannot be stored in the ultimate backpack, making it impractical to carry an entire army. After completing the recruitment, Su Xing continued to assess the losses incurred during this outing. The hand grenades and flashbangs had been expended, and only 3 smoke grenades remained from the tactical grenade pack obtained via airdrop. The ammunition consumption was minimal, with only 1.5 magazines used, and the previously acquired nitrate would suffice for a while longer. The primary weapon employed was the flamethrower, which had consumed a significant amount of fuel, leaving the fuel tank nearly empty. This flamethrower proved to be an invaluable asset in the mission, with Su Xing becoming increasingly adept in its use, making it an essential tool for future explorations and battles. A strategy to replenish the fuel was imperative. The oil products available at the trading post were scarce. Su Xing gathered all available oil products from the entire district, amounting to only a few liters. After filling the flamethrower, the fuel gauge barely registered an increase, rendering it inadequate. Alternative solutions were necessary. The assistant store has been refreshed. Excited by the news of the store's refresh, Su Xing eagerly opened the assistant store, hoping to acquire some oil cakes or fuel packs to address his current need for oil products. Advanced Nylon, purchase price, 750 Doomsday Honor Points, limit. 3. Advanced Plastic, purchase price, 750 Doomsday Honor Points, limit. 3. Advanced Fiber, purchase price, 750 Doomsday Honor Points, limit. 10. Advanced Materials. Indeed, the prices were somewhat exorbitant. Previously, the assistant store had refreshed to offer intermediate materials at only 300 Doomsday Honor Points per unit, with a limit of 10 purchases. Now, the advanced materials not only cost over double but were also limited to 3 units. Was this the infamous greedy shop? Posting about this was no easy feat. Each word was painstakingly typed out, resulting in the loss of countless brain cells. Su Xing didn't dwell on this. He accepted the price increase and purchase limitations, recognizing that the benefits of advanced materials outweighed the costs. They boasted superior quality and could be fused with the characteristics of mutated beasts, allowing for the synthesis of biotechnological products. A higher price was, therefore, to be expected. Continuing to browse, he discovered a unique item. Tactical Biological Radar, rarity, lower tier, basic description. This item employs the design concept of the renowned inventor Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, sharing a striking resemblance in exploration principles, display methods, and appearance, with a similarity rate of 99. It has been contentious in a parallel dimension, once deemed a plagiarized product. Main function and value. Centered around the biological radar, it clearly displays all organisms within a 200-meter radius on the screen, serving functions of early warning, search, and rescue. A biological radar? Su Xing believed that this device held immense early warning value, capable of real-time display in complex terrains and accurately pinpointing enemy positions. Whether for exploration or self-defense, it would provide substantial strategic advantages. He was eager to acquire it. However, upon checking the price, he was nearly taken aback. The purchase price, 1,876, 116, 666 Doomsday Honor Points. Is it truly being sold for over 16,000? In his previous evaluation of the Doomsday Honor Points, Su Xing noted it was merely 16,499 points. After several days of ripening, the potential of these posts has nearly reached its zenith, resulting in an additional accumulation of over 2,000 points. Although somewhat pricey, Su Xing gritted his teeth and made the purchase. Possessing the tactical biological radar was sufficient to transform his combat approach. It was far more effective than merely having a few extra eyes. You have purchased the tactical biological radar, deducting 16,666 Doomsday Honor Points. Current balance, 2,095 points. Following the scan of the golden code, the tactical biological radar materialized upon the table. Su Xing held it in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. This device cannot be termed as a mere imitation. It is rather a direct replication of the Dragon Ball radar's design. The radar is approximately 3 centimeters thick, fitting comfortably in one hand. Upon activating the display, a dark green map emerged, featuring a grid of parallel lines. There are a total of 12 vertical lines and 12 horizontal lines, with each square representing roughly 30 meters. At the edge of the screen, Su Xing discerned 4 bright yellow dots, indicating the presence of 4 unknown entities directly to the east. Their movements were sluggish, revolving in place. They did not appear to be human or extraordinary beasts, but rather zombies. Su Xing felt no regret over the expenditure of over 10,000 honor points. Honor points could be replenished through the creation of more posts, if he refrained from purchasing it in the assistant shop. Such an item might not reappear for an extended period after refreshing. Once the opportunity passed, it would be lost. Indeed, it proved to be a worthwhile investment. The leaderboard is refreshing. Re-evaluating your survival score. Please wait. Evaluation complete. Your latest survival score is 89 points. It seems the airdrop competition has essentially concluded, as the system tends to refresh the leaderboard at this juncture. His score has not improved, but rather diminished from 90 points to 89 points. It is possible that each refresh alters the evaluation criteria, leaving the method of the system's calculations unclear. Su Xing clicked to view the latest rankings. First place, 94 points. Second place, 93 points. Third place, 92 points. Fourth place, Li Mingze 92 points. Individual, 5th place, 92 points. Team, 6th place, Yin Sanyang 90 points. Individual, 7th place, 90 points. 8th place, 89 points. 9th place, Shen Yue 85 points. Individual, 10th place, 79 points. The leaderboard increasingly revealed the identities of participants. It was uncertain whether they had surged ahead or consistently maintained such levels. There appeared to be an abundance of formidable contenders, as evidenced by his 8th place standing. Su Xing had always considered himself the pinnacle of the survival zone, yet he discovered individuals even more valiant than he. Who could they possibly be? Wait a moment, Shen Yue actually ranks 9th? Chapter 54, will you send me some refreshing photos? Seeking continued reading, it seems Shen Yue has successfully secured an airdrop. Despite the stark contrast in survival scores, due to the fluctuating evaluation criteria, everyone's scores have experienced varying degrees of decline. Su Xing, on the contrary, believed that Shen Yue's recent outing had yielded remarkable gains. Otherwise, it would be implausible for her to surge from the 17th to the 10th position. He would wager that before long, Shen Yue would seek him out for a conversation, boasting about her valiant exploits during this adventure. And she would certainly not relent until she had regaled him for a considerable time. However, what piqued Su Xing's curiosity was that, once again, she seemed to have opted not to conceal her identity. The private message arrived more swiftly than Su Xing had anticipated. Before he could even shift his thoughts, Shen Yue's message had already come through. Shen Yue, are you there? Su Xing, not the real person. Shen Yue? Shen Yue, have you seen the rankings? Su Xing, not yet. What is the matter? Shen Yue, you should check it out quickly. Su Xing chuckled softly at the dialogue box. Shen Yue's message was precisely as he had envisioned, devoid of any punctuation errors. When he first encountered Shen Yue, he perceived her as an extraordinarily brave and compassionate warrior. After several days of interaction, Su Xing began to sense a thrilling contrast in her demeanor. With strangers, she exhibited little patience. However, through multiple collaborations, their conversations grew increasingly intimate, gradually evolving into a friendship. Su Xing had already perused the leaderboard, yet he feigned ignorance, feeling no need to impede Shen Yue's eagerness to share. Su Xing, wow, who is this person ranked 9th? Shen Yue, that would be me. Shen Yue, so, what do you think? My prowess is undeniable, right? I seized the airdrop with ease. Shen Yue, not only did I gather ample supplies, But I also acquired a rustic hunting rifle, though regrettably, it lacks ammunition, and an apocalypse camera. Shen Yunwei commenced showcasing the spoils of her recent airdrop, recounting the challenges faced during the skirmish. Shen Yunwei, so, am I impressive, or what? Su Sheng, wow, you're amazing. Su Sheng's attention was particularly drawn to the apocalypse camera, a rare item limited in quantity across every survival zone. Shen Yunwei's abilities were beyond question, and her fortune seemed to be equally favorable. Su Sheng, why didn't you choose to remain incognito? Weren't you worried before? How come you're so openly ranking now? Su Sheng voiced the curiosity that lingered in his mind. After all, Shen Yunwei was merely a woman, and appearing on the leaderboard without the protection of a team could make her a target for many. Shen Yunwei explained that she initially intended to hide behind a barcode, but upon further reflection, she concluded that remaining visible was more advantageous. A sudden drop from the rankings might generate even more speculation and scrutiny, diminishing her prominence and authority within the forum. Thus, she opted to maintain her public presence. Su Sheng found some merit in her reasoning. Shen Yunwei's considerations were quite thorough. Indeed, concealing her identity might pose greater challenges than the troubles associated with being prominently displayed on the leaderboard. Even if someone wished to target Shen Yunwei, they would first need to ascertain her precise location. Given the circumstances most individuals faced, coupled with the scenario of zombies mobilizing en masse at night, traversing several dozen miles in a day would be a significant feat. Locating a specific individual would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, rendering it a temporary concern. Shen Yunwei, if you call me sister, I might just offer you some perks. Offer perks? Shen Yunwei had just obtained the Doomsday camera from the airdrop, which meant she now possessed the ability to share images and short videos. The benefits she mentioned seemed to imply a rather intriguing conversation, prompting Su Sheng to respond. What benefit? Are we talking about those refreshing photos? Shen Yunwei retorted. I'll give you a couple of punches. At that moment, she reclined on a diminutive bed measuring 1518, the most resource-efficient option on the synthesis page. In an effort to conserve materials, she had merely laid a thin blanket over the bed, lacking any substantial mattress or comforter, rendering her resting place somewhat rigid. This starkly contrasted with Su Sheng's comfortable sleeping arrangements. As she gazed at the slightly suggestive message from Su Sheng, her cheeks flushed crimson. Ordinarily, upon receiving such messages from men, be they colleagues or superior officers, she would unhesitatingly retaliate. Regardless of social niceties, those who sought to provoke her would find no mercy. She preferred to keep distasteful individuals at a distance. The leaderboard, devoid of barcodes, indeed brought her considerable trouble, inundating her with harassment from individuals inquiring about her whereabouts or suggesting team-ups. In every instance, Shen Yunwei promptly blocked them. Yet now, Su Sheng's teasing remark stirred no disdain within her. Instead, it awakened a certain hormone within. Su Sheng primarily aimed to gauge the depth of their relationship. His words were carefully crafted, an advance that allowed for retreat, easily amendable should it misfire. Noticing that Shen Yunwei was not angered, but rather playfully scolded him, he sensed promise in their interaction. Shen Yunwei then shifted to a serious tone, stating, on a serious note, someone added me to a small group last night. They are rallying everyone to clear out the nearby zombies and mitigate potential threats. Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback. Added to a small group? Was such a feature even available? Shen Yunwei explained. It seems to be a unique feature for the 500 tier. Su Sheng discovered that his control panel indeed had a group function, though it was in a collapsed state, easily overlooked. She introduced the individual who added her, named Li Mingze, currently ranked 4th on the ladder. Li Mingze had already posted a battle order on the forum, calling for a zombie clearing initiative, which garnered significant attention. He first contacted players who had publicly disclosed their identities on the ladder, including Shen Yunwei, to form an alliance. The group comprised individuals with high survival ratings and considerable capabilities. Zombies, aberrant beasts, and natural disasters relentlessly tormented everyone. So Li Mingze proposed to consolidate the strength of all individuals in Zone 255 to prioritize the systematic elimination of zombies from these 3 threats. The aim was to reduce potential dangers and expand developmental opportunities, with a commitment to report any new types of zombies to the forum immediately. By leveraging the trust gained from his public identity on the ladder, Li Mingze's call to action received overwhelming support from the majority of individuals in Zone 255. The prospect of over 20,000 people uniting for a single cause was indeed formidable. To put it succinctly, as long as each individual eliminates a single zombie and regular purges are conducted, the pervasive sense of fear and threat can be significantly diminished. Su Sheng found this notion quite appealing. However, he did not delve deeply into Li Mingze's post within this group, resulting in a lack of understanding. Su Sheng inquired, Alliance? What alliance? In Chapter 55, where are such exorbitant travel expenses? Shen Yue was the first to share a meticulously annotated flat map. This map had also been posted in Li Ming's main thread. It delineated numerous regions across the Korean peninsula based on its mountains, terrain, and rivers, each designated by an English letter. Several skilled players or small teams were assigned primary responsibility for each area, implying that they would constitute the main force in this zombie clearing initiative and be tasked with recruiting additional personnel and distributing cleaning duties. Those bearing such responsibilities were regarded as core members of the alliance. As a recognized skilled player, Shen Yue was naturally recruited into the alliance, overseeing a relatively large area compared to others. A larger expanse necessitated a greater mobilization of resources. It was impossible for Shen Yue to single-handedly eradicate all the zombies within her jurisdiction. The map was exceptionally professional, clearly illustrating various terrains, and as a level 4. Li Ming's likely possessed a three-dimensional representation as well. The act of hand-drawing and photographing it for the forum was an unexpected maneuver. From this map, it was evident that Li Ming's achievements as a level 4 were not merely the result of luck. His substantial hard skills were apparent. His reasoning was remarkably clear, showcasing strong planning abilities while fully considering the current challenges of traversing mountains and rivers, with the area divisions being particularly well organized. Although Li Ming's intellect was commendable, Su Sheng harbored concerns that such a model could potentially incite competition among individuals. In the mid to late stages, backstabbing, rebellion, and independent incidents might become frequent. It remained uncertain if he possessed the requisite leadership capabilities. If different regions developed disparate resources, leading to disparities in wealth, the alliance could easily fracture, with members battling for their own interests. Additionally, there was a significant flaw in this territorial division, reminiscent of the feudal maps of old, revealing a fragmented power structure. Nevertheless, Su Sheng still endorsed the plan overall. After all, backstabbing and betrayal were already commonplace in the current climate. A desire for collective progress was preferable to chaotic individual pursuits. Su Sheng had anticipated the emergence of larger teams or alliances, but he was surprised at the slow pace of development. The limitations imposed on communication channels and forum discussions had stymied growth. His boldness in raising such a banner suggested that he had likely established connections with numerous skilled players, laying a solid foundation. Li Ming's possessed foresight. While the natural resources within each region were undeniably vital, the population remained the most crucial resource at all times. Shen Yue remarked, "I recall you mentioning that you also heard gunfire and explosions. It seems we are not too far apart, and you should fall within the range of this district. Shen Yue, you must be a formidable contender as well. If you're interested, I can vouch for you and introduce you to Li Ming's right away. What do you think?" Shen Yue reassured Su Sheng, stating that within the alliance, there is a mutual understanding to ensure each other's safety, alleviating any fears of betrayal. She informed him that should the alliance face malicious attacks, they would provide robust support, not only through military means but also by issuing bounties on forums. Su Sheng, however, found her words somewhat misleading. Given the current transportation conditions, distant aid could not resolve immediate crises. Moreover, the alliance's influence had yet to be established. Those who dared to target it likely had not considered the consequences, for survival was far from guaranteed. Nonetheless, he kept these thoughts to himself, pondering in solitude. With the alliance recently formed and its factions still fragile, the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Joining could hinder his own progress. Thus, Su Sheng resolved to observe for the time being. Su Sheng, impossible. How could I be a top contender? Su Sheng, I am merely a wretched rat scurrying in the cellar, far less impressive than you think. He quickly downplayed his abilities, politely declining Shen Yue's invitation. Shen Yue, don't feign modesty. I saw through you long ago. Shen Yue, if you are unwilling to join the alliance, I want to press the matter, but I do need assistance with the zombie clearing operation. Your help would be greatly appreciated. Shen Yue, if you are willing, I can share an oil field with you. Surely, you can agree to that? Oil field. At the sight of those two words, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Sheng's eyes. Su Sheng, is that true? Have you discovered an oil field? Shen Yue, first, agree to help me, and then I will tell you. Su Sheng, all right, I'll lend a hand. Upon hearing about the oil field, Su Sheng readily agreed. He was in dire need of oil to replenish the fuel for his flamethrower. Without oil, the flamethrower would be nothing more than a pile of useless scrap, and he was reluctant to see such a valuable tool gathering dust in the shelter. In the near future, as technology ascends to new heights, the reliance on oil and gasoline would be inevitable, thus laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Shen Yue, that's more like it. I knew you wouldn't help without a benefit. Su Sheng, not at all. Even though I want to join the alliance, I can still lend a hand among friends. The oil is merely a fare for my assistance. Shen Yue, fare? Your fare seems rather steep. Honestly, What rank do you hold in the ladder to demand such a high price? Su Sheng, I'm not on the list. He refrained from disclosing his rank. And Xin Yunwei did not press further. She informed Su Sheng that she had obtained a mineral resource map from an airdrop, which displayed all the oil coordinates in the 255th survival zone on her three-dimensional map, revealing a small oil field just a few kilometers away from her location. Goodness, a mineral resource map for oil? In Su Sheng's recollection, the Korean peninsula seemed to possess little in the way of oil resources, primarily housing various metal mines. Had she always been so audacious as to pursue oil on the mineral resource map? But what if there were only a few small oil fields? Wouldn't that be a significant loss? He believes that Xin Yunwei's choice of copper ore is far more prudent than oil. Xin Yunwei, this is not a choice I can make. This resource map only provides the coordinates for oil. I cannot select other resources, or else I might find myself in a predicament without ammunition. Xin Yunwei, I understand now. You've used a customizable resource map that allows for selecting different ore types. Su Sheng, no, I saw it at the exchange. You've misunderstood. Xin Yunwei, humph, since you've agreed, I shall invite you to join the group. Xin Yunwei invites you to join the Alliance chat group, District. Su Sheng has agreed to join the chat. Shizhen, welcome newcomer. Li Wensheng, wait, what newcomer? Isn't this the esteemed Su Sheng? Xiao Xuyin, wow, it truly is the esteemed Su Sheng. I've read many of his posts on the forum. Lu Minglang, I can't believe the esteemed Su Sheng is in our district. Chapter 56, I can clear Nanyun Mountain alone. Seeking continued reading, Su God. I am your loyal fan of 10 years. With the esteemed Su Sheng in our district, clearing the zombies will be a piece of cake. I didn't expect Xiaoshen to know such a prominent figure. Xinjie is also a big shot, you know? Xinjie is a super powerhouse ranked at the 9th level of the heavenly ladder. Yes, if we are talking about status. Who in this group can surpass Xinjie in rank? Su Sheng noticed that the group was quite populated. Xin Yunwei had gathered over 300 individuals. Indeed, there are quite a few people in the district. These 300 individuals are merely those whom Xin Yunwei has rallied. The number of those who have not participated in the zombie clearing initiative remains unknown. There is no restriction on daily messages in the group, allowing anyone to speak freely. Xiao Shun, as the district leader, please divide the areas for us. Yes, the zombie clearing initiative concerns everyone's safety. It is best to commence swiftly. I've heard from others that the area overseen by Li Mingze had already deployed its combat tasks by the afternoon and begun clearing. Xin Yunwei shared a hand-drawn map of the operational area. The handwriting resembled that of Li Mingze, suggesting that Xin Yunwei collaborated with some strategically minded individuals in a core group to devise it. Xin Yunwei, this is the operational area division map. Everyone should report which area they belong to according to their geographical location, and then come to me for registration. Xin Yunwei began to command and allocate tasks in an orderly fashion. The distribution of people in the district was relatively even. Everyone agreed to tie a piece of white cloth around their arms to prevent friendly fire in case of overlapping areas. Additionally, any treasure chests acquired during the zombie clearing would belong solely to the individual who defeated the zombies, with no need for reporting or surrendering. If encountering other humans, one must first clarify their intentions. If unable to persuade the other party to join, maintaining a friendly demeanor is essential, making decisions in a timely manner when necessary. A large-scale clearing of zombies benefits everyone. You protect my flank, and I shall protect your front. Under such mutual interests, incidents of being attacked by one's own kind are nearly non-existent. The area around Nanyun Mountain is rather sparse. Should we leave that region vacant? Indeed. Several of us are on the other side of the mountain. If we send them over to clear it, it could be quite troublesome and highly dangerous. I believe they could lend a hand to the west. It would be far simpler than traversing mountains. Huh? Where's the esteemed Su Sheng? Which area is he clearing? I have no idea. As soon as Su Sheng joined the group, he went silent and hasn't uttered a word. It's not that Su Sheng hasn't spoken. He is merely studying the map. Su Sheng, I shall take charge of the eastern region of Nanyun Mountain. Wow, I didn't expect to be in the same area as the esteemed Su Sheng. I'm also near Nanyun Mountain. I wonder if I might have a chance encounter with him. Esteemed one, I am also in the vicinity of Nanyun Mountain. Should we cross paths? Please do not mistake me for an enemy. Su Sheng, I can manage alone. Those near Nanyun Mountain should assist elsewhere. I will handle the entirety of Nanyun Mountain. Alone? Goodness, what gear does he possess to be so audacious? This area is vast. It would require at least a dozen individuals to clear it completely. Xin Yunwei, upon seeing Su Sheng's message, felt a twinge of confusion. Nanyun Mountain is rather unique. Expansive and sparsely populated. Su Sheng would be taking a significant risk attempting to clear it alone, and it is undoubtedly an impossible task. She, too, was near Nanyun Mountain, originally intending to coordinate the clearing of the zombies in this region, which would necessitate mobilizing at least 10 individuals, equipped with superior gear. She never anticipated that Su Xing would claim the entire area for himself. Shen Yue privately messaged Su Xing. Shen Yue, are you truly capable of clearing such a large area by yourself? Su Xing confidently assured her that it would be no problem. Frost zombies only appeared during hot weather. The majority are common zombies, with only a few elite ones. His gear had recently been upgraded, providing exceptional protection. And he possessed formidable weapons such as a Glock and a flamethrower, making it trivial to dispatch these two types of zombies. The more zombies he eliminates, the greater the treasure chest he would obtain. Most importantly, Shen Yue had informed Su Xing of a small oil field located within this area. Su Xing needed to establish a transportation route between himself and the oil field to facilitate the subsequent deployment of armored labor robots to eliminate potential threats. The reactions in the group ranged from astonishment to relief. Some members, possessing inadequate equipment, were left with no choice but to clear Nanyan Mountain due to its geographical positioning. This was undoubtedly a nightmare. Su Xing's willingness to take on the entire burden naturally alleviated the pressure for these individuals. Shen Yue was aware of Su Xing's ranking on the leaderboard. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to claim an entire region for himself. Shen Yue, very well, but you will surely be slow alone. Here's the plan. I will clear from the south to the north while you clear from the north to the south. Is that agreeable? Su Xing agreed. Just after their private conversation, others in the group began to criticize, openly attacking Su Xing. Wang Kai, you're just blowing hot air. You think you can clear such a massive mountain all by yourself? Wang Kai, you think because we call you esteemed one, you really are one? Wang Kai, you've only posted a few messages. The system rewards are hardly enough to fill my teeth. Wang Kai, is it that you don't draft your words when you speak? Ever since Su Xing entered the group, Wang Kai had harbored a dislike for him. Feeling extremely uncomfortable with so many referring to him as esteemed one, Su Xing opened his profile and avatar, revealing a vigorous young man in his 20s with a buzz cut. His profession was listed as a freelancer, yet he seemed to be doing quite well. Ranking over 400 in the ladder, Wang Kai was responsible for the westernmost part of the district, situated over 100 kilometers from Nanyan Mountain. And he was merely looking for a reason to provoke, deliberately nitpicking. Upon seeing this, Shen Yue promptly intervened. Wang Kai, if you don't have a toothbrush, I can provide you with some materials to make one. Stop your incessant prattling. If you have the capability, step up. Wang Kai, feeling more displeased at Shen Yue's defense of Su Xing, retorted, Sister Shen, this isn't about disrespecting you. This person is merely a loudmouth. You should not take him seriously. Shen Yue declared, I've made my decision. Su Xing and I will jointly take charge of clearing Nanyan Mountain. Nearby brothers can assist in other regions or join the logistics department. Wang Kai did not doubt Su Xing's capabilities. He had joined the group slightly earlier and had been hailed as Brother Wang by a crowd of supporters, being one of the most prominent figures in the district. In contrast, as soon as Su Xing joined, he was immediately dubbed a boss or deity, indicating a stark difference in their receptions. Wang Kai's resentment stemmed from Su Xing overshadowing him in the group. Shen Yue's unwavering support for Su Xing, even opting to collaborate with him for the Nanyan Mountain mission, was unacceptable to Wang Kai. How about we place a bet? He suggested. Su Xing, unwilling to back down, responded, Sure, what are we wagering? Wang Kai proposed, if you can clear Nanyan Mountain on your own, I will give you a design blueprint for a diesel generator. The onlookers in the group, thrilled by the escalating confrontation and the stakes of a diesel generator blueprint, erupted in excitement. A generator design? They are betting on a generator design? This is essential for entering the era of electricity. Brother Wang is indeed generous. Wang Kai, noticing the enthusiastic responses in the group, felt a surge of self-satisfaction, bolstered by the praise. The diesel generator design was his most prized possession. Although materials were scarce and constructing it would take time. Even if he succeeded, acquiring diesel presented a significant challenge. However, possessing the generator design would soon herald the arrival of the electrical age. While materials were hard to come by, they could ultimately be gathered. With electricity, the possibilities were endless, vastly improving living conditions and serving as a prerequisite for using electrical devices, creating a snowball effect of advantages. Brother Wang is truly a top-tier player, someone remarked. Brother Wang, I have a battery that I can't use right now. Should I send it to you? Another chimed in. Brother Wang, if you manage to create the diesel generator, could you charge my flashlight? Just don't burn oil for the charging. Will you provide the oil? Exactly. Where can we find oil now? Wang Kai's objective had been achieved, and he graciously responded, No problem. Once I finish it, the brothers can use it first. Wang Kai then addressed Su Xing. Give me a straightforward answer. Do you dare to bet with me? Where's the boss, Su Xing? I believe that Su Xing possesses the audacity to engage in a wager, as he has confidently proclaimed his intentions. What kind of gamble is this? Are you foolish? Sister Shun is situated near Nanyun Mountain. She can serve as a notary to validate the agreement. The wager is not Wang Kai's objective. Rather, it is the display of strength that he seeks. He has unveiled a design blueprint for a diesel generator. And if Su Sheng cannot swallow his pride and wishes to bet, he must present something of commensurate value. Should he fail to do so, he will have no choice but to concede gracefully. In this regard, what could possibly be more valuable than a technological blueprint from the era of electricity? The most precious asset in his possession is likely that doomsday camera. In the forum, Wang Kai is certain that Su Sheng would not dare to wager it. Apart from that, what food could suffice? Pure water is hardly sufficient, and how much food and water can one possibly have, not having even entered the Fortune 500? He ought to be more mindful of his status. This is Wang Kai's way of asserting dominance within the group. He is undoubtedly the primary force in the zombie clearing operation. At this moment, Shen Yue could no longer tolerate the situation. She would neither support the wager nor serve as a notary. The zombie clearing operation has yet to commence, and discord had already erupted within the group. This is unacceptable, Shen Yue exclaimed. Wang Kai, are you not finished? If you provoke further, I shall expel you immediately. Wang Kai replied, Please, Sister Shun, I shall remain silent. Upon witnessing Shen Yue's ire, he promptly retreated to observe Su Sheng's reaction in silence. Recognizing the escalating tension, Shen Yue intervened decisively. This matter ends here. Let us not engage in internal strife. Wang Kai concurred. Sister Shen is correct. Let us not descend into discord. Should any difficulties arise during the zombie clearing operation, do not hesitate to speak. Wang Kai proclaimed, What I, Wang Kai, lack least is resources. He elevated himself with a sense of righteousness, garnering admiration and support from the others. Su Sheng discerned that he believed himself to be overshadowed, attempting to assert his dominance. This is a common occurrence among a gathering of strangers. The question of superiority often leads to comparisons of wealth and background. The most formidable among them claims the title of leader and enjoys certain privileges. In this group chat, the dynamics are similar, with status, wealth, and resources being substituted with goods and design blueprints. Beyond status, Su Sheng suspected that Wang Kai harbored some interest in Shen Yue, likely viewing him as a rival in matters of affection, eager to secure his own priority in selecting a partner. Su Sheng deemed it unnecessary to engage further in banter. What significance does a diesel generator design hold? As the gatekeeper of the heavenly ladder, is that all? Wang Kai has yet to produce a diesel generator. Should he succeed, his arrogance would surely soar. Compared to Su Sheng, he is still in his elementary years, flaunting a mere design blueprint. Su Sheng has not only established an electrical connection but has also upgraded his equipment. He has even received an invitation to recruit armored labor robots, likely becoming the first commander in the entire district. Shen Yue issued a final ultimatum, leaving Su Sheng with little recourse to voice further objections. After all, he is not a member of the alliance, merely an external aide summoned by Shen Yue. He sees no need to engage in fruitless arguments with such individuals. Shen Yue, if there are no objections, we shall commence the zombie clearing operation tomorrow. Shen Yue, everyone must exercise utmost caution, besides zombies. We may also face attacks from other aberrant creatures. Shen Yue, should anyone encounter new types of zombies or other strange beasts, please inform the group promptly, so we can complete the cleansing before the next disaster strikes. Shen Yue shared several precautions in the group. Afterward, she sent a private message to Su Sheng. Shen Yue, don't mind Wang Kai, just ignore him. Su Sheng, is Wang Kai a core member of the alliance? Shen Yue, no? That small group consists of around 20 members, primarily the top 100 from the ladder. Shen Yue, however, Wang Kai has indeed made considerable progress in his district. You saw how he used the diesel generator blueprint to annoy others. Shen Yue, this time, during the zombie clearing operation, he and a few others with decent ratings will serve as the backbone. Shen Yue explained to Su Sheng that although the group appears numerous, most are developing steadily, and being able to take down a dozen zombies is already considered above average. Some members have only recently experienced the disaster and are still recuperating, requiring time to reorganize. This group, preoccupied with their own recovery, can only rally slogans for now, providing psychological support and assistance. Regardless of the extent of their contributions, we must first gather those willing to join the zombie clearing initiative. Once they have stabilized and developed, they will naturally become a formidable force in the district. If fortune favors us and we uncover advanced technology from treasure chests, we might even emerge as unexpected contenders in the ladder, breaking into the top 500. Shen Yue, however, you need not coddle Wang Kai. If he continues to be bothersome, you should confront him, and I will support you in that. Shen Yue indeed possesses a leadership quality, adeptly handling such matters. Currently, she is establishing authority and stabilizing morale within the group. Afterward, she reassures Su Sheng to prevent any emotional distress. She exhibits strong strategic vision and a certain degree of control over the situation. Su Sheng mischievously replied, "It's all because of you that I've been annoyed by him." Shen Yunwei, "How is that my fault?" Su Sheng, "Of course, it's evident. You are exceptionally attractive and are clearing Nanyan Mountain with me. He probably thinks I'm competing for women with him, which is why he is trying to assert dominance over me." Shen Yunwei, "Shen Yunwei, when we first added each other as friends, he indeed sent me a few harassing messages, but after I blocked him and issued a warning, he has been much more subdued." Su Sheng, "See, it's still because of you. You must take responsibility for this." Shen Yunwei, "How can I control what goes on in his mind? A man driven by lust can do anything." Shen Yunwei, "No, I refuse to take the blame for this." Chapter 58. Su Sheng, "Do you truly have a refrigerator?" Requesting continued reading. That evening, while conversing with Shen Yunwei, Su Sheng was busy gathering petroleum products at the trading post. The flamethrower has no specific fuel requirements. Crude oil, gasoline, diesel. Su Sheng accepted them all, pouring whatever he collected into it. Utilizing his influence on the forum and persistently posting in the trading post, Su Sheng ultimately replenished the fuel to 25 units, which should suffice if used judiciously. The conversation between the two continued until the early hours of the morning. Beyond discussing the delineation of the cleaning zones and specific actions, there were numerous flirtatious exchanges. Under Su Sheng's persuasion, Shen Yunwei sent him a recent photograph, a sight most pleasing to behold. When dawn broke the following day, Su Sheng gathered his equipment and commenced the zombie clearing operation. Armed with a flamethrower and a Glock, bolstered by tactical radar, he left no undead unscathed. His progress was remarkably smooth, akin to a relentless advance, as he completely eradicated the zombies in Nanyan Mountain within a mere 3 days. The number of treasure chests that emerged was unremarkable, consisting solely of basic supplies without any special items. Discussions on the communication channels and forums regarding this zombie clearing operation were fervent. "Wow, while slaying zombies today, I actually opened a 3-dimensional map from a treasure chest. Lucky you. I've been wanting an apocalypse camera, but all I've managed to scavenge these past few days are some basic supplies just to get by. Ugh. Have you all received treasure chests? I killed over a dozen zombies and didn't get a single one. I'm devastated. It's just bad luck, mate. I just saw someone obtain a mountain bike. I'm so envious. I think this zombie clearing operation has been quite successful. I've met many brothers and allies nearby." "Indeed. Which district are you in?" "I'm from District X. This afternoon, I was surrounded by a few zombies, and if the brothers from my district hadn't arrived in time, I might have lost my leg. I never expected so many people would be willing to help me in this apocalypse. I'm so touched." The zombie clearing operation yielded good results for most participants, except for the unfortunate ones. Some forged strong friendships through this endeavor, fighting side by side. Each district of the Alliance established a logistics support department, dispatching medical rescue teams based on individuals' injuries and distances for treatment. The area overseen by the district was vast, yet progress had surpassed the halfway mark. Every evening, conversations flowed in the group, discussing what treasures were found that day and the dangers encountered, turning various happenings into topics of conversation. At that moment, a local sister in the group sent a message. "Park Seun, I managed to find 3 powerful antibiotics from a treasure chest." "Wow, antibiotics? How lucky is she?" "Sister Semaida, if I ever get injured, you must use them on me. No hoarding." Park Seun is a member of the district's medical rescue team, directly led by Shen Yunwei. Su Sheng curiously clicked on her profile, which stated she was 22 years old and an intern surgeon at the Busan 14th Medical Center. "Park Seun, these antibiotics need to be refrigerated. They will spoil quickly at room temperature and cannot be stored long-term. The peninsula's temperature is somewhat higher than the typical definition of room temperature. Park Seun, I think it would be best to sell them at a low price in the trading post and exchange for some bandages and regular medications. These antibiotics could serve a greater purpose if distributed to other regions. In the absence of low-temperature refrigeration, from the perspective of a medical student, this is the most cost-effective approach. The efficacy of antibiotics is underscored through the character of the innocent and pure-looking girl, Park Seun, whose clear and naive eyes reflect her youthfulness, having just graduated from university. Her appearance and physique quickly attracted the attention of numerous male peers, who eagerly offered her various suggestions. Why not keep it for ourselves instead of selling it? It would be far better. I concurred, after all. We should not let our resources flow to outsiders. Although we belong to an alliance, when faced with difficulties, distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. To think we've fought for 3 days only to discover we lack even a single antibiotic? Should someone suffer an infected wound, wouldn't that be a slow death? Seun, perhaps you should consult Sister Shen for her advice, someone suggested. It would be ideal to retain it within the district. although I do not intend to imply that Siyun should selflessly contribute. Medications are a rare commodity, and we can provide supplies to support you. At that moment, Wang Kai interjected, Siyun, why don't you set a price? I'll take those 3 antibiotics and keep them in the district for our brothers. Wang is incredible, someone exclaimed. But antibiotics aren't cheap, especially those 3 potent ones. How expensive can they be? Look at Wang. Does he lack resources? He is a top-tier player. Exactly. Wang's supplies could likely form a small mountain. Park Siyun replied, even if I were to keep them in the district, there is no means of preservation. They would likely spoil within days, turning from medicine into poison. Su Sheng discerned that Park Siyun did not genuinely wish to exchange them for food. She merely proposed the most prudent solution. A group of grown men asking her to set a price seemed rather dismissive of her intentions. She too desired to contribute to the district. Su Sheng interrupted their conversation and tagged Park Siyun in the group chat. Park Siyun, send them to me. I can help you with refrigeration. You can refrigerate them? Park Siyun responded, surprised. Before Su Sheng could reply, the group erupted into a flurry of discussion. Wow, Su Sheng can actually refrigerate. Are you all unaware? Su Sheng has already established power. The last time I saw him gather materials, it was for synthesizing light bulbs. He must have had power for a while. Could it be that I'm the last to find out? Does this imply that Su Sheng possesses a refrigerator? Had I known earlier, the bread I hoarded wouldn't have spoiled during the last heat wave. I had to consume it tearfully. Su Sheng, could you please freeze some pork for me? I can share some with you as compensation for refrigeration, mainly out of concern it might go bad. Wang Kai was astonished upon reading these messages. Not only has Su Sheng established power, but he also has a refrigerator? This person is quite secretive. Wang felt as if his face had been carelessly marred with graffiti, devoid of any dignity. Just a couple of days prior, he had flaunted his technological prowess in the group with designs for a diesel generator, proclaiming his imminent entry into the electrical age. If Su Sheng truly possessed a refrigerator, then he had unwittingly slapped his own face. Clearly, Su Sheng had no intention of acknowledging him at all. Wang Kai, what are you all arguing about? The person hasn't even spoken yet, and you've already thrown out 10 sentences. Wang Kai, Su Sheng, do you really have a refrigerator? Chapter 59. Wang Kai has been muted by the administrator for 10 minutes. Antibiotics not only inhibit the synthesis of cell walls but also prevent bacteria from permeating human cell membranes. In simpler terms, they can save your life in critical moments. This substance saved countless wounded soldiers during World War II and was essential in preventing infections. The strategic development plan for antibiotics was on par with that of nuclear weapons. Keeping antibiotics within the community is akin to possessing a portion of one's own team. In the future, if anyone requires them, they can be dispatched immediately. However, preserving them is quite troublesome as they require refrigeration. Otherwise, in the peninsula's climate, they would spoil within days and turn into toxic substances. Park Sharon, good brother. Can you really refrigerate them? If so, I will send them to you right away. Wang Kai, Su Sheng, I'm asking you a question. Can you not see? Are you playing dead? Su Sheng, just because you ask, do I have to answer? If I say I can refrigerate, then I can refrigerate. Do I need to explain to you how I accomplished that? Su Sheng, who do you think you are? A few days ago, Wang Kai was contradicting him in the group and even made some sort of bet. Su Sheng was not even interested in engaging with him then. Now he jumps out to annoy him again, really thinking too highly of himself? That saying holds true. Once you remain silent, they will seize the opportunity to bully you. This time, Su Sheng stood firm against Wang Kai, and the previously lively group chat suddenly turned desolate. Everyone retreated to watch the spectacle, leaving the chat for Su Sheng and Wang Kai to use as their battleground, with no one daring to interrupt with trivial comments at this critical moment. Su Sheng, Park Sharon, I'm not talking about you. You can just send it directly to me, okay? Park Sharon, then I will send it to you now. Wang Kai, sister, please do not send it to him. He can't even articulate how to refrigerate them. What if he later makes excuses, claiming they were lost or spoiled, and keeps them for himself? Wang Kai remained undeterred, having firmly clashed with Su Sheng. Su Sheng, are you never going to stop? Wang Kai. At this moment, Shen Yunwei also noticed the unusual atmosphere in the group and immediately stepped in to mediate. She had emphasized the group's discipline a few days ago. Who knew Wang Kai would provoke Su Sheng today again? If it weren't for Wang Kai's significant efforts during the recent zombie clearing operation, Shen Yunwei would have seriously considered removing him from the group. This person is indeed capable, but his foul mouth and hostility towards others disrupt the internal harmony of the community. Shen Yunwei, Park Sharon, sister, let me explain. He has a special cellar nearby that can maintain a very low temperature. Shen Yunwei, a few days ago, when the scorching heat disaster struck, I stored some supplies there. And they were preserved very well. A few vials of antibiotics would be no problem at all. With Shen Yunwei's endorsement, Park Shirun naturally had no further concerns and promptly sent the antibiotics to Su Sheng's mailbox. Park Shirun, Su Sheng, Shin Yuwei, Sister Shin, Brother Su Sheng. I have already sent it over. Su Sheng, received. The seller? Wang Kai initially believed that Su Sheng was a concealed top-tier player whom he wished to challenge. Possessing refrigeration abilities was akin to having access to a refrigerator, thus entering the era of electricity early and embarking on a phase of rapid development. It turned out he merely stumbled upon a low-temperature cellar. Ultimately, it was nothing more than sheer luck in discovering a natural refrigeration condition. It was not as if it had been electrified. What is there to be so proud of? Just as Wang Kai intended to continue criticizing Su Sheng, an astonishing message appeared in the group. Wang Kai had been muted by the administrator for 10 minutes. Everyone? Wang Kai? Even Wang Kai himself had not anticipated that Shin Yunwei would silence him. Just a couple of days prior, he had sensed that their relationship was anything but simple. Upon entering the group, she had been quick to defend Su Sheng, and later, they had cleared the zombies in Nanyun Mountain together. Wang Kai speculated that they might be in a romantic relationship, perhaps even cohabiting for some time. The thought of the woman he secretly admired living with another man disturbed him greatly, prompting him to seek a new target swiftly. At that moment, Park Shirun required assistance. And he waved his hand, eager to showcase his abundant supplies and perhaps develop a small subplot. In a post-apocalyptic world, lending even a minor favor to a woman could forge a promising beginning with an excellent chance of success. Who would refuse a formidable man? To his dismay, Su Sheng intervened and thwarted his intentions. Not only did Su Sheng deprive him of the opportunity to shine before Park Shirun and the others, but he also faced the humiliation of being muted in front of so many people. How could he navigate the group dynamics after this? Shin Yunwei not only failed to advocate for him as a key member, but also endorsed Su Sheng, speaking on his behalf. Su Sheng was utterly insufferable. He was eyeing a feast while neglecting his own bowl. Not only was the relationship between him and Shin Yunwei ambiguous, but he also snatched away his Park Shirun. All these incidents intensified Wang Kai's hostility towards Su Sheng. Due to the muting in the group, he now lacked the opportunity to verbally chastise Su Sheng. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Meanwhile, Su Sheng felt at ease. However, this approach was somewhat extreme. It was clearly a personal grievance between him and Wang Kai, and Shin Yunwei's interference escalated the conflict to another level. No matter how one looked at it, Wang Kai had contributed significantly, having assisted in clearing zombies in the district over the past few days. If he were muted or expelled, it could destabilize morale. And in the future, who would dare to lend a hand? Su Sheng spoke in the group. Thank you all for your hard work in clearing zombies these days. I have prepared some sour plum soup and mung bean soup. Brothers who have slain more than 10 zombies may choose one from Shin Yunwei later. Su Sheng, supplies are limited, first come, first served. The quantity was modest, primarily to convey that following Shin Yunwei could yield rewards, provided one was not as foul-mouthed as Wang Kai. Su Sheng's message broke the ice in the group, instantly reviving the atmosphere. Wow, sour plum soup? Su Sheng is quite generous. Su Sheng, the esteemed figure, possesses an astonishing amount of resources, to the extent that he can even brew sour plum soup. May the boss be generous and in good health. Chilled sour plum soup and chilled mung bean soup? I firmly believe that Su Sheng certainly ranks among the top 100. Merely maintaining a low profile and concealing his identity with a barcode. I am utterly craving sour plum soup. Sister Shin, can I claim my reward after slaying 8 zombies? Please step back a bit. I have vanquished 14 zombies, and I have comrades who can vouch for me. Sister Shin, I have precisely slain 10 zombies. Could you kindly arrange a queue for me? I have dispatched 11. Complimentary sour plum soup? What on earth is happening? Wang Kai finds himself rather perplexed. He has already single-handedly eliminated 32 zombies during this zombie clearing campaign, marking him as a key force in the Eastern District. In a bid to shield Su Sheng, Shin Yunwei has silenced a significant contributor. This seems rather unjustifiable, does it not? Wang Kai had anticipated the collective outrage of the crowd advocating for him. However, to his astonishment, everyone in the group is clamoring for sour plum soup and mung bean soup, completely disregarding his silencing. Wang Kai? Incredible. A mere bowl of sour plum soup has silenced them all. Damn it, these heartless individuals. Chapter 60. Is Shin Yunwei about to meet Su Sheng in person? Upon seeing the message Su Sheng posted in the group, Shin Yunwei felt somewhat dazed. After silencing Wang Kai, she belatedly realized something was amiss, yet could not conceive of a more effective solution. She certainly could not directly expel Wang Kai. Doing so would undoubtedly lead others to accuse her of betrayal, making it impossible to recruit more members in the future. Su Sheng's tactic is rather ingenious, using sour plum soup to silence the masses and cover her shortcomings. Soon, her inbox received 2 emails from Su Sheng, one containing sour plum soup and the other mung bean soup, all impeccably chilled. Shen Yunwei distributed them in accordance with Su Sheng's conditions stated in the group. Before long, the group was flooded with rave reviews. This is undoubtedly the most delectable sour plum soup I have ever tasted. Did Su Sheng personally craft this? Well, it surpasses all the beverages I have previously enjoyed. To savor such sour plum soup in an apocalyptic world is truly a luxury. It leaves me utterly enchanted. Could it be that Su Sheng has amassed his fortune through sour plum soup? That is simply remarkable. Esteemed individuals, might you share some with me? I am desperately trying to envision the flavor you describe, yet I cannot quite grasp it. My mouth is watering profusely. Certainly, I shall send you some to taste. Thank you, esteemed one. Thank you. These sour plum soups, if left in the refrigerator for too long, will inevitably spoil. While they can occasionally serve as a beverage, one cannot consume them daily. Su Sheng cannot finish them alone. Rather than let them go to waste, distributing them in the group would earn him a commendable reputation. One can be easily swayed by generosity. After indulging in Su Sheng's beverages, the group's opinion of him gradually improved, and conversations began to shift back to the previously silenced topic. This situation is not truly Su Sheng's fault. He has done nothing wrong. If I were in his position, I would have already challenged someone to a duel. Who can endure such indignation? Brother Wang is a decent person, albeit with a rather fiery temper. In the future, let us all strive to coexist harmoniously. Sister Shen is not one to show mercy. In this matter, Sister Shen is not at fault. She merely acted in accordance with her responsibilities. Sister Shen, Brother Wang has made significant contributions, assisting us greatly. Let us refrain from criticizing him this time. Although Wang Kai possesses considerable strength, it is mostly bluster, providing them with no tangible support or benefits. In contrast, Su Sheng has genuinely ensured that everyone has enjoyed the sour plum soup. Upon reading these comments, Wang Kai felt his anger boiling within him. These ingrates. At this moment, the ban on his speech had been automatically lifted, yet Wang Kai found no desire to continue the argument. With no one to speak on his behalf, how could he possibly confront Su Sheng? The more he stewed over it, the angrier he became, prompting him to simply exit the group chat. Out of sight, out of mind. This action not only solidified his leadership status, but also adeptly managed the situation, winning the hearts of others. This individual is quite remarkable. Shen Yue gradually came to realize that Su Sheng had a firm grasp on social dynamics. Her feelings towards him were more of gratitude, had it not been for him. It might have taken her a day or two to regain her composure, during which time, things could have escalated. Shen Yue initiated a private chat with Su Sheng. I must say, you were quite generous, providing so many beverages to others without offering me any. Su Sheng replied, What? That is not true. I thought I sent them all to you. Feel free to enjoy them. I had no intention of making you reimburse me. Shen Yue responded, Considering your outstanding performance, I have decided that henceforth, Xiaomai will no longer require your service fee. Su Sheng countered, No, that won't do. The service fee must still be collected. Shen Yue found herself puzzled by Su Sheng's reasoning. Is it truly a bad thing to forego his fee? Su Sheng explained. This matter must be settled clearly. In case we ever have a falling out, neither of us will owe the other anything, preventing you from using the service fee against me. Shen Yue was taken aback, before we've even begun. You're already plotting how to deal with me in the future? Your mind is quite intricate. She added, I already owe you, don't I? If it weren't for your sour plum soup, I would likely be criticized on the forum, with Li Mingze and the others immediately questioning me. Shen Yue, as the district leader and a core member of the alliance, would bear the brunt of any failures. Su Sheng replied, You're mistaken. I am also looking out for myself. What if Wang Kai incites the crowd against me? They all know I am near Nanyuan Mountain. Shen Yue conceded, All right. Then let us keep a clear account. It isn't much anyway. She then asked, By the way, how has your progress been these past few days? Su Sheng detailed his advancements. Shen Yue interjected, Wait, are you saying you have already cleared all the zombies from Nanyuan Mountain? Her astonishment was palpable in her words. The area they were responsible for was indeed vast, which made progress slow. These past few days had nearly exhausted Shen Yue, and they hadn't even reached the borders of Nanyuan Mountain yet. Yet Su Sheng claimed he had completed the task? Su Sheng confirmed, Yes. Tomorrow I plan to explore that oil field you mentioned. Please send me the specific coordinates. Shen Yue, if you truly finish your work, then I have little left to do. I should be able to clear the area by Nanyuan Mountain by tomorrow morning. Shen Yue, the coordinates on this mineral vein map are not entirely accurate. Relying solely on them may lead you astray. Shen Yue, I have conducted several surveys in the past few days, but I cannot provide you with a precise location. Shen Yue, how about this? Let us meet at the foot of Yunnan Mountain at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to explore the oil field together. Shen Yunwei was not speaking falsely. The quality and functionality of mineral resource maps vary, and they may not always depict things clearly. Su Xing found this arrangement acceptable. After all, one day was inconsequential. And having Xing Yue as a guide would save considerable time. Once the two agreed on the time and place, they concluded their conversation. Su Xing began to clear debris. Inspect the power system, harvest and plant wheat, and purify polluted water, among other tasks. After completing his chores, Su Xing lay down on his bed, preparing to rest, when the system suddenly displayed a notification. The assistant store has been refreshed. Su Xing quickly sat up to examine the newly refreshed items in the assistant store. Super Bathing Device. Artifact. Intermediate. Basic description. Originating from the mysterious pocket of Doraemon, it hails from an unnamed, resource-scarce planet, with its inventor remaining unknown. Yet its formidable functionality ensures its reverence in history. Main functions and value. By adding 5 liters of water, one can repeatedly utilize the quantum pressure device for showers. Rapid heating in 30 seconds, maximizing water quantity and pressure while recovering evaporated steam for optimal recycling. Superfiltration purification. Automatically activating a purification and storage function after bathing, making the water directly drinkable. Offers 2 modes, capsule bathing, allowing for a hot shower anywhere, anytime. Truly an artifact of remarkable quality. Rapid heating, steam recovery, superfiltration, and portable capsule features. Chapter 61. Did I not miss my shot? Requesting votes. This item is indeed a treasure. With just 5 liters of water, one can enjoy a delightful hot shower without concerns about water flow or evaporation. Bathing for as long as desired. The capsule feature is akin to carrying a bathroom with you. Su Xing glanced at the price. Purchase requirement. 2,999 points. Limited time discount 90. A 90 discount? Only 2,999 points? Su Xing noted that this limited time offer was shorter than usual, lasting only 3 days. However, the apocalyptic honor points he possessed were just sufficient, eliminating the need for additional accumulation. All the honor points accrued over the past few days had been exchanged for high-level materials, leaving just enough remaining. Besides the super bathing device, the assistant store had also refreshed another item, lettuce seeds. Lettuce, commonly referred to as Shinkai, limited to 1 purchase per person, each pack costing 1,500 points. With just a little over 3,000 apocalyptic honor points on hand, purchasing the bathing device seemed more advantageous. Moreover, the lettuce seeds had no discount and were not time-sensitive, allowing for a purchase before the next refresh. Confirming the purchase. You have purchased a super bathing device, deducting 2,999 points of Doomsday honor, leaving you with a balance of 157 points. Soon, a metallic capsule appeared in Su Xing's hand. With a slight twist, it could be opened from both sides, revealing an extraordinarily compact bathing apparatus. Its design resembled that of a flamethrower, featuring an adjustment button, which Su Xing set to bathing mode. Instantly, the bathing device expanded, resembling a miniature bathroom. Its exterior was encased in high-tech glass, ensuring privacy while effectively recycling steam. The main facility included a large showerhead and a small showerhead, alongside 3 gauges that Su Xing could not decipher, likely indicators of water pressure and temperature. Beneath his feet lay a water recycling pressure device that could filter the water through several systems before releasing it from the showerhead. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed a hot shower. Su Xing promptly poured 5 liters of purified water into the reservoir, sufficient for the minimum cycle. However, there seemed to be no response. Upon closely examining the instructions, he discovered that this bathroom required an additional power source, fortunately. It was equipped with its own power storage system, capable of providing enough charge for several uses. Unable to wait any longer, Su Xing opted to charge the device while bathing. The buzzing of machinery soon filled the air, and steaming water cascaded from the showerhead. Su Xing eagerly stripped down and stepped into the bathroom, as the hot water poured down upon his face, soaking his entire body and hair. The sensation of the flowing water enveloped him, bringing an unprecedented sense of relief and comfort. Su Xing indulged in the shower for over an hour before reluctantly stepping out of the bathroom, feeling as if he had shed 2 or 3 pounds. The warm steam gradually dissipated from the bathroom, returning to the reservoir. The grime he had scrubbed off and the fallen hair were miraculously handled automatically, requiring no manual intervention from Su Xing. After so many days of toil, finally relishing a long-awaited hot shower was an experience that could only be described as exhilarating. He carefully adjusted the device back to capsule form and stored it away. After lying down in bed, he quickly drifted off to sleep. The following day, Su Xing packed his gear in preparation for his journey. The advantage of having an extreme backpack was that he need not concern himself with what to bring or leave behind. Regardless of what he packed, he would still be burdened with a weight of 5 kilograms, so he might as well take everything he could. Once fully equipped, Su Sheng mounted his electric scooter and set off towards reality. Upon reaching the designated location, he first sent a message to Shen Yunwei. However, her status indicated she was busy, and she did not reply. Oddly, she was over an hour late. Su Sheng sent another message, but her status remained the same. And she had yet to respond to the message he sent an hour prior. To this day, he had not spotted her on the radar. A frown creased Su Sheng's brow as an unsettling premonition washed over him. Could she have encountered trouble en route? Contemplating this, he immediately hopped onto his electric scooter and began searching along the route Shen Yunwei had informed him of the previous night. Sure enough, after traveling 4 kilometers, Su Sheng detected several yellow dots on the radar. The yellow dots consisted of 5 of equal size, while one was slightly larger. He immediately realized that Shen Yunwei was surrounded. Su Sheng twisted the throttle of his electric bike to the maximum and hurried forward without pause. As he approached the dots, he abandoned his vehicle and cautiously proceeded on foot. Before long, through his binoculars, Su Sheng spotted Shen Yunwei, approximately 150 meters ahead. 5 skeletal hounds were encircling a young woman. Shen Yunwei, armed with a shovel and carrying a bow and arrows on her back, was trapped against a rather slender tree. Her demeanor tense and her expression bewildered, appearing utterly at a loss. She had indeed been cornered by the skeletal hounds. These creatures were rarely seen, and people seldom spoke of them. Most were unaware of their existence. Unfortunately for Shen Yunwei, she had attracted their attention. Outnumbered and unfamiliar with these beasts, she had no idea how to confront them and could only seek refuge in the tree. The 5 skeletal hounds below stared at her with a look of loathing and ferocity, incessantly attempting to climb the tree. Although they were not adept at climbing, it was evident that they had already marked Shen Yunwei as their lunch, displaying an insatiable determination to devour her. The tree Shen Yunwei had chosen was not particularly sturdy, and the hounds, seemingly reckless, were crashing against it and gnawing at its bark. Their immense bite force had already gnawed nearly a foot into the trunk, causing it to sway precariously. Should they consume any more, Shen Yunwei would undoubtedly fall. Meanwhile, Shen Yunwei was not idle. She continuously aimed her bow at the skeletal hounds. But these agile creatures managed to evade every arrow she shot, returning to their relentless gnawing. Realizing the dire situation, Su Sheng raised his Glock and aimed the barrel skyward, unhesitatingly firing 3 shots. The thunderous gunfire immediately drew the attention of the skeletal hounds, causing them to turn and look at Su Sheng. Without waiting for them to react, he swiftly redirected his aim and opened fire on the hounds. After a brief exchange of gunfire, Su Sheng successfully eliminated all 5 skeletal hounds. As he lowered his weapon to reload, a sudden gust of wind rushed past his ear, and an arrow struck the nearby tree. This arrow was powerful, penetrating about an inch into the trunk, embedded like a nail. When Su Sheng looked up again, he saw Shen Yunwei had jumped down from the tree, drawing her last arrow from her back and aiming it at his head. Su Sheng exclaimed in disbelief, "What are you doing? I just saved you, and you aim an arrow at me." Shen Yunwei furrowed her brow, wearing a perplexed and astonished expression, gradually loosening the bowstring. She lowered her weapon and ceased aiming at Su Sheng. "Are you Su Sheng? What is that thing on your head? How am I to know if you are human or beast?" At that moment, Su Sheng realized he had been wearing a gas mask all along. With the head of a frenzied beetle atop his own, being mistaken for a monstrous hybrid seemed somewhat acceptable. Su Sheng quietly removed his gas mask, his tousled black hair swaying gently as he did so, revealing a strikingly handsome face. Upon seeing Su Sheng's visage, Shen Yunwei momentarily froze, as if captivated by his attractiveness. However, this daze lasted but a fleeting second before her expression returned to normal. With a nonchalant tone, she remarked, "He is quite similar to what I imagined." To which Su Sheng replied, "Oh no, he falls far short of my expectations." He referred to their first meeting, which he had anticipated might be somewhat awkward, given their late-night exchanges that occasionally flirted with ambiguity. Who could have foreseen that without so much as a greeting, their encounter would be akin to an arrow shot straight to the heart? "I may have overreacted a bit, with you wearing such a mask. How was I to know whether you were human or ghost?" All right. I didn't hit you, did I? Let us not dwell on it," Shen Yunwei replied, feigning innocence. Noticing the Glock in Su Sheng's hand, she deftly shifted the subject. "Where did you acquire that firearm?" "Confiscated, of course. Didn't you mention you also seized a shotgun? Why not use that?" Su Sheng chose not to press further. "I do have it, but I lack the necessary materials to craft ammunition. Those folks have hidden the saltpeter so well that I can't find any," she lamented. It was indeed frustrating, as Shen Yunwei had managed to acquire a rustic shotgun, yet it was rendered useless without the critical ingredient, saltpeter. A gun without bullets is scarcely more useful than a mere fire stick, and it's less handy than a shovel. "Where did you procure your bullets?" Shen Yunwei inquired further. "Confiscated as well, but I used up an entire magazine to save you, so you owe me for that," Su Sheng replied. Shen Yunwei rolled her eyes, Fine, fine. I'll reimburse you. Once the oil field is operational, I'll allocate a portion to compensate for your ammunition. Su Sheng chuckled. You ought to provide a bit more for the emotional distress. That arrow earlier startled me. Shen Yue shot him an incredulous look, as if he were pushing his luck. Come on, I'll take you over there. As she tidied the battlefield, collecting all the usable arrows, she called out, Hey, where are you going? I rode here. It'll be quicker that way. Su Sheng replied as he walked towards a nearby spot to pick up the electric bike he had just discarded. Shen Yunwei's astonishment was palpable. You have a vehicle? She questioned, incredulity evident in her voice as she followed him, only to discover a two-wheeled electric bike. An electric one? Have you charged it? With a gun, a vehicle, and electricity, how can you claim you're not a top-tier player? My living conditions are nowhere near as good as yours. Shen Yunwei gazed at Su Sheng riding the bike, her thoughts betraying her disbelief. I'm just naturally lucky. A born champion, and all of these are spoils of my endeavors. Su Sheng vehemently denied being a top-tier player. Shen Yui's expression radiated skepticism. Wait, what is that? She asked, pointing at a robot standing by, perplexed. Su Sheng nodded. Yes, it's a labor robot, my capable assistant. In recent days, it has been invaluable in clearing out zombies. Not only does it serve as a shield, but it also assists with tasks. This outing is aimed at developing the oil field, and I couldn't do it without it. Did you design it yourself? Su Sheng responded with a puzzled expression. Certainly not. I recruited from the recruitment page. Previously, I opened a treasure chest and obtained an invitation, which allowed me to activate the recruitment feature in advance. Recruitment? Shen Yunwei recalled the option that had always been dimmed in the control panel. This time, there was a newfound trust in her gaze, as she believed Su Sheng spoke the truth. Perhaps he was indeed not an elite player, as one of the top 10 on the ladder rankings. She had not activated the recruitment feature, nor had Li Mingze, who was ranked 4th, ever mentioned it. The system's survival score would not err. Su Sheng might possess corresponding shortcomings in other areas. Otherwise, such conditions would at least qualify him as a top 100 gatekeeper. It was the first time Shen Yunwei had heard of using an invitation to activate recruitment, yet it seemed highly credible. Are you going to investigate further? Or shall we get moving? Su Sheng patted the backseat of the electric scooter, indicating for her to take a seat. He rode the scooter, guiding it according to her specified direction and route. Hold on to this. Call me immediately if you see a yellow dot. Su Sheng handed her the radar, instructing her to keep a vigilant eye on the screen for any yellow circles. What is this? Shen Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued by the radar, which was adorned with a green grid and fit comfortably in her palm. You're not suggesting this is a Dragon Ball radar, are you? Collect 7 Dragon Balls to summon the dragon? Su Sheng shot her an exasperated glance and elaborated on the tactical radar's purpose. It was designed to detect Shen Yunwei's location. Shen Yunwei was astonished, her mouth agape. Now she understood the source of Su Sheng's confidence and his ability to clear the zombie-infested area of Nanyun Mountain so swiftly. This tactical radar was nothing short of technological marvel. Ordinary individuals participating in zombie-clearing activities had to tread carefully with every step, meticulously observing their surroundings for fear of zombies suddenly emerging from the shadows to feast upon them. Zombies, in truth, were not particularly formidable. As long as the numbers were manageable, an ordinary person with a weapon could easily dispatch 2 or 3. The challenge lay in the energy expended during exhaustive searches. Humans were visible, while the enemy lurked in concealment. One could never know how many zombies were hidden just beyond the next hill. It was akin to a 1,000-meter race. Completion was not merely about reaching the finish line from the starting point. Zombies would mobilize en masse at night, meaning areas previously cleared could become infested once more. The paths traversed before would need to be revisited. With a tactical radar, one could precisely locate zombies, effortlessly detect nearby threats, and anticipate risks and challenges, granting ample time to make the most prudent and cautious decisions. Beyond zombies, it could also provide warnings for other creatures and humans. What kind of black technology is this? Shen Yunwei's face was a canvas of envy and admiration. Had she known Su Sheng possessed such a remarkable device, she would have surely asked to borrow it. Be careful not to break it, Su Sheng cautioned. I know, Shen Yunwei replied, gripping it securely to prevent it from slipping during the ride. By the way, have you ever encountered a creature like that biohazard zombie dog we just saw? I have, and I've even killed several of them, he replied. Su Sheng elucidated the characteristics and weaknesses of the bone-crushing hound to Shen Yue, revealing their fear of flames and high-decibel sounds. With formidable biting strength capable of shattering human bones, I have dubbed them bone-crushing hounds. Shen Yunwei's mind was filled with countless questions. My goodness. It turns out Su Sheng was already aware of this creature. No wonder he appeared unfazed. Why didn't you post about this on the forum? Had I known these 2 details, I might have been able to handle it myself. Chapter 63. You want me to assist it? Since Su Sheng began mining, he had encountered at least 3 types of extraordinary beasts: the tailless brown bat, the bone-crushing hound, and the frenzied beetle. However, he had been preoccupied with other matters and had not yet posted about them. In response to Xin Yunwei's curiosity, Su Sheng cleverly replied, "I am not entirely certain whether my information is comprehensive. Did you not notice my decreased posting frequency? The last incident left me quite apprehensive. If I were to disseminate incorrect information, I would surely be criticized." During this period, posting had become quite challenging. The Alliance wielded substantial influence on the forum, frequently changing topics for discussion, with many individuals actively promoting their threads. Simultaneously, several top-ranked competitors on the ladder, recognizing the benefits of establishing factions, began to mimic the Alliance's model and form their own teams. If not for a reliable president, genuinely focused on the welfare of the members, there would be plenty of profit to be made. Those who typically lurked on the forum had recently emerged, each attempting to recruit others, using a plethora of diverse tactics. In summary, it was a chaotic mlang, a veritable pandemonium. Posting at this juncture would likely result in being buried beneath a deluge of content, failing to generate significant attention or garner sufficient doomsday honor points. Rather than risk such futility, it was prudent to wait until the fervor subsided before making a post. Thus, Su Sheng had spent the past few days in seclusion, diligently clearing zombies and managing his refuge. Please, do take a look at the current forum. All manner of experts are emerging to post, creating quite the spectacle. I am neither a high-level contender nor do I possess precise information. As a mere novice, how can I compete with them? Even if I do post, it is highly probable that others will overlook it. Can I be blamed for that? Su Sheng feigned a posture of indignation. Xin Yunwei fervently asserted, "We can devise a way to grant you significant exposure. Your post could even be designated as a premium thread by the system." A sense of foreboding stirred within Su Sheng. Xin Yunwei wouldn't he be proposing another business deal? Would she? Leaning closer to Su Sheng, she earnestly suggested, "Here is the plan. Write a detailed message for me, and I will discuss it with Li Mingzi and the others. We can have him posted under his account, with your name attached. If the system designates it as a highlighted thread, we will provide you with all the supplies." How does that sound? Su Sheng was taken aback. Xin Yunwei was quite the strategist. To not engage in business would be a waste of her talent. He decisively declined. Not at all. The core benefit of Su Sheng's informational posts lay in the acquisition of doomsday honor points. While Li Mingzi's account certainly bore prestige, it came with its own weight and value. However, if the poster is not him, then what profit could he possibly gain? The meager rewards from the esteemed posts are hardly of any significance. Xin Yunwei is not considering his best interests. Rather, she aims to attract traffic for the Alliance. This woman is indeed quite cunning. What's wrong? I find it rather agreeable. Wait a moment. Su Sheng suddenly recalled the unique trait of the bone-crushing hounds, which are known to never roam alone in the wild. There should be at least one or several others accompanying them. One remains, having perished in my trap. Otherwise, why would I be pursued by 5 bone-crushing hounds? Su Sheng nodded, seizing the opportunity to shift the topic. Can you see ahead? When will we arrive? The electric bike is nearly out of power. Su Sheng tapped the dashboard. We've arrived. Xin Yunwei pointed to a rugged patch of mountainous terrain ahead. After disembarking, the two first surveyed the surrounding landscape. According to the tactical radar, no guardian beasts were detected. Oddly enough, typically, mineral veins are protected by such beasts. Why is this the exception? Could it be that those few bone-crushing hounds were the guardians? Su Sheng surmised this was highly probable. He did not dwell on it. Reassured by the tactical radar's ability to provide early warnings of any imminent danger. Here, take this. Let us alternate digging. Half an hour each, shall we? Xin Yunwei tossed the shovel in front of Su Sheng. I need to rest for a moment. You go first. Su Sheng did not grasp the meaning behind Xin Yunwei's words. Digging with a shovel? What else could we do? Do you possess specialized drilling equipment? The oil lies underground. It won't simply emerge on its own. I must say, it's rather unprepared of you to plan to develop this oil field today without even bringing a shovel. Xin Yunwei sat on the vehicle, catching her breath. You intend to dig with a shovel? This could take ages and be utterly exhausting. Xin Yunwei, equally perplexed, inquired, what else can we do if not dig? Su Sheng pointed to the armored labor robot behind them and issued a mining command. Upon receiving the order, the labor robot's mechanical arms transformed, merging into a drill that began to bore into the designated area. The drill whirred to life, producing a deafening noise. Is there such a method? Xin Yunwei was utterly astounded. She had assumed the labor robot was merely for carrying bags and had not realized its immense capabilities. Indeed, I believe that in the future, recruited robots will become mainstream. I am merely enjoying the benefits ahead of time. Su Sheng explained to Shen Yunwei that the armored labor robot was merely the most basic unit in the recruitment page, with many other, yet-to-be-unlocked types existing. Shen Yunwei stared blankly at the labor robot drilling into the oil field, marveling at its efficiency. She had initially thought that even with relentless effort, extracting oil would take 2 or 3 days. The armored labor robot, however, was remarkably efficient. Within mere moments, it had already drilled over a meter deep. At this rate, they would likely see oil before nightfall. After meeting with Su Sheng, the weapons, equipment, and technology he possessed frequently left her in awe. Is this the development level of someone not ranked among the top 100 in the Tianli ladder? Shen Yunwei felt that Li Mingze would be left far behind by Su Sheng. But what could Su Sheng's shortcomings possibly be? No matter how hard Shen Yunwei tried, she couldn't fathom why such a competitor had not made the list. Is it conceivable that he is both a top-tier competitor and in possession of an invitation? Gradually, Shen Yunwei began to grasp the possibility. These two scenarios could indeed coexist without contradiction. What kind of look is that? Have you rested enough? Why don't you lend a hand in clearing the accumulated dirt? Shen Yunwei inquired. And what about you? Su Sheng replied with a playful grin. I, of course, am executing the most vital and perilous surveillance task to ensure your safety. Don't give me that. The tactical radar can provide alerts. You're just trying to slack off. Shen Yunwei retorted. It's not as simple as that. We agreed on a 50-50 split. This oil field is to be shared equally. You should contribute equally as well. Why should I do all the work? Who said you were alone? My crew is drilling underground. You're merely clearing the dirt. Surely that's less strenuous than drilling, no? Shen Yunwei recognized that no amount of arguing with Su Sheng would be fruitful, so she ceased her banter and picked up a shovel, assisting the labor robot. That's the spirit. Aha. As dusk approached, beads of sweat the size of soybeans emerged on Shen Yunwei's forehead, leaving her exhausted and slumped on the ground. She glanced at Su Sheng, who sat on the electric scooter, casually immersed in an online forum, then at the diligent labor robot, working tirelessly without complaint. Is this the power of technology? Hey, are you really just going to watch while I assist a robot? Shen Yunwei's expression revealed her dissatisfaction. While helping the robot was acceptable, given the efficiency it provided, it was meant to expedite the process. Yet here was Su Sheng, who had promised to help monitor the surroundings, sitting idly on the scooter. Su Sheng lazily lifted his eyelids and replied nonchalantly, You wouldn't understand. Although I appear to be seated, I'm actually conserving my strength. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, I can spring into action. Shen Yunwei thought to herself. Is it the first time I've seen someone so eloquently justify laziness? If he were her subordinate, she would have immediately assigned him 500 push-ups. Hey, look, oil is bubbling up. Shen Yunwei exclaimed in surprise as she turned her head. Su Sheng instructed the labor robot to halt its work. It skillfully maneuvered backward on its tracks. The initial drilling speed had been rapid, but as they descended deeper, the challenge intensified, and only now had oil been unearthed. At this moment, the borehole was roughly 1 meter in diameter and about 10 meters deep. Su Sheng could clearly see a thick, black liquid slowly rising from the bottom of the well, occasionally releasing a few bubbles. This is crude oil. Once the crude oil is obtained, it can be combined with materials on the synthesis page to create gasoline, diesel, aviation fuel, and other products, without the need for separate refining equipment. This was one of the key reasons why Su Sheng was so eager to develop the oil field. Almost within reach, it is exceedingly convenient. This small oil field seems to yield little oil. How is it that only a small amount emerges after digging 10 meters? Is it? Let me see. Suddenly, a powerful jet of black oil erupted, splattering all over Shen Yunwei's face. Goodness! Upon witnessing this, Su Sheng swiftly dodged, narrowly averting a deluge of oil. Unfortunately, Shen Yunwei was not so fortunate. As she leaned in, she was drenched in the surging oil. Although she reacted quickly, it was still a moment too late. Her face, neck, clothes, and arms were all smeared with the viscous liquid. Seeing Shen Yunwei in such a predicament, Su Sheng could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Shen Yunwei. With her body now slick with black, sticky crude oil, Su Sheng not only refrained from assisting, but continued to laugh heartily by her side. Daring to mock me, are you? Shen Yunwei glared at Su Sheng as she attempted to smear him with her hands. Don't come over here. Don't wipe that on me. I'll stop laughing, all right? Today, I must give you a good thrashing. The two chased and playfully tussled for a while. Enough of this nonsense. We need to think of a solution. Shen Yunwei placed her hands on her hips, tossing aside her soiled jacket. Let's head back for now. Nightfall is approaching. Su Sheng glanced at his wristwatch. Back where? To your shelter. Of course. Mine is quite far from here, he replied. Shen Yunwei frowned. Wouldn't this be akin to inviting a wolf into the house? This wolf seems to be quite a lecherous one. I have devised a plan, but it cannot be executed here. You don't intend to spend the night outdoors, do you? There appears to be no other option. The night is far more perilous than the day, and she could not possibly stay outside. Ultimately, Shen Yue led Su Xing and the labor robot back to her constructed shelter. As for the newly drilled oil well, Su Sheng laid a sturdy wooden board over it. It would not be lost by leaving it here. Returning tomorrow would not be too late, as the distance is not great. Shen Yue's choice of location for her shelter was astute, situated at the waist of a semi-broken mountain, where zombies and aberrant beasts seldom traversed, significantly reducing danger. Outside was a simple wooden door, not particularly sturdy, but highly camouflaged. After Shen Yue's painting, it blended almost seamlessly with the surrounding yellow earth. The space was modest, comparable to an ordinary basement, merely a rectangular area without partitions. Inside, there was a bed, a table, and various weapons and equipment, all crammed together, making it both confined and cluttered. The entire structure of the shelter mirrored the core construction method of Su Xing's own, utilizing a simple and convenient beam-and-board design. In addition to this, such a structure had the advantage of being expandable at any time. Judging by the environment, it seemed Shen Yue had no immediate plans to enlarge her shelter. Enough of this. Do speak quickly, as I can no longer endure this stench. Shen Yue was keenly anticipating what device Su Sheng might produce to cleanse her of the grime. There are no devices. My solution is to wash. Wash. How does one wash? Simply wash with water. Shen Yue furrowed her brows. Not to mention her current state, even on ordinary days. Shen Yue had never indulged in a proper bath, merely wiping her body with a damp towel each day as a substitute for bathing. Oil is exceedingly difficult to wash off. Without a substantial amount of water, it is impossible to cleanse. Where would she procure such resources? Let me show you this. Su Xing said, revealing the advanced bathing device he had purchased the previous night. What is this capsule? Are you trying to give me medication? Fool, this is my bathroom. Su Xing cleared the clutter from the floor, creating sufficient space, and adjusted the device to bathing mode. The bathroom materialized before them, reminiscent of a small model transforming into a full-size structure as seen in Marvel's Ant-Man. Shen Yue's jaw dropped in astonishment, her surprise nearly rendering her speechless. Su Xing patiently explained its usage to Shen Yue. He was unperturbed by her awareness of these tools. After all, the treasure chest could yield highly practical knives, apocalyptic cameras, and three-dimensional maps. The items sold in the support shop were only marginally superior to those obtained from the treasure chest. The distinction lay in the former being directly purchasable with end-of-the-world honor points, while the latter relied on the whims of chance, a fickle mistress indeed. Are you implying that I can wash for as long as I desire? Shen Yue inquired incredulously, scrutinizing the bathing apparatus. Su Sheng led her inside and knocked on the ceramic water inlet pipe. Yes, as long as you add 5 liters of water here. You can initiate the minimum cycle and wash for as long as you wish. How is there water inside? I prepared it on my way here. Is that true? It wouldn't be the leftover water from your bath, would it? Certainly not. Would I allow you to use the bathwater of this foul man? Though clean. The thought is quite repugnant. Wouldn't you agree? Rest assured, it's definitely freshly added. Chapter 65. What about trust between people? Shen Yue was somewhat skeptical. Throughout her interactions with Su Sheng, she had discerned that his words were a blend of truth and deceit. One could never ascertain which statements were genuine and which were fabricated. Since being thrust into the apocalypse, Shen Yue had not bathed for an extended period. Washing with contaminated water would be tantamount to courting danger. She believed even the most pampered princesses would hesitate to take such a risk. However, utilizing purified water for bathing would require an extravagant amount of resources, which she simply did not possess. Finally, she conceded. Even if it were the remnants of Su Xing's bathwater, she would accept it. At least there was a superfiltration system, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from pure water. In such circumstances, the psychological discomfort was of little consequence. Her entire body was coated in sticky oil, nearly dried out, and it was imperative to wash it off, lest she be unable to sleep. Wait, why is there no way to lock the door? Shen Yue searched thoroughly inside, but found no internal latch. Su Sheng. This isn't a necessary feature for a bathroom. Are you trying to defend against me? Su Xing paused momentarily before quickly coming to a realization. Who knows whether someone might take advantage of another's vulnerability? Shen Yue scoffed. I am not that kind of person. During the day, I entrusted my back to you. Do you not believe me? Su Xing pointed out that he had indeed carried Shen Yue during the day, providing her with a genuine sense of security, a testament to trust. If he doubted her, he could have simply sat in the back seat and let her ride alone. What about trust between people? Shen Yue found herself at a loss for words. The act of trusting someone with her back seemed entirely different from bathing. Su Cheng's argument had a semblance of reason, yet it was not entirely justifiable. Oh, let it be. If you don't trust me, then you guard the door and do not peek. To ensure her privacy. Shen Yue pulled down the bedsheet and secured it over the glass in the bathroom. Su Cheng, displaying a commendable sense of propriety, refrained from any inappropriate actions while Shen Yue bathed. He opened the trading platform, gathered some materials, and kindly synthesized 2 clean garments for her. Approximately 2 hours later, Shen Yue emerged, draped in a bedsheet, her hair still damp from the shower. Ah, that felt delightful. She sighed, feeling that the most gratifying experience during this time had been the high-pressure hot shower, pure bliss. The oil on her skin had been mostly washed away, though a faint scent lingered on her arms, noticeable only upon careful inspection. Are you shedding skin in there? 2 hours for a shower, really? Su Cheng teased. What is it to you? Girls take longer to bathe. I needed to thoroughly cleanse this oil off my body. Shen Yue retorted without hesitation. I simply adore bathing. I must have drowned in a past life. All right, you're done, right? Yes, I'm finished. Now, let us discuss the fee. For 2 hours. I shall charge you 25 liters of oil, fair enough? Shen Yue was taken aback. She had initially thought Su Cheng wanted her to tidy up the bathroom, but instead, he was broaching payment? Was this reasonable? Can you not act like a decent person? She glared at him fiercely. How am I not being reasonable? You used my bathroom. It is entirely logical for me to request a bathing fee. Go ahead and inquire in Jiuzhou what bathhouse doesn't charge admission. This is quite a bargain. Fine, fine. I won't argue further. 25 liters of oil will suffice, but it will be deducted from my share. Shen Yue, uninterested in a debate, merely wished to relish the refreshing comfort post-bath. 25 liters for a shower did not seem exorbitant. She was willing to pay that price. 25 liters is acceptable, but with one condition. You must lend it to me in the future. Su Cheng had initially jested, but was surprised by Shen Yue's willingness. All right, no problem. I will ensure the water is ready for you. Use it as you wish, for as long as you desire. Also, you need to get off my bed. I'm going to sleep now. Shen Yue pointed at Su Cheng's shoeless feet. Su Cheng replied, Where am I supposed to sleep then? You can take the floor. Where can one find a place for guests to sleep on the floor? No, I must have a bed. Fine, fine, you can sleep in the bed. And I will take the floor. Is that acceptable? Su Cheng lazily reclined on the bed, reluctantly curling inwards. To be honest, your bed is rather firm, lacking even a mattress. Please be quiet, or would you prefer to sleep on the ground? In truth, having a bed is preferable to not having one at all. It serves to insulate from the dampness of the earth. Although Shen Yue's refuge may be small, it is adequately equipped. Truly, even the smallest sparrow possesses all its essential organs. Despite its modesty compared to his shelter, its development is commendable. She did not possess an excavator summoning card, and creating such a spacious area required considerable effort. Others cannot hoard resources in their shelters, as Su Cheng does. Their priorities lie in weaponry and equipment, as long as they have a safe place to sleep. They do not concern themselves much with space or comfort. Given Shen Yue's circumstances, one can only imagine the living conditions of others. After exchanging some pleasantries, both grew weary and fell silent. After a significant duration, Su Cheng suddenly inquired, Have you fallen asleep? Shen Yue, her tone quite lively, replied, Not yet. The ground is a bit uncomfortable for sleeping. In fact, I wouldn't mind sharing a bed with you. Shen Yue? I would never share a bed with you. I do not mind your oil scent, yet you disdain me? Of course, I do. Enough of this. I'm going to sleep. Under such circumstances, who could possibly sleep without a resolute mental struggle? If only Shen Yue had been a bit more proactive, they wouldn't be sleeping separately. The following morning, an excellent biological clock roused Su Cheng early. He was unaware of when Shen Yue had fallen asleep. However, judging by her peculiar sleeping posture, she must have gone to bed quite late. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her legs elevated. Before Su Cheng could finish his thought, Shen Yue abruptly opened her eyes and covered herself with the sheets. When did you wake up? How long have you been staring at me? Pervert. Without any context, Shen Yue unleashed a flurry of accusations, leaving Su Cheng momentarily speechless. Come on, I just woke up. Who would stare at you for no reason? Su Cheng silently shook his head, considering Shen Yue's excessive wariness on this matter quite unnecessary. Hey, could you wait a moment to freshen up? Why? I wish to take another shower. Su Cheng, Chapter 66, Then I must collect advertising fees. Su Cheng replaced the battery of his electric vehicle and subsequently synthesized an oil barrel, half his height and as thick as a water tank. This contraption consumed 15 units of iron blocks and could hold 200 liters. Once everything was prepared, the two returned to the oil field, where their primary focus today was extraction. Before returning home yesterday, Su Cheng had merely placed a wooden board atop the oil well. However, after a night's time, large masses of thick, black substance had surged forth from the oil field, displacing the wooden board to who knows where. The oil well exhibits a notably high pressure, allowing the petroleum to naturally erupt to the surface without any manual effort, thereby indicating the superior physical properties and exceptional quality of the oil in this region. The industrious robotic arm of the ironclad laborer gently places the exceedingly heavy oil barrels down, subsequently transforming its arm into a scoop to transfer the oil into the barrels, one load at a time. Furthermore, Su Sheng retrieves a flamethrower and adjusts it to combat mode, continuously filling the fuel backpack with oil. The flamethrower is not discerning. Any oil product, whether crude oil, gasoline, or diesel, yields the same results. The fuel backpack holds approximately 80 liters, as indicated by the gauge, which signals that it is now full. With 80 liters combined with 200 liters, Su Sheng's total extraction volume approaches 300 liters. In contrast, Shen Yunwei, with her limited resources, could only prepare 2 plastic containers for oil, each capable of holding a mere 5 liters, which is far less than the robotic arm's single scoop. At this moment, the envy in Shen Yunwei's eyes intensifies. Within 10 minutes, she fills both containers, totaling less than 10 liters. She can only watch as Su Sheng's labor robot fills the massive 200-liter barrels, scoop after scoop. Without comparison, there is no pain. How she wishes she had a labor robot that could effortlessly lift hundreds of pounds of oil barrels. One of Su Sheng's efforts equals 20 of hers. What is that? Why has it taken so long to fill? Shen Yunwei inquired curiously as she watched Su Sheng manipulate a peculiar device. Fuel backpack, ignition box, flamethrower. Could it be a flamethrower? Indeed, it is a flamethrower, Su Sheng replied, focused on pouring oil into the fuel backpack through a funnel. By the way, I had a glance at your rustic shotgun yesterday. It seems to be in decent condition, a pity to let it sit idle. I happen to have some niter that I do not need at the moment. If you are interested, I can provide it to you. Don't tell me. It will cost me something, Shen Yunwei remarked, already aware of Su Sheng's tactics. Indeed, considering our deep partnership, I can offer you a discounted price. Shen Yunwei was taken aback. What kind of luck does Su Sheng possess? An electric bicycle, tactical radar, Glock pistol, ironclad labor robot, super bathroom, flamethrower. Niter resources. How has he acquired all these? Why does she not have such fortune? Now, with the addition of oil, Su Sheng is poised for rapid advancement. Rest assured, I will offer you a favorable price this time. Once he asked for more, he assured. All right, we will discuss this later. I need to talk to you about something serious first. When do you plan to post about that bone crusher dog? Not certain. I expect to post it tonight. Su Sheng replied, preoccupied with the oil barrel's fittings. Regarding the posting matter, I believe we can discuss it further. Su Sheng furrowed his brow. Posting must be done by me. This is non-negotiable. He resolutely declined. Niter is a commodity that can be traded. And Su Sheng can offer Shen Yunwei a preferential internal price, a welfare price, considering she has assisted him in developing the oil field. However, once a post touches upon his core interests, no one can alter that. Nonetheless, if you genuinely wish to attract new recruits to the alliance, I can place an advertisement beneath the post for you. Let me be clear, a deal is a deal. I must collect an advertising fee. Shen Yunwei, you still want an advertising fee? Well, how much are you asking for? Shen Yunwei inquired tentatively. That depends on your sincerity. Please express your intentions first. Su Sheng pondered for a moment. 30 liters of pure water, 5 pounds of beef, and a large capacity battery, one that can function without electricity. Shen Yunwei looked at Su Sheng in astonishment. Such a steep demand. Whose advertising fee could possibly be so exorbitant? You are quite shrewd. The bone-crushing hound. Such a perilous creature often travels in packs, declaring death for any ordinary person who encounters them. One can only imagine the number of views this post would garner. My price is quite reasonable, indeed. Recently, the various factions on the forum have seen a decline in recruitment posts, but this trend will soon revert to normalcy. In no time, it will effortlessly yield hundreds of thousands of views. Su Sheng firmly believed his price to be fair, devoid of any exorbitance. The items he requested were not difficult to procure. Given the alliance's influence, if they could not manage these trifles, then what worth would Li Mingze have as a leader? It would be better to disband. Your offer is too high. I cannot make this decision alone and must consult with them. That's fine. I am in no rush. While Shen Yunwei deliberated in a small group, Su Sheng took up a shovel, beginning to clear the surrounding traces of oil, striving to conceal the existence of the well. After a brief consultation with Li Mingze and several core members, Shen Yunwei articulated Su Sheng's terms and the potential benefits his post could bring to the alliance in detail. To her surprise, Li Mingze and the others readily agreed, designating Shen Yunwei as the liaison between the alliance and Su Sheng, granting her full authority to manage the communication. She had not anticipated such an agreeable response from Li Mingze and the rest. After about 20 minutes, Shen Yunwei tapped Su Sheng on the shoulder from behind. Have you reached a consensus? Yes, most of us concur with your offer. However, we do not have a battery, only a design blueprint, which you will need to gather materials to fabricate. As for the beef, we can only provide you with 3 pounds for now, along with 2 pounds of pork. Would that be acceptable? With Li Ming's endorsement, Shen Yue saw no need to haggle further with Su Xing. She still felt his price was somewhat steep, but dragging it out would likely lead to further increases given Su Xing's nature, making it a losing proposition. She recalled how Su Xing had previously used a similar tactic, claiming that a soft-spoken, adorable girl had contacted him, whose words made his bones feel weak, a complete fabrication concocted by Su Xing himself. Certainly, I can manage on my own. When can you provide it to me? Please send it to your email before tonight. Furthermore, kindly inform me half an hour prior to your post so that we can pause our themed posts and make space for you. Chapter 67, The Art of Soft Writing? The Spring and Autumn Style. Both parties reached an agreeable consensus. After gathering the oil, Su Xing first instructed the labor robot to return, allowing it to depart ahead. During the remaining time, Su Xing assisted Shen Yue in clearing the leftover areas. By the time they returned to the underground shelter, it was already afternoon. After removing his armor and finishing his tasks, Su Xing received 2 emails. You have a new email. You have a new email. The sender was Shen Yue. The first email contained purified water and meat, while the second included the design for a battery. The efficiency was quite commendable. Su Xing scrutinized the design in detail. Ternary lithium battery, rarity, lower tier, basic description, originating from the Tesla supercar factory, designed by the world's wealthiest individual, Ma Yilong. Boasting an energy conversion rate of over 95, it serves as a powerful energy source that is economical, environmentally friendly, and sustainable. Main functions and value. Capable of storing over 150 kilowatt-hours of energy, featuring multiple recharging methods. 150 kilowatt-hours? That's a third larger than the capacity of a Tesla vehicle's battery. The materials required for synthesis are not difficult to procure. A brief visit to the trading post would suffice. After receiving his compensation, Su Xing began to compose the content for the post. Upon completion, he temporarily saved it. At that moment, Shen Yue sent a message. Have you finished writing? When will you post it? Su Xing replied, it is ready for posting now. Shen Yue expressed a desire to first review Su Xing's writing at the bottom. If it fell short, they could make revisions. Su Xing countered. No one can compel me to alter the second draft. Shen Yue insisted. But we are the clients now. You must let me have a look first, and we can discuss any changes afterward. Su Xing responded, you're too late. I've already posted it. You may check it on the forum. Shen Yue. By 6 or 7 o'clock, the sun had set, and those working and exploring outside had returned to the shelter before darkness fell. Coinciding with the forum's peak traffic period, Su Xing would not miss such a high-traffic opportunity and, without consulting Shen Yue, sent the post. This was not due to a lack of contractual spirit. Rather, Su Xing excelled at advertising. One of Su Xing's former professions was as a promoter, making him quite adept at this type of promotion. Crafting soft articles was second nature to him. Many manufacturers of knives and survival gear had previously approached Su Xing, hoping he would mention them in reviews or promotional articles. However, this had to be done discreetly to avoid any appearance of blatant advertising, which could diminish his influence. To earn money while tarnishing his reputation would be counterproductive. Therefore, Su Xing maintained high standards for accepting soft advertisement requests, ensuring that the quality met a certain threshold. He found the alliance group quite appealing. Li Ming's possessed considerable capability, with a clear mind, meticulous thinking, and strong leadership skills. For the majority, joining a collective is far more advantageous than pursuing individual development. Depending on the region, becoming part of the corresponding faction allows for collaborative task execution and united resistance against disasters, where the benefits clearly outweigh the drawbacks in the initial stages. However, for Su Xing, joining the alliance would instead impose constraints. Henceforth, Su Xing will likely engage in collaborative projects with the alliance. But full membership is out of the question, as such an organization does not suit him. His principle is to never overtly articulate the benefits of joining the alliance. Such matters should be voluntary and devoid of brainwashing. The title of the post is Have You Encountered the New Variant Beast? The first half elaborates on the details of the fragmented bonehound, including its image, characteristics, and weaknesses. In the latter half, Su Xing begins to recount his experiences over the past few days. The informative segment concludes here, and he wishes to share his recent experiences. Like many others in the forum, he embraced the notion of mutual development and the creation of a harmonious living environment by participating in the recently advocated zombie cleansing initiative, successfully completing the designated area assigned to him, showcasing his achievements, images. His experiences over the past few days are noteworthy, with some original phrases that Su Xing feels compelled to share. I am not a member of the alliance, merely a volunteer. Yet, over these days,
He has been fervently battling alongside the Alliance's brethren, clearing zombies and combating the fragmented Bone Hound, specifically referring to rescuing Xin Yunwei, who was trapped in a tree surrounded by the hounds, employing tactical radar and a flamethrower to assist in slaying the monsters. Together with the Alliance's brethren, they amicably developed a small mine, equitably distributing resources to achieve synchronous growth, specifically referring to compelling Xin Yunwei to split the oil field 50-50 and demanding exorbitant transportation fees. Communication was cordial, with the elite leadership exhibiting decisive decision-making capabilities and exceptional execution power, specifically referring to Li Mingze and Xin Yue discussing for half an hour before agreeing to Su Sheng's offer, with Xin Yue promptly sending the email. In a first-person narrative, Su Sheng crafts a brief story of his recent experiences with minor embellishments. The informative content regarding the fragmented Bone Hound serves as an engaging focal point, ensuring a significant influx of views, likes, saves, and comments. Has the new variant beast emerged? Remarkably, I have yet to encounter one, but I will save this knowledge for future reference. Incredible, can it achieve a maximum speed of 60? Phew. I'm glad I didn't come across one. Otherwise, I would have been devoured by now. To the commenter above, shouldn't you be grateful to have seen Suju's post? Indeed, Suju is impressive. Oh, has Su Sheng also participated in the zombie cleansing initiative? Well, he has slain so many zombies. I'm curious whether Su Sheng has joined the Alliance and which faction he belongs to. It seems Su Sheng has not joined the Alliance. However, the brethren of the Alliance are genuinely kind. Yes, I am indeed a member of the Alliance. I injured my leg during the zombie cleansing initiative, and our district leader promptly sent a nurse to assist me. It was truly heartwarming. I am part of a community that genuinely cares when one is injured. It is truly a family of mutual assistance. How does one join the Alliance? Whom should we approach? Each district has its own leader, so first, ascertain which district you belong to. I will share an image of Li Mingze for your reference. I believe that District 255 could greatly benefit from an organization like the Alliance. With a larger number of people, tasks become more manageable. Regardless of the zombies or exotic beasts, as long as we unite, they are merely a nuisance. My dear companions, I firmly believe that the Alliance can guide us towards greater development and further pursuits. Let us charge forward. Most of the comments below stem from genuine sentiments, and I strongly encourage everyone to join. The water cooler effect is quite pronounced. Su Sheng is quite pleased with the post's impact. It not only illuminates a path for everyone, but also serves to promote the Alliance without diminishing his own influence. Should any internal issues arise in the future, they will not reflect on Su Sheng himself. Successful collaboration. Chapter 68, Beef and Vegetable Rolls. Declining to join the Alliance. Requesting continued reading and votes. You have earned 11 End of Days Honor Points. You have earned 25 End of Days Honor Points. You have earned 111 End of Days Honor Points. You have earned 258 End of Days Honor Points. You have earned 666 End of Days Honor Points. The earlier post yielded minimal benefits for Su Sheng. However, the final post regarding the bone-crushing canine garnered him over 17,000 End of Days Honor Points, totaling 17,071 points. Su Sheng promptly accessed the support shop and purchased a packet of lettuce seeds. The wheat has just been sown and will require time to mature before he can begin planting. Following this, Su Sheng entered a 3-day rest period, primarily to organize his equipment and machinery, while checking for any issues in the power system. The battery design plans acquired from the Alliance were successfully constructed, serving as the standard power supply for the shelter. As for the structure and area of the shelter, Su Sheng has no immediate plans for upgrades. Currently, the shelter is more than capable of dealing with zombies, exotic beasts, and general disasters. Its functionality is more than adequate. Upgrading the shelter would entail significant upheaval, requiring extensive effort, certainly not achievable within a week, so he aims to avoid any unnecessary changes. During these 3 days, aside from organizing the shelter and equipment, Su Sheng placed particular emphasis on rest. Human energy is finite. If one exhausts their strength daily, they will soon find themselves mentally drained and lacking motivation. To prepare for the next disaster, Su Sheng ensured he had a buffer period. After completing his essential tasks, Su Sheng devoted himself to meditation on his bed, refraining from engaging in channel discussions or browsing through the myriad of topics on the forum. At 7 p.m., the lettuce sown 3 days prior had matured, and Su Sheng promptly harvested it. From the soil, he collected 2 heads of lettuce, one large and one small, yielding nearly 3 kilograms. Gazing at the vibrant, fresh vegetables on the table, Su Sheng could not help but swallow hard. His diet had primarily consisted of grain products and meat. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed green vegetables or fruits. If the body is deprived of vitamins for an extended period, the synthesis of collagen within will be impeded, leading to disruptions in cellular connections and consequently resulting in a myriad of diseases. The most prevalent among these are gum recession, joint swelling and pain, skin ulcers, blood stagnation in the organs, arteriosclerosis, and anemia. A severe deficiency in vitamins can even lead to scurvy. In the current state of existence, ordinary injuries can still rely on self-healing. However, once scurvy sets in, it is tantamount to a death sentence. In truth, he is already experiencing some subtle symptoms, albeit not overly apparent. Su Xing poured some purified water and meticulously washed the lettuce. He set aside the portion intended for today's meal, placing the remainder into the refrigerator for preservation. He poured oil into the pan, ignited the flame, and commenced preheating. With practiced ease, Su Sheng seared a piece of beef shank, warming the refrigerated flatbread in the pan as well. He added the beef, lettuce, a drizzle of sauce, and deftly rolled it all together. A fragrant lettuce and beef wrap was thus prepared. Su Xing swallowed hard, eagerly biting into it. The crisp lettuce emitted a satisfying crunch, producing a symphony of crackling sounds as he chewed until it lost its crispness and resilience, complemented by the chewy, tender texture of the beef shank and the warm, fragrant whole wheat flatbread. Every cell in Su Sheng's body was imbued with a profound sense of happiness. As he savored the delightful flavors of the beef and vegetable wrap while licking his fingers, Su Sheng was suddenly alerted by a system notification. To his astonishment, he discovered that the assistance shop had refreshed with 3 units of disaster-resistant soil. Standard disaster-resistant soil. Purchase requirement: 5,000 Doomsday Honor Points. Limit of 3 purchases. 5,000 Doomsday Honor Points for 3 square units? Did I not recall that the initial purchase of disaster-resistant soil only required 3,000 points? Has the price increased? During this period, Su Xing's staple foods have primarily consisted of homemade bread, noodles, and the flatbreads sent by Xin Yue. 1 unit of disaster-resistant soil could fully guarantee that Su Xing's hunger was satiated with wheat alone. If he were to acquire 3 more square units, he felt he could sell the surplus grains at the trading post. Originally, Su Sheng could harvest crops every 3 days. Now, the yield could potentially double. Confirm purchase. You have purchased 3 standard disaster-resistant soils, deducting 15,000 Doomsday Honor Points. Current balance: 2,071 points. Su Xing arranged the newly acquired soil in a neat row, aligning it on the far left side of the exit. Presenting a far more visually pleasing sight than a solitary patch of soil, it was truly a boon for his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Oh, an additional packet of seeds? Su Xing noticed a new email in his inbox, marked as a bonus for purchasing disaster-resistant soil. When he previously bought 1 unit, he received a packet of wheat seeds. Now, having purchased 3, why was he only given 1 packet instead of 3? What a clever way to shortchange customers. Upon opening the package, he discovered it contained tobacco seeds. To his astonishment, such a thing existed. Su Xing could hardly contain his surprise. If the lettuce is not sufficiently striking, then tobacco certainly is. Tobacco is most commonly associated with cigarettes, which are directly smoked. However, its most significant application lies in medicine, where tobacco serves as a raw material to synthesize anesthetics, sedatives, and emetics. This addition of 2 crops significantly enriches the variety of plants that Su Xing can cultivate in the future. Once the lettuce planted 3 days prior matures, Su Xing will promptly harvest it, subsequently planting 3 units of lettuce and 1 unit of tobacco. The maturation periods of both crops are nearly identical, differing by only 2 hours, allowing for almost simultaneous harvesting. At this moment, Xin Yue unexpectedly sent a message to Su Xing. In the past 3 days, their communication had been minimal. She was occupied with her own matters, as was Su Xing. Xin Yue informed Su Xing that his recent post had garnered remarkable results. Membership in the alliance across various districts had nearly doubled, prompting leaders like Li Mingze to impose entry barriers. Xin Yue, Su Xing, I now officially invite you to join the alliance on behalf of its members and to enter the core management team. Su Xing, what? He had not anticipated that Xin Yunwei would revisit the issue of joining the alliance after his clear refusal. Xin Yunwei, what do you mean? Are you unaware of their sentiments? The majority do not support your entry into the core management, and it is I who fervently advocated for your inclusion to Li Mingze. Xin Yunwei, hurry and join. I need assistance managing the district. I cannot handle everything alone. Su Xing remained resolute in his refusal. He had no desire to expend time and energy on internal conflicts, wishing instead to focus on personal development and survival in the apocalypse. Once his technological prowess reached a certain level, he could unlock advanced combat units rather than mere labor robots, provided that technology was sufficient and resources abundant. He could cultivate a loyal army of 100, asserting that his ambitions lay eastward, never westward. Was this not more reliable? Xin Yue remained undeterred. Why? You stated in your post that the strength of a team is greater Surely that is preferable to solitary development, no? It was indeed surprising that Xin Yunwei was now attempting to persuade him. Su Sheng explained, I am not adept at interpersonal relations and truly lack the energy. I prefer to tend to my own affairs. Seeing Su Sheng's firm stance, Xin Yunwei did not press further about joining the alliance. Xin Yunwei, since you do not wish to join the alliance, can we at least collaborate? Su Sheng agreed to cooperation, albeit with the caveat that he first needed to understand the nature of this collaboration. We shall not engage in unprofitable ventures. Xin Yunwei, we have discovered a unique entrance in the southwestern part of the district, rumored to lead to a dungeon. Xin Yunwei, how familiar are you with dungeons? Su Sheng was taken aback. They had indeed found an entrance to a dungeon? He was exceedingly well-versed in dungeons, having once single-handedly cleared the bone-crushing canyon, reaping substantial rewards. In order to encourage Xin Yunwei to continue, Su Cheng refrained from revealing that he had previously completed a dungeon. He feigned ignorance, inquiring with curiosity, Dungeon? What dungeon? I've never heard of it. Xin Yunwei, with a knowing smirk, replied, I knew you hadn't heard of it. She then elaborated on the location of the dungeon. Although its contents remained a mystery, upon completion, one can acquire a substantial amount of strategic resources, mid to high-tier materials, weaponry, blueprints, technological facilities, and super items, she explained. Look how considerate I am towards you. I wouldn't forget you in the face of good fortune. Good fortune? Su Cheng was well aware of the dangers associated with dungeons. While they presented opportunities for ordinary individuals to some extent, they could hardly be deemed as good fortune. Without a proper understanding of the dungeon's mechanics, one could easily meet their demise within. You haven't completed it yourself. How can you be so certain about the rewards? Su Cheng questioned. Xin Yunwei responded, I haven't completed it, but the district leader has cleared it once and obtained a plethora of valuable items. Su Cheng inquired further about who else had participated. A few members from our district who were performing quite well. Excluding us, there are roughly 5 or 6 individuals. She replied, Enough chatter. Just tell me, are you in or not? Su Cheng was uncertain about the nature of the dungeon in the southwestern region. However, with his weaponry, he believed he could manage a solo run of a standard dungeon without issue. If it were the bone-shattering gorge, it would be even easier. He could potentially clear it swiftly on his own. After a moment of contemplation, Su Cheng agreed. All right then, come pick me up tomorrow morning. I'll wait for you at the oil field, Xin Yunwei instructed. Su Cheng responded, Wait a minute. All this planning just to hitch a ride with me? That is not true. Xin Yunwei insisted. Your capabilities are quite impressive. Armed with both a firearm and a flamethrower, it feels safer with you around. Su Cheng skeptically replied. Really? I find that hard to believe. Believe it or not, Xin Yunwei retorted. She borrowed some nitrate and charcoal from Su Cheng to craft ammunition for homemade shotguns. They agreed on a time and place, determining to meet at the oil field. The following day, Su Cheng set off early. Upon reaching the oil field, he found Xin Yunwei already waiting. Today, she was exceptionally well prepared, donned in lightweight armor, with a particularly large backpack on her back, a shotgun in hand, and a repeating crossbow and quiver of arrows at her waist. She was, quite literally, armed to the teeth. It seemed Xin Yunwei was well aware of the dangers of dungeons and had taken extensive precautions. You finally made it. Didn't I tell you the danger level could be quite high? Why did you bring so little? Xin Yunwei remarked, noticing Su Cheng arriving on an electric scooter. With just a simple Glock and a knife at his waist, lacking even a bow or crossbow. Su Cheng lifted his shirt slightly, revealing a layer of lightweight chest armor concealed beneath. This flimsy layer, I feel like a small knife could easily pierce through it. Shouldn't you consider switching to something more robust? Xin Yunwei expressed her concern. Su Cheng chuckled. That piece of armor was far superior to Xin Yunwei's. Crafted from a fusion of the frenzied beetle and advanced materials in a biotechnological marvel. Not only does it possess exceptional protective capabilities, but it is also lightweight and portable, conforming closely to the skin. Su Sheng wears it beneath his clothing for enhanced mobility. The layer of fabric in between may cause minor friction in localized areas. It's fine. I want to change. This will do. Let us get in the car. Su Sheng beckoned to Xin Yunwei. On their way, Su Sheng inquired, by the way. I forgot to ask you, Wang Kai isn't participating this time, right? If he is in the dungeon as well, I want to go. Xin Yunwei shook her head in denial. I know you two have conflicts, so I didn't even mention it to him this time, all right? If you don't come, I will definitely call him. Last night, Xin Yunwei had not revealed anything to Wang Kai. Given Wang Kai's temperament, a confrontation was inevitable upon their meeting, let alone cooperating to clear the dungeon. The roads in the southwestern region were quite treacherous. Su Sheng and Xin Yunwei dismounted several times, manually lifting obstacles. And it wasn't until noon that they approached the designated location. Wait, there are people ahead. Su Sheng gripped the brakes with 2 fingers, cautiously observing the 6 yellow dots on the tactical radar. No need to worry. They are our people, Xin Yue explained. The members participating in this dungeon operation had varying distances. Some had arrived the previous night and camped out in the wilderness. Arrived last night? Su Xing frowned, thinking he would be the first to arrive. Yes, let us go, Xin Yunwei reassured him. At that moment, they were still a few hundred meters from the designated spot. Su Xing instructed Xin Yue to dismount, and together they concealed the electric vehicle with dry leaves before proceeding on foot. Xin Yue said nothing, obediently following his lead. After walking a few hundred meters, Su Shang suddenly halted. Wait, isn't that Wang Kai? Wang Kai? Xin Yue exclaimed in surprise. I didn't call him at all. See for yourself. Su Xing handed the binoculars to Xin Yue. It really is Wang Kai. How did he get here? How would I know? Isn't this dungeon operation organized by you? Su Xing felt deceived. Don't shout just yet. Let me go ask him. Xin Yue strode confidently toward their camp. Upon hearing the commotion, the group quickly emerged to greet her. Sister Shun is here. We thought we'd have to spend another night in this wretched place. Xin Yue exchanged pleasantries with the others before striding directly in front of Wang Kai, fixing him with a piercing gaze. Wang Kai, with a cheerful expression, instinctively recoiled slightly and called out, Sister Shun. Furious, Xin Yunwei snapped at Wang Kai. Don't call me Sister Shun. Who invited you? Chapter 70, 7 Steps Away. The gun is swift. Wang Kai, 24 years old, sported a buzz cut, exuding vitality and youthful exuberance. His build was not particularly robust. Rather, he was of average height, slightly leaner than most. Today, he donned a suit of blue-painted armor, with 2 sharp daggers sheathed at his waist, one long, one short. His back carried a bow and crossbow, and a bamboo basket brimming with arrows, no less than 30 in total. As a top contender in the regional ladder, such news could hardly be kept from him. Casually inquiring with anyone would yield the answer. The dungeon presents a golden opportunity for him, not only to achieve substantial advancements in weaponry and technology at this stage, but also to establish his authority within the alliance and gain a measure of control. The others who arrived today are equipped similarly, with a standard set of melee daggers and ranged crossbows. Their armor levels are quite comparable, with several individuals even donning identical gear. If he refrains from participating, he may soon find himself surpassed by others in the same district. That fellow, Su Shang, has set a poor precedent. If he cannot grasp the essence of strength, anyone in the district could easily disregard him. Wang Kai is determined not to overlook any opportunity for enhancement, be it technology or items. While he may not be the most admirable person, he possesses a singular trait, a willingness to risk it all. As long as there is a chance to acquire technology or items, he will seize it without hesitation. This is driven by a fervent desire for survival and is the sole means of maintaining his authority and status. Without strength, who would dare to call him Brother Kai? Kaizi would be more fitting. When confronted by Xin Yunwei's inquiry, Wang Kai took a step back, replying, Sister Xin. I merely happened to pass by and coincidentally encountered the brothers, so I sat down to chat. No one would believe such a flimsy excuse. Xin Yunwei scoffed. You traveled over 20 kilometers to claim it was a coincidence? Hey, Sister Xin, now that I'm here, why not allow me to join you? Wang Kai's previously diminished confidence surged upon seeing Su Xing approach. He instantly understood why Xin Yunwei had refrained from calling him. It wasn't the distance, but rather her invitation to Su Shang. This was infuriating. Su Shang had previously challenged him in the group, and now he was usurping his chance to enter the dungeon. As far as Wang Kai knew, Su Shang had not even joined the alliance, and this dungeon had been discovered by a junior member of their district. Such opportunities should be reserved for members of the alliance to explore first. Why should Su Shang be allowed to take his place? Wang Kai circumvented Xin Yunwei and, drawing a dagger from his waist, stormed up to Su Shang, brandishing the sharp blade and demanding, What are you doing here? Oh, I see. You've come to mooch off the dungeon, haven't you? Su Shang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a foolish accusation from Wang Kai. I was invited. Do you understand? Who is truly here to leech off the dungeon? You should reflect on that yourself. Neither back down, the atmosphere thick with tension. The two men poised for confrontation at any moment. Xin Yue sighed inwardly. She had anticipated that their meeting would lead to conflict. Thus, she had only invited one of them. Yet she never expected these adversaries to cross paths. It was utterly exasperating. Wang Kai, what are you doing? Put down the knife immediately. Xin Yue rushed forward to intervene. However, Wang Kai had clearly lost his temper. Since his deployment, he had slain dozens of zombies and a number of humans, becoming all too accustomed to bloodshed. Previously, in a heated exchange within the group, one might have thought that seizing his woman was a trivial matter, as he could not reach through the screen. However, now that they stood face to face, his audacity was nothing short of reckless, akin to seeking a thrashing. Wang Kai had no intention of eliminating Su Shang. this young man still held some utility. In the presence of Shen Yunwei and a multitude of distinguished individuals, it was evidently the opportune moment to discipline Su Sheng, compelling him to apologize and acknowledge his faults. This would not only temper Su Sheng's arrogance but also extinguish the pent-up fury within Wang Kai, proving to Shen Yunwei that he was no lesser than Su Sheng. Su Sheng was devoid of any equipment, save for a dagger strapped at his waist, lacking even the materials to forge a crossbow. With such a frail physique, what could he possibly claim in terms of combat prowess? Was he not merely attempting to ride on the coattails of others? In his earlier days on the streets, Wang Kai had faced 5 opponents simultaneously without faltering. Given Su Sheng's brashness, it was time for a showdown, settling old and new scores alike. In this apocalyptic realm, the sole principle was survival of the fittest. Ignoring Shen Yunwei's objections, Wang Kai swiftly advanced towards Su Sheng. Yet, before he could even take a proper stride, he found himself targeted by a firearm, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at his chest. A gun. The sight of the ominous barrel sent a jolt through him, akin to gazing into the abyss of death, rendering his tongue numb. His momentum halted abruptly. He dared not advance or retreat, terrified that Su Sheng might pull the trigger at any moment. To his dismay, Su Sheng possessed a firearm. The sight of Su Sheng brandishing the gun startled the onlookers, who instinctively recoiled, their voices laced with fear. At this distance, even the most skilled martial artist would struggle to outpace a bullet. The Glock automatic pistol bestowed a formidable confidence upon Su Sheng. What use were daggers or crossbows? Su Sheng had left those behind to lighten his load. For a single firearm was sufficient to overpower their cold weapons. Shen Yunwei let out a long sigh, witnessing the very scenario she had dreaded. Brother, I was mistaken. I did not intend any malice towards you. Wang Kai, trembling, inadvertently dropped the dagger from his grasp. He raised his hands high, fervently signaling to Su Sheng that he posed no threat. Just moments ago, he had been brash and resolute in his intent to thrash Su Sheng. Who could have anticipated that he lacked crossbows and equipment because he wielded a gun? At this proximity, even a half-blind elder could hit his mark. A mere gentle squeeze of the trigger could extinguish his life. Shen Yunwei observed quietly from the sidelines, aware that Su Sheng would refrain from firing. Yet she did not display excessive agitation. Wang Kai, in his ignorance, had brought this upon himself. Under the gun's threat, his usual bravado crumbled. A little reprimand might serve him well, curbing his overconfidence. It was then that realization dawned upon Wang Kai. He had mistakenly perceived Su Sheng as a mere scholar, holed up in a shelter, penning manuscripts. Yet, having dealt with countless zombies and mutated beasts, how could Su Sheng possess knowledge of their traits and weaknesses without the means to vanquish them, and without modern firepower? How could he dare to claim dominion over the entire Nanyan Mountain? At that moment, Wang Kai was on the verge of tears, filled with desperation. Sister Shen, I have wronged you. Please persuade him not to pull the trigger. I implore you. Chapter 71. The Whispers of a Cohabiting Partner. Wang Kai dared not gamble his life on whether Su Sheng's gun was loaded, nor could he risk the authenticity of the weapon. His only hope lay in Shen Yunwei's intervention, to utter a few kind words that might spare his life. Shen Yunwei, as the head of the district for the Alliance, bore the responsibility to protect him. However, responsibility is merely a fade. The crux of the matter was that Shen Yunwei possessed a makeshift shotgun, albeit of inferior quality. It was still a firearm. It is worth noting that they were cohabiting partners, spending their days either scavenging for resources or engaging in passionate encounters within the safety of their shelter. Wang Kai did not expect her to turn the weapon on Su Sheng, but a few well-placed words could indeed make a difference. Observing that Wang Kai's bravado had been sufficiently tempered, Shen Yunwei seized an opportune moment to intervene. Enough, Su Sheng. Wang Kai has contributed significantly during the zombie clearing operations. If you were to take his life over a mere quarrel, well, what would the others think? I understand there are personal grievances, but should word get out that Wang Kai was killed while we were on a mission, it would cast a poor light on the Alliance, and it would be difficult to clarify the situation. Shen Yunwei offered a few words of defense on Wang Kai's behalf. He clung to her words like a drowning man grasping a lifeline, fervently agreeing. Yes, Sister Shen is absolutely right. Brother Sheng, please consider the effort I've put forth for the Alliance and spare my life. I promise not to speak out of turn once I am free. Wang Kai pleaded desperately, casting hopeful glances at his 6 companions, wishing they would also speak in his favor. However, the 6 teammates remained silent, fearful of expressing opinions in a matter so fraught with personal animosity, unsure of Su Sheng's temperament. Who could guarantee that Su Sheng wouldn't lash out at anyone attempting to mediate? Only Shen Yunwei had the courage to speak up. Knowing well the peril of facing a weapon, seeing that the moment had come to a head, Su Sheng deemed it unnecessary to continue his threats. Fine. This time I shall spare you for Shen Yunwei's sake. But should there be a next time, do not blame me for the consequences. As a female leader, Shen Yue faced her share of dissent. Wang Kai was among those who often disregarded orders, opting for his own path. Such individuals are a liability to any leader, as they could very well turn traitor at any moment. In a post-apocalyptic survival team, obedience to command is the foremost rule among members. Su Xing intended to impress upon Wang Kai that only Shen Yue could save him now, and that he should maintain a sense of respect towards both Su Xing and Shen Yue in the future. Thank you, Brother Sheng. Thank you. Wang Kai beamed with gratitude, bowing deeply, nearly kneeling to express his thanks for being spared. Can you climb trees? Su Sheng suddenly inquired. Yes. I can climb trees, swim. I can do it all. Wang Kai eagerly responded, eager to please. What do you need, Brother Sheng? Consider yourself fortunate, Su Sheng replied, gesturing towards a sturdy tree nearby, indicating that Wang Kai should ascend it. You lot, tie him to the tree and make it tight. As Wang Kai prepared to ascend the tree, he was taken aback by the latter part of Su Sheng's statement. Bind him to the tree? At that moment, a robust man interjected, subtly opposing Su Sheng's approach. Brother Sheng, I believe such actions may not be entirely appropriate. This individual, Zhang Zimo, possessed a physique noticeably stronger than the others, a feat not easily achieved in the apocalypse. At 30 years of age, he had once held a respectable position as a clerk, but now found himself ranked over 300 in the hierarchy of survival. He shared a good rapport with Wang Kai, having risen together in their endeavors, occasionally collaborating on hunting ventures. It was Zhang Zimo who had tipped Wang Kai off about the upcoming expedition. While Wang Kai sought rewards from the mission, Zhang Zimo had his own calculations. This particular venture was comprised of elite soldiers selected by Shen Yue, aside from the frail Xiaogan Ya. Everyone else was similarly equipped in terms of weaponry and strength, although Wang Kai would not be at a total disadvantage in the mission. Shen Yue's fair and just leadership style meant he would likely not reap any benefits. By bringing Wang Kai into the fold, Zhang Zimo could ensure a degree of protection for his own interests. Their initial scheme was predicated on the notion that with Wang Kai present, he could not simply be dismissed. More hands would mean more strength, and with a few embellishments from Zhang Zimo, this plan could come to fruition. However, he did not anticipate that Shen Yue would bring Su Xing along, and with Wang Kai's impulsive nature, a conflict could easily arise, jeopardizing their chances of success. Initially hesitant to voice his concerns, Zhang Zimo recognized Su Sheng's formidable reputation. He could not guarantee whether Su Sheng would resort to gunfire. Yet, through careful observation, he discerned certain indescribable emotions. It was true that Su Sheng was a man of action, but the recent display of force was more about intimidation than lethality. Firstly, there was a personal vendetta to settle, as Su Sheng sought to assert dominance. Secondly, Wang Kai's rebellious spirit often defied orders. The display of a weapon was partly aimed at establishing authority, ensuring that teamwork would prevail once they embarked on the mission. Zhang Zimo's ultimate aim was not merely to advocate for Wang Kai. He was confident that Su Sheng would not actually pull the trigger, and thus sought to reclaim some influence within the group through Wang Kai. Even if Wang Kai could not participate, binding him to a tree was certainly inappropriate. Sister Shen, Brother Sheng, you must consider the possibility that if we proceed with the mission, Wang Kai may be devoured by wandering zombies or beasts, he argued. Although Wang Kai had a fiery temperament, their disputes were trivial, stemming from mere personality clashes rather than significant issues. I believe it would be prudent to allow Wang Kai to join us. He may prove invaluable. Zhang Zimo's eloquence stirred the emotions of those present. Not only did he manage to avoid inciting the ire of Shen Yue and Su Sheng, but he also advanced the discussion of bringing Wang Kai along. Shen Yue remained silent, observing Su Xing intently. Noticing Su Xing's impassive demeanor, she instantly grasped the implications. No. Shen Yue resolutely rejected the idea, providing no explanation. She understood Su Xing's thoughts all too well. Wang Kai once held a position of considerable esteem within the group, yet today among those participating in the dungeon expedition, there are 3 or 4 individuals of lesser standing. Now, he resembles a supplicant, pleading for mercy from Su Sheng, who can ascertain whether he might harbor a grudge and resort to mischief after the dungeon run. Having a ticking time bomb in their midst, neither Su Xing nor she can feel at ease. It would be prudent to wait for their return before making any decisions, as long as Su Xing is present. Allowing Wang Kai to enter the dungeon today could set a precedent for others to intrude uninvited in the future. Without proper rules, there can be no order. This matter is non-negotiable. Shen Yue provided the final verdict. Zhang Zimo, however, remained undeterred. Sister Shen, let us not rush to conclusions. The risks of this dungeon run are exceedingly high, and none can predict what monsters lie within. Should we not consider the opinions of everyone involved? Zhang Zimo explained patiently, then swiftly turned to others for their input. Xiao Wenwen and Yang Haoran remained silent, steadfastly maintaining their reticence. Their standings in the district were respectable, Yet they had never made a mark on the leaderboard, rendering their words of little weight. It was best not to meddle unnecessarily. Zhang Zimo furrowed his brow, then turned his gaze to a lean, capable man. Su Feng, what is your perspective? Su Feng, aged 28, stood at a height of 1.7 meters. Though slender, he possessed considerable strength, his sun-kissed skin bearing testament to his outdoor endeavors. He ranked last on the leaderboard, sitting at the 500th position. Typically taciturn, he was known for his exceptional execution. Less talk, more action was his guiding principle. In response to Zhang Zimo's inquiry, he, like the others, adopted a neutral stance, ultimately managing to muster a single phrase. I defer to Shen Yunwei. Disliking the intricacies of interpersonal dynamics, he preferred to follow Shen Yunwei's directives without engaging in the fray. Zhang Zimo had hoped for a more vigorous discussion but was taken aback by the trio's reluctance to speak up. How infuriating, a complete mute. Perhaps we should seal your lips. Zhang Zimo mentally berated Su Feng. It was no wonder he served as the gatekeeper of the leaderboard. Su Sheng would not wield a firearm. At such a critical juncture, he dared not reclaim any authority. Finally, Zhang Zimo's gaze settled upon a diminutive man with round-framed glasses and self-locking steel braces, Zhou Xiaolu. Zhou Xiaolu held no rank on the leaderboard, nor did he possess significant prowess within the district. His presence today was solely due to the fact that he had discovered the entrance to this dungeon. Zhou Xiaolu, a student engaged in a combined bachelor's and master's program at Jiangsu Zhejiang University, later pursued medical studies at the University of Pennsylvania. Based on these credentials, Shen Yunwei had appointed the Little Steel Teeth as a medical aid for the expedition. Little Steel Teeth, what is your opinion? I often read in the news about incidents where a spouse inadvertently compresses an arm while sleeping, leading to amputation by morning. Given the uncertainty of how long we will be in the dungeon, is there a risk of causing avascular necrosis in Wang Kai's femoral head? If we emerge and he is left with missing limbs, his life could very well be at stake. Little Steel Teeth was merely a bookworm, utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relationships, incapable of discerning the underlying dynamics at play. He answered questions as they were posed, devoid of perception. From a medical perspective, binding can indeed pose certain harms to the human body. Following this, a plethora of specialized knowledge was expounded, leaving everyone utterly bewildered. Could you speak in simpler terms? To put it succinctly, as long as the binding is not excessively tight, no issues should arise. During my studies abroad, my mentor taught me a scientific method of binding that not only prevents escape, but also minimizes physical harm caused by the ropes. Zhang Zimo, Wang Kai, a scientific method of binding has emerged. Your doctoral advisor must be from the BDSM community. Did you learn how to bind people more swiftly and securely while abroad? Su Sheng, on the other hand, expressed great interest in this binding technique. Xiao Gongya, why don't you give it a try? Su Sheng instructed. Xiao Gongya repeatedly declined. No, I can't. I'm afraid of heights. Su Xing then appointed Su Feng and Xiao Wenwen to bind Wang Kai to a robust, elevated tree trunk. Under Xiao Gongya's scientific binding method, Wang Kai was secured tightly. Throughout the process, Wang Kai offered no resistance, wearing a cheerful smile. He was petrified by Su Sheng's Glock and had long since abandoned any thoughts of being taken down from the instance. Being bound, perhaps, was the most merciful outcome he could hope for. Remember, this is the apocalypse, personal grudges aside. One could easily kill a complete stranger just for the sake of plundering resources. Even while being bound, Wang Kai dared not show a hint of resentment, constantly grinning at Su Sheng and the others, fearful that they might perceive his capitulation. After this incident, Wang Kai truly discerned who his true brothers were and who merely pretended to be allies. Although Zhang Zimo did not immediately come to his defense, he made efforts to advocate for him before the binding commenced, which deeply touched Wang Kai. Su Feng, you've bound it incorrectly. Xiao Gongya just said to wrap the wrists first, and then the chest, Wang Kai gently reminded. Su Feng, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized his mistake. Wang Kai was indeed correct. It was as though he had sold himself, yet was helping count the money. Wang Kai was entirely voluntary in this predicament. Observing from below, Shen Yue grew intrigued and stealthily approached Su Xing, voicing her doubts. This guy, Wang Kai, isn't even the slightest bit angry, and is even actively pointing out Su Feng's error? Of course, he has to thank me, Su Xing chuckled. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Kai called down from the tree with a grin. Thank you. Sister Shen, Brother Sheng, you must return safely, huh? I await your good news here. Shen Yunwei. Goodness. Wang Kai was now regretting his decision immensely. He should never have asked Zhang Zimo too many questions. Now, seeing himself bound to the tree, his life and fortune were inextricably tied to Su Sheng and the group. If they didn't emerge safely, who would come to free him? Even if he didn't turn into a zombie, he would surely starve or die of thirst. After resolving the predicament with Wang Kai, the group, led by Xiao Gongya, arrived at the entrance to the instance. This entrance was not merely similar to the one Su Xing had encountered previously, it was identical. The same size, the same friction with Mars, within lies an unfathomable darkness. Standing at the entrance, one can sense a chilling unknown fear. A group cautiously stepped inside. And with the closing of the portal, the pitch-black darkness enveloped them. Where are you all? Sister Xin? Where are you? I can only hear your voices, but cannot see you. Oh, who bumped into me? Everyone, remain still. In such moments, Xin Yue to charge, quickly stabilizing the group's morale. After approximately half a minute, changes began to manifest before their eyes. Dungeon, Bone Shatter Gorge. Upon entry, players will form a temporary team. Remaining reward attempts for this week, 11. Please select difficulty, easy. Normal, adventure, warrior, king, Bone Shatter Gorge. Isn't this the dungeon he previously cleared? Su Cheng furrowed his brows, his expression tinged with disappointment. He had anticipated a new dungeon, yet found himself confronted with an old map instead. Su Cheng was exceedingly familiar with Bone Shatter Gorge. After his last successful run, he had thoroughly explored every corner of the dungeon and meticulously studied its various mechanics, becoming adept in diverse strategies. Bone Shatter Gorge could be regarded as a weekly dungeon. Fortunately, exactly 7 days had elapsed since his last clearance. If there were no remaining attempts, the system would specifically notify a player about the lack of reward attempts, thereby exposing Su Cheng's prior experience in the dungeon. Even if they did not detect any anomalies, attempting the dungeon without remaining reward attempts would be a futile endeavor. Sister Xin, which difficulty should we choose? Asked Little Steel Tooth. The authority for this dungeon expedition rested with Xin Yue. However, she too was at a loss, having never cleared a dungeon herself, making it difficult to make an appropriate decision. Before Su Cheng could interject, Zhang Zimo spoke up. With so many of us, let's just go for the king difficulty. King difficulty? Zhang Zimo's proposal startled Su Cheng. This individual truly lacked a sense of the gravity of the situation. Su Cheng had barely managed to clear the normal difficulty using a Glock, a flamethrower, and tactical grenades. Only those who had experienced the intensity of the normal dungeon could comprehend that, even now, he would not dare to attempt the king difficulty. Zhang Zimo's eagerness for the highest challenge seemed rather misguided. Brother Zhang, with just a handful of us, tackling the highest difficulty might prove quite daunting. Although everyone was shrouded in darkness, Su Cheng could still discern that this remark came from Little Steel Tooth. Sometimes, a touch of caution is not a flaw. It is certainly preferable to risking one's life in adventure difficulty. Brother Zhang, we know nothing about the dungeon. I believe it would be wise to start with the simplest level. Zhang Zimo clearly opposed Zhou Shelu's perspective. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards. The resources and ammunition consumed during this dungeon run must be accounted for in the overall cost. Indeed, while the easy mode is easier to clear, the risks are considerably lower. Have you ever considered that with a total of 7 of us, if we each receive merely 3 walnuts and 2 dates after clearing the level, our efforts would be in vain? We wouldn't even recoup our investment. Zhang Zimo's words hold a certain validity. At this moment, Xin Yunwei finds herself at a crossroads, grappling with her decision. As the temporary leader of this squad, she bears the weight of command and responsibility. She feels a strong aversion to Zhang Zimo's suggestion of attempting the king difficulty. This is not merely a game. If we fail, we cannot simply lower the difficulty and try again. This is a serious endeavor where lives are at stake, and a miscalculated choice could jeopardize the entire team. Thus, Xin Yunwei must proceed with utmost caution. Su Sheng? Where's Su Sheng? Xin Yunwei called out twice, seeking his input. I'm here. Do you have any thoughts on the difficulty selection? Su Sheng had remained silent, deep in thought. He had previously cleared the ordinary level of the bone-crushing canyon using a flamethrower, which made the task quite manageable. As for the difficulty, he was certain that the king level was beyond their reach. Victory was not guaranteed. However, he also found the ordinary level lacking in challenge and insufficiently rewarding. The higher the difficulty of the instance, the more substantial the rewards. Su Sheng had explored it once but was uncertain whether the mechanisms varied across different difficulty levels. Perhaps they could attempt the adventure level. After careful consideration, Su Sheng articulated his opinion. His viewpoint aligned with Xin Yunwei's, albeit stemming from different motivations. The adventure level presents a balanced challenge, and as it is their first venture into this instance, prudence must be their priority. While Zhang Zimo's reasoning is sound, the risks are too high. They should aim for a level that strikes a balance, ensuring a worthwhile reward without excessive danger. Even if the rewards are not as bountiful as desired, successfully clearing the level would grant them invaluable experience, making their next foray into the instance more adept. Xin Yue felt that the adventure level was just right. Isn't the adventure level a bit too risky? Shall we lower it to ordinary? Zhou Shilu seemed overly timid. It was evident he was genuinely afraid of perishing within. Zhang Zimo, however, dismissed this notion. Among the 7, except for Zhou Xiaolu, each member was an elite, possessing significant skills and equipped with commendable weaponry. Moreover, both Su Xing and Xin Yue wielded firearms with ample ammunition. For a team of this caliber, tackling an adventure level should not be overly daunting, should it? If you're so frightened, perhaps you should bow out. Just know that the rewards will not be yours. Zhang Zimo quietly vented his frustration towards Zhou Xiaolu. What about the rest of you? Do you have any opinions regarding the difficulty selection? Su Feng? Xiaowen? Xin Yue sought feedback from the others, yet received no responses. Zhang Zimo sensed that Su Xing's voice carried considerable weight within the team, even swaying Xin Yue's decision. He was quite exasperated with Su Feng and the others. They had not supported him previously, yet now they seemed inclined to follow Su Xing's lead. He was genuinely curious how these individuals had managed to survive until now, especially regarding Su Feng. His mind is utterly stagnant. He is nothing short of a fool. It is no wonder he was relegated to menial labor prior to his deployment. Such individuals can actually make it into the Fortune 500. Although Zhang Zimo felt somewhat displeased, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, deeming it futile to speak up. Since no one else has expressed dissent, we shall embark on the adventure level to test the waters. Once we enter the dungeon, it is imperative that we unite, refrain from wandering off, and avoid falling behind. After making this decision, Xin Yunwei promptly communicated the essential precautions and conducted a pre-battle mobilization, choosing the adventure level, confirming entry. Mere seconds later, the group was transported into the dungeon. The environment remained consistent with previous encounters, characterized by a dim, deep purple hue, while the brownish-yellow walls provided the second dominant tone. This visual arrangement instilled a sense of oppression and fear within the psyche. The location of their arrival had not changed. Even the weeds beneath their feet appeared identical. To Su Xing's surprise, the group did not exhibit terror in response to the desolate and enigmatic surroundings. Aside from the slightly fearful little Steeltooth, the others maintained their composure, demonstrating their accustomed resilience to apocalyptic life and their superior psychological fortitude. In addition to their calm demeanor, there was an evident increase in caution among the group. Faced with impending unknown dangers, everyone heightened their vigilance. Wait. It seems my panel is inoperable. Mine too. The panel's functionalities have been disabled. A look of astonishment crossed Su Sheng's face. At that moment, the tactical radar's screen was pitch black, with even the green grid map vanished. The radar is malfunctioning? Xin Yue had discussed several tactical strategies with Su Sheng, nearly all predicated on the reconnaissance capabilities of the tactical radar. The radar's failure signified that the team had lost crucial features such as danger alerts and information reconnaissance, thereby diminishing their combat effectiveness significantly. While Xin Yunwei could still maintain a semblance of composure despite the panel's inoperability, the radar's malfunction momentarily left her disoriented. It must be due to the dungeon's influence. The radar is disabled here. Su Sheng shook his head in resignation. Although the radar is undoubtedly invaluable, it is not insurmountable to proceed without it. As exiting the dungeon is not an option, they must bravely forge ahead. The others looked on in confusion as Su Xing and Xin Yue fiddled with an object resembling a clock, utterly perplexed by the concept of a radar. Having encountered a setback right after entering the dungeon, Xin Yunwei could only muster her spirits and lead the team onward. Soon, they arrived at the intersection at the entrance of a canyon. Before them lay 3 paths, 2 broad roads and 1 narrow path. It was once again time to make a decision. Sister Shun, there are 3 roads here. Which one should we take? Chapter 74. Let us take the middle broad road. It seems more stable. Any individual with a modicum of sense would not consider the narrow path. The discussions within the team were confined to the 2 broad roads, as both appeared quite similar, yet the circumstances they might encounter could differ greatly. Xin Yue was the first to dismiss Zhang Zimo's suggestion of splitting up. The team was small, and only by banding together could they hope to gain any advantage. To venture out in pairs would be akin to courting disaster. Noticing the peculiar demeanor of Su Sheng, who had remained silent, Xin Yunwei inquired about his thoughts. Su Sheng, if you have something to say, please do so. Am I not here listening to your discussion on which path to take? Have you concluded? Su Sheng replied nonchalantly. Share your thoughts. From the very outset, the intentions of Xin Yunwei and the others were misguided. Su Sheng was acutely aware that although the 2 main roads appeared similar, they were fundamentally different. Choosing the wrong path would lead to entirely disparate circumstances. It was akin to a crossroads in a game, with routes that ranged from the daunting to the straightforward, and even to the intricate. A wrong choice would entail encountering mechanisms unique to each path. Having thoroughly surveyed the area previously, Su Sheng possessed a wealth of experience. The first road he had chosen veered to the right, narrowing as he progressed, leading him to toxic mists, marshes, and an unstable log bridge, along with numerous bone-crushing hounds. It had proven to be the most arduous route. Conversely, the left path was as wide as its entrance. Suitable for teams equipped with firearms and heavy artillery, ideal for mechanized combat. The narrow path, which everyone had initially dismissed, was in fact the optimal choice. It widened as one advanced, devoid of minor adversaries, and enabled direct access to the nest, rendering it the easiest and most expedient option. However, persuading the group to take the narrow path posed a challenge for Su Sheng, as he lacked concrete evidence to support his claim. He could not reveal that he had previously traversed this dungeon, for that would expose him. Nevertheless, eager to expedite their progress, Su Sheng articulated his thoughts. I believe the narrow path is preferable. What? The narrow path? The expressions of surprise were evident on the faces of the group, including Shen Yunwei. No one had anticipated that Su Sheng would propose the option that had been dismissed from the outset. Why? Shen Yunwei asked, puzzled. Intuition. Intuition? Zhang Zimo scoffed inwardly. This was a matter of life and death, and he dared to rely on instinct? Brother Sheng, you cannot tether our lives to your intuition. Zhang Zimo modestly and tactfully expressed his dissent, expecting Su Sheng to provide a reliable basis for his argument. Instead, he was met with the vague notion of intuition. If one were to put it nicely, it was intuition. If unflatteringly, it was mere guesswork. What difference did it make which path they took? Shen Yunwei also felt that Su Sheng's reliance on intuition was somewhat tenuous and pressed further. Do you have any other basis for this? I once perused some writings by geographers which indicated that some paths may appear flat but are actually rugged and winding. Conversely, some paths that seem narrow may widen significantly as one proceeds. Seeing their skepticism, Su Sheng concocted a seemingly reasonable rationale, which served both his convenience and theirs. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Yunwei expressed her concerns. Su Sheng, I believe it would be wiser for us to take the main road. It is broader and more secure. The smaller paths are likely to be treacherous, with more complex terrains. The scenarios you mentioned are, after all, quite rare. Su Sheng silently nodded in agreement. Very well, he conceded. With Shen Yunwei having articulated her stance, he felt it inappropriate to voice further objections. The main road it is. Though I have a feeling that the left path is preferable, Su Sheng added as a final suggestion. The group turned their attention towards the path he indicated. The soil was soft and damp, with several puddles forming in the depressions. A misstep could easily lead one into the mire. Zhang Zimo's patience was wearing thin. Is this the teammate Shen Yunwei has recruited? Su Sheng? Is he really the one to lead us? Their initial encounter had him brandishing a gun in a threatening manner. When it came to selecting the difficulty level, he had been timid, barely opting for a risky challenge. Now, he was recklessly giving advice, advocating for the smaller and more hazardous paths instead of the safer main road. Zhang Zimo internally dismissed Su Sheng as a burden, a liability to the team, brandishing a Glock as if it granted him authority. Shen Yunwei, too, seemed lacking in judgment. Despite wielding a shotgun, she continually sought Su Sheng's input, which he found utterly pathetic. He had heard from Wang Kai that Shen Yunwei and Su Sheng shared a special bond, seemingly cohabiting. Their arrival together at the designated meeting point today seemed to confirm this notion. Was it possible that Su Sheng excelled in certain aspects? Had Shen Yunwei become so infatuated that she lost her clarity? Thankfully, she still recognized the gravity of their situation. Otherwise, they could have found themselves in dire straits. Su Sheng, we are in a post-apocalyptic world, navigating through an unknown territory where threats lurk unseen. I must consider the entire team's safety and hope you can appreciate that. Su Sheng felt indifferent. His intention had merely been to test the waters. If persuasion failed, then force would suffice. Any rational individual with sound judgment would naturally gravitate towards the seemingly safe and expansive main road. That had been his choice initially. At present, the group's courage had yet to reach the level of embracing the unconventional for victory. Let us proceed down the central path. Everyone must remain vigilant and not let their guard down. Under Shen Yunwei's leadership, they ventured onto the most challenging main road. However, it wasn't long before they sensed something amiss. Initially, there were no apparent concerns, but as they advanced, the path grew increasingly narrow. Sister Shen, why does this road seem to be getting narrower? Little Steel Tooth voiced his anxiety. I've noticed it too. This path is significantly tighter than before. With Shen Yunwei's keen perception, it was impossible for her to overlook this change. In fact, she had recognized it earlier than anyone else, initially believing that the path would improve after a certain distance. However, to her dismay, the trail continued to constrict. Now, only enough width remained for 7 individuals to walk side by side, with the changes in space becoming starkly evident. An intense sense of crisis surged within Shen Yunwei. As she contemplated turning back to reconsider their choice, she realized that the opportunity for retreat had already vanished. Unbeknownst to them, the path behind had become ensnared in a thick, noxious purple mist, effectively sealing off their retreat. This malevolent vapor was visibly teeming with toxic molecules. intertwining and eagerly leaping about, as if they perceived the group as a sumptuous feast. At that moment, Su Sheng had donned a monstrous headpiece, fully prepared for the impending danger. Chapter 75. The terrifying plank bridge. The diffusion of the dense purple poison was remarkably swifter than the ordinary levels Su Sheng had previously encountered. The toxic particles could be seen dancing in the air, their potency evidently far more formidable. Although the mechanics of the adventure level bore similarities to the ordinary, there were subtle distinctions. Zhang Zimo, puzzled, inquired about the mask that Su Sheng had produced. Brother Sheng, what is that peculiar item? A monster's headpiece? Su Sheng succinctly elucidated its purpose, downplaying its significance. If you have masks, it would be prudent to wear them. I suspect that mist is highly toxic. Inhaling it could pose a grave threat to our lives. Toxic. The group had already found the mist obstructing their path strange, yet none had taken it too seriously. A few even contemplated traversing the poisonous fog to return to the canyon's entrance. The expansion of the mist outpaced human movement, now less than 30 meters from them. Su Sheng's warning sent shivers down their spines. In this perilous dungeon, a lethal toxin might indeed be lurking. Brother Sheng, do you have any extra masks? Can I borrow one? I actually have disposable masks in my bag. Would you like to use them? Little Steeltooth timidly suggested. Quickly, bring them out, Zhang Zimo urged. Little Steeltooth distributed the masks, and soon everyone wore blue disposable masks. Su Sheng, though, had additional upgraded gas masks in his backpack that he longed to offer to Shen Yunwei, yet he refrained, noticing she had already donned a mask. His biotechnological gas masks could withstand the noxious mist, but a mere mask offered little more than psychological reassurance. The virus was indifferent to whether one had covered their mouth and nose. It would infiltrate through the pores of the skin, gnawing away at living tissue until nothing remained. The optimal strategy to evade the poison was not through protective gear, but rather through a hasty escape, striving to avoid being consumed by the fog. Sister Shun, shall we hasten our pace? I have no desire for us all to succumb to poisoning. Shen Yue nodded gravely. The group quickened their pace, quickly jogging at a speed twice that of the encroaching mist, each member unwilling to fall behind. Before long, they encountered another obstacle, a precarious plank bridge. Even Su Sheng found himself momentarily stunned. This adventure-level bridge was narrower than its ordinary counterpart. Upon inspection, it appeared scarcely wider than an adult's foot, making it impossible to stand with both feet side by side. As they ventured further, they encountered a ghostly green swamp, emanating wisps of white smoke. This hue, often depicted in cinematic works, signifies extreme acidity, corrosiveness, and peril. The consequences of a careless misstep here were too dreadful to contemplate. In an attempt to assess the danger lurking beneath, Zhang Zimo cast a stone into the murky depths. The hissing sound of corrosion that followed rendered everyone pale with fear, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. What a treacherous path they had chosen. Regret gnawed at their hearts. Had they heeded Su Sheng's advice to take the broader road to the left or the narrow trail, their fate might have been drastically different. At that moment, the toxic mist surged closer, threatening to engulf their position. With no other choice, they steeled themselves to proceed. Shen Yunwei issued the command to cross the rickety bridge. Sister Shen, I'm acrophobic. How can I cross? I'm terrified. Xiao Gongya quavered, his legs trembling as he struggled to maintain composure. You must cross, regardless of your fear. Do you wish to be consumed by the toxic fog? Shen Yue observed the group's trepidation, realizing their lack of courage to embark upon the bridge. This passive acceptance of fate was not in her nature. She felt compelled to act. Ultimately, she resolved to be the first to traverse the narrow bridge, setting an example for the others. Taking a deep breath, she extended her arms and stepped onto the precarious structure. Everyone watched anxiously as Shen Yunwei made her crossing. Perhaps due to her experience as a pilot, she exhibited remarkable balance and coordination, traversing the bridge with ease. See? It's quite simple. We have little time to waste. Hurry across, she urged from the opposite side. Su Sheng was the second to brave the bridge. Having crossed once before, he felt no apprehension and effortlessly maintained his balance, reaching the other side without incident. Zhang Zimo, unlike Xiao Gongya, displayed an eagerness to cross rather than fear. After Su Sheng completed his passage, Zhang Zimo boldly stepped onto the bridge, moving at a deliberate pace. Next were Su Feng and Xiao Wenwen, who also navigated the bridge without difficulty. However, when it came to Xiao Gongya, calamity struck. His overwhelming fear of heights distorted his attempts to cross, leading to a sudden fall onto the bridge. In a moment of weightlessness, he crashed onto the wooden planks, tumbling about. Clinging desperately to the bridge, his legs entwined above him like a lamb ensnared. Goodness! Xiao Gongya, hold on tight. Don't let go. As the team's medical personnel, both he and his backpack were crucial to their safety. No one wished to see them in peril. A collective breath was held for him. Xiao Gongya, Stop looking down and crawl over quickly, Xin Yunwei urged, her palms clammy with anxiety. With insufficient upper body strength, Xiao Gongya struggled to maneuver, wriggling like a caterpillar as he inched forward. When he finally reached safety, it took several members of the team to lift him, preserving his life in the process. Regrettably, during the traversing, little steel-toothed spectacles fell and became one with the verdant swamp. I was utterly terrified. After successfully crossing the bridge, little steel-tooth's complexion had turned pale and weak, his legs trembled violently, and his speech was shaky. We were the ones who were nearly frightened to death. All the medicinal supplies we had gathered were in your pack. If you were to fall, whom would we hold accountable? Zhang Zimo spoke with evident displeasure. Enough. As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters, interrupted Xin Yunwei. As the toxic mist encroached, Xin Yunwei urged the remaining two brothers to hasten across the bridge. Yang Haoran, Xiao Wenwen, you two, come quickly. Once on the bridge, do not rush. Yang Haoran fared somewhat better. Although his balance was lacking, he managed to wobble his way across. Unfortunately, Xiao Wenwen, the last to traverse the narrow bridge, was not as fortunate. The toxic mist was now mere meters from the bridge. Initially, Xiao Wen maintained his balance, but he frequently glanced back to gauge the distance of the encroaching mist. This was manageable for a time, but on the third glance, his right foot slipped, and he plunged directly into the green mire. In less than an hour after entering the instance, misfortune struck. Chapter 76, New Mechanism. Mycelial Tumor. Xiao Wenwen, head down, lost all sensation the moment he made contact with the swamp. His body became immobile, gradually sinking into the mire. The corrosive sounds and the slow descent were harrowing to behold. Xin Yunwei instinctively covered her mouth, trying not to look. The others felt a tumult in their stomachs, nearly retching bile. Losing a member before the battle even commenced was something no one could accept. Zhang Zimo sighed in resignation. Had I known this path would be so treacherous, I would have chosen differently. Though unspoken, his words implicitly criticized Xin Yunwei's misguided decision. Xin Yunwei felt a pang of guilt. Had she not chosen this route, perhaps the outcome would have been entirely different. The initial setback had plunged the team's morale to its nadir, each member's face etched with anxiety. Alas, it is all my fault. Had I not delayed so long, there would have been ample time for Brother Xiao, Little Steel-Tooth lamented. I bear some responsibility as well. Xin Yunwei's tone lacked its former assertiveness, now tinged with the weight of Xiao Wenwen's demise. Su Qing appeared largely unaffected. He had been closely observing the toxic mist. Under normal difficulty mechanics, the mist would be dissipated by the swamp beneath. However, the current situation was markedly different. The mist advanced at a slightly reduced pace, yet it continued to encroach upon them. This indicated that they would still be subjected to the mist's corrosive effects, albeit the swamp could only serve to delay its impact. Given this, now is not the time for sorrow. They must seize the moment and expedite their passage through the instance. Before embarking on the dungeon, one should have considered the potential for injury and death. The path was chosen unanimously by all, and there is no need to cast blame on others or oneself. Su Qing rallied the team, uplifting their spirits. This was not the time for nostalgia. The toxic fog was still shifting, and we must hasten through the dungeon. If we encounter a narrow bridge or a rickety ropeway, we might suffer further losses. Su Sheng's words rang true. We must press on. Even the typically reticent Su Feng quietly spoke up. In this apocalyptic world, those who had survived until now were essentially elite individuals, and sentimentality was their least developed trait. Inspired by Su Sheng's remarks, the group steeled themselves and continued their advance. Su Sheng recalled vividly that not far ahead, they would encounter the bone-crushing hounds, followed by a treacherous, visibility-challenged triangular gorge, where they would soon face a confrontation. However, they had scarcely traveled when a conspicuous purple anomaly emerged in the center of the path. It was roughly the size of a small stone pillar found in pedestrian streets. Its entirety a deep violet hue, best described as a tumor. Su Sheng focused his attention to examine its attributes. Mycelial tumor, danger level, low. Basic description, a biochemical substance that nurtures and sustains a colony of insects. Properties, the mycelium continuously heals the insect swarm and grants a 30 increase in movement speed, significantly enhancing the mobility of the insect army. It is an auxiliary biochemical substance and inflicts no harm on any living being. Vulnerability, no obvious weaknesses. System recommendation, eliminate the mycelial tumor to cause the associated mycelial territory to vanish. If encountered during a battle with the insect swarm, it is imperative to clear it, or else the insect swarm will gain substantial enhancement, a 30 increase in movement speed from this substance. Such a thing is rather terrifying. The bone-crushing hounds are already swift. With the mycelium providing acceleration, their attack power and threat level would be vastly amplified. Su Sheng marveled inwardly. This substance must be eradicated immediately. What is this thing? The others hesitated to approach. Little Steel-Tooth, do you know what this is? Zhang Zimo inquired. I lost my glasses and can't see clearly now. Little Steel Tooth replied, effectively blind despite the open eyes. Even if he could see, he would likely remain unaware of the mycelial tumor's function. Su Sheng, have you seen this before? Shen Yunwei asked. Before Su Sheng could respond, a chorus of low growls echoed in their ears. 4 bone-crushing hounds materialized before them. It was unclear whether Su Sheng and his companions had intruded upon their territory or if they were simply driven by hunger. But the 4 hounds charged towards them with the swiftness of a hungry tiger. Prepare for battle. Shen Yunwei immediately issued the combat order. The 6-member team swiftly assumed fighting stances. Shen Yunwei's shotgun proved invaluable as she single-handedly dispatched 2 of the bone-crushing hounds. Su Sheng eliminated 1 with his Glock, while the others collectively took down another. After the skirmish, Shen Yunwei began assessing the team's casualties. How is everyone? Is anyone injured? Sister Shen. These bone-crushing hounds bit through my armor. If it weren't for you and Brother Zhang's timely assistance, I might have been done for. Yang Haoran had just been tackled by 2 bone-crushing hounds, his armor severely mangled by their relentless bites. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Shen Yunwei and Zhang Zimo, his arm would have surely been severed. It is no wonder this place is dubbed the Bone-Crushing Canyon. It seems the primary menace within this dungeon is indeed the bone-crushing hounds. The group had all perused Su Cheng's informative post regarding the hounds, which detailed their characteristics and vulnerabilities, accompanied by illustrative images. Yet, aside from Su Cheng and Shen Yunwei, it was the first encounter for the others, and the hounds exhibited a jaw strength rivaling that of the bat rats, coupled with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, 4 bone-crushing hounds had closed in on them. The speed of these hounds surpassed that of those I had previously encountered. I surmised that the pervasive purple tumors of the mycelium blanket might play a role in this. Su Cheng, hypothesizing, articulated the attributes of the hounds he had just observed. Following his insight, Shen Yunwei indeed sensed something amiss. The running speed of the bone-crushing hounds appeared to increase while on the mycelium blanket, but significantly diminished once they left its confines. Shen Yunwei found herself increasingly impressed by Su Cheng's keen and meticulous perception. I proposed that, as we advanced, we should eliminate these mycelium tumors. Otherwise, should we find ourselves encircled, escape would be impossible. I concurred. Shen Yunwei affirmed decisively. However, Yang Haoran voiced his concern. How exactly do we clear them? The mycelium blanket formed a 10-meter diameter circle centered around the purple tumors, teeming with writhing biological matter that instilled dread in all who beheld it. No one dared to tread upon the mycelium blanket, let alone remove the central tumors. The bone-crushing hounds could traverse it with ease, but what of us? Chapter 77, The Flame Thrower, once again displays its might. Little Steel Tooth inched closer to the mycelium blanket, prostrating himself to closely observe the juncture between the blanket and the ordinary terrain. Perhaps he wished to demonstrate his worth within the team, or perhaps he sought to atone for the personnel loss caused by his earlier actions. The material was highly active, with a strong reproductive capacity, yet posed no threat to human beings. Little Steel Tooth produced a mineral water bottle and experimentally tossed it onto the mycelium blanket. To his relief, nothing unusual occurred. Before others could dissuade him, he boldly stepped onto the blanket. See? No problem, he exclaimed, bouncing with excitement upon the mycelium blanket, which eased the concerns of his companions. Brother Ching, Sister Shen, you needn't waste bullets. This tumor can be destroyed with cold weapons. Bullets are composed of saltpeter, charcoal, sulfur, and steel, each a scarce resource. Wasting ammunition on clearing the mycelium tumors would severely diminish their firepower in the face of danger. If they found themselves without bullets at a critical moment, it could cost them dearly. At that moment, Su Cheng found himself filled with admiration for Little Steel Tooth. Initially, he had perceived him merely as a knowledgeable medical student. He was surprised to see him so willing to risk his life. He had not even disclosed the harmlessness of the mycelium blanket, yet he trusted his medical knowledge enough to put it to the test. It is worth noting that this was the apocalypse, where many phenomena defy the foundational theories of physics, chemistry, and biology. Little Steel Tooth was not mistaken. The fungal blanket tumors could be eradicated with a simple melee weapon, rendering the use of a Glock or shotgun a sheer waste of ammunition. Once the central tumor was excised, the surrounding fungal blanket appeared to lose its vitality, gradually revealing the original mountainous terrain beneath. The group managed to eliminate around 7 or 8 fungal blanket tumors before encountering a formidable pack of bone-shattering hounds. Everyone, be cautious. The bone-shattering hounds numbered approximately a dozen, more than 3 times the size of their squad, and they were on the brink of engaging in a chaotic melee. Leading the pack was a female bone-shattering hound, whose visage was familiar to Su Sheng. In this instance, she commanded the insectoid swarm with authority second only to the frenzied armored beetles. Akin to an elite creature endowed with strategic command, Although her attributes mirrored those of an ordinary bone-shattering hound, her intelligence and perceptiveness were markedly superior. With a chilling howl, the female hound signaled, and nearly two-thirds of the pack lunged forward. The group fought valiantly. Many of the bone-shattering hounds were dispatched only through the timely support of firearms from Su Sheng and Shen Yunwei. Their possession of firearms afforded them some advantage, while the others fared far worse. After enduring 2 successive battles, the remaining members' armor had been rendered nearly unrecognizable from relentless gnawing, and their stamina waned perilously. Apart from Su Feng, who managed to hold on, the others displayed palpable exhaustion. As for Little Steeltooth, he was a mere shadow of his earlier courage, having been frightened into frantic retreat during the initial skirmish, nearly falling victim to stray bullets. Before they could catch their breath, the female bone-shattering hound emitted another cry, summoning even more of her kin, surrounding Su Sheng and his companions in an impenetrable encirclement. This time, the numbers were nearly double those Su Sheng faced during his previous solo endeavor. Standing within the circle of hounds, the group appeared bewildered, their hands trembling as they clutched their bows and daggers. "We're finished. We're all going to die here." Little Steeltooth slumped to the ground, cradling his head in despair, having surrendered any semblance of resistance. Zhang Zimo furrowed his brow, beginning to regret accompanying Shen Yunwei into the dungeon. With over 100 bone-shattering hounds, the combined ammunition of Su Sheng and Shen Yunwei paled in comparison. How could they possibly hope to combat such odds? Had he foreseen the daunting challenge ahead, he would have refrained from this path, let alone descending into the dungeon. Zhang Zimo was engulfed in regret, his spirit deflated, a stark contrast to the bravado he had exuded upon entry. The mere difficulty of the adventure had them grappling with one challenge after another. He could scarcely recall the audacity and confidence he once possessed to boldly declare his intent to challenge the highest difficulty. Had they followed his advice, they would likely remain oblivious to their demise. In such dire straits, even Shen Yunwei's formidable mental fortitude faltered in the face of such a multitude of bone-shattering hounds. Slaying 10 was already a monumental task, let alone confronting dozens or even hundreds. If these creatures surged from all directions, no matter how ample their firearms and ammunition, they could not withstand such a deluge of adversaries. What other weapons do you possess? Now is not the time for concealment. Draw them forth immediately. Su Sheng urged urgently. The crowd exchanged glances. Their weapons were of such a meager caliber that nothing substantial could be produced. "I have a hand grenade," spoke the reticent Su Feng, as he retrieved a horizontal grenade from his backpack. This type of grenade frequently appears in wartime dramas, its head black, with a slender wooden handle and a thick white fuse exposed. "I salvaged this from the trading post, though I cannot guarantee its detonability." "Goodness, you've been carrying that around? Are you not afraid of blowing us all to smithereens?" Zhang Zimo exclaimed upon seeing Su Feng pull out the grenade. The device was devoid of a safety cap, rendering the fuse vulnerable and its reliability exceedingly dubious. A mere misstep could trigger an explosion. Disregarding Zhang Zimo's scorn, Su Feng inquired, "Is it useful?" "Indeed, it is quite useful. We can employ this grenade during the assault. Without such firepower, overpowering them with a flamethrower may prove rather challenging." "Very well, when the time comes, you shall throw it," commanded Su Sheng. A wave of confusion swept through the group. What could a single grenade accomplish? With so many bone-crushing hounds present, even a cannon would require multiple rounds to cleanse the area. "Brother Sheng, with so many bone-crushers, can one grenade really suffice?" Yang Haoran expressed his concerns. The grenade was not intended for the bone-crushing hounds. Su Sheng was contemplating a method of extermination. The frenzied beetles possessed formidable regenerative capabilities. Without the grenade, the substantial damage it could inflict in a short span might render them difficult to eliminate. "I have other strategies to deal with them. Do not discard this grenade," Su Sheng stated, producing a small model from his pocket. "What is this? Miniature explosives?" "The quantity is insufficient." Su Sheng shook his head. As he adjusted it into combat mode, the group suddenly understood the nature of the weapon. A flamethrower. To their astonishment, this weapon resembled a multifunctional capsule from a comic book, akin to the Ant-Man shrinking technology in Marvel. It even featured both enlarged and minimized modes. No wonder Su Sheng exuded such confidence. He possessed this extraordinary weapon. The bone-crushing hounds were most vulnerable to fire, and the flamethrower could deliver widespread and efficient damage. Its deterrent and lethal capabilities far exceeded those of a Glock by several magnitudes. Chapter 78. Brother Sheng is incredible. Upon unveiling the flamethrower, the expressions of anxiety on the faces of the crowd transformed into shock and skepticism. How could he possibly possess such a weapon? Instinctively, they glanced at their bows, daggers, and machetes, realizing they were predominantly armed with cold weaponry for close combat, while Su Sheng had somehow acquired a complete set of flamethrower gear. As long as there was ample fuel in the back, this device would surely dominate the battlefield. The envy in their eyes was unmistakable. It was no wonder Su Xing had spoken with such conviction upon joining the team. His weaponry had undergone several upgrades, and now he wielded chemical flames. Their own arms offered them little advantage against the bone-crushing hounds, proving to be more useless than mere sticks. You stand beside me, synchronizing our direction at all times, aiding in the eradication of the bone-crushing hounds that surge forth. Everyone heeds my command. The immediate priority is to eliminate the beasts that dare approach Su Sheng. Xin Yunwei firmly issues the order. There is no dissent among the group. At this moment, safeguarding Su Sheng is of utmost importance. As long as Su Sheng is protected, the flamethrower will continuously unleash flames, incinerating these bone-crushing hounds into charred remains. With a resounding howl, the command is given, and the surrounding bone-crushing hounds advance upon us like famished wolves, saliva dripping from their maws. The first to confront Su Sheng is the bone-crushing hound charging from the north, the closest to us. With a decisive click, the ignition button is activated, and a fireball as thick as a thigh erupts from the flamethrower's nozzle. This fierce column of flames reflects the essence of death in the eyes of the 20 or so bone-crushing hounds to the north, their faces betraying expressions of terror and confusion. However, without an order from the female hound to evade, they can only charge headlong into the inferno. The outcome is predictable. As Su Sheng lightly oscillates, all 20 hounds are reduced to ashes, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Next, the hounds from the east are met with the same fate, as Su Sheng deftly redirects the flamethrower's nozzle. The 20 or so hounds in the east are similarly engulfed in deadly flames. The intense heat disorients them, prompting involuntary rolls on the ground accompanied by their mournful howls. Soon, they cease their struggles, transformed into mere barbecued remnants. Occasionally, a nimble hound manages to evade Su Sheng's lethal flames, only to be swiftly dispatched by those guarding him, including Su Feng and Xin Yunwei. In less than 10 minutes, the flamethrower has incinerated 50 to 60 bone-crushing hounds, effectively having the enemy's numbers. The female hound, sensing the lethal nature of the flames, immediately commands the other hounds to retreat. Consequently, the remaining hounds withdraw to a distance beyond the reach of Su Sheng's flamethrower. Excellent. They are frightened, Zhou Xiaolu exclaims, elated to see the hounds begin to retreat. However, Su Sheng shakes his head. This situation mirrors the previous encounter almost exactly. They are not retreating. Rather, they are maintaining a safe distance from the flamethrower, encircling us without any intention to flee. At this moment, Xin Yunwei breathes a sigh of relief. Fortunate indeed to have Su Sheng here. Otherwise, she and her companions would have been torn to shreds. Having consumed merely 1/10 of the fuel, over 50 bone-crushing hounds have already been eliminated. The eradication of the remaining hounds is entirely within reach. Zhang Zimo, noticing the turn of events, begins to flatter. Brother Sheng is formidable. We are fortunate to have you here. How about this, Brother Sheng? You take command from here on out. Sister Xin, I do not mean to undermine your authority, but with Brother Sheng wielding the flamethrower, it is best we follow his lead. Both Su Sheng and Xin Yunwei furrow their brows in response. Zhang Zimo was certainly not targeting Xin Yunwei, yet his words undoubtedly bore deeper connotations worthy of contemplation. Su Sheng, weary of such chaotic musings, decisively declined. I lack the capability. It is best left to Xin Yunwei. Regarding the team's operations, I can offer suggestions, but we should deliberate collectively. All right, Shengu, we shall heed your counsel, Zhang Zimo chuckled. Xin Yunwei forced a smile to mask her embarrassment. It was not that she coveted the command. Rather, the mere suggestion had left her feeling somewhat humiliated. Wait, why aren't these bone-crushing hounds retreating? Hold on, their numbers seem to have replenished. Before the group could catch their breath, they noticed something amiss around them. This pack of bone-crushing hounds neither dared to attack nor retreat, continuously bolstering their formation from all directions. Su Sheng had just vanquished over 50. Yet nearly 100 had emerged anew. Before panic could seize them, the bone-crushing hounds dispersed like a tide, creating a pathway. From behind their ranks emerged a bizarre creature, the frenzied beetle. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief at the sight of the enormous beetle. A multitude of bone-crushing hounds accompanied by this terrifying creature. What astonished them most was that the beetle bore an uncanny resemblance to the gas-masked Su Sheng wore. Xing Shengge, did you acquire your mask from it? No, I obtained it from a treasure chest. It is a piece of biotechnological equipment, Su Sheng replied casually. This is not the time to discuss masks. While they hesitate to charge us, we must clear the nearby fungal tumors to eliminate their enhancements. Only then do we stand a chance of victory. I concur. Xin Yunwei firmly supported Su Sheng's proposal. Xingge, focus on using the flamethrower. Let us have the Glock for ourselves, enhancing our frontal firepower, Zhang Zimo suggested. Su Sheng glanced at the Glock automatic pistol at his waist. Zhang Zimo's reasoning held merit. If he employed the flamethrower, he could not wield the Glock. making it prudent to allocate it to them for better self-protection against close assaults. However, to whom should he entrust it? Zhang Zimo? Su Xing silently dismissed that notion. Despite Zhang Zimo's consistent politeness, an uneasy premonition lingered in Su Xing's mind. Among all the teammates, his wariness towards Zhang Zimo was the highest. Even if a weapon were to be delegated, it could not be given to him. As for Xiao Gongya, Zhou Xiaolu would be disregarded. He likely wouldn't even know how to handle a firearm. Su Xing held a favorable impression of Su Feng. Both his character and actions had proven reliable. Just moments ago, Su Feng was one of the most diligent bodyguards, second only to Xin Yue. Entrusting the weapon to him seemed a wise decision. Su Feng, do you know how to use a gun? I have shot targets at the shooting range before. All right. This gun has no safety. Pulling the trigger will fire it, Su Xing patiently explained to Su Feng, handing him 5 magazines of ammunition. Zhang Zimo, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. Why was he not given the weapon? Handing it to a mute goalkeeper, what did that signify? Chapter 79. Congratulations on leading your team to clear the bone-shattering canyon, adventure level. The process of clearing the fungal carpet proved to be rather arduous. Each time Su Sheng and his companions approached a tumor of the fungal carpet, the surrounding bone shredders would snarl ferociously, as if defending their very lifeblood. However, Su Xing was well prepared for this expedition, equipped with ample fuel. Any bone shredder that dared obstruct his efforts to eliminate the fungal tumor would be reduced to cinders. The entire canyon was permeated with the acrid scent of charred flesh, a pungent reminder of the battle. Once the fungal carpet was cleared, the number of bone shredders had also dwindled significantly at the hands of Su Xing and his team. At this juncture, the frenzied armored beetle began to slowly writhe its formidable body. After a certain distance, it abruptly contracted the muscles on either side of its maw, forcefully expelling a stream of viscous green phlegm that erupted from its mouth. This highly corrosive acid splattered directly onto Yang Haoren's chest. The moment the acid made contact with his armor, a plume of white smoke erupted. By the heavens! Yang Haoren gasped in terror, hastily shedding his armor before the acid could corrode through it. Within mere seconds of hitting the ground, the armor had already sustained a gaping scar the size of a bowl, a sight that sent adrenaline surging through everyone present. Upon witnessing the fate of his armor, Yang Haoren's face turned ashen. Fortuitously, he had donned a layer of armor. Had the acid struck his face directly, it would have spelled certain doom. Everyone, be cautious. This creature's saliva is exceedingly corrosive, Xin Yunwei cautioned. Bang, bang, bang. Su Feng took aim at the frenzied armored beetle and squeezed the trigger 3 times in quick succession. However, the bullets merely tickled it, producing only a few sparks and some odd sounds, without inflicting any significant damage. Is it ineffective? Xin Yue stared in disbelief at the armored beetle before her. Its exterior shell was as robust and impenetrable as armor, rendering even small firearms futile against it. Did you notice? Its lower abdomen is unprotected by shell, Su Xing pointed out, and indeed, the others observed the absence of armor in that vulnerable area. Its weakness resembled that of a tank, most susceptible to attacks from below. The group was deeply impressed by Su Xing's keen insight. It was perhaps one of the reasons he had risen to prominence as a popular science figure. If Su Sheng had not pointed it out, no one would have discerned that the creature's weakness lay in its lower abdomen. Su Feng, look for an opportunity to toss a grenade beneath its belly. The rest of us will pressure it to create an opening for you. Proceed with caution. Avoid its acidic saliva at all costs. Su Xing methodically assigned tasks to his comrades. Su Feng's mission was fraught with peril. Should he lack agility, it would be tantamount to a death wish, akin to a suicide squad member. Yet, if he could successfully place the grenade beneath the armored beetle, Su Sheng would unleash the full power of his flamethrower to eliminate the threat entirely. Without hesitation, Su Feng agreed to the plan. Once the strategy to confront the fervent beetle was firmly established, the group began to advance flexibly, creating opportunities for Su Feng. Meanwhile, Su Feng positioned himself behind the others, preparing for a flanking maneuver. The fervent beetle incessantly spewed acidic saliva from its maw, leading the remaining skeletal hounds in a final, large-scale assault against Su Xing and his companions. Xin Yue had already commanded the frontline team members to disperse, like petals scattered in the wind, drawing attention from various directions. Su Feng, too, utilized his Glock to eliminate the skeletal hounds in his path as he swiftly maneuvered behind the fervent beetle. Everyone held their breath for Su Feng. With the pin pulled, he accurately threw the grenade beneath the beetle's belly. Boom. The vintage explosive unleashed a tremendous force, obliterating half of the beetle's legs. Its body swayed unsteadily, toppling to the ground, its small, bean-sized eyes turning white, having lost all sensation. Now's your chance. Su Sheng, hurry, burn it. Xin Yunwei urged anxiously. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xing cranked up the power of the flamethrower to the maximum and unleashed a torrent of flames upon the fervent beetle. The roaring inferno completely engulfed the creature, and the group could even hear the crackling sounds emanating from the flames. Its body, tissues, and exoskeleton were all seared by the intense heat. This ordeal continued for a full 5 minutes, after which alerts from the system echoed in their ears. Congratulations on leading your team through the Bone Fragment Canyon adventure level. Remaining reward attempts this week. 01. You have received the completion rewards. 30 intermediate iron blocks. 15 advanced iron blocks. 14 intermediate steel plates. You have received the completion rewards. 3 boxes of French breads. You have received the completion rewards. 3 bottles of painkillers. You have received the completion rewards. 5 units of antibiotics. You have received the completion rewards. 3 units of antiviral infection injectors. You have received the completion rewards. 1 set of surgical instruments. You have received the completion rewards. 3 3D maps. You have received the completion rewards. 2 pollution purifiers. You have received the completion rewards. 1 diesel generator blueprint. You have received the completion rewards. 1 high-efficiency diesel generator blueprint. You have received the completion rewards. 1 design blueprint for the 47 model. You have received the completion rewards. 3 high-visibility detection lights. You have received the completion rewards. 1 set of tactical walkie-talkies. A series of system notifications regarding rewards materialized before the group. An array of useful items and equipment came into view, all of which promised significant utility. It was unclear whether it was due to the team's successful dungeon run or the increased difficulty of the challenge they faced. But this time's rewards far surpassed what Su Sheng had received during his previous solo endeavor at the ordinary level, though the quality was not as high. He initially believed that this instance would unveil another Commander-S invitation or perhaps a high-tech gadget akin to an extreme backpack. However, that was not the case. The rewards included supplies, materials, medicines, firearms, 3-dimensional maps, pollution purifiers, power generation kits, and blueprints for weaponry. Each of these items invigorated his teammates' visual and nervous systems with heightened excitement every passing second. Su Sheng carefully observed the expressions and gazes of his comrades. Although they concealed their greed and exhilaration well, he still discerned traces of their emotions. Shen Yue steadied her demeanor, projecting her authority as captain. This was both her most exhilarating and her most nerve-wracking moment. No one could tell if anyone might betray the group after they cleared the level, seizing the fruits of their victory. Had Shen Yue not stepped forward promptly, a chain of suspicion could have easily ensued. It was crucial that they refrain from conflict or rivalry at this juncture. In Chapter 80, Counting the Gains, Shen Yue endeavored to stabilize everyone's emotions and initiated discussions on how to allocate the rewards for their successful clearance. Besides these items, the corpse of the frenzied beetle also had to be considered, particularly its head, which appeared to offer remarkable protective capabilities, surpassing even professional gas masks. Su Sheng had contributed the most and thus deserved to select first, both in fairness and reason. Had it not been for his presence, they might have perished in the instance long ago. His selection met with unanimous agreement from the team. The next choice was conferred upon Su Feng, who had also made significant contributions. Had he not risked his life to throw a grenade beneath the frenzied beetle, the instance would not have concluded so swiftly. The subsequent selections were Zhang Zimo and Shen Yue. Originally, Su Sheng suggested that Shen Yue choose first, but she humbly relinquished her priority to Zhang Zimo. Demonstrating her modesty as the captain, Su Sheng found this difficult to comprehend. Shen Yue had just emerged from a fierce battle, maintaining command and perpetually adjusting the team's morale. This role, though often overlooked, was indispensable. Without her, the team would have fragmented, each member pursuing their own paths, leading to certain disaster. Nonetheless, since she had expressed her decision, Su Sheng refrained from further commentary. Zhang Zimo's reaction surprised Su Sheng even more. Upon Shen Yue's suggestion, he shamelessly accepted the priority. One might think he had accomplished a great feat. Yang Haoran had not exerted much effort, and Little Steeltooth had merely tagged along, placing them at the end of the selection line to pick up whatever items others did not want. Once the order of selection for the rewards was established, Su Sheng began to sift through the options. The rewards for clearing the adventure level were plentiful, yet most were of little use to him. For instance, he already had an abundance of supplies and 3-dimensional maps. As for the pollution purifier, with its meager daily purification capacity of 300, it paled in comparison to his first item, which could purify 1,500 daily. He also dismissed the 2 diesel generators, as he possessed a highly efficient solar power system that generated energy daily without loss. The diesel generator, with its low efficiency, is burdensome not only for its energy consumption but also for the incessant noise it produces. This cacophony disrupts sleep and potentially attracts nearby zombies, leading one to believe it can only be operated during daylight hours. The group anxiously awaited Su Sheng's decision, each harboring their own coveted items. However, Due to the order of selection, they could only silently bury their wishes and hope that others would not choose what they desired. From their expressions and glances, Su Sheng discerned their concealed thoughts. This was unmistakable. Ultimately, he selected half of the medium to high-grade materials and a portion of the medicines, along with 30 kilograms of saltpeter and a design blueprint for a device. I will take these. The rest is yours to choose, Su Sheng declared, feeling that he had already claimed a modest share. Given his contributions to the team, taking 80 of the rewards would have elicited no objections from the others. Were it not for his flamethrower repeatedly providing crucial support, several team members would have surely met a gruesome fate at the jaws of the bone-crushing hounds. However, Su Sheng felt it prudent to refrain from taking what he could easily forego. To him, these items were of little significance, yet they held great value for others. If he were to collect everything, he would likely face betrayal before even exiting the dungeon. Brother Sheng, is that your final choice? Yang Haoran inquired, puzzled. Yes, I am done. You may proceed, Su Sheng replied, prompting expressions of confusion among the group. Well, Su Sheng certainly knows how to navigate social dynamics. As the individual with the greatest contributions to the team, he had taken so little. Just moments ago, Shen Yue had deliberately avoided the sensitive topic of how many items each person could select. The quantity taken was entirely a matter of personal integrity. The pollution purifier. It can cleanse 300 units of contaminated water daily. While that may seem minimal, it is certainly preferable to trading for clean water every day. The diesel generator. These two blueprints symbolize the dawn of the electrical age. Wang Kai, with just one generator design, had been lauded in the district's discussion group. How could Su Sheng overlook such valuable items? If they were listed in the trading post, they would undoubtedly be snatched up in an instant. If they appeared on the forum, they would spark immense discussion. Su Sheng had indeed surprised them all. At this moment, Shen Yunwei displayed a look of astonishment and delight. Very well done. Su Sheng had set a commendable precedent. As the team's most significant contributor, his modest selection would undoubtedly discourage others from taking excessively. Su Feng stepped forward, sifting through the pile of medium to high-grade materials, ultimately taking 12. In addition to the materials, he also chose a three-dimensional map. As he pondered his options, his gaze fell upon the head of a frenzied beetle. Su Feng adhered to the rules, demonstrating great courtesy while selecting his rewards. Zhang Zimo, however, was less scrupulous. He immediately gathered all remaining medium to high-grade materials, followed by the leftover medicines and the design blueprint for the efficient diesel generator. When he contemplated taking the purifier as well, he hesitated for 2 seconds before deciding against it. Sister Shun, I have made my selections, he announced. Shen Yunwei nodded in acknowledgement. She chose the pollution purifier, a tactical radio, and the blueprint for a standard diesel generator. The remaining items were divided between Yang Haoran and Little Steel Tooth. Little Steel Tooth took some basic supplies, a surgical kit, and a high-lumen detection light. Sister Shun, may I take this corpse back for dissection and research? He inquired. No problem, take it away. Shen Yue readily agreed. Su Sheng silently sighed to himself. The head of the frenzied beetle could be fashioned into a gas mask. However, the true treasure lay in its shell, capable of integrating advanced materials. By accessing the synthesis page and adding high-grade materials, one could create biotechnological gear that was not only lightweight and portable but also offered exceptional protective capabilities without sacrificing mobility. Compared to those cumbersome armors, his protective gear was mere refuse. Seeing that no one voiced any objections, Su Sheng chose to remain silent. He harbored a hint of selfishness, believing it preferable for Shen Yue to receive the prize. Logically, she should have been the third choice and ended up with very few items. For now, it was best to wait. Once Little Steel Tooth completed the dissection, he could acquire it from him and present it to Shen Yue. After making their choices, the group engaged in some exchanges. Sister Shun, shall we exit now? It's likely getting dark outside, Yang Haoran suggested, recalling the harrowing scene of being besieged by a pack of dogs. Shen Yue, however, shook her head. No rush. I have my own plans. The Bone-Shattering Gorge was a weekly dungeon, allowing for rewards each week. They could utilize the remaining time to explore other areas of the dungeon and familiarize themselves with all the mechanics. If they were to attempt the dungeon again, they should aim for a flawless run. Chapter 81. Stockpiling Weapons Over Provisions. Every corner is a granary. Shen Yunwei was thinking long-term. Besides rewards, information was equally crucial. Mastering the mechanics of the dungeon would expedite future runs. Furthermore, this knowledge could serve as a core selling point for attracting new members to their alliance. Her decision was met with unanimous approval. With the danger in the dungeon having diminished, Shen Yunwei chose to split the team into two. Su Sheng, Shen Yunwei, and Little Steel Tooth formed one group, while Zhang Zimo, Yang Haoran, and Su Feng composed the other. The two teams would explore different paths within the dungeon and reconvene at the entrance once they had gathered sufficient information. Zhang Zimo felt a twinge of discomfort. He could not comprehend why others had looked at Su Xing with such admiration. Was it merely because he had taken less? Did these people not realize the value of the 47 design blueprint, which was far superior to any other item? Had they not heard the adage? Stockpile grain, not weapons. And your home is a granary. Stockpile weapons without grain, and every place is a granary. Stockpile both weapons and grain, and you are a mountain king. He, Su Sheng, Xin Yunwei, and Su Feng had all neglected those basic supplies. With advanced weaponry and superior technology, why would they fear a lack of such items? As the mid to late stage approached, it seemed that without the hoarding of at least 1 or 2 rooms of provisions, it would be nearly impossible to make it onto the top 100 list. The Type 47 was the mainstream assault rifle, possessing formidable lethality and reliability. Su Xing had enough saltpeter to refine and synthesize ammunition. Was the district not traversing horizontally? He took it, yet bore an expression that suggested he had suffered a significant loss, feigning generosity towards his teammates. Zhang Zimo's growing aversion led him to entertain thoughts of betrayal. He surveyed his companions, Su Feng and Yang Haoren. When they had split up earlier, Su Xing had instructed Su Feng to carry the gun, promising to return it upon exiting the instance to avoid any potential troubles along the way. Meanwhile, Xin Yue was undoubtedly aligned with Su Xing, possessing a shotgun and a flamethrower. However, armed solely with cold weapons, there was no way to make a significant impact. Yet, if he could win Su Feng over to his side, fully utilizing that Glock, the likelihood of success would undoubtedly increase. However, Su Feng was not only mute but also rather thick-headed. From the moment Zhang Zimo entered the instance, he recognized that persuading him would not be an easy task. Zhang Zimo's plan was to first sway Yang Haoren. Although this fellow had developed well, his early success was purely based on luck, lacking personal opinions and merely following the crowd when faced with challenges. With some effort and persuasion, he was sure to be convinced. With the two of them attempting to persuade Su Feng, the chances of success would be significantly higher. Su Feng, Haoren and I are going to check that area, Zhang Zimo said, pulling Yang Haoren to a slope off to the side. Hey, brother Zhang, isn't there a cliff over there? What is there to see? Did you discover some mechanism? Yang Haoren asked, genuinely confused. Nothing particularly interesting. I wanted to discuss something with you. Zhang Zimo subtly shared his thoughts with Yang Haoren. Upon hearing this, Yang Haoren was taken aback, staring at Zhang Zimo in disbelief. He never anticipated that Zhang Zimo would entertain such an idea. Brother Zhang, you can't be serious, can you? Yang Haoren inquired cautiously. If this matter were to reach Su Xing's ears, not only would today's rewards be unattainable, but he might also find himself in a precarious situation. Clinging to Su Sheng's coattails, he was content with the rewards he could easily acquire without much effort. Content to just drift along? Yang Haoren, you truly do not value your own life, Zhang Zimo retorted. Yang Haoren was quite clear about his position. He was merely a drifter, tagging along with the big shots to reap the rewards. You were just standing in front of Su Xing, weren't you? You witnessed the power of that acidic saliva. Had you not been in front of him, his flamethrower would have been rendered useless by the acid long ago. Tell me, who deserves more credit for protecting Su Xing, you or him? Without you, his flamethrower would be utterly ineffective. Zhang Zimo began to twist the facts, embellishing his actions. It was indeed Zhang Zimo who happened to stand in front of Su Xing. Yet he managed to frame it as if he had sacrificed himself to shield Su Xing from the acid. One was passive, the other active. Anyone lacking personal insight would struggle to navigate such a convoluted narrative. Despite Zhang Zimo's grandiloquent words, Yang Haoren felt a twinge of concern. Brother Zhang, if we proceed with this, and it fails, it could cost us dearly. Su Feng possesses a firearm now. We should persuade him together, and if successful, the rewards shall be equally shared. Do not overthink it, just decide whether we shall proceed. Zhang Zimo finally inquired. After pondering for a few minutes, Yang Haoren gritted his teeth and declared, I'm in, brother Zhang. The prospect of substantial rewards was an immense allure for Yang Haoren. However, he undeniably lacked independent thought. He had neither a firearm nor advanced technology, merely a blustering facade. Zhang Zimo, emboldened to betray the more formidable Su Sheng and Xin Yunwei, could just as easily silence Yang Haoren after the deed, seizing his share as well. Once the two had reached an agreement, they sought out Su Feng. Whereupon Zhang Zimo commenced his persuasive discourse. Unlike Yang Haoren's blunt approach, Zhang Zimo's words were now more diplomatic, serving as a probing attempt. Although Su Feng was taciturn, he was far from foolish. He immediately discerned Zhang Zimo's intention to recruit him for a betrayal. Zhang Zimo, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. They will lead to no favorable outcome. Su Feng firmly asserted his stance. Was Zhang Zimo truly interested in him? Highly unlikely. His interest lay in the Glock pistol temporarily entrusted to Su Feng by Su Xing. Was Yang Haoren devoid of wit, unable to perceive the stakes? Zhang Zimo, having been exposed, ceased to conceal his motives. Su Feng, do not think I would neglect a friend when fortune smiles. I believe you to be a decent person and do not wish to be your adversary. I suggest you reconsider. There is nothing to reconsider. There is no room for negotiation. I will inform team leadership about this matter right now. Su Feng, with his square face, issued a grave warning to Zhang Zimo. Yet, Zhang Zimo dismissed him entirely, having prepared for this eventuality. If collaboration was possible, they would join forces. If not, then information must not be leaked. Just as Su Feng finished speaking, Yang Haoran appeared behind him, plunging a sharp dagger into his back. Zhang Zimo, observing Su Feng collapse in a pool of blood, kicked his body over and swiftly drew the Glock from his waist. He inspected the magazine for remaining bullets, and his eyes gleamed with avarice as a sinister grin spread across his face. Su Feng, I offered you a chance, but you failed to appreciate it. Let us depart. Chapter 82. Executed on the spot. Led by Shen Yuwei, accompanied by Su Sheng and Xiao Gangya, the trio explored another narrow path. Shen Yuwei was astonished to discover that, although the entrance appeared exceedingly narrow and rugged, the pathway widened considerably as they ventured further, ultimately becoming broader than the two main roads combined. Witnessing this scene stirred a sense of discomfort within her. Had she heeded Su Sheng's advice and chosen this path instead of the seemingly reliable main road, the outcome could have been entirely different. Xiaowen might not have met his demise, and the alliance could still retain a reliable ally. Su Sheng, keenly attuned to Shen Yuwei's emotions, reassured her, do not dwell too harshly on the past. Su Sheng shrugged, deeming Shen Yuwei's concerns entirely unwarranted. He understood her sense of responsibility. However, if they were to falter repeatedly at this hurdle, it would indeed be indefensible. In Su Sheng's mind, Shen Yuwei was a captain imbued with a strong sense of duty, overseeing the designated area. Sentimentality and indecisiveness were not in her character. He felt fortunate that only one individual had perished during this expedition. I believe you should be grateful that Xiao Wenwen met his end on the narrow bridge. Why do you say that? Shen Yuwei inquired, perplexed. If he hadn't died, we might have had to contend with another adversary. Su Sheng began to explain delicately, wishing to avoid being labeled as detrimental to their unity. Initially, Shen Yuwei was bewildered, but soon realized, are you suggesting that Zhang Zimo might betray us? I never uttered such words that could harm our cohesion, he clarified. I merely emphasized the necessity of preparing for all unforeseen crises. Circumstances and individuals alike warrant consideration. From a human perspective, Su Sheng held trust in Su Feng. Otherwise, he would not have delegated the Glock to him. However, Zhang Zimo and Yang Haoran were another matter entirely. Su Sheng's initial impression of Zhang Zimo was far from favorable, despite his constant address of Brother Sheng. There was an underlying deceitfulness to him. Little Steel Tooth frowned and cautioned, Brother Sheng, I doubt Zhang Ge would act in such a manner. When selecting rewards, I noticed he was eager to claim the purification device, yet ultimately, he relinquished it to Sister Shen. Shen Yuwei nodded in agreement, recalling how Zhang Zimo had intended to take the purification device, but ultimately withdrew his hand and offered it to her instead. Su Sheng vehemently denied their thoughts. Your reasoning is perilously flawed. Zhang Zimo has adeptly manipulated situations in his office. Even Shen Yunwei believed him. This gesture is overtly conspicuous, intended for them to observe. If Zhang Zimo were truly loyal, his character would compel him to seize as much as he could. Conversely, if he harbored intentions of betrayal, he would deliberately understate his rewards to cultivate trust among his peers. Zhang Zimo had already achieved his objective, and even Shen Yunwei concurred with this assessment. Such tactics were remarkably simplistic, yet if executed skillfully at the opportune moment, even Shen Yunwei could be deceived. Little Steel Tooth, being a naive and candid intern, recognized the scheme, which spoke volumes. It was akin to how, prior to the Great Depression, even the shoeshine boys on the street were aware of the need to invest. With Su Sheng's guidance, Shen Yuwei experienced a moment of clarity, her face instantly reflecting a look of alarm. The likelihood of Zhang Zimo's betrayal in her mind surged from 10 to 90%. They could not afford to be complacent. The trio promptly began devising preventative measures. Brother Sheng, team leader Shen, have you completed your assessment so swiftly? Upon encountering the two groups, Zhang Zimo approached with a beaming smile. Curiously, however, he was accompanied only by Yang Haoran, with no sign of Su Feng. Shen Yuwei, Su Sheng, and Little Steel Tooth exchanged grave glances, their expressions deepening in seriousness. Su Sheng's foresight had indeed proven accurate. As Shen Yunwei's adrenaline gradually surged, her bodily functions subtly adjusted, preparing to respond to any sudden developments. Instead of answering Zhang Zimo's inquiry, she asked, why are only the two of you here? Where is Su Feng? Zhang Zimo, maintaining his composure, replied calmly. Su Feng has discovered a remarkable cave and sent me to summon you both. A cave? What kind of cave? Xin Yue inquired. It appears to be a nitrate mine. I'm not sure how much is inside. We should hurry to check it out. Zhang Zimo adeptly gauged their thoughts. Both Su Xing and Xin Yue had upgraded to firearms, making their demand for ammunition substantial. How much ammunition could be synthesized from 30 kilograms of nitrate? A few magazines would be exhausted in no time. Now, with Su Xing having obtained the blueprints for the 47 design, a large nitrate mine was an irresistible temptation for them. Su Feng's absence and Zhang Zimo's invitation to the nitrate mine only served to solidify suspicions of his betrayal. Su Sheng exchanged a knowing glance with Xin Yunwei. Their thoughts intertwined. Zhang Zimo, perceptive as ever, sensed the unease. Any ordinary person would exhibit excitement upon hearing about a large nitrate mine. Yet Su Xing and Xin Yue remained cautious, ever so vigilant. Little Steeltooth trembled slightly, as if wishing to disappear into the ground. It seemed these three had already grown wary of him. Zhang Zimo subtly gestured to Yang Haoran, signaling readiness for action. Captain Shun, we must leave quickly. Su Feng is waiting, and we risk trouble if we delay. Zhang Zimo discreetly placed his hand on his right hip. Be careful, he has a gun. Xin Yunwei, trained in the art of combat, recognized Zhang Zimo's intent to draw a weapon. No sooner had the words left her lips than Zhang Zimo swiftly drew his automatic pistol, aiming at Su Sheng's chest and pulling the trigger 3 times in quick succession. The sound of gunfire echoed. 3 shots rang out, yet Su Sheng did not collapse. Instead, the air was filled with the crisp sound of metallic clinks. Zhang Zimo's brow furrowed in disbelief. What is going on? Is Su Sheng made of steel? How is he unharmed? He noted that Su Sheng wore merely a shirt, unlike others clad in heavy armor. Through the torn fabric, Zhang Zimo glimpsed the tight-fitting gear beneath Su Sheng's clothing, its color and shape reminiscent of the shell that had just been obliterated by a grenade and searing flames. Xin Yue reacted swiftly, denying Zhang Zimo another opportunity to fire. 2 rounds of buckshot struck Zhang Zimo's torso with a resounding thud. As the pellets discharged under high pressure, they fragmented into countless small shards, easily penetrating Zhang Zimo's body. The two stood less than 5 meters apart. Upon being hit, Zhang Zimo was propelled backward, dropping his Glock in the process. He was instantly incapacitated. Chapter 83, Compensation. Yang Haoran stood frozen in shock, utterly astonished. The remnants of the shotgun pellets embedded themselves in his thigh and penetrated into his calf bone, causing him to collapse to the ground. Rolling in agony and pleading for help. It hurts so much. Help me. Yang Haoran cast a beseeching glance towards Su Sheng and Xin Yunwei, who were slowly approaching him. Brother Shang, Sister Shen, please save me. Meanwhile, Xiao Gongya stood frozen in place, still reeling from the recent gunfire. Was Zhang Zimo truly dead? The act of shooting and the finality of death transpired in an instant. Xin Yue immediately retrieved the Glock, while Su Sheng promptly stepped on Yang Haoran's calf, which bore the marks of gunfire. Where is Su Feng? I'll tell you everything. Zhang Zimo, the pillar of support for Yang Haoran, had fallen so cleanly that Yang feared his own fate would not be any better. Damn it! Why had he foolishly agreed to betray alongside Zhang Zimo? Zhang had assured him of his prowess with firearms, promising success with an automatic pistol, and indeed, his draw, aim, and shot were executed with fluid precision. Although Xin Yunwei had reacted, her long gun was slower in response. After 3 shots, even a common beast would have perished. Yet, Su Xing appeared unscathed. Who would have imagined he was wearing skin-tight protective gear beneath his clothing? How much more advanced technology did Su Sheng possess? Yang Haoran felt as though he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. The truth lay submerged beneath the surface, perhaps forever beyond his reach. Zhang Zimo, as a member of the 300, had met his end with such abrupt finality, the entire process devoid of any superfluous words. Yang Haoran's mind raced in turmoil, panic overwhelming him. Still, he sought to salvage his own life. Surely, revealing the truth could spare him? Su Xing, lacking patience for idle chatter, pressed his foot firmly on Yang Haoran's wound. Speak quickly. Yang Haoran confessed everything, how Zhang Zimo had betrayed them, his failed attempts to sway Su Feng, and the subsequent betrayal of Su Feng, detailing it all with utmost clarity. Xin Yunwei, upon hearing this, was taken aback and pressed. Where is Su Feng now? What is his exact location? Surely, this revelation could save a life? Su Xing delivered a harsh kick to Yang Haoran, annoyed at his lingering hesitation. I'll tell you. Brother Shang, stop stepping on me. It hurts. Yang Haoran promptly divulged the details of their uprising and its specific location. Su Sheng glanced at his wristwatch. There may still be a chance to save him. Let us hurry. Following Yang Haoran's directions, the trio swiftly arrived at the scene of the incident. Su Feng lay unconscious, barely breathing, sprawled in a pool of blood, exhaling without inhaling. Witnessing this, Xiao Gongya rushed forward to assess his condition. Is there any hope? Shen Yue inquired urgently. He has a 4-centimeter stab wound in his back, which has affected any vital organs, but he has lost a significant amount of blood. Xiao Gongyao provided a professional diagnosis, concluding that survival was highly unlikely. Upon witnessing the dire situation, Shen Yue furrowed her elegant brows. During their separate operations, she ought to have provided Su Feng's team with a walkie-talkie. As the leader, she felt somewhat remiss and less comprehensive in her considerations than Su Xing. Xiao Gongyao, what on earth is happening? After all this time, there has been no response at all. Zhou Xiaolu set down his backpack and promptly began to staunch the bleeding, clean the wounds, suture, and bandage. Yet after considerable effort, Su Feng remained unresponsive. I don't know. I've done my utmost. If it comes to it, let us give him that, Shen Yue instructed. Sister Shen, are you certain? Shen Yunwei nodded earnestly. It was her oversight, and she would bear the responsibility. Zhou Xiaolu retrieved a large purple capsule from his backpack, roughly the size of a fingertip. Su Sheng focused intently, glancing at its attributes. Automatic healing capsule rarity, rare description. Upon ingestion, it can adjust the human repair system within 30 minutes, proving effective for minor injuries. While it may not completely heal severe wounds, it can restore a degree of vitality. Main functions and value. Extremely high medical value. Can be consumed in advance to ensure optimal combat effectiveness within 30 minutes. System recommendation, essential for logistical medical support. An automatic healing capsule? Such a medical tool exists? Su Xing marveled internally. The notion of both active repair and preemptive consumption was indeed astonishing. He could now comprehend why everyone had been so anxious when Zhou Xiaolu nearly fell off the precarious bridge. Beyond the basic medicinal supplies, they possessed this rare-grade healing capsule. Su Xing cast a discreet glance at Shen Yue. She had concealed it quite well. Even he was unaware of such a remedy within the team. Don't look at me with those eyes. Shen Yunwei shot him a glare in return. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Gongyao placed the capsule into Su Feng's mouth, assisting him with a few sips of water. After a few moments, Su Feng slowly opened his eyes. The first words out of his recovering mouth were, "Someone has betrayed us." His hands instinctively reached for his gun at his waist. Following a brief exchange, Su Feng grasped the situation. Xiao Gongyao, he might still be a bit disoriented. You take care of him for now. Shen, let us deal with Yang Haoran. At that moment, Yang Haoran was still crawling forward, dragging his body with his arms, as his legs, embedded with shrapnel, were rendered utterly powerless. Upon seeing Su Sheng and Shen Yunwei approaching, he summoned every ounce of strength to shout, Shenggu, I'm over here. As they drew nearer, Yang Haoran, donned with a mask of agony, managed to force a smile, addressing Su Sheng and Shen Yunwei. Shenggu, you finally arrived. I wasn't mistaken, was I? Su Feng is right there. Sister Shen, you're beautiful and kind-hearted. Have mercy and spare my life. It's all Zhang Zimo's fault. He tricked me. Shen Yue had little patience for his futile prattle. She was prepared to assume the responsibility of leadership and administer the capsule to Su Feng. However, the emergence of a traitor within the ranks necessitated a thorough cleansing. Without any forewarning, Shen Yue drew the Glock from Su Xing's waist and fired a shot at Yang Haoran's head. Bang! The bullet pierced through Yang Haoran's skull with devastating force at such close range, causing his head to burst like a flower. You kill as you please. But why use my gun? To avoid wasting my bullets. Su Sheng? Aren't his bullets still bullets? Compensation. Compensate your head. No compensation. Chapter 84. Firepower Upgrade. Upon their return after dealing with Yang Haoran, Su Feng was already able to move about with relative ease, though his body remained somewhat stiff. Nonetheless, it was preferable to losing his life. Regarding resources, Su Sheng proposed a redistribution of the rewards acquired from the dungeon. The portions belonging to Yang Haoran and Zhang Zimo should be reselected by Shen Yue and the others, while Su Xing's share would remain unchanged. Carrying an excess of items was futile. Leaving them at home would result in mere waste. Little Steel Tooth, the team's rogues, had accompanied them on their journey and was now elated with the numerous rewards he had received. Brother Sheng, what is up? Thank you for your care. It's nothing. Do you want a circumcision? I can perform the procedure. Su Sheng tilted his head, frowning deeply. Shen Yue and Su Feng looked at Little Steel Tooth in confusion. Brother Sheng, don't misunderstand. The set of surgical tools from the dungeon rewards is quite suitable for such a procedure. There is also a high-lumen detection lamp. I just tested it. And it has sterilizing properties. You need not worry about safety. I can ensure a basic sterile environment, and you'll be able to walk within 2 days. Have you done this for others? Su Xing inquired. During my internship, I worked for a time in the urology department and attended to some patients with such needs. You can trust my skills. I assure you, I won't overdo it. Su Xing nearly burst out laughing at Little Steel Tooth's proposition. Where is this? How did he come to think of performing surgery on himself? No, Do not even think about operating on me. Su Xing firmly refused. All right, I was just joking. After Little Steel Tooth completed his research, Su Sheng instructed him to send the corpse to Shun Yunwei, as the outer shell was quite suitable for crafting protective armor. Little Steel Tooth, full of enthusiasm, assured that it was merely for research and that he would not let any of it go to waste. Once the group finished exploring the remaining areas, they exited the dungeon. Outside, dusk was approaching. Wang Kai, bound to a tree and in a state of despair, drooled and barely clung to consciousness. Upon seeing Su Xing and the others emerge, he immediately perked up. Brother Xing, Team Leader Shin, you finally made it out. Huh? Where are Zhang Zimo and the others? Wang Kai furrowed his brow in confusion. Xin Yunwei cast a glance at Su Sheng. They encountered an unfortunate incident inside and have sadly passed away. Wang Kai, lacking any ulterior motives, observed the disheveled appearance of the few individuals before him, resembling the visage of a defeated group, and harbored no suspicion whatsoever. Yang Haoran, Zhang Zimo, and Shaowen, these individuals are highly skilled and well-equipped. They all fell inside. Thank goodness I didn't enter the dungeon with Xin Yue. Wang Kai was bound to a tree for an entire day, his heart racing as strange beasts and zombies occasionally passed by, pushing him to the brink of mental collapse. Su Sheng exchanged a glance with Su Feng and Xiao Gongya, signaling them to untie Wang Kai. I have temporarily secured your weaponry. I shall send it back to you upon your return, Shun Yunwei stated, aiming for caution. At that moment, Wang Kai's spirit had been entirely deflated. All he desired was to return to the refuge he had constructed with his own hands and enjoy a restful slumber. All right, Sister Shun, no problem. I won't delay you any longer. Wang Kai, unarmed, swiftly made his way into the forest, clearly yearning for home. Xin Yue addressed the group briefly before everyone dispersed to their respective abodes. Su Xing accompanied Xin Yue back before returning to his own sanctuary. Upon entering the refuge, Su Xing was immediately enveloped by a long-lost sense of safety and belonging. This sensation coursed through him, alleviating much of his fatigue. After a brief respite, he began to organize his gear and the spoils of his outing. The fuel consumption had exceeded half, leaving him with 14 units. However, he was not concerned about the fuel issue, as he and Xin Yue had collaboratively developed an oil well, ensuring a long-term supply. Su Sheng retrieved the design blueprint and scrutinized it closely. 47 Assault Rifle, Rarity, Intermediate, Basic Description, an automatic rifle designed by Blue Star's designer, Dmitry Mihailovich Kalashnikov. Effective range of 300 meters, suitable for close to medium-range combat. It employs a gas-operated automatic mechanism with a rotating bolt, 7.62 mm caliber, and a magazine capacity of 30 rounds. Primary function and value. Possesses formidable firepower, ideal for assault operations at relatively close range. The mechanism operates reliably, even during sustained fire or in the presence of dust and debris. It maintains commendable combat effectiveness in extreme environments such as deserts, tropical rainforests, and frigid conditions. Materials required: 2715 intermediate iron blocks, 1410 intermediate steel plates, 95 advanced wood. Commence production. Without hesitation, Su Xing utilized the materials at hand to manufacture the assault rifle. Following a scan of the blue-green code, a modified automatic assault rifle materialized before his eyes. Its design mirrored that of models seen in films and games. Aside from the steel, the extending part of the barrel and the stock were crafted from high-quality wood. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Su Sheng's eyes. This is incredible. He eagerly began to handle the weapon. Upgrading to the assault rifle elevated his firepower to new heights. Whether it was clearing zombies, dispatching strange beasts, or facing off against adversaries, this weapon would undoubtedly provide significant confidence. With it in hand, Su Xing's combat prowess reached unprecedented levels. He was utterly enamored with his new acquisition. Before long, he received the system's settlement of Apocalypse honor points. The accumulation from the previous post paled in comparison to the points awarded from the singular post concerning the bone-breaking hound. The assistant store has been refreshed. The assistant store has refreshed? In this instance of the dungeon, aside from the materials, Su Sheng's greatest gain was the design blueprint. Although the rewards were quite substantial, most of them proved to be of little use, rendering the overall outcome merely break-even. It would be even more delightful if the assistant shop were to refresh with new items. This time, the assistant shop offered 2 items: self-healing capsule, basic description. Upon consumption, it can adjust the human repair system within 30 minutes, proving effective for minor injuries. While it may not fully heal severe wounds, it can repair them to a certain extent. Required purchase: 111, 233, 600 Doomsday Honor Points. Self-healing capsule? Isn't this the very item that Xin Yunwei gave to Su Feng? Its appearance and efficacy are identical. Su Sheng continued to browse. Upgrading Service Voucher 1. Use once. Basic description. Players can utilize this voucher to bypass the construction process, allowing the system to directly complete the upgrade. Materials to be provided by the player. Required purchase. 1. 112, 319, 999 Doomsday Honor Points and Upgrading Service Voucher. Priced at 20,000 points? I am just 7,000 points short. And I could conveniently compile my 2 dungeon experiences into a strategy guide and post it on the forum. Quite reasonable, indeed. Chapter 85. You have been added as an administrator. Su Sheng opened the forum and, drawing from his experiences in the 2 dungeon runs, meticulously crafted and refined an informative post. He included essential precautions for dungeon exploration, the minimum firepower standards to achieve, and the necessary equipment to carry. He detailed various paths within, the myriad of situations one might encounter, and other intricate specifics. Strictly speaking, this could no longer be considered merely an informative post. It resembled a comprehensive guide for dungeon navigation. Despite the current sparse population in the survival zone, the system's evaluation criteria for Doomsday Honor Points would continually evolve. Presently, a single like could hold the value of 10 likes from the past. Su Sheng added a final note. Not all entrances lead to identical dungeons. Different regions and locations yield varying dungeon refresh points. After checking for typographical errors, Su Sheng submitted the post. In less than a minute, the comments section had erupted. What on earth is a dungeon? How has an informative post about dungeons already surfaced? Goodness, I don't even have my own shelter yet. And Su Sheng has already formed a team for dungeon diving? The Bonebreaker Bitch, the Frenzied Beetle. What kind of monsters are these? I've never encountered a single one. Is the Frenzied Beetle truly that formidable? It feels thicker than bulletproof steel. How does one even defeat it? Hey, don't skim through the comments. Didn't Su Sheng mention that its weak point is the unarmored area on its lower abdomen and that it fears flames? Goodness. There's also a poisonous mist that devours people. Doesn't T1 need a high-grade nylon and fiberglass mask for that? I don't even possess the most basic equipment for dungeon exploration. I have a slight fear of heights. I doubt I could even cross a rickety bridge. Fellow adventurers, could the images shared by Sheng Gu possibly resemble those from Doctor Strange's mystical circles? To be frank, I have indeed encountered a place that resembled the photographs shared by the esteemed Su Sheng, yet it was shrouded in darkness. I did not dare to venture inside. It turned out to be the entrance to a dungeon. What a missed opportunity worth $1 billion. This formidable alliance of elites has suffered casualties nearing 50%. Those not on the top 100 list should refrain from attempting the dungeon just yet. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. This squad, composed of the finest from the alliance, has successfully cleared the dungeon, yet the casualty rate remains alarmingly high. Our alliance has been aware for some time now. Look at you country bumpkins, how could you not have known? Who knows how to join the alliance? I would gladly offer a referral fee. They conduct reviews and do not accept those who perform poorly. I was just rejected this morning. I simply wish to join the district. Does anyone know the criteria for admission? Let us show some appreciation for the original poster. These experiences and lessons were earned at the cost of their lives. Indeed, let us refuse the freeloaders. Keep it up, original poster. Beyond the forum, the larger group within the alliance is also abuzz with activity. Someone has leaked information. Within the alliance's group, it is widely known that Shen Yunwei is leading a dungeon expedition. However, they have voiced no objections, especially after Su Sheng's strategy post was published, which silenced any dissent. Even prominent figures like Zhang Zimo and Xiao Wenwen have fallen within. Who can guarantee their own safety? Oh, has Sister Shen returned already? She should have. It seems Su Sheng has also gone. You should check his posts. Is anyone forming a team? I believe I have a dungeon as well. Esteemed leaders, take me along for the dungeon run. I can serve as a pack mule, carrying numerous items for you. Are there any medics needed? I am a surgeon with 7 years of experience in a urology hospital. Should you wish to take me along, I can offer my services for free. I can provide equipment and materials. Does anyone have any fuel? We could set a fire if needed. Seeking a team. Is Sister Shen here? Shen Yunwei. I have a friend interested in joining our alliance. Could you please conduct the review? Su Sheng's post has not only garnered tremendous enthusiasm, but also mentioned experiences involving Shen Yunwei and others, bringing significant traffic and attention to the alliance. Information sharing, resource sharing, and elite-led dungeon runs. Who wouldn't want to join with such benefits? Amidst the fervent discussions in the large group, a system message suddenly popped up. Su Sheng has been added as an administrator. What? Su Sheng has become an administrator? I recall that Su Sheng is not a member of our alliance. Indeed, he has emphasized this twice in his posts. However, given his credentials and prowess, it seems fitting for him to assume a management role. Yes, Su Sheng's presence in our group signifies recognition of our district, which I find perfectly acceptable. Following the deaths of Zhang Zimo, Xiao Wenwen, and others, aside from retaining the friend function, they were automatically logged off and removed from the group. The vacant management position feels rather desolate, as if our district is devoid of members. Besides Su Sheng, Su Feng has also been granted administrative privileges by Shen Yunwei. However, Su Feng's role as an administrator appears merely ornamental. It seems that Brother Feng has also been appointed as an administrator. I recall that Brother Kai has joined as well. However, he has not been designated an administrator. It remains a mystery, and I suppose only Sister Shen, the group leader, possesses the authority to clarify this matter. Wang Kai has been added as an administrator. Congratulations to Brother Kai on his elevation to administrator. Wang Kai, congratulations once more. The essence of humanity is akin to that of a parrot. Once 2 or 3 individuals convey a message, the remaining multitude merely replicates it, resulting in a deluge of identical phrases. Since returning to the sanctuary, Wang Kai has been lurking in the shadows, unexpectedly witnessing someone post a message about him, which rendered the situation quite awkward. He had sneaked away to participate in a dungeon operation, yet found himself bound outside the dungeon for an entire day. Completely oblivious to its appearance, only having seen it through a strategy guide, Wang Kai felt at a loss for words. He seemed to lack any authority on the subject, making any attempt to contribute feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Wang Kai expressed his gratitude to his comrades, stating that his primary role in this operation was to guard the entrance of the dungeon, crediting the true achievements to Su Sheng and Su Feng, humbly asserting that he could not be compared to them. He urged his brothers to refrain from excessive messaging. After pondering for some time, Wang Kai finally concocted a statement that would preserve his dignity while preventing Su Xing and others from exposing his shortcomings. It turned out that the guard duty was indeed the most taxing, requiring constant vigilance of the surroundings. Brother Kai, your efforts are commendable. As he observed the incessant repetition of messages flooding the screen, Wang Kai felt overwhelmed. The more he pondered, the more vexed he became, ultimately deciding to retreat beneath his covers and indulge in a deep slumber. Alert! Alert! A calamity will arrive in 48 hours. All players are advised to prepare and devise a response plan. This calamity, Bitter Winter, Level 3. Brothers, it is time to launch. The initial plan was to release at the end of the month, allowing for an extended free period to garner some popularity for this book. By that time, the first subscription and data would appear more favorable, potentially yielding higher income. Transitioning from popular categories to 6 frequencies, the book's ultimate performance seems to have plateaued. With only a few hundred readers, the chances of success with Sanjiang appear bleak, thus it is prudent to launch earlier to supplement household expenses. Additionally, regarding the update issue, recently, due to the pandemic, house hunting, moving, and disputes with the landlord, a series of events converged. Although I couldn't maintain a consistent 2 updates, I ensured that there were no interruptions or abrupt terminations. For subsequent subscriptions, readers can earn some bonus coins each day by watching advertisement videos, as well as participate in various official activities to acquire more coins. It may not be much, perhaps a few cents daily, but it suffices to meet my basic needs. In conclusion, I hope everyone can offer their support with a first subscription. Chapter 86. The Castle of Winter. Seeking first subscription, Su Sheng stretched his neck. After a few days of recuperation, the disaster has finally arrived. Bitter Winter, a name that unmistakably conveys the nature of the calamity. As Su Sheng envisioned a scene blanketed in snow, with the world frozen in ice, he could not help but shiver. Now, I must undertake targeted upgrades and renovations to the sanctuary in response to this disaster, as well as acquire additional furnishings for the winter season. Having determined his objective, it was time for the system to settle the Doomsday Honor Points. You have received 9,191 Doomsday Honor Points. Su Sheng felt a slight surprise. He was aware that the post would garner numerous likes, comments, and collections, yet the fervor far exceeded his expectations, although it possessed a degree of foresight. Considering the overall equipment levels, quality of life, and the unpredictability of dungeon refreshes, amassing nearly 10,000 Doomsday Honor Points was quite commendable. The automatic healing capsule might not be immediately necessary, so postponing the purchase was acceptable. You have purchased the Shelter Comprehensive Renovation Upgrade Service Voucher, deducting 19999 Doomsday Honor Points. Current balance, 315 points. This Shelter Upgrade Service Voucher was not a cheap coupon like those distributed in supermarkets or on the streets, but rather an ancient parchment scroll, adorned with incomprehensible gilded script, exuding an air of solemnity. Confirm usage. The weighty parchment gradually transformed into golden foamy light. Immediately afterward, a system prompt appeared before Su Sheng. Please select your upgrade plan. Plan 1. Defense first. Basic description. Prioritizing safety, focusing on reinforcing the shelter's disaster resistance. Super reinforced carbon fiber anti-breach door, concrete inner walls. Granite flooring. High material demand. Poor structural compatibility. Unsuitable for subsequent upgrades and reinforcement. Defense first. Su Xing continued to peruse the options. Plan 2. Summer retreat. Basic description. A plan specifically designed for players in tropical and sweltering regions, prioritizing insulation and moisture retention. Excellent insulation system. High-strength UV-proof specialized glass. Capable of reflecting and absorbing solar radiation while converting it into clean energy. Moderate material demand. Poor structural compatibility. Subpar safety. Unsuitable for subsequent upgrades. Plan 3. Winter Castle. Basic description. A plan tailored for players in polar and high-latitude regions. With a focus on cold resistance and freezing conditions. Increases insulation layers, thermal layers, and constant layers, featuring superior warmth and dehumidification design. Making it the prime choice for polar players. Slightly high material demand, good safety, excellent structural compatibility, highly conducive for subsequent player-led upgrades and reinforcements after careful consideration. Su Xing ultimately chose Plan 3, Winter Castle. While he was quite tempted by the defensive capabilities of Plan 1, its limited renovation potential rendered it nearly permanently fixed post-upgrade, inhibiting further expansion, reinforcement, or enhancement. Furthermore, Plan 1 had exceedingly high material requirements, with some components he had never even heard of. And searching for keywords in the exchange yielded no results. Plan 2, though excellent in insulation, exhibited weaker defensive capabilities compared to the other two plans. Although Plan 3 had average defense and no insulation properties, if ventilation were neglected, it would be akin to a steamer, capable of cooking a person alive during the hottest times. However, what Su Xing valued was its compatibility. Despite its average defense and lack of insulation, he could manually compensate for these shortcomings after the upgrade. Not only can it withstand the impending harsh winter, but it also prioritizes safety. While subsequent renovations and upgrades are exceedingly convenient, the shelter, as the final bastion for survivors in a post-apocalyptic world, must possess a high degree of compatibility and adaptability, rather than being a mere lifeless structure. The material requirements for Plan 3 were substantial, consuming nearly half of the resources at hand, barely sufficient for the task. After adding the materials, Su Xing let out a long breath. Confirm upgrade. Golden code unfurled from the corners of the shelter, triggering a cataclysmic transformation. The visual effect resembled a grand, three-dimensional canvas, evoking a dreamlike sensation. The once dusty soil layer above vanished, replaced by ordinary stone ceilings and floors. The beam and slab support structure, constructed by Su Xing, was now enhanced by the system's professional architectural knowledge. The surrounding stone walls were enveloped in multiple outer layers, with insulation and thermal barriers situated externally. Aside from the significant structural changes within the shelter, its overall area had shrunk by nearly a full circle. However, the placements of furniture and appliances remained unchanged, still occupying their original positions. The skylight and door underwent minimal alterations, primarily in the installation method, aligning more seamlessly with the stone shelter. The area previously occupied by disaster-resistant soil was transformed into a sunroom, with a larger skylight allowing sunlight to pour in. The entire underground shelter had undergone a stunning metamorphosis, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Observing the dramatically altered underground refuge, Su Xing felt as though he had purchased the most extraordinary item from a survival shop. Although a considerable amount of materials had been expended, it saved him a significant amount of time and effort, avoiding any waste in design and craftsmanship. Su Xing stood still, contemplating. The impending harsh winter was categorized as a Level 3 disaster, potentially more severe than the previous sandstorms and heat waves. He needed to prepare more supplies. Su Xing opened the synthesis page and gradually created various winter essentials, such as traditional heated Kong beds and stoves. By 11 o'clock at night, Su Xing had completed his preparations. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of disaster. During this time, he browsed the forum and discovered it was already in an uproar. The community's reaction to the harsh winter was far more intense than to the sweltering heat. Damn, it's only been 7 days, and another disaster is upon us. 7 days of preparation seemed generous, yet it felt as if they were being subjected to calamities more frequently. What the hell? I just finished renovating my cool shelter. And now a harsh winter hits? This is ridiculous. I'll have to tear it down and rebuild. With less than 40 hours left, there was hardly enough time for a complete overhaul. Could everyone at the trading post please stop hoarding wood and leave some for me? The impending winter must be approaching, prompting everyone to stockpile heating materials. It was understandable that supplies were scarce, but it didn't necessarily indicate a disaster. Folks, it seems like someone is maliciously hoarding heating materials, driving prices up. Is there really a disaster? I don't know. It appears that prices have been continuously increasing. Have you all been able to buy wood? I am unable to procure any coal after waiting for a considerable time. I managed to secure a small quantity of fiber with the swift fingers honed over 2 decades of solitude. How outrageous! Who could possibly profit from such unscrupulous means? Chapter 87. Special tobacco supply in the wake of several days beset by zombie hordes and monstrous calamities, or perhaps due to unforeseen human factors. Many shelters suffered varying degrees of damage. Unbeknownst to the populace, a remarkably lengthy respite of 7 days had been bestowed upon them. Thus, each individual exerted themselves to the utmost, fearing the onset of new challenges with the dawn of each new day. They either repaired, rebuilt, or reinforced their sanctuaries. By the end of this week, over 95 of survivors had established commendable shelters. However, when the alarm for the impending disaster, bitter winter, sounded, widespread panic ensued. The methods to combat the harsh winter were limited. One could either enhance the shelter by adding insulation or stockpiling sufficient heating fuel, or amass enough food and create thick blankets to hibernate like bears. The choice depended upon one's circumstances. Exhausted after a long day, Su Xing collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the weariness that had clung to him was dispelled by a restorative sleep. Stretching, he readied himself to prepare a sumptuous breakfast. Consuming protein-rich foods in the morning would sustain his energy and vigor throughout the day. After his meal, Su Xing's gaze fell upon the traditional coal stove he had synthesized the previous day. This stove, characteristic of the northern regions, was about the size of a dining table, albeit shorter, reaching only to the knees. It featured a circular combustion chamber, equipped with an iron mesh that could accommodate both shaped coal balls and irregular coal pieces. With a bottom compartment for collecting ash, Su Xing estimated its weight to be around 200 to 300 pounds, its surface coated with a layer of inferior purple paint, accompanied by a set of iron hooks and coal tongs. The sides were designed to connect to pipes for heating apparatus, though this would require manual operation. First, he needed to purchase some coal. He opened the trading platform, entered the keyword coal, and prepared to assess the market conditions, only to discover that posts offering coal were few and far between, nearly all snatched up. Seller, Zhong Hanqing. Item listed, 2,000 units of coal, trading intent. Any. Note. Please message me before making a purchase. Direct transactions will not be fulfilled. Come at your own expense. The remaining posts bore similar content, lacking price indications and prompting private messages. Su Xing frowned. Wasn't this reminiscent of the second-hand vendors on the Xiaowangyu platform, employing deceptive tactics? Using nearly identical images to entice individuals into initiating private conversations. Truly a one-trick pony that feasts on the unsuspecting. These individuals were evidently profiting, even to the extent of acquiring apocalyptic cameras. Su Xing was almost certain that the discussions from the forum the previous night were accurate. Indeed, a small faction was hoarding coal with malicious intent. It was even conceivable that the ensuing panic was being orchestrated from behind the scenes. However, Su Xing had no intention of confronting the unscrupulous agents or engaging in any underhanded dealings. His sole desire was to procure some coal for warmth, nothing more. While he possessed ample resources, he was unwilling to allow these individuals to profit from their shady transactions at his expense. With a thoughtful glance, Su Xing made his way directly to the sunroom. At this moment, the lettuce and tobacco plants were nearing maturity, with all the crops adorned by the tempting white gloves indicating they were ready for harvest. The unscrupulous traders had what Su Xing sought, yet he held what they desperately desired, making it unnecessary for him to purchase their goods. Su Xing harvested all the lettuce and tobacco, yielding a total of 6 heads of lettuce, approximately 12 kilograms, and 3 tobacco plants, each bearing around 1,000 to 1,200 fruits, amounting to less than a kilogram. After some contemplation, he resolved to post a trade offer, listing the tobacco for exchange while temporarily storing the lettuce. In this post-apocalyptic world, tobacco was an exceedingly rare commodity. A substantial quantity was required for the production of narcotics, yet if processed into tobacco strands and sold in batches, the potential profits were considerable. Su Xing did not feel the need to investigate the ratio of smokers. He had his own advantages and was managing quite well without the pressing urgency that plagued others. Unlike him, many individuals were not so fortunate. During this period of uncertainty, people were utterly unaware of what tomorrow might bring, propelling them to take desperate measures. Even seasoned players bore immense daily pressures that did not dissipate with rest. If left unaddressed, these burdens would only intensify, potentially overwhelming them. This was one of the reasons why so many frequented the forums in search of nearby individuals. Even those who did not smoke physiologically would not experience withdrawal symptoms. Yet countless others would still yearn for a cigarette. Su Xing had previously studied the effects of cigarettes, understanding that they did not genuinely alleviate stress or reduce anxiety. Rather, they provided a psychological comfort rooted in nicotine dependence. Seller, Su Xing, items for sale, 200 premium tobacco, trading intent, coal or charcoal, note, just opened from a treasure chest. I don't smoke myself, but with a little processing, they can be smoked. Looking to exchange for coal or combustible plant fibers for heating materials. No other inquiries will be entertained. Once the tobacco post was published, it ignited a frenzy in the trading market, with the view count skyrocketing exponentially. Tobacco? Oh my. I've been lurking in the trading market for over 10 days. Finally, someone is selling tobacco. I've been out of supplies for so long. Who would have thought someone would offer tobacco? Big shot. Would you consider trading 2 kilograms of premium coal for 15 pieces of tobacco? I'm on the verge of bursting. Please don't compete with me. I'll offer 10 kilograms of coal for the lot. Do you really think 10 kilograms of coal will secure all that tobacco? Aren't you being a tad unrealistic? I'll offer 20 kilograms of coal. If you want warmth, using coal is undoubtedly the better choice. Su Xing, don't listen to the nonsense above. Coal is more efficient than coal balls. Don't you know that? I'll offer 15 kilograms of coal. Dear esteemed individuals, I have completely forgotten the sensation of smoking. If any of you have managed to acquire tobacco from the illustrious Su Xing, could you kindly spare me a discarded cigarette butt? I seek merely a single puff, just one. I am willing to exchange 3 pounds of plant fiber for it. I implore you, please do not let it come into contact with water. Once wet, it becomes impossible to ignite. Suddenly, Su Xing felt as though he had been transported to a rehabilitation center in the beautiful country. The comments he read bore a striking resemblance to the ramblings of an addict in withdrawal. While attending to his messages, a familiar individual sent him a private message. Zhong Hanqing? Isn't this the person notorious for hoarding and reselling coal? Zhong Hanqing, greetings, Mr. Su Xing. May I inquire how much tobacco you currently possess? Su Xing took a moment to ponder what Zhong Hanqing was scheming. Aware of the immense demand for tobacco, Zhong Hanqing likely assumed that Su Xing was inundated with private messages and thus decided to be direct. Zhong Hanqing, Mr. Su Xing. Should you have a substantial quantity of tobacco, I believe we could discuss a collaboration that would enrich you further. Chapter 88. A bitter winter engaging him in business? Su Xing resolutely declined. Dealing with such individuals yields no profit and may inadvertently lead to trouble. With hundreds of thousands of followers, Su Xing wielded significant influence. A mere educational post could sway the agricultural direction of humanity. Presently, the resources within the region were insufficient to cultivate merchants of Zhong Hanqing's caliber. If Su Xing's intuition served him well, Zhong Hanqing was likely a mere representative for a group of investors lurking in the shadows. This young man's private message was merely an attempt to acquire the lucrative tobacco in Su Xing's possession. These individuals were exceptionally astute. Possessing a considerable amount of tobacco would enable them to devise ways to extract resources from players. Su Xing chose not to respond and promptly closed the dialogue window, refocusing on transaction messages. The allure of tobacco allowed Su Xing to effortlessly procure ample coal, a suitable amount of coal balls, and a modest quantity of plant fiber. The selection and quantity of what he acquired were primarily based on combustion efficiency, burn time, and the heat produced. With sufficient heating materials at hand, the next task was to install radiators throughout the various rooms. Su Xing accessed the synthesis panel and crafted numerous radiators along with water and air conduits. He meticulously adhered to the system's scientific methodology for connecting, drilling, and installing. After an entire day of labor, Su Xing successfully established the heating system for the underground shelter, which spanned over 100 square meters. He placed particular emphasis on the sunroom's insulation. To create an optimal growth environment, radiators were affixed to all 4 walls. The coal furnace's exhaust no longer traversed the ceiling, but instead punctured directly through the rock layer above. To enhance combustion efficiency and ensure adequate heating for this expansive shelter, Su Xing had to enlarge and shorten the exhaust ducts. This arrangement would minimize ventilation time, provide the coal furnace with ample oxygen, and expedite the expulsion of harmful gases like carbon monoxide. From an external perspective, this intake and exhaust system remained remarkably discreet, drawing no attention whatsoever. Having completed these preparations, Su Xing finally exhaled in relief. Alert! Alert! The calamity of the biting winter has arrived. I implore all players to respond swiftly. This disaster will endure for a duration of 72 hours. Upon its conclusion, 3 supply crates will be airdropped in each survival zone, with the coordinates dispatched to each player's inbox. The rewards contained within these airdrop boxes are exceptionally bountiful, encompassing but not limited to strategic resources, mid to high-grade materials, weaponry, blueprints, technological facilities, and super items. Please weigh your circumstances carefully before deciding whether to seize the airdrop. Best of luck to you all. As the alarm subsided, a faint whistling wind began to seep through the cracks, making its way to Su Xing's ears, even causing his hair to quiver. Had it truly arrived so swiftly? Were it not for the frigid breeze penetrating the crevices, he might have almost forgotten this matter and hastily sealed the gaps with makeshift materials. Such cold air infiltrating the shelter would significantly undermine its heating system. A chill pervaded the various rooms of the shelter, while not painfully sharp. It was sufficient to raise goosebumps across the skin. He could not fathom the temperature outside. Even after the upgrades, the shelter still bore the burden of the cold. He could only imagine how others were enduring this harsh winter. Su Xing first placed some plant fibers into the coal stove and ignited them with a lighter to initiate the fire. To accelerate the combustion, he poured a bit of oil over the coal. Soon, the coal glowed a fiery red, and the chill within the shelter gradually receded, giving way to warmth. After a mere 10 minutes, he felt a slight dampness on his back as beads of sweat began to form. Quite effective indeed. Reluctantly, Su Sheng adjusted the valve to decrease the oxygen supply and thereby regulate the temperature of the radiator. Outside, snowflakes floated down like goose feathers, landing softly on the skylight. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors seemed quite significant, as the glass retained warmth, causing the snowflakes to remain intact and unmelting. However, it wasn't long before a thin layer of mist coated the glass, obscuring the view outside. Su Sheng took the opportunity to check the situation in the sunroom, where the radiators were operating at full power. Despite the absence of sunlight, the crops would not be adversely affected by the temperature. The efficiency of the power system had diminished by approximately 10%, but this figure was negligible. He had invested considerable time, energy, and resources into constructing this power system, utilizing only the finest materials. If it could not withstand the cold, all his efforts would have been in vain. Aside from the slight reduction in power efficiency, the electrical system continued to function normally. After preparing lunch, Su Sheng delightedly retrieved a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator and, after indulging in his meal, reclined comfortably on the sofa with a satisfied belch. Meanwhile, others were not enjoying such ease. Outside, the temperature plummeted to a bone-chilling -50 or 60 degrees, persisting for 3 days. Who could afford to burn firewood in such conditions? Had he known, he would have refrained from purchasing timber and instead crafted a few extra blankets to endure the days ahead. Family members, where did you procure your cigarettes yesterday? I too wish to partake. Is there a benevolent soul who could provide me a means to acquire some? Brothers, how did this calamity arrive so suddenly? I am utterly speechless. The windows are not even sealed yet. Let us first nail up a couple of wooden boards, or else the cold wind will sweep in. My dear brother, we must brace ourselves. I just took a slow step, and this biting cold feels like a knife slicing across my face. I am freezing, freezing, freezing. Is anyone selling quilts, cotton socks, or winter clothing? A down jacket would suffice. I feel as if I might perish from the cold. Dear family, I kindly remind you that if you find yourself in a ground-level shelter, be sure to regularly clear the blood that accumulates on the roof. Do not ask how I know this. On a brighter note, at least we now have a natural ice cellar, alleviating our concerns about food spoilage. Ah, yes, if you wish to take some now. My chicken breast has been frozen solid enough to stop a bullet. Su Xing, dear brother, could I possibly borrow your flamethrower? I merely wish to take a bath, for my entire body has become stiff. Self-immolation, is it? Do not tag Sheng. He would scorn you for wasting fuel. Sob sob. I have heard that the Alliance has distributed disaster relief supplies to everyone. I too desire such aid. My application this morning was denied on the grounds of insufficient qualifications. Family, I have established a mutual aid group. Those interested may peruse my posts on my homepage, aimed at assisting one another in overcoming these trying times. There are certain prerequisites, yet they are more lenient than those of the Alliance. No beggars, please. Taking a day off. I will rest today, and normal updates will resume tomorrow. Chapter 89. Advanced Bronze Treasure Chest. After Su Xing promoted the Alliance twice, the organization rapidly expanded. The administrators, including Shen Yuwei, did not anticipate such a substantial effect, compelling them to set qualifications for future applicants. Only those with sufficient strength and qualifications may join the Alliance post-verification. Even so, the number of applicants continues to swell, akin to fish crossing a river. In this environment, various small groups and organizations have naturally emerged. Their requirements for allies are lower, and their demands are not as great. Resembling the nature of mutual aid groups, each sector of Area 255 has such small groups banding together for warmth. In comparison to the Alliance, the Brotherhood, with its abundant benefits and larger membership, may be weaker in strength, yet it suffices in remote and sparsely populated areas. The leadership of large organizations typically comprises the elite of humanity prior to deployment, allowing for better survival strategies and the organization of various eradication efforts, thus providing benefits for members. For instance, the recent large-scale zombie cleanup was initiated by the Alliance, creating a tremendous impact throughout Area 255. Such activities place high demands on groups and their management, requiring strong coordination and organizational skills, as well as certain standards for the quantity and quality of members. The larger the operation, the greater the rewards. For instance, rewards may include blueprints for power stations, giant generators, and massive particle colliders. Such designs are challenging to construct and may not be utilized by one or a few individuals, yet they can benefit the community as a whole. Hence, they are submitted to the headquarters for safekeeping, regarded as communal property of the organization. When the opportune moment arises, construction will commence. Or other items may be exchanged to benefit the members. Possessing resources, strength, and technology is the primary allure of large organizations such as alliances and brotherhoods. After perusing the forums and channels, it became evident that individuals primarily employed two strategies to confront the harsh winter. Those with ample means, who had procured heating materials, resorted to burning firewood for warmth within their shelters. Conversely, those lacking resources, unable to afford or acquire heating materials, were left with no choice but to bundle up in several blankets, ensconced in their refuges like larvae. Joining a collective or organization might afford a degree of assistance. Organizations could provide members with a blanket or a few pounds of firewood, contingent upon their strength and capacity to offer such support. Before retiring for the night, Su Xing meticulously inspected the ventilation openings to ensure no harmful gases would leak in. I cannot afford to succumb to carbon monoxide poisoning while I sleep. At that moment, no one would be able to rescue me. Once satisfied with his checks, Su Xing replenished the coal supply, nestled into his freshly sewn thick bedding, and comfortably weathered the first night of disaster. Upon awakening the following morning, Su Xing did not experience his usual clarity. Instead, his complexion appeared somewhat flushed. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was left with merely a small cover, as the two thick blankets had been kicked off the bed during the night, possibly due to overheating. After silently tidying his sleeping area, Su Xing commenced his morning routine. The skylight had formed a layer of ice from the condensed white snow. The front door was frigid. Placing one's tongue against it would yield a chilling experience akin to having no less than 2 liters of hot water to warm it. Su Xing cleared the coal ash below, slightly opened the air intake, adjusted the fire to a moderate level, and placed the pot on the stove to begin cooking. Just as the pot heated with oil, an unexpected buzzing sound approached, reverberating from afar before receding again. Su Xing hastily released the handle of the iron pot, instinctively retreating a step. Is that a mosquito? Su Xing was taken aback. Could there truly be insects in such frigid weather? The mosquito zipped past him, landing directly on the bright light bulb. When Su Xing finally discerned its form, he nearly gasped in alarm. It was a mosquito the size of a thumb. Its body was remarkably plump, with a needle-like proboscis, entirely black, save for some white speckles on its legs. Goodness, if it bites me, I might be drained of hundreds. Maintaining a safe distance from the creature, Su Xing focused his attention to examine its intricate attributes. Overwinter mosquito, creature level, 3 stars, danger level, high. Basic description, an ancient mosquito originating from the primeval forests of South America. It retains its original genes while being infected by pollutants, significantly larger than ordinary mosquitoes. Characteristics, it utilizes skin respiration and emitted thermal energy to locate prey, possessing an unknown toxin in its mouth that it injects into its victim before extracting blood with its sharp proboscis. Reproductive capability is exceptionally strong, and it thrives in cold environments. It is rarely seen in moderate to high temperatures. Weakness, emits a noise of 3,045 decibels while flying. Due to its considerable size, it has a relatively slow flight speed and lacks stealth. Weakness 2. Fire. System recommendation. Players are advised against direct contact with the overwinter mosquito using body parts such as palms, as there is a risk of infection from unknown toxins. If accidentally bitten or if skin comes into contact with the toxin, immediately prepare a mixture of white sugar and salt water in a 1:3 ratio. Consume over 500 milliliters and apply a towel soaked in the mixture externally for 2 hours. The overwinter mosquito? My goodness. Su Xing had never encountered a mosquito larger than a coin in his life. It was massive and corpulent, comparable in size to a normal person's thumb, and it sent shivers down his spine. The blood-sucking mechanism of the overwinter mosquito is akin to that of ordinary mosquitoes. It injects toxins into the body before drawing out blood. A mere bite from a common mosquito might result in a small bump that could be alleviated with some floral water or would dissipate naturally within a day or two due to normal metabolic processes. However, a bite from this apocalyptic creature poses a risk of death. Fortunately, the system's attributes provided some assurance. Otherwise, Su Xing might have foolishly attempted to swat it with his palm. He retrieved a flamethrower and adjusted its diameter and range. At that moment, the mosquito rested on a light bulb. Using the flamethrower could shatter the bulb and disrupt the entire electrical system. Waiting for it to distance itself after sufficient rest, he promptly pressed the ignition button. Flames erupted swiftly, accompanied by the sound of sizzling as it was effortlessly reduced to ashes, a faint scent of charred air lingering. Just from that sound, he knew that swatting it by hand would be futile. You have slain an overwinter mosquito. Reward: 1 advanced bronze chest. There are chests for killing mosquitoes? Open. Opening the chest, please wait, congratulations. You have received 1 upgrade design blueprint for a special motorcycle. Chapter 90, Beta Satellite Positioning Navigation System Module, a motorcycle upgrade design? Su Cheng eagerly opened the blueprint to inspect. Motorcycle upgrade design. Basic description: requires a bicycle or electric bike as a prerequisite for upgrades. Modifications must be made on the original basis, requiring manual operation by the player, who should possess certain practical skills. After a cursory glance at the upgrade requirements on the blueprint, Su Cheng noted that a bicycle or electric bike was essential for the modification. Compared to other design blueprints, those extracted from the bronze chest cannot be directly upgraded or transformed by simply adding materials. Instead, one must engage in intricate assembly and welding tasks. This approach is considerably more complex, necessitating a multitude of components and demanding a high level of manual dexterity. Aside from the prerequisites, the project can generally be divided into 3 main sections. First, the navigation system. Second, the powertrain. And third, the chassis framework. If all goes smoothly, it is estimated that the completion of this endeavor will take approximately 2 to 3 days. The assistance shop has refreshed. The Beidou Satellite Positioning and Navigation System module has become available. Basic description: originating from the satellite modules launched by Jiuzhou in the tens. It possesses the most powerful positioning and navigation capabilities on the surface, suitable for vehicles, computers, research institutions, observatories, and other scenarios. Main functions and value. This module must be used in conjunction with a 3-dimensional map, restricting the area of visibility for players utilizing it, and calculating the shortest travel time and complexity of routes to determine the optimal path. Required Doomsday Honor for purchase: 554, 999. Beta navigation? Su Cheng furrowed his brow. Is the assistant shop refresh so timely? He had just purchased the automatic healing capsule that morning, and upon acquiring the blueprint, he found himself lacking components. Only for the assistant shop to refresh right after. Is it a case of lacking something and finding what one needs? Su Cheng thought about posting a popular science article to earn enough Doomsday Honor points. Purchasing this satellite module would resolve the navigation system issue, wouldn't it? The winter mosquitoes he had just slain must not have been encountered by him alone. The entire Zone 255 was engulfed by natural disasters, and winter mosquitoes thrived in such extreme weather conditions. The toxins contained within their saliva are lethal, and certainly many unsuspecting individuals have tried to swat them, leading to toxin infections. Once infected with the winter mosquito toxin, one must take the antidote within a specific time frame and apply it externally to the wound. The antidote is a simple mixture of white sugar and saline in a 1:3 ratio. While this remedy appears straightforward, lacking knowledge of the formula is akin to awaiting death. I could publicly disclose the characteristics of the winter mosquito on the forum, but I shall withhold the antidote's formula. Su Cheng's intention is not to act as a profiteer. Rather, revealing the antidote's formula would incite market chaos and hoarding, leading to a scarcity of sugar and salt. There is even the possibility of malevolent individuals accusing him of collusion with profiteers, maliciously hoarding supplies, and so forth. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Su Cheng promptly edited a popular science post and submitted it to the forum. The post regarding winter mosquitoes instantly caused a stir on the forum. What in the world are winter mosquitoes? I have never seen such large mosquitoes. I just killed 3 this morning. Are you telling me they're poisonous? Help. I'm already experiencing the symptoms mentioned by Su Cheng. What should I do? Su Cheng, do you have the antidote? How do we cure this toxin? Can we only await our demise? Did you not carefully read the last sentence of Su Cheng's post? What? Has the esteemed expert finally developed the antidote? Help me. Su Cheng, I possess 500 bottles of pure water. Can I exchange them for the antidote? I refuse to succumb to death. Su Cheng has successfully accomplished his 2 objectives. Firstly, he capitalized on the characteristics of the winter mosquitoes to earn Doomsday Honor points. Secondly, he aimed to prevent market upheaval and monopolize the sales of the antidote. Once the post was published, Su Cheng was inundated with a plethora of private messages, all requesting to purchase the antidote for the toxin. The offers varied greatly, ranging from an assortment of food items to peculiar materials, and Su Cheng found himself without the time to evaluate each item's worth. Ultimately, he established a standard. Materials could be exchanged uniformly, with every 10 units of iron blocks procuring 1 course of treatment, which would ensure recovery within 7 days. Is there any other method to eliminate the toxin? Su Cheng, selling 10 iron blocks is exorbitant. Oh no, will I truly perish? I've spent all my possessions on wood. Is there anyone willing to trade wood for iron blocks? I am in urgent need. The individuals in the previous comments are foolish. Do they not comprehend the gravity of life over mere iron blocks? What value do those resources hold if one is deceased? Hurry, sell whatever you can. Su Sheng has already discerned the characteristics and weaknesses of the winter mosquitoes and generously shared this knowledge with the public. Should we not express our gratitude? Should it be offered for free? The forum erupted in a cacophony of opinions regarding Su Sheng's price of 10 iron blocks, yet the consensus largely favored him. 10 iron blocks are indeed a reasonable price. Had Su Sheng not posted, most would remain oblivious, likely unaware of how they would meet their demise. Leisurely, Su Sheng began acquiring inexpensive items such as white sugar and salt from the trading post, mixing them in proportion to concoct the antidote, aside from pure water. The costs of the other two ingredients were negligible. Trading a small amount of pure water for 10 units of iron blocks was exceedingly profitable. You have earned 6,433 Doomsday Honor points. Soon, the system credited Su Sheng with the points accrued from his post. Not only did this post yield sufficient Doomsday Honor points, but it also enriched Su Sheng substantially, achieving dual objectives. You have purchased the Beidou Satellite Positioning Navigation System module, deducting 4,999 points of Doomsday Honor. Remaining balance, 1989 points. The satellite module is secured. Su Sheng gazed at the exquisite black box, roughly the size of a computer mouse. Just as he comprehended its functions, Shen Yue stormed in, visibly agitated. Are you there? Speak. Do not feign silence. Su Sheng, is there something you need? Shen Yue, are you truly asking? I have been messaging you since last night, yet you chose not to respond. Shen Yue, what happened to the oil well? Why is there not a single drop of oil left? Could you not have spared some for me? Su Sheng was somewhat perplexed. Not a single drop of oil remained? Shen Yue, do not pretend. I know you are responsible. Did you instruct the labor robots to deplete the oil while we were away? Chapter 91. Have you drained the oil field? Upon encountering news regarding Shen Yunwei, Su Sheng was momentarily taken aback and promptly accessed the control panel to review the working logs of the labor robot. Astonishingly, he had indeed forgotten about this matter. While on his way to retrieve Shen Yunwei from the dungeon, he had casually brought along the labor robot to execute mining commands. Initially, he intended to receive timely replenishments upon his return from the dungeon, considering the robot was idle anyway. However, after the dungeon expedition, all commands were rendered inactive, and the challenges presented by the high-level dungeon exceeded Su Sheng's expectations, causing him to focus entirely on managing various situations and leaving this issue forgotten. What amazed Su Sheng was the remarkable efficiency of the labor robot, which had managed to collect a staggering 6 full barrels of oil in just one day. Calculating the volume of each barrel, that amounted to over 10,000 liters. Observing Shen Yunwei's furious demeanor, Su Sheng realized that this small oil field had likely been completely depleted, leaving not a single drop behind. Su Sheng explained that he was unaware of the situation. Shen Yue retorted, "You're unaware of your own robot?" To which Su Sheng replied, "I genuinely have no clue. I've been engrossed in experiments these past few days. You can check my posts if you don't believe me." Shen Yunwei, displeased, opened Su Sheng's profile and discovered a post about winter mosquitoes. Upon seeing the various characteristics and vulnerabilities Su Sheng had highlighted, she was momentarily stunned. Her anger was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Today, she had also encountered winter mosquitoes. And not only her, but members of various large and small groups, she managed reported similar encounters. Initially, everyone had brushed it off, assuming that the appearance of such creatures in the cold weather was merely trivial chatter. However, as more individuals from the 4 districts reported experiencing unusual symptoms, and with the symptoms being quite similar, initial assumptions of a common cold led to the distribution of antipyretics by several allied leaders. Yet, after reviewing the symptoms outlined by Su Sheng, Shen Yunwei could almost confirm that these individuals were not merely suffering from a cold or fever, but were exhibiting signs of poisoning. A mixture of shock and joy surged within her. The shock stemmed from the realization that without Su Sheng's post, the Alliance would have undoubtedly suffered significant losses of capable core members. If not addressed promptly, the gravest outcome, death, could ensue. The joy arose from the fortunate discovery of Su Sheng's informative post, which provided ample room for corrective actions. The wealth of information contained within the post was immense, with characteristics and weaknesses that required rigorous verification and scientific experimentation. As Su Sheng mentioned, he was not intentionally neglecting his messages. It was likely due to his preoccupation with experiments that he overlooked private messages. What intrigued Shen Yunwei most was how Su Sheng consistently managed to stay ahead of the curve, acquiring the most valuable and cutting-edge information. Shen Yunwei held great admiration for Su Sheng's perceptiveness. Whether in forum discussions or the recent dungeon expedition, Su Sheng had demonstrated a remarkable degree of insight that proved to be immensely beneficial. Is this what we call talent? Is Su Sheng truly destined for this line of work? In the bustling city, he is a columnist, a master of survival. After his contributions, he became a renowned science communication moderator in online forums. Upon uncovering the truth behind the situation, Xin Yue felt the flicker of hope within her gradually extinguish. Xin Yue, all right, considering your dedication to experimentation, I shall overlook the oil well matter for now. The information Su Sheng provided was invaluable, necessitating her immediate report to the higher-ups. Xin Yue, however, can you possibly consume that much oil alone? 6 barrels? Surely, you can spare at least one for me? This oil field was her discovery. Although Su Sheng had aided her considerably, making significant contributions during the zombie clearing operations and instance activities, even lending her a gas mask and suggesting she use the carapace of the frenzied beetle for armor, it remained a matter of principle. This oil field was intended for her long-term use. Yet she was taken aback to find that Su Sheng's labor robots had extracted it all in just a couple of days. It saved her precious extraction time, so she felt entitled to at least 1 barrel. Su Sheng, not a problem, I'll send it to you right away. Xin Yue, that is more like it. Xin Yue, honestly, with your capabilities, you could easily ascend to the leadership of our alliance. I urge you to consider it seriously. As usual, Su Sheng declined her offer. He had no taste for intrigue and sought to avoid the constraints of groups or organizations. The complications arising from a small team tackling instances were enough to dissuade him. He preferred solitary development, allowing for occasional collaboration, but the idea of joining the alliance or any other group was fundamentally repugnant to him. Xin Yunwei, you haven't received invitations from other organizations, have you? Let me assure you, our alliance holds unmatched strength and promising prospects within the entire 255 district. Individuals of Su Sheng's caliber were highly sought after by various factions, and joining could easily see him appointed as a vice president. Xin Yue intensified her efforts to persuade him, guaranteeing not only a place in the management but also the authority to mobilize certain resources. Mobilizing resources? The alliance boasted the largest membership in the 255 survival zone, with unparalleled scale, influence, and the ability to amass resources beyond what any individual or group could match. The prospect of having the power to command alliance resources was indeed tempting for Su Sheng. Xin Yue, yes, mobilizing resources, though for strategic or highly valuable resources. We would need to reach a consensus first. Su Sheng silently shook his head. This was almost as vague as saying nothing at all. What defines strategic or high-value resources? He hadn't truly considered it, even if he were granted such authority as a newcomer. Attempting to mobilize hundreds of units of steel or other materials within days would surely raise suspicions, given the current apocalyptic context. Even a single compressed biscuit could be deemed a strategic resource, and there were myriad ways to thwart him. The confidence with which one speaks stems from the strength of their own capabilities. 2 sentences alone cannot be taken seriously. Xin Yue remarked, all right, if you insist. Then if you do not wish to add, so be it. She continued, if not adding is acceptable, can we still proceed with the transaction? Su Sheng agreed, stating that as long as it benefits both parties, who would refuse a mutually advantageous deal? Xin Yue had just reported the situation, prompting the core management to convene an urgent meeting, hoping that Su Sheng could provide an antidote for the winter mosquito toxin. Xin Yunwei inquired, we require a substantial quantity. Could you possibly offer a lower price? After reporting the news, Li Mingze and several core members urged her to swiftly resolve the antidote issue for the alliance members. Currently, nearly 15 members of the alliance had been affected by the winter mosquito toxin. Su Sheng was the only one capable of producing the antidote, making him the sole solution to the problem. Given Xin Yunwei's long-standing communication with Su Sheng, she was the most suitable person to handle this matter. Acquiring the antidote from Su Sheng would not only resolve the poisoning issue among members but also enhance the cohesion of the alliance. Furthermore, they could use the provision of security as a promotional point to recruit more capable and intelligent core members. Another advantage of having Xin Yunwei contact Su Sheng was the potential for cost reduction. Su Sheng increasingly realized that Li Mingze indeed considered matters quite comprehensively. Su Sheng asked, a lower price? Are you suggesting a bulk purchase? Xin Yue affirmed, yes, a bulk purchase. We require enough for about 500 people. Su Sheng stated he could accommodate that, but the alliance was only permitted to use it internally and could not resell it. Xin Yue assured him, that is certainly understood, but if you could provide the formula, that would be ideal. With our numbers, production would be swift and convenient. Su Sheng declined, noting that the formula was akin to a patent. It was uncommon to sell something while relinquishing the patent. Xin Yunwei then inquired, how long would it take you to produce this quantity? Su Sheng replied, that would depend on the price. What do you propose in exchange? Xin Yunwei expressed curiosity. Wasn't your quoted price 10 units of iron blocks per treatment? Su Sheng clarified, That was merely for the sake of price calculation. If you were to send me several hundred or even 1,000 units of iron blocks, I would need a place to store them. Shen Yunwei responded, very well, we have the materials and supplies. What do you desire? Please offer a sincere price. Su Sheng pondered while glancing at the motorcycle upgrade design blueprint on the table. He had already purchased the satellite module, resolving the significant issue of positioning and navigation. Su Sheng quoted Shen Yunwei, stating he required an engine design blueprint, preferably one with high power, torque, and horsepower, yet simple in construction. Shen Yunwei exclaimed, an engine design blueprint? She added, your conditions are rather stringent. This will be quite difficult. Su Sheng replied, you are the leading organization in Survival Zone 255. Obtaining an engine design blueprint should be a straightforward task for you. However, securing such a blueprint was indeed challenging. Su Sheng had spent several hours at the trading post without success, and even after actively posting a request for purchase, he had not encountered any suitable designs. Shen Yunwei had just been extolling the prowess of the alliance, questioning how they could fail to secure a single blueprint. Surely, such bravado could not be so easily shattered. Su Sheng proposed, if you manage to resolve this, I am willing to provide a substantial quantity at a more favorable price. What do you say? Shen Yunwei found herself quite at a loss, feeling ensnared by this insufferable man, who seemed to possess an abundance of cunning. To claim inability would suggest that the alliance was an inefficient and incompetent organization. Given the critical nature of the antidote and Su Sheng's subsequent promises, she begrudgingly acquiesced. Very well, but we must first discuss the specifics. Please send me the detailed parameters, and we shall endeavor to find a suitable match. Su Sheng promptly transmitted the desired parameters, and upon closing the dialogue window, he set to work on the antidote. Following the system's guidance, each individual would require a minimum of 500 milliliters, amounting to a total of 125 liters. Even if Su Sheng did not possess such a volume of purified water, he believed that scouring the nooks and crannies of the refuge to trade for the necessary 125 liters would not pose a significant challenge. As for vital strategic resources such as oil, he deemed it prudent to refrain from using them if possible. Delivering half of the water to Shen Yunwei initially, and the remaining 125 liters after a day or two would not be problematic. Su Sheng immediately recognized the advantages of monopolization. He could set any price he desired and dictate the terms of delivery. With no competition, his customers had no choice but to comply. The formulation of the antidote was remarkably straightforward, merely a mixture of sugar and salt. Simpler in composition and procedure than even floral water. However, Su Sheng harbored no fears regarding anyone deciphering his antidote formula. Firstly, 99% of individuals lack the necessary experimental environment. Even organizations like the Alliance, should they rally researchers and equip them with the required apparatus to devise a formula, would hesitate in their decisiveness. One must understand that the toxin of the winter mosquito is lethal. Could it truly be neutralized merely by mixing sugar and salt in purified water? The natural initial reaction would be skepticism, but after repeated validation, the simplicity of the composition became evident. No one was willing to stake lives on experimental guarantees. This situation would yield two outcomes. Either researchers desperate to decode the formula would enter a frenzied state, determined to uncover components of the antidote that had eluded them, or they would, after rigorous experimentation, come to trust in the science, concluding it was simply sugar mixed with salt. Yet, who could guarantee that their replicated concoctions would indeed be effective? The larger the organization, such as the Alliance or the Brotherhood, the more cautious they would be. If word spread that they had administered an untested replica of the antidote, their hard-won reputations would plummet, leading to the organization's downfall. It would be far wiser to procure 10 iron blocks from Su Sheng at a modest price, thus alleviating much of the hassle. Su Sheng's confidence in this approach was clearly the result of careful consideration, with no rush for sugar and salt. It seemed that keeping the formula confidential not only benefited others but also served his own interests. Cheerfully humming, he navigated the trading post, effortlessly acquiring ample materials without competition. Aside from water, the costs are negligible. Su Sheng crafted a sizable plastic barrel with a capacity of approximately 150 liters. He poured in 125 liters of pure water, then added an appropriate proportion of white sugar. With a spoon, he stirred the mixture for several minutes until it was fully dissolved, resulting in an antidote sufficient for 250 servings. The entire process of preparation took no more than 10 minutes. At that moment, Shen Yunwei sent a message. The design blueprint had been located. Although it did not possess the high horsepower you requested, the torque was somewhat lower at 1400. Would that be acceptable? Su Sheng had initially sought a 1600, but a slight compromise on displacement was inconsequential. As for the torque, it was still acceptable, after all. Having something was better than having nothing. Su Sheng had just posted a request for engine design blueprints. Yet the individuals who contacted him privately were offering engines with displacements of 150, 250, and the largest being a mere 400, far from sufficient. Su Sheng nodded. And Shen Yue promptly sent the design blueprint to his email. Shen Yue inquired about the estimated delivery time. Su Sheng replied, I can provide you with half of it right now, as I have painstakingly created this over several days. Your alliance is a major client, so I will prioritize your request. Shen Yue responded gratefully, thank you so much. Chapter 93. Read. Airdrop number 1. Su Sheng nearly laughed aloud. However, he maintained his politeness in his response. No need to thank me. I believe we can establish a long-lasting cooperative relationship. As the most trustworthy partner of the alliance, it is my duty to assist. Shen Yue felt perplexed. This insufferable man spoke with such eloquence, changing his demeanor more swiftly than one could turn the pages of a book. Just moments ago, he had elevated her to such a high position, and now he was making these claims. Believing him was absurd. Nevertheless, to be candid, the antidote sufficient for 500 servings, at standard pricing, would require at least 5,000 units of iron. Even though the alliance possessed formidable mobilization capabilities, it would take time to amass such quantities. Su Sheng only required the engine, and specifically the design blueprint. For the alliance, this was an extraordinary bargain. After concluding the conversation, Su Sheng focused intently on upgrading the motorcycle. The quality of the engine design blueprint was commendable. It was said that Li Mingze had exchanged a substantial amount with a medium-sized organization to acquire it. The required components were few and not overly complex, with all specifications aligning closely with his requirements. Su Sheng quickly gathered the materials at the trading post, assembling the engine and transmission sections methodically according to the system prompts. The navigation system was now in place, and the engine assembly was completed. The remaining tasks involved welding the frame and performing heavy-duty tasks like forging the backbone. The original electric motorcycle frame was robust. However, to accommodate an engine of 1400 displacement, he would have to abandon it and construct a new frame. Su Sheng crafted 2 sets of tires from medium-grade rubber for use in different environments. He placed particular emphasis on the exhaust system, dedicating considerable thought to the sound-absorbing cotton. Although the motorcycle appeared impressive, it was imperative to keep the exhaust noise in check, ensuring it did not produce an overwhelming effect. Otherwise, not only would it captivate attention, but exceeding a certain decibel level would also attract the onslaught of zombies. These tasks consumed a substantial day and a half of Su Sheng's time, only concluding as the catastrophe was nearing its end. Upgrade complete. Shark fin motorcycle, basic description. A highly customized shark fin motorcycle handcrafted by players, larger in size, weighing approximately 560 kilograms. Equipped with a 1,400 cubic centimeters 4-cylinder engine, featuring a main fuel tank of 35 liters and an auxiliary tank of 10 liters. With a fuel consumption of about 25 liters per 100 kilometers, requiring 98-octane gasoline, primary functions and value, offers 4 driving modes for players to choose from: snow mode, mountain mode, speed mode, and mileage mode, equipped with a beta satellite module, enabling real-time precise positioning not usable in unknown territories. Calculating the optimal routes and paths for players. System recommendation: owning a shark fin motorcycle allows players to explore greater distances on the map, achieving strategic objectives that were otherwise unattainable. Maintenance is crucial for maintenance methods of major components. Please click to view details. Su Sheng gazed at the entirely black shark fin motorcycle adorned with several blue stripes, feeling an increasing sense of joy. The vehicle's size was not akin to the urban street bikes or sports cars. Rather, it was significantly larger. This design may have been intended to cope with more complex environments, resulting in a bulkier structure, roughly equivalent to 2 Huanglong 600 side-by-side. The original electric vehicle had been replaced, signifying that Su Sheng's future travel expenses would escalate. With a fuel consumption of 25 liters per 100 kilometers and requiring 98-octane gasoline, it was more discerning than even a Porsche. Overall, it was satisfactory. After all, it could travel farther, allowing exploration of previously unreachable territories. The large footrests on both the left and right rear could also carry more cargo. Although this feature conflicted with the limits of a backpack, it was certainly better to have the capacity than not. However, the fuel tank was somewhat small, as the main and auxiliary tanks, when full, would not allow for a journey exceeding 200 kilometers. Su Sheng turned the key, initiating the vehicle's computer self-check. After a brief moment, he pressed the start button, and the engine roared to life, emitting the melodious whistle characteristic of a 4-cylinder exhaust. The sound was quite pleasing. Fortunately, it was a 4-cylinder. Had it been a single or dual-cylinder engine, no amount of effort on the exhaust would have muffled that noise. The disaster would conclude in a few hours. After indulging in the novelty, Su Sheng summoned the three-dimensional map, beginning to study the airdrop coordinates. The upcoming airdrop was considerably distant, with the 123rd airdrop being over 100 kilometers away, which was precisely why he was so eager to complete the motorcycle. Even with an additional battery, the electric vehicle could not cover such distances. In terms of endurance and mileage, gasoline vehicles remained the more reliable option. The first airdrop was 155 kilometers away, the second 156 kilometers, and the third 177 kilometers, situated in the west, north, and east respectively. Su Sheng surveyed the enticing red coordinates on the map, pinpointing the location of the first airdrop. Since he would have to traverse over 100 kilometers regardless, he decided to take a chance and seize the opportunity at the first airdrop. After several days of development, his weaponry and means of transportation have experienced significant upgrades. Particularly in terms of firepower, the transition from a semi-automatic pistol to a reliable and formidable assault rifle has bolstered Su Sheng's confidence. Upon confirming the arrival of the red supply drop number 1, Su Sheng meticulously began to devise a combat strategy. The harrowing winter of calamity has finally drawn to a close. The supply drop is expected to reach the designated location in 8 hours. Players with corresponding plans should set off promptly. Good luck to you all. Alas, it is finally over. I was nearly frozen to death. It has been unbearably cold. I swear, I would rather die than endure this again. I must remember to stockpile some essential supplies at home. Yesterday, I came across a post on the forum stating that this disaster was essentially at temperatures between -40 and -60 degrees, with fluctuations occurring during midday and nighttime. What difference does it make between -40 and -60? Either way, one could freeze to death. My fellow survivors, the supply drop is imminent. Is anyone forming a team to retrieve supply drop number 3? I am nearby. Retrieve the supply drop? Are you out of your mind? I suggest you open a window. The snow outside must be several stories high, and it hasn't stopped for 3 days. We can't even step outside, let alone fetch a supply drop. Stop dreaming and get some rest. This snow is monumental. It will take days to clear. Everyone is unable to venture out immediately, so waiting a couple of days to retrieve the supply drop is also viable. That seems quite reasonable. This dreadful weather truly prevents any exit. Why ponder such matters? I say we should focus on drainage and moisture prevention. If this snow melts, we might encounter various troubles. Indeed, the sage advice holds merit. If the snow melts, the ground will become soft, creating numerous puddles and mud in the vicinity. Especially for those in underground shelters, it is crucial to repair and upgrade without delay. Seeing these comments, Su Sheng couldn't help but admire his long-term vision. Off we go. Supply drop number 1. Chapter 94. Yangping Tiger Squad. The sudden natural disaster caught everyone off guard. Unlike zombies, monstrous beasts, or sandstorms, the bitter winter's impact is lethal. It tests not only the shelter's ability to withstand the onslaught of blizzards, but also the internal quality of the shelters themselves. Moreover, 3 continuous days of heavy snowfall have obstructed people's access to resources, imposing high demands on resource stockpiling. Most individuals lack refrigerators, and the only storable supplies are typically sealed foods. In the frigid winter, it is common for crispy potato chips to freeze into a solid block of ice. Only nearly half of the population possesses the means to stay warm and cook during the calamity. The rest either endure hunger or risk damaging their teeth by gnawing on excessively hard food to stave off hunger. After 3 days, the population of Survival Zone No. 255 plummeted to 200,000, a reduction of nearly 2/5. Starving and freezing, the individuals have neither the energy nor the inclination to engage in the competition for supply drops. Even if they did, they must consider the snowdrifts that exceed human height and the extremely low visibility due to dense fog. Traversing such conditions poses a significant challenge. If Su Sheng had not upgraded his motorcycle and relied solely on his small electric scooter, he would have to contemplate whether to huddle in a shelter like everyone else. However, the circumstances changed dramatically after the upgrade. Having cleared the accumulated snow in front of his door with a shovel, he maneuvered the motorcycle outside. Was it foggy? Although the heavy snowfall had ceased, a dense layer of haze enveloped the outside world, causing the visibility index to soar to an alarming level of 25. While the pale yellow haze could be mitigated with a gas mask, the most pressing concern was the drastically reduced visibility. He could see clearly within 5 meters. But beyond that, the world was a complete mystery. The harsh driving conditions had escalated yet again. Although the calamity had passed, it would still take several days for the snow outside to fully melt, and the chill lingered. Under such frigid temperatures, it was imperative to ensure the vehicle was warmed up before setting off. Taking advantage of the warming up period, Su Sheng organized his weaponry, gear, and backpack, ensuring he had everything essential for his journey. Once adequately prepared and with the motorcycle sufficiently heated, Su Xing first switched to snow mode, meticulously inputting the coordinates of the airdrop into the navigation system, with the latitude and longitude accurate to 8 decimal places. After determining the optimal route, he engaged the clutch with his left hand and shifted into first gear with his left foot, commencing his drive on the snowy terrain. Thanks to the snow tires Su Xing had crafted, the protruding spikes provided exceptional traction, enhancing the motorcycle's grip on the snow. The only drawback was a reduction in speed, leaving conspicuous tracks in the snow. On a smooth stretch of road, this engine's power could propel the heavy shark fin motorcycle beyond 300 kilometers per hour, provided the conditions were favorable, such as on a racetrack or highway. However, the terrain surrounding Su Xing was predominantly mountainous, making it commendable to achieve speeds of merely a few dozen kilometers per hour. On roads covered with a thick layer of snow, he could reach over 100 kilometers per hour, but due to the dense fog, visibility was severely compromised. Su Xing had to frequently employ an infrared imaging telescope to survey the road ahead, keeping a vigilant eye on the tactical radar. Thus, he dared not accelerate too rapidly. In the event of an unforeseen incident, he needed to be prepared to react promptly. Otherwise, both he and his motorcycle could end up in a precarious situation. The distance to the airdrop was a straight-line measure of 155 kilometers. Utilizing the satellite module to calculate the optimal path, Su Xing traveled a total of 184 kilometers, taking just over 2 hours. Upon nearing his destination, he discovered that the fuel tank was nearly empty, necessitating a stop to refuel. A veritable fuel guzzler. Not only did it consume fuel voraciously, but it also required 98 octane. Through the synthesis page, the conversion for refining 98 octane gasoline was quite poor, yielding only about 600 milliliters from 1 liter, a mere 60% efficiency. While the shark fin motorcycle was suitable for strategic missions, it was decidedly impractical for everyday travel. The 2 tanks of 98 octane gasoline held a total of 90 liters, but Su Xing had already consumed half a tank of oil, totaling 150 liters. After refueling, he drove to a suitable location to conduct covert operations before proceeding on foot to the site of the airdrop. From the perspective of a 3-dimensional map, the coordinates for the airdrop should ideally land within a colossal mountain pit. However, the heavy snowfall has perfectly concealed the pit, rendering the surrounding area akin to an expansive plain devoid of any cover. Utilizing an infrared imaging telescope, Su Xing meticulously surveyed the vicinity. Only 5 hours remained until the airdrop's descent. To his surprise, Su Xing had encountered little resistance along his journey, as the snowy terrain and extremely low visibility due to thick fog had deterred 99 of potential competitors. Yangge, could we perhaps take a moment to rest? He inquired. The brothers are utterly exhausted and can scarcely move any longer. Listening to the pleas of his subordinates, Yang Qinghu raised his imposing brows. This tactical squad had been hastily assembled to seize the airdrop. Well-equipped and abundantly supplied, every member boasted considerable skill, with several holding notable ranks on the leaderboard. As the squad leader, Yang Qinghu possessed an authoritative countenance, standing at 188 meters tall, his robust physique exuding the formidable presence of a true warrior from Qilu. Ranked 99th on the leaderboard, he was indeed a member of the prestigious Top 100 Club and a leader within the Alliance's hierarchy. Fully armed, they had traversed 6 arduous hours without a moment to quench their thirst, and they had finally arrived at their destination. The squad members were utterly fatigued and in desperate need of respite. After assessing the nearby terrain with specialized instruments, Yang Qinghu made his determination. A mere 300 meters ahead lies the airdrop coordinates. However, the once colossal mountain pit has been leveled by the heavy snow. We shall proceed another 200 meters, where a small grove awaits, offering shelter from the wind. We will establish our temporary encampment there. The squad advanced another 200 meters, reaching the designated location as instructed by Yang Qinghu. Upon receiving the command to rest, the team of over a dozen members collapsed onto the snow, some massaging their legs while others kneaded their shoulders. Exhaustion was etched across their faces, yet a resolute spirit lingered in their expressions. In such dismal weather, where the path ahead was scarcely visible, they were determined that once they reached the airdrop site, the prize would be theirs, with no competitors in sight. Their journey had been fraught with hardship, yet the thought of the bountiful rewards within the Crimson airdrop box made every struggle worthwhile. Chapter 95. Bountiful airdrop box. Currently, the outdoor temperature was higher than before, yet it still hovered below freezing. The relentless blanket of unmelted snow, treacherous terrain, bone-chilling cold, and the low visibility caused by the yellow haze collectively led the group to believe that no one else would emerge to snatch the airdrop. This particular airdrop was set to land in 3 distinct sectors, each led by different commanders. The mere act of departure constituted half of their success. Reaching the destination would signify a 90 accomplishment. During a brief respite, Yang Qinhui briefed Li Mingze and others on the specifics of their mission, simultaneously learning that all was proceeding smoothly on their side, awaiting the imminent airdrop. Everyone began to gather their belongings in preparation to seize the airdrop. Noticing that the time was ripe, Yang Qinhui instructed his team to transition into a combat-ready state. "Captain Yang, my legs are still sore. Could we rest for another half hour?" One team member suggested. "Indeed, Captain Yang, my shoulder aches terribly. Let us take a moment longer to recuperate," echoed another. "Captain, the airdrop is already as good as ours. There is no need to be overly anxious. Who would dare venture out for an airdrop in such conditions? Most are preoccupied with their own survival. Even if there were a ragtag bunch attempting to claim it, we outnumber them and are well-equipped. Why should we fear them?" The team members lamented, presenting various excuses to persuade their leader, Yang Qinhui, to grant them a little more time to rest. The majority of the team exhibited a somewhat restless mindset. They had endured a grueling 6-hour journey, yet now, with only a few hundred meters remaining, their resolve seemed to wane. Only Yang Qinhui and a handful of team members maintained a serious and vigilant demeanor. This mentality was, in fact, quite natural. This small team of over a dozen was composed predominantly of elite individuals. They were exceptionally skilled, well-equipped with high-quality armor, and nearly 13 of them had upgraded to firearms. Over half of the team boasted advanced gear, including super running shoes and Crimson Twilight wristbands, which required premium materials to craft. Most had undergone professional military training and had faced numerous challenges since the onset of the apocalypse. However, in comparison to Yang Qinhui, they still fell slightly short, which elucidated why he was the team leader, why he held the position of district head, and why he ranked among the top 100 on the leaderboard. "Captain, just look at our flag. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of it?" one of them remarked. "Indeed, even if someone shares our intent to claim the airdrop, the mere sight of our flag would send them fleeing," another concurred. Prior to their departure, the leader of the alliance, Li Mingze, had already coordinated with various organizations, indicating that they would dispatch a team to seize the airdrop. Given the harsh conditions and their own limitations, many factions expressed that they had no intention of contesting the airdrop, yielding the field to the alliance. The situation was akin to certain platforms where streamers vie for rankings, where authors compete for monthly votes. Prior notifications are typically exchanged. Additionally, the alliance had designed a distinctive flag to represent their organization, which was widely disseminated across forums and high-traffic channels. Essentially, all surviving players were familiar with the appearance of the alliance's flag. The design of the alliance's flag was particularly intriguing, featuring a black isosceles triangle. The background colors comprised dark red, deep purple, and dark green, each signifying the priority of their operations. Dark red represented danger, occupying the foremost position, indicating that this squad was engaged in a mission of utmost importance. Given the high likelihood of combat, the squad's weaponry, equipment, and skill levels were of the highest caliber, with their vigilance and offensive capabilities at the forefront, maximizing the threat level. Under the banner, it signifies that the squad's firearms safety is perpetually disengaged. Any obstruction to the execution of their mission will be met with immediate eradication, with no room for compromise. A deep purple background indicates that the squad is engaged in transportation, logistics, and mining operations, with a slightly diminished combat readiness of weapons, equipment, and personnel. A dark green hue suggests basic reconnaissance, surveying, and mapping tasks, which bear minimal risk, yet the weaponry remains above standard, possessing formidable self-defense capabilities that should not be underestimated. Throughout history, flags have served as one of the most significant signals, encapsulating a wealth of information and symbolizing an organization marked by strict discipline and proficient management. However, under such limited visibility, objects beyond 10 meters remain indistinct. The renowned name of the Alliance holds no weight if it cannot be perceived, rendering it ineffective as a deterrent. Nevertheless, under the persistent persuasion of his comrades, Yang Qinhui ultimately conceded to allow the squad an additional half-hour of rest. "Captain Yang, you're impressive." His agreement did not stem from unwarranted confidence, but rather from the recognition that the team's overall condition was ill-suited for combat. After a grueling 6-hour march, despite the advanced weaponry, the overall state of the squad was concerning. As a leader, he must weigh all factors carefully. Half an hour later, a resounding roar echoed above their heads. "Captain Yang, the transport aircraft has arrived," an experienced team member alerted. Yang Qinhui nodded. "Action." The squad swiftly organized their gear, elevating their vigilance to its utmost, and began to move toward the airdrop location. Su Sheng had been waiting in the trees for quite some time. As he munched on beef jerky, he kept a watchful eye on the Dragon Ball radar, occasionally using binoculars to survey the nearby area. Finally, the group was in motion. Su Sheng rubbed his cheeks. After consuming so much jerky, his patience was wearing thin. despite his usual impatience. He could not ignore the dozen red dots appearing at the edge of his tactical radar. Let us see what equipment you possess. Su Sheng grabbed his binoculars and began to observe. The black triangle seemed familiar. He recalled having seen that flag before. Was it the Alliance? The red background indicated they were undertaking a significant combat mission. Goodness, they were going straight for the Alliance? These individuals were genuinely ambitious. Su Sheng silently shook his head. This squad comprised around a dozen individuals, well-equipped and armed with a substantial array of firearms, making them formidable adversaries. The transport aircraft swept overhead. Its original coordinates now blanketed by snow, and the red and blue airdrop boxes could only land in the snow, producing a loud thud upon impact. As the sound echoed, a lean man clad in high-performance running shoes dashed forward, clutching the red flag. Su Sheng discerned their intentions. The airdrop was open to all, a fair competition. However, if someone were to plant a flag, it would mean seizing another's possessions, and evading censure would be fortunate indeed. Thinking of planting a flag, Su Sheng chambered around, disengaged the safety, and, utilizing his infrared binoculars, unleashed a volley of fire upon the airdrop box. Chapter 96. There they are. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the dense yellow haze, as bullets erupted from the chamber and struck the aluminum airdrop box with a crisp resonance. For several seconds, sparks illuminated the surroundings, enhancing visibility. In response to the gunfire, everyone instinctively took cover, huddling on the ground to evade the onslaught. What is going on? Was that gunfire? Did I mishear, or does it sound like someone is hammering? Are you kidding? Didn't you see the sparks flying just moments ago? I saw them too. Those were definitely bullets. What on earth? Are they really daring to shoot at our Alliance? These people must be out of their minds. I can't shake the feeling they're targeting us directly. Does that gunfire sound like it's aimed at us? In this limited visibility, it was nearly impossible for either side to discern the other's position, akin to being blind with eyes wide open. Yet, the opposing force not only wielded superior weaponry but likely possessed visual enhancement gear, rendering any reckless movement perilous. Although our group carried some firearms, they were rudimentary at best, barely surpassing medieval technology. Slow to reload, lacking in firepower, and with minimal range, they were less effective than bows or crossbows. Meanwhile, the adversaries were equipped with the finest and most reliable AK-47 assault rifles, unleashing a torrent of bullets as if they were free. Panic ensued among the group. But thanks to Yang Qihu, order was maintained. Everyone, stay calm, he urged, first assessing the casualty situation. Once he confirmed no one was injured, he felt a sense of relief, though anxiety about their precarious position lingered. Using his radio with a steady demeanor, Yang Qihu instructed Xiao Guan, remain calm. Plant the flag in place and slowly retreat. Ahead, Guanping was paralyzed by fear, completely losing his sense of agency. Guanping, Yang Qihu shouted with authority, prompting Guanping to realize he needed to respond via his radio. Young team, I'm here. Initially, Guanping had been eager to retrieve the team flag from Yang Qihu and had excitedly rushed toward the airdrop, only to be met with a hail of bullets before he could reach it. Fortunately, he managed to take cover just in time. Otherwise, he would have been riddled with holes. Following Yang Qihu's guidance, he planted the team flag firmly in the ground and cautiously retreated through the snowy terrain back to the team. Young team, what should we do now? Didn't President Li already warn those people? Why are they still trying to rob us? Could it be possible that those individuals are from Zone 254? This suggestion opened a new line of thought for the group. Indeed, only someone with such audacity to shoot indiscriminately would act this way. No lone wolf would dare to fire like that. Since this area bordered Zone 254 and was on the outskirts of Zone 255, it was plausible that the assailants were elite survivors from Zone 254. Yang Qihu resolved to initiate a dialogue. Hand me the megaphone. Taking the device, he adjusted the power to maximum and began addressing Su Sheng. Brothers across the way, please cease fire. We are a squad from the Alliance of District 255, engaged in a critical mission. Kindly declare your identity, jurisdiction, and intentions. The red flag signifies the highest state of alert. However, as Yang Kinhux's squad faced opponents armed with superior equipment and firepower, they found it necessary to engage in negotiations. A direct confrontation could very well lead to the demise of all their members. After half a minute of silence, there was no response from the other side. Yang Kinhux called out again, brothers, we are here to retrieve the airdrop designated as number 1. If your intentions align with ours, we can discuss. His voice resonated with a magnetic quality, imbued with a robust sincerity that inspired an inexplicable sense of trust and friendliness. Su Sheng heard Yang Kinhux's announcement through the loudspeaker. If he were to reveal his identity, the situation could become quite awkward. The relationship between Su Sheng and the Alliance was delicately poised. They were neither enemies nor allies. His cooperation with the Alliance stemmed solely from his ties with Shen Yunwei. Should a conflict of interest arise, Su Sheng would undoubtedly prioritize his own needs. Revealing his identity would hinder his ability to act. Given the dense fog obscuring visibility, he reasoned that it would be more prudent to feign hostility. Who were the Alliance? He did not recognize them. If they wished to negotiate, they need not employ a loudspeaker. They could simply display their rifles and artillery. Without that level of capability, Su Sheng would find it difficult to justify his actions. In response to Yang Qinhux's demands, Su Sheng opted for a series of precise shots. The sound of gunfire echoed. 3 distinct bursts reverberating through the air. The black triangular flag, emblazoned with red, was swiftly torn in two. All present watched in disbelief as the flag was severed. What significance did the highest state of alert hold? In the eyes of their opponents, their actions were utterly inconsequential. They were of no concern whatsoever. Captain Yang. It seems the other side possesses night vision equipment. Could they possibly have a clear view of us? The flag had been shredded. Did they truly believe they remained unseen? Was that not self-evident? Those 3 shots conveyed an unequivocal aura of intimidation. If they could sever a flag, they could just as easily obliterate their heads. Faced with the looming threat of death, every member of the squad was filled with trepidation, their expressions betraying palpable fear. They cast hopeful glances toward Yang Qinhux, yearning for him to take control of the situation and provide direction. Yang Qinhux urged everyone to refrain from hasty actions and began to meticulously analyze the current predicament. An exceptional leader must maintain a clear mind at all times, rationally assessing the circumstances. The number of their adversaries remained unknown. The superiority of their weapons and equipment far surpassed their own, boasting not only rifles and ample ammunition, but also night vision devices capable of precise targeting amidst the thick haze. If this were daylight, they would be akin to targets lying prone on the ground, vulnerable to slaughter. Yet, why had their opponents not simply opened fire to eliminate them? Choosing instead to sever the flag? Was it that their position presented a shooting blind spot, or did they harbor concerns about the Alliance's influence? Yang Qinhux was uncertain. Both scenarios were plausible. Since the opposing side has disrupted their flag, it indicates their resolute determination to seize the airdrop, even at the cost of engaging in a fierce battle. Currently, there exists only one prudent course of action. Everyone, heed my command, remain calm, and retreat in an orderly fashion. The squad exchanged glances, each face reflecting an indescribable expression. One member, unwilling to accept this, protested, "Captain Yang, are we really retreating just like this? After all the hardships we endured and the long journey we undertook to reach the airdrop, are we simply to withdraw after they fire a volley at us?" The group had initially expected Captain Yang Qinhux to devise a tactical plan to help them successfully claim the airdrop. To their surprise, he issued the order to retreat. At such a critical juncture, Yang Qinhux had no time for idle chatter. He bellowed, "Everyone, execute the orders." Chapter 97. Airdrop Number 1. Secure it. Su Sheng concealed himself, intently observing the tactical radar. Upon witnessing the enemy's gradual withdrawal, he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they had retreated. The opposing team was well-equipped and possessed advanced weaponry. They appeared to be the most elite squad of the Alliance. Had they not given up and instead attempted to confront him with genuine force, Su Sheng would have had no choice but to eliminate them decisively. Hesitation was a grave mistake. One must act resolutely to survive in a post-apocalyptic world. In minor skirmishes, Su Sheng could afford to show leniency towards the Alliance. However, when it came to his own interests, he would eliminate any threat without hesitation. Once the enemies had retreated, completely vanishing from the tactical radar, Su Sheng slowly advanced. He retrieved a shovel from his extreme backpack and effortlessly pried open the lid of the airdrop box. "Congratulations. You have obtained Intermediate Steel Plate X5. Congratulations, you have obtained Intermediate Iron Block X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Advanced Wood X2. Congratulations, you have obtained Advanced Nylon X3. Congratulations, you have obtained Advanced Fiber X2. Congratulations, you have obtained Listerine Mouthwash 2-pack X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Fresh Lamb Leg Meat X5000. Congratulations, you have obtained Seasoning Pack, Oil X1, Salt X1, Sauce X1, Vinegar X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Non-Stick Rice Pot X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Strong Painkiller X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Energy Crystal X4. Congratulations, you have obtained Astronomical Observation Device Blueprint X1. Congratulations, you have obtained Watchtower Radar Blueprint X1. What? An astronomical observation device? A watchtower radar? Su Sheng stared at the rewards within the red airdrop, momentarily uncertain of which item to claim first. Astronomical Observation Device. Basic description. Originating from the Webb project, it later developed to observe nearby celestial bodies. Following the success of the Hubble project, the Webb apparatus was decommissioned. Primary functions and value. It can accurately observe atmospheric conditions, partially aiding in weather prediction and the changes in ground waves. Players can utilize this comprehensive information to anticipate the weather in the coming days and the types of impending disasters, allowing for adequate preparation. System recommendation. This device requires advanced prior technology and rare materials for construction. Consider your own circumstances before proceeding. To foresee weather patterns and types of disasters in advance, Su Xing pondered that once he achieved his goal, he would become invincible. In the event of an earthquake, he could specifically upgrade the shelters to withstand the tremors. Should a torrential storm arise, he would focus on enhancing the drainage and moisture-proofing of the shelters. He meticulously examined the attributes of the Outpost Radar. Outpost Radar, basic description, originating from the port of Kostar, crafted by the technological genius Swan. This device is highly practical and is a staple in the construction of outposts across nearly all Imperial armed forces, serving as a bastion of defense in the cosmos. Primary function and value. Emits powerful electromagnetic waves to monitor living beings within a 300-meter radius, centered around the construction site. System recommendation. While this device boasts formidable capabilities, the electromagnetic waves it emits are conspicuous and may influence surrounding entities significantly. It garners a high level of hostility and will become a prime target for adversaries. It is advised to position it away from the core of the shelter and to establish a robust defensive line prior to its construction to prevent destruction. The Outpost Radar is classified as a detection defense type, akin to a large tactical radar, albeit with a greater detection range and immobility. What, then, is the energy crystal? Su Xing gazed at the 4 crystalline pillars suspended within the airdrop box. They emitted a haunting crimson glow, evoking a profound sense of awe, as if they contained boundless energy. Energy crystal, rarity, supreme, basic description, a universal energy substance that can substitute any energy source in accordance with the law of conservation of mass. Primary function and value, primarily utilized for recruitment, also serves as a versatile material substitute for synthesis, crafting, and upgrades. System recommendation, an essential material in a post-apocalyptic scenario, vital for developing a mechanical army. Players are encouraged to collect them diligently. After perusing the attributes of the energy crystal multiple times, Su Xing finally comprehended its significance. The first airdrop was impressive. It was unwise to linger here. He stowed all the airdrop rewards into his limit backpack and began to withdraw. Yang Qihu led the group, concealed within a narrow valley. Previously, everyone had misinterpreted Yang Qihu's tactical intentions. The Alliance had mobilized substantial manpower, resources, and finances, procuring numerous high-quality equipment. The team had exerted considerable effort, enduring over 6 hours of strenuous travel. Any leader, be it for personal or professional reasons, would not allow their team to withdraw with such palpable dissatisfaction. Yang's leadership was indeed commendable. What do you know? Our strategic position was unfavorable, prompting Yang to order a retreat. Yang's foresight was evident. Had they remained in the open snowfield, they would likely have been decimated. Due to their precarious strategic position, Yang Qihu had no choice but to command a withdrawal. After scrutinizing the 3-dimensional map, he ultimately designated this narrow valley as their ambush site. It was the sole route to and from the airdrop location. Devoid of significant snowfall that could obstruct visibility and lacking cover, thus providing a commanding vantage point. Yang Qihu divided the team into 2 groups, arming those on the northern slope with an array of melee weapons, bows, and crossbows. As soon as the battle commences on the northern hillside, the adversary will inevitably seek refuge by retreating towards the southern slope. At that moment, the firepower from the southern slope will be unleashed, with both long and short firearms firing in unison. Under such a dual assault from the north and south, even if Li Mingzi leads the charge, he would have no choice but to surrender unconditionally. We must hastily prepare the snowballs. Those individuals may have already secured their airdrop and are ready to evacuate. This location is ideally suited for rockfall, yet their numbers are insufficient, split into 2 factions. By rolling a large snowball down, we can achieve a similar effect to that of a rockfall, regardless of the sophistication of their equipment or their numerical strength. These formidable snowballs alone could eliminate over half of the enemy forces. Yang, being the astute leader he is the only one capable of devising such a strategy. Had I been in charge, I would have succumbed to panic long ago. If I were the captain, I might have already become a mere corpse in the skirmish. You too should desist. Merely possessing physical prowess does not qualify one for leadership. Only Yang embodies both wisdom and courage. Let that group revel in their moment of triumph. Soon, the airdrop will belong to us. Yang Qihu communicated via the intercom, issuing commands. Everyone, remain silent and concealed. Await my signal. All personnel lay quietly in the snow, hidden from view. Before long, a series of whistle sounds reached their ears. Another transport aircraft? No, that sound is unlike any transport plane. Those roar from above. This noise seems to emanate from the valley below. Suddenly, a black motorcycle, laden with packages and racing at a speed of 145, zipped past right before their eyes. Team members, Yang Qihu,